A humorous incident has unfolded within the prestigious Liu family, as their beloved daughter, raised for over a decade, is revealed to be an impostor. The true heiress has returned, and everyone eagerly anticipates the comical downfall of the false daughter. One can only imagine how this pretender, accustomed to the lavish lifestyle of a wealthy young lady, will fare in a modest household. Upon her arrival, Huo Yao expressed her enthusiasm for experiencing poverty. However, the reality diverged significantly from her expectations. Her biological father exclaimed, "My daughter, here, take this unlimited black card and use it." Her mother added, "Dear Yaoyao, if you dislike these jewels, I can easily have them exchanged." Huo Yao could only respond with disbelief. Wasn't I supposed to be living a humble and impoverished life? Chapter 1. Have I offended someone? Yaoyao, you're back from the competition? Huo Yao, riding a sleek black bicycle, was halted by an elderly lady standing outside a small shop on the corner. She deftly applied the brakes, gently touched the ground with her toes, and skillfully removed her helmet, allowing her long ponytail to cascade down. Her exquisite features radiated an undeniable charm, exuding a captivating blend of elegance and confidence. The elderly lady observed Huo Yao. Unable to suppress her admiration, such a beautiful child possessed a unique aura even while riding a bicycle. "Oh, by the way, it seems you have guests at your home, arriving in a rather impressive car. My son mentioned that it's worth several million. We couldn't find another like it in the entire county." As she spoke, the lady exaggeratedly gestured with her hands. Huo Yao listened thoughtfully, her delicate face betraying no other emotion. Noticing Huo Yao's silence, the elderly lady cautiously scanned her surroundings and leaned in closer, lowering her voice to inquire, "Dear Yaoyao, tell me the truth, how did your family come to know such wealthy individuals? Or perhaps have you offended someone?" She recalled a similar incident from last year when a car had visited their home, culminating in an argument. Huo Yao's eyelids twitched as she regarded the elderly lady, who seemed to have misunderstood the situation. To clarify, she softly replied, "Perhaps they are distant relatives." Upon hearing this, the elderly lady's face registered immediate confusion, but before she could ask further, Huo Yao donned her helmet again and waved, "Grandma Huang, I'm heading back now." The elderly lady watched Huo Yao ride away, muttering to herself, "Isn't your family known for being impoverished? Where could these distant relatives possibly come from? Especially the extraordinarily wealthy kind." As Huo Yao approached her home, she spotted the imposing black car parked outside the alleyway. The emblem of an eagle soaring high adorned its hood, and the vehicle exuded an air of grandeur and sophistication. It was a Bentley, surely worth millions. Huo Yao smirked, withdrawing her inscrutable gaze, and leisurely dismounted her bicycle, expertly pressing the release buttons to fold it. In an instant, the large vehicle collapsed into a compact form, its size nearly smaller than an 11-inch laptop. The gate was ajar, allowing Huo Yao to effortlessly carry her folded bicycle inside. Before she reached the main house, sharp voices pierced the air. "Mother, why are you so obstinate? What is there in this shabby place worth clinging to? I've already purchased a spacious house for you in the city and hired a maid to attend to your needs. The conditions are far superior to what you have now. Just look at this dark, stained floor, the faded walls, and the leaks that must occur upstairs during rainy days. Your health is already fragile, yet you insist on living in this damp, moldy old house. Those who don't know might think we are deliberately neglecting you as our elder." Listening to these words, Huo Yao fell into contemplation but quickly lifted her head. Chapter 2. The True and False Heiresses. To be honest, since inhabiting this body, she had not truly examined her surroundings. The residence was a quaint two-story rural house with red bricks and black tiles. The walls remained unpainted and unadorned, with patches of mold forming over time. In summary, it was a quintessential structure from the 1980s, appearing both old and dilapidated. As Huo Yao touched her nose, she mused about how she had adapted to living in such harsh conditions for over a year. At that moment, the sharp voices within ceased. That Xiao man, adorned in a black lace gown, emerged from the house, a purple silk scarf tied around her neck. Her makeup was impeccable, hair elegantly secured with a diamond hairpin, radiating an undeniable aura of a wealthy lady. Upon noticing Huo Yao standing in the courtyard, she paused momentarily. However, she quickly regained her composure, suppressing a flicker of complex emotions in her eyes, and coldly inquired, "What are you doing here?" Huo Yao gazed calmly at Xiaoman, her expression placid, her thoughts drifting. A year ago, she had mysteriously entered this body, which at that time was known as Lu Yao, the daughter of a newly affluent family in S City. Months later, she was informed that this body was not truly Lu's child, but rather a girl mistakenly swapped at birth in the hospital. Her actual biological parents were an ordinary working couple with no wealth or influence, burdened with four seemingly unambitious sons. Upon learning that her biological daughter lived in such poverty while raising the child of the poor as her own, Xiaoman's residual maternal instincts were stirred. The contrast prompted her to quickly bring her biological daughter home, changing names and updating the family registry, eager to ensure her daughter was not wronged. In contrast, Lu Yao, the false heiress, though appearing to be born into wealth, was never truly cherished by the Lu family and had been raised in her adoptive mother's home in a small county, often neglected for extended periods. With the return of the true heiress, the false daughter found herself relegated, and before her biological parents even arrived to claim her, Xiaoman informed her that she was unworthy of the Lu surname, let alone continuing to reside there. The condescending manner with which she dismissed her mirrored the cold demeanor she now exhibited. Huo Yao returned from her reverie, casually diverting her gaze from Xiaoman. Seeing this, Xiaoman's brows furrowed, and anger surged within her. "What is your attitude?" Huo Yao listened to the indignation in her voice, raising an eyebrow and playfully retorting, "And what is your current status?" At this, Xiaoman's well-maintained face darkened instantly. Indeed, no matter how long other children were nurtured, they remained wild, devoid of any semblance of upbringing or decorum. In that moment, Xiaoman could not help but think of her biological daughter, Lu Xia, who, despite her humble upbringing, was graceful and charming, excelling academically and possessing diverse talents. She had even been scouted by talent agents to become a star, seemingly born to bring honor to the Lu family. Reflecting on this adopted daughter, apart from her face, she truly pales in comparison to her Xiaxia. Xiaoman took a deep breath, recalling the purpose of her return. Her gaze sharpened slightly as she pondered for a few moments, managing to suppress the anger simmering within her. Chapter 3. She is not my biological daughter. Since you are here, there is something I wish for you to comprehend and fulfill today. Xiaoman resumed her noble demeanor as she spoke. Although her words implied hope, the underlying message conveyed something entirely different. Huo Yao's lips curled into a slight smile. Yet before she could respond, Xiaoman's mother, Yang Qiua's very grandmother who had raised the original host since childhood, emerged from the room. She placed a hand on Xiaoman's arm, signaling her to temper her behavior, then turned her attention to Huo Yao, her expression instinctively softening. "Yaoyao is back. How did the competition go?" Huo Yao replied lazily, "It went all right." "Were there any awards?" Yang Qiua's voice brimmed with excitement. "Yes, first place," Huo Yao replied nonchalantly, devoid of any hint of pride, as if achieving first place was an effortless feat for her. Upon hearing this, Yang Qiuhua was overjoyed, wiping away tears. "Good child," Xiaoman furrowed her brows in confusion and asked the elderly lady, "What competition did she win first place in?" Yang Qiuhua looked at her with a smile, a hint of pride in her voice. "You might not know, but our Yaoyao excels not only academically, but also," seeing that the elderly lady was not directly answering her question and instead praising Huo Yao's academic performance. Xiaoman immediately lost interest in seeking an answer. Impatiently, she raised her hand to interrupt. "All right, I understand now. You need not go out of your way to establish her persona in front of me. With her grades, she didn't even qualify for the county's key high school. If it weren't for our Lu family funding her, she might have ended up at a vocational school." After a pause, Xiaoman cast a scornful glance at Huo Yao, saying, "A fish is still a fish, it will never become a pearl." Yang Qiuhua instinctively glanced at Huo Yao, fearing she might feel hurt upon hearing this, and quickly explained, "You haven't cared for her in years, you have no idea how Yaoyao is now." Xiaoman scoffed lightly, dismissing her once more. "Mother, she is not my biological daughter, nor is she your biological granddaughter. She bears the surname Hua. Regardless of her academic performance, it is of no concern to me, nor do I wish to know." Yang Qiuhua's expression stiffened. The words left unspoken lodged in her throat. After a long moment, she muttered, "Yaoyao is still my granddaughter." Xiaoman pressed her fingers to her temples, utterly baffled by what had bewitched the elderly lady into favoring this uncultured impostor over her true granddaughter. She enjoyed 17 years of comfort in our Liu family, while my biological daughter has suffered outside for the same amount of time. Mother, please wake up and stop claiming kinship with strangers. You consider her family? She might just be using you to swindle some money from us to support her biological parents. Be quiet. Yang Xiuhua trembled with anger. Yaoyao is someone I raised, and I know her character better than you do. Do not maliciously speculate about her. The T. Xiaoman's face turned ashen. Your inability to distinguish good from evil is alarming. Mother, I fear you are quite ill and have become senile. At over 60 years old, with a heart condition, Yang Xiuhua was visibly affected by Xiaoman's words, her complexion paling as she pressed her fist against her chest. Seeing this, Huo Yao set down the items she was holding and swiftly approached the elderly lady, helping her to a nearby bamboo chair while grasping her wrist with her right hand. Chapter 4. An Affliction. Huo Yao's brow furrowed slightly, and, after a few seconds, she loosened her fingers and asked in a hushed tone, "Is your chest hurting again?" Yang Xiuhua forced a smile, holding Huo Yao's hand in return, gently shaking her head in reassurance. "Grandma is fine, it's just an old ailment." "Do not worry," Dahi Xiaoman, startled by the elderly lady's sudden episode, instinctively pushed Huo Yao aside. "Mother, are you having another episode? Are you in pain? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Huo Yao frowned slightly at being pushed away, glancing at Xiaoman before turning and retreating into the house. While Xiaoman prepared to call for an ambulance, she cast a glance at Huo Yao's departing figure, sneering, "Mother, look at the person you raised even now." She returns to the house as if nothing has happened. Xiaoman shook her head and began dialing. In a short while, Huo Yao emerged from the house, holding a cup of water. After finishing her call, Xiaoman turned to find Huo Yao feeding the elderly lady something. Frowning, she snatched the cup away, noticing it contained something other than pure water, and immediately demanded, "What are you giving my mother?" Huo Yao's gaze swept over the cup she had taken, her eyes darkening as her delicate features lost all expression, emanating a chilling and dangerous aura. Xiaoman, startled by this unfamiliar Huo Yao, instinctively took a step back in her high heels. What kind of expression is that?" Her tone had noticeably weakened. "Xiaoman, give me the cup. That is the medicine Yaoyao specifically bought for me." Yang Xiuhua, having regained her composure, pressed against her chest while reaching out for the cup. Upon hearing this, Xiaoman's eyes widened. Instead of handing it over, she forcefully splashed the remaining medicine onto the floor, exclaiming, "Medicine she bought for you? What can a rural girl like her afford? This is nonsense." Yang Xiuhua looked at the spilled medicine on the ground, eager to explain Yaoyao's medicine. Xiaoman interrupted her without giving her a chance to speak. "Stop. Calm down. An ambulance is on the way. Once we reach the hospital, we will have a thorough examination. You can't just take any medicine. What if it causes more issues?" Shaking her head in disbelief, Xiaoman's gaze shifted back to Huo Yao's face. "And you, recklessly giving my mother medicine. If anything goes wrong, your entire Huo family won't be able to pay for it. While I still remember we were once a family, you should leave now and not linger here." "Xiaoman, please stop." Yang Xiuhua, anxious and angry, looked at Huo Yao. "Yaoyao, this is your home. Do not listen to her. Do not leave." Huo Yao glanced at the floor, noticing that the elderly lady had already consumed most of the medicine. She was disinclined to waste words on her former adoptive mother, instead slowly kneeling before the elderly lady. With her striking black and white eyes fixed calmly upon her, she spoke deliberately, "You truly deserve to enjoy a better life." Yang Xiuhua stared at her in shock, a surge of inexplicable panic flooding her heart. Her pallid lips quivered slightly, and then she hoarsely asked, "Yao, did you hear what we were saying inside?" Chapter 5. An Opportunity for Gratitude. Huo Yao smiled gently, her typically cold countenance softening for a rare moment. She tenderly brushed the white strands of hair from the elderly lady's temple, speaking in a low voice akin to soothing a child. "I have completed my transfer procedures. It is time for me to leave. Please take good care of yourself. Remember to take your medicine regularly. And once I return to S City, I will visit you again. All right?" Yang Xiuhua felt the gentle warmth at her cheeks, her throat growing increasingly parched. After a moment, she firmly grasped Huo Yao's hand and said, "All right, Grandma will listen to you." "Good girl." Huo Yao nodded in satisfaction. Beside them, Xiaoman felt a pang of discomfort. Just moments ago, she had spoken to the elderly lady about her parched throat, yet the old woman had not agreed to return to the city with her. Now, this wild girl had merely uttered a couple of sentences and was granted permission. It seemed she had underestimated this wild girl's knack for persuasion. At that moment, an ambulance arrived outside. Before long, under He Xiaoman's insistence, the elderly lady was carried onto the ambulance by the medical staff. Prior to their departure, He Xiaoman did not forget to issue a few parting warnings to Huo Yao, urging her to leave promptly. Once He Xiaoman had departed, Huo Yao ascended the stairs to her room and retrieved the suitcase she had neatly packed from beneath her bed. Even without today's incident involving He Xiaoman, she was already on the verge of leaving. In the months since Liu Yao had transformed into Huo Yao, she had refrained from returning to the Huo family for two reasons. Firstly, she was concerned about Yang Qiuhua's health. And secondly, it was the latter half of her second year of high school. Thus, she had made an agreement with her biological parents to transfer schools at the end of the semester when she entered the third year. Huo Yao took out a letter from the drawer of an old writing desk, delicately brushed off the corners with her slender fingers, and then tucked the letter into her backpack. Dragging her suitcase, just as Huo Yao was about to close the courtyard gate, a horn blared nearby. She lifted her head, squinting at the black sedan that had made the noise. Though it bore the ordinary Volkswagen logo, the sleek lines of the car gave it a cool and fluid appearance, understated yet striking. Before long, a figure emerged from the vehicle wearing a black baseball cap. After stepping out, he lazily leaned against the car door, gazing in Huo Yao's direction. Huo Yao raised an eyebrow, a hint of nonchalance gracing her exquisite features as she approached him. When close enough, she smirked and asked, "Were you specifically waiting for me?" The man crossed his arms, his jade-like chin slightly raised as he appraised Huo Yao, finally resting his gaze on her suitcase. With a playful tone, he remarked, "Have you been kicked out?" Huo Yao shot him a glance, retorting, "Eavesdropping is unbecoming of a gentleman." Minyu let out a light chuckle. "Have you forgotten that our families are separated by merely half a wall? So, neighbor, did you wait here just to mock your savior?" Huo Yao folded her arms, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Having known each other for nearly a year, Minyu had transitioned from irritation to acceptance of Huo Yao's refusal to use his name, persistently referring to him as neighbor. He was also aware of her convoluted background. "What are your plans now?" Minyu raised an eyebrow, his striking features enhanced by the shadow of the cap, particularly his eyes, which were deep and star-like, seemingly boundless. After a pause, he added, "Of course, if you have nowhere to go, I can temporarily accommodate you." Huo Yao examined Minyu's face, inwardly scoffing. She then placed her suitcase heavily in front of him, declaring, "How about this? I grant you an opportunity to repay your debt." Chapter 6 Departure. Minyu's gaze fell slightly as he regarded the suitcase deliberately positioned before him, and he couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "Where do you wish for me to take you?" Huo Yao raised her finely arched brows and snapped her fingers, exuding a charming yet mischievous aura. The train station. Although the small county town was not extensive, it did boast a decent location with a small train station. However, her biological parents resided in S City, and there were no direct train services necessitating a transfer. Upon hearing this, Minyu regarded her with a bemused expression. "Just that?" "Indeed," Huo Yao affirmed, noticing his conflicted demeanor. After a brief contemplation, she added, "However, if you feel that my proposed method of repayment is too effortless, you could also take me to the airport in the city. After all, we are neighbors, and we may not have another opportunity to meet." The train station was a 20-minute journey, while the airport in the city would take at least 3 to 4 hours. Under the cap, Minyu's expression grew more complex, and even his typically composed face displayed a hint of cracking. He contemplated whether to reveal a fraction of his background to this naive girl. Otherwise, she would remain oblivious to the significant opportunity she was forfeiting. 4 hours later, at the city airport, Huo Yao exited the vehicle, retrieved her luggage from the trunk, and, after a brief moment of thought, approached the front and knocked on the window. The window slowly descended, revealing Minyu, who raised an eyebrow at her. Huo Yao produced a small, unmarked bottle from her bag. "This is for you, until we meet again." With that, she tossed the bottle into the car, not waiting for Minyu to respond, and turned to leave, dragging her suitcase behind her. Minyu picked up the small bottle that had been thrown precisely into the nearby storage compartment, a playful glint in his eyes, as he looked towards the girl who was already walking away. His long fingers traced the edge of the bottle cap, and a faint smile curved his lips. "Ah, until we meet again?" In the hospital, in the doctor's office. Xiaoman stared at the doctor in disbelief. "Doctor, are you saying my mother's heart condition has improved significantly?" The doctor, holding a stack of diagnostic reports, nodded once more. "Yes, the elderly lady's health data looks quite good from all perspectives. As long as she is not subjected to severe stress, the likelihood of experiencing angina in the future is very low." Xiaoman still felt somewhat dazed, unable to shake the feeling that this doctor was not credible. After all, her mother had suffered from angina for decades, having been examined by various major hospitals, all concluding that the situation was severe. "By the way, I would like to inquire, Ms. He, has the elderly lady received treatment at another hospital or taken any other medications?" The doctor asked. He had been Yang Qiuhua's attending physician for many years. Every time she fell ill, he was her doctor. However, she had hardly visited the hospital in the past year, and the results of today's examination genuinely surprised him. Xiaoman shook her head in confusion and, "Oh, my mother has always stayed at home. I have repeatedly suggested taking her to the provincial hospital for checkups, but she refused to go, let alone receive treatment. As for medication," at this point, for some reason, the image of the brown potion Huo Yao had given the elderly lady flashed before her eyes. Noticing that Xiaoman had trailed off, the doctor inquired with curiosity, "Miss He?" Chapter 7 This sister is different. Xiaoman regained her senses and quickly shook her head, asserting that her mother had not taken any other medication. It was utterly insane, a condition that even doctors found baffling. How could that wild girl possibly procure any medicine to treat it? The doctor, upon hearing this, jokingly remarked that it was quite miraculous. Xiaoman forced a faint smile, already planning to conduct another checkup once the elderly lady was brought back to the city. By the time they arrived in the city, it was 10 o'clock at night. Huo Yao disembarked from the plane, and as soon as her phone powered on, a flood of messages and WeChat notifications poured in. Before she could even glance at them, a call came through from an unfamiliar number. Her finger hesitated for a moment before she pressed the answer button, and a young, unfamiliar male voice came through the line. The caller was none other than her biological brother, Huo. Although surprised that Huo was at the airport, she quickly recalled the message she had sent her grandmother, Yang Qiuhua, just before boarding the plane, so she did not inquire further and responded nonchalantly, "I'll be out in 5 minutes." After hanging up, Huo Yao casually tucked her phone into her pocket and followed the signs to the luggage claim area. Upon retrieving her luggage, she swiftly passed through the exit and scanned the crowd waiting at the arrivals gate. Her gaze ultimately settled on a tall young man who was conversing on the phone. A few months prior, when her biological parents had come to acknowledge her, they had shown her pictures of her 4 brothers. With her excellent memory and the Huo family's distinguished genes, she could recognize him at a glance. Huo hung up the phone, contemplating that his long-lost sister should be emerging soon. He then flipped through his phone to pull up a photo of her that he had saved on WeChat. Just as he lifted his head to compare the photo with the person in front of him, he found a young girl standing there, dressed in white athletic attire, with a black backpack slung over her left shoulder and a moderately sized suitcase in hand. Her face was strikingly fair and delicate, her features exquisite. At that moment, her bright and clear eyes were fixed on him, exuding no trace of timidity. Huo was momentarily taken aback and glanced back at the photo on his phone. He could discern some resemblance in her features, but remained uncertain as he inquired, "Yaoyao?" Huo Yao nodded lazily and murmured an affirmative. Huo scratched his head, his handsome features reflecting a hint of disbelief. After a while, he spoke, "You look somewhat different from your photo." Huo Yao raised an eyebrow. Being tall, she easily caught sight of the picture on Huo phone. In the photo, the girl had 2 long braids cascading down her chest, her cheeks adorned with bright blush, and her hand striking a rather tacky pose, an archetypal country girl appearance. Huo Yao felt a twitch at her temple, recalling that this photo was one she had sent after Huo added her on WeChat, where he had requested a picture. She, not fond of selfies, had simply browsed through her phone and sent him a random image from before. Given this comparison, it was no wonder Huo appeared astonished. Huo Yao cleared her throat and replied, maintaining her composure, "Perhaps I am just not photogenic?" Upon hearing this, Huo dark eyes fell once more on her excessively beautiful face, and his lips twitched slightly. Chapter 8 Huo Yao, the country bumpkin? With such beauty, She could easily outshine countless celebrities in the entertainment industry. If she deemed herself unphotogenic, how would those who rely on their looks for a living survive? Huo Yao suddenly felt that his newly met sister seemed rather audacious. While he silently pondered this, Huo Yao's voice broke through again. However, "You're not quite the same either." She smirked, casting a meaningful glance at Huo Yao. Dressed in an elegant suit, his every gesture radiated an innate nobility that starkly contrasted with the rumors of his lack of ambition and humble origins. A flicker of amusement danced in Huo Yao's eyes. Intrigued, Huo Yao was about to ask Huo Yao what she meant by not the same when he lifted his gaze and appeared to spot someone. A smile of affection instinctively gracing his lips as he waved his hand in the air. "Xia xia." Huo Yao tilted her head, following his gaze to see a tall woman in a white dress jogging toward them, wearing sunglasses that obscured her features. "Sorry, big brother. I got caught in traffic and arrived late," Lu Xia panted, her voice betraying her breathlessness. "Not a problem," Huo Yao replied, shaking his head. Noticing the fine sheen of sweat on her forehead, he pulled out a packet of tissues from his pocket and handed it to her. Lu Xia accepted the tissues, gracefully removing her sunglasses to hang them around her neck. She flashed Huo Yao a sweet smile. "Thank you, big brother." Huo Yao gently patted her head, exuding warmth and familiarity. Observing their interaction, Huo Yao's lips gradually curled into a smile, without needing to inquire. She deduced that this was the Lu Xia who had been mistakenly swapped with her in the hospital. Originally named Huo Xia, she had taken on the surname Lu after being returned to the Lu family. Though not exceptionally beautiful, Lu Xia emanated a charm that her adoptive mother, He Xiaoman, had praised: cultured, gentle, and poised. Perhaps the flowing white dress added an ethereal quality to her appearance. It seemed Lu Xia finally noticed Huo Yao's unreserved scrutiny, and she turned her gaze toward her. The girl before her was strikingly beautiful, with bright eyes sparkling like rippling water, her lips curving in a nonchalant smirk that blended mischief with coolness, a perfect balance of casual and chic. Lu Xia appeared momentarily stunned. "Right, my sister, Yaoyao," Huo Yao introduced, pointing at Huo Yao at an opportune moment. Upon hearing my sister, Lu Xia tightened her grip on her bag, as if something precious had been snatched away, causing her smile to falter. Unaware of Lu Xia's change in demeanor, Huo Yao turned back to Huo Yao. "This is, I know," Huo Yao interrupted lazily, glancing at her watch. "Shall we find a place to eat first?" Upon hearing this, Huo Yao naturally refrained from introducing Lu Xia further. Instead, he took the suitcase from Huo Yao's hand. "I was so busy talking. Let us head back to the car. Mom and Dad were worried you'd be hungry and just called to check on me." Huo Yao merely hummed in acknowledgement, not feeling the need for pleasantries. She adjusted her backpack strap and followed him. Lu Xia watched them walk away, feeling a pang of discomfort. Having never been overlooked like this, she was taken aback that Huo Yao's return not only captured her brother's attention, but also subtly diminished her own presence. What she initially perceived as a simple country girl now appeared to be anything but. As Lu Xia pondered this, a chorus of excited squeals erupted nearby, and suddenly she found herself surrounded by a group of girls. Chapter 9 to show off in the true heiress is that Xia Xia. "Oh my goodness. I can't believe I'm running into an idol at the airport in the middle of the night. I'm so lucky. Xia Xia is even more beautiful in person, and she seems so gentle. Can the fairy Xia Xia give us an autograph?" The enthusiastic shouts of the girls quickly caught the attention of others in the airport, causing many to turn their heads and look in that direction, including Huo Yao and Huo Yao. She was taken aback, seemingly surprised to encounter fans. Regaining her composure, she pursed her lips and offered a bashful smile, greeting them softly and not refusing to take photos. However, her gaze subtly drifted towards Huo Yao. She had always exhibited remarkable talent in dance and singing since childhood. Recently, she had joined a girl group, and her management company held high hopes for her, arranging for her to participate in a popular talent show that had garnered significant attention online. These young girls were likely her fans. Huo Yao's eyes fell on the surrounded as he slowly explained the situation to Huo Yao. Huo Yao displayed no sign of envy, merely responding with a nonchalant "oh." Her phone vibrated in her pocket, prompting her to glance away and pull it out. It was a WeChat message. "DLO help." Huo Yao pressed her fingers to her forehead, replying with a hint of impatience. "Go away. DLO, please don't be like this. You can't just ignore me." A faint smirk appeared at the corners of Huo Yao's lips as she lightly tapped the screen with her slender, fair fingers. Solve your own problems. After sending the message, she promptly blocked the sender. As the other party frantically typed a long message, they received a response. Message failed to send, as the recipient has refused to accept your message. Meanwhile, during Huo Yao's moment of texting, she returned after taking photos with several young girls, who seemed reluctant to part ways and followed her closely, with two of them still capturing moments on their phones. Huo Yao tucked her phone into her pocket and raised her head, catching sight of the two girls still filming. Narrowing her eyes, she leisurely pulled out a black mask and donned it. She noticed Huo Yao suddenly wearing a mask, her eyes revealing a hint of confusion. But then she seemed to relax, realizing she didn't want her fans to capture Huo Yao's face. After a pause, she softly apologized. I didn't expect to encounter fans at the airport, and it took a bit of time. While her words conveyed an apology, the high tilt of her chin suggested a subtle intention to show off before Huo Yao. Huo Yao's gaze was indifferent as she glanced at she and then looked away, exuding a casual demeanor. It's all right, let us go. Uyeneki's remarked. His car was quite ordinary, likely worth around 200,000 to 300,000, which, while not luxurious, indicated that he was not the slacker he was rumored to be. After placing their luggage in the trunk, Huo Yao glanced at his wristwatch and then turned to she, asking she, how did you get here? She raised her head to look at Huo Yao, her eyes darting before she replied, the driver from home brought me. As Huo Yao was about to respond, she stepped closer and affectionately linked her arm with his, playfully saying, Big brother, can I discuss something with you? Chapter 10. The diminishment of superiority. Feeling her arm linked, Huo Yao furrowed his brow, but did not withdraw his hand. What is it? She blinked, her exquisitely made-up face exuding a hint of playfulness. I've been busy recording a show and haven't visited my parents in a while, feeling a bit guilty. Since Yaoyao just returned from the countryside, she might not be too accustomed to things. I like to stay home for a few days to accompany my parents and help Yaoyao acclimate. Upon hearing this, Huo Yao pondered for a few seconds before nodding. That's fine. We feel more at ease with you accompanying Yaoyao. She cheerfully agreed, then tilted her head to gesture to Huo Yao before releasing Huo Yao and settling into the front passenger seat, assuming a host-like demeanor. Huo Yao raised an eyebrow, a smirk forming at the corner of her lips beneath the mask, yet she said nothing as she leisurely opened the rear door. Throughout the journey home, she chatted animatedly with Huo Yao about her experiences in the girl group and the talent show, occasionally glancing at Huo Yao through the rearview mirror, seemingly hoping to find a hint of envy on her face. However, Huo Yao appeared languid, absorbed in her own world as she played with her phone, seemingly indifferent to the conversation around her. This left she with a profound sense of defeat regarding her superiority. She reassured herself that perhaps this girl from a small county, lacking exposure to the entertainment industry, simply did not understand, which accounted for her calm demeanor. Thus, she shifted the topic away from the entertainment realm and turned to Huo Yao, inquiring, by the way, Yaoyao, we were born in the same year, so you must be in your final year of high school now, right? Huo paused, her slender fingers halting on the phone screen. After a moment, she gradually lifted her head, the soft warm light in the car casting a delicate glow upon her face, softening the sharpness in her features. She replied with a subdued, She's gaze flickered, sensing a strange allure from Huo Yao at that moment, especially with her voice carrying a husky timbre. Regaining her composure, she smiled and remarked, I heard from my mother that you finalized your transfer paperwork before leaving my grandmother's house. She deliberately emphasized the words mother and grandmother, knowing that without careful listening, it might go unnoticed. Huo Yao's lips curled into a slight smirk, casting a sidelong glance at her. She's breath caught, instinctively averting her gaze, avoiding direct contact, and her voice lost its previous ease. Have you chosen a school? Would you like my father to assist? Earlier, she had heard her mother mention that Huo Yao's academic performance was not particularly stellar. No need, I've already chosen a school. Huo Yao interrupted her casually. She was momentarily taken aback, the word good lodged in her throat, and after a pause, she forced a smile and pressed. Chosen? Which school? In the driver's seat, Huo Yao raised an eyebrow at the rearview mirror, somewhat surprised. Due to work commitments, he was rarely at home, but he was aware that their parents had been deliberating on the school for his younger sister, who had been mistakenly swapped at birth and raised in a small county. They were concerned about which school she should transfer to, as it was said that her academic record was quite poor, and they were reluctant to send her to an ordinary school, even if she managed to gain admission to a prestigious high school through connections. There were concerns about her falling behind and developing feelings of inadequacy. Chapter 11. She Shyzhing. So far, the family had not reached a final decision on which school to choose. Huo Yao observed his sister's calm demeanor and wondered if her claim about selecting a school was a jest. Huo Yao shifted her position lazily, crossing her legs and stating in a nonchalant tone, Shyzhing. As her words fell, a peculiar expression immediately crossed Shi's face, prompting her to turn once more towards Huo Yao. Shyzhing, the city's number 1 high school? Huo Yao responded with a bland Shi, upon hearing this, felt as though she had encountered the world's most amusing joke. If Huo Yao had mentioned a school like Shyzhing, she might have been able to accept it. However, Shyzhing, that was the best high school in the city, ranked among the top 5 nationwide, where students were typically top achievers from various regions. Shi's eyes reflected a hint of derision as she thought of Huo Yao, who had barely managed to enter a county-level key school through considerable financial means, as someone with unrealistic aspirations. The entrance requirements for Shyzhing are no joke, she remarked with a smirk. Huo Yao felt that his younger sister's words were somewhat frivolous, to prevent her from boasting in front of Lu Xia and losing face. He cleared his throat and interjected, "Let's discuss school matters with our parents when we return home before making a decision." Lu Xia understood that Huo Yao was trying to provide Huo Yao a way out. With her gaze slightly lowered, she chose not to pursue the topic further, simply stating, "If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to let me know. My father knows several principals in the city, and he can make a few calls." Huo Yao turned on the car's music, responding with a light hum, seemingly unconcerned. Huo Yao's slender fingers tapped lazily on her thigh. Her demeanor relaxed as she gazed out the window, her deep eyes lost in the distance. The bustling streets were alive with traffic, vibrant neon lights illuminating the night, showcasing the city's vibrancy far beyond that of a small, obscure county. Before long, the vehicle entered an older residential complex, the facilities showing their age. However, due to its older design, the building was not too high, and the whole family resided on the top floor in a duplex. Huo Yao parents had been waiting at the entrance, and upon hearing the elevator ding, they exchanged a nervous glance before turning their attention to the elevator doors. Soon, Huo Yao and Lu Xia emerged, followed by Huo Yao. "Dad, Mom, we have brought Yaoyao back," Lu Xia announced with a sweet smile. Huo Mother Songning merely glanced at her before redirecting her full attention to Huo Yao. After a brief pause, she approached her with a mix of excitement and awkwardness. Realizing she was being overlooked, Lu Xia felt her smile falter for a moment. Although the Huo family was not affluent, they had doted on her as the youngest daughter. Now, however, that affection seemed poised to be overshadowed by Huo Yao's return from the countryside. Despite not craving such attention, Lu Xia suppressed her discontent as thoughts swirled in her mind. Song Ning stood before Huo Yao, gazing at the daughter who bore a striking resemblance to her, then glanced at Lu Xia, momentarily lost in thought as a wave of emotions washed over her. In her youth, every time Song Ning attended gatherings with her daughter, friends would tease her about their resemblance, often questioning if the child had been switched at birth, as she looked nothing like her. It wasn't that Lu Xia was unattractive. Rather, compared to her siblings, who had all been charmingly beautiful, she appeared rather ordinary, given that both she and her husband were quite good-looking. The playful jabs from friends were inevitable. Reflecting on this now, Song Ning found their words eerily prophetic. Shaking off her distant thoughts, she softly called out, "Yaoyao." Huo Yao maintained her usual calm demeanor, showing no signs of excitement at seeing her biological parents, and merely nodded politely in greeting. Seeing Huo Yao's cold demeanor, Lu Xia quickly interjected, "Mom, Yaoyao just returned from the countryside and might need some time to adjust." Song Ning had interacted with Huo Yao a few months prior and could sense her introverted nature, so she accepted Huo Yao's silence with only a hint of disappointment. After all, having been raised in a different environment, a transition period was to be expected. There was no need to rush. However, Song Ning glanced at Lu Xia, a fleeting complexity crossing her expression, before quickly adopting a distant smile. "Xia, you have worked hard tonight, especially going to the airport to pick up Yaoyao. It's getting late. Your biological parents might be unhappy knowing you are here. Pausing for a moment, she then turned her gaze to her eldest son, Yinshi. Please see Miss Lu home. The abrupt shift from calling her Xia Xia to Miss Lu caused Lu Xia's face to flush crimson. She opened her mouth, instinctively preparing to speak, Mom. Song Ning looked at Lu Xia, feeling a pang of discomfort, yet she kept her feelings hidden. Gathering her thoughts, her smile grew even more distant. You may call me Annie Song from now on. It feels more appropriate. Huo Yao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Song Ning exuded an aura of elegance and composure. Despite being in her 50s, her few fine lines made her appear no older than 30. Although she smiled, there was an undeniable assertiveness in her demeanor, a presence seldom found in ordinary women. Huo Yao's gaze softened, contemplating. Lu Xia observed her adoptive mother with a rising sense of humiliation, her lips pressed together, her eyes misty, her face pale as if bearing a great grievance. She could not fathom how someone who had once showered her with affection could suddenly turn so acerbic simply because her biological daughter had returned. If that were the case, it seemed profoundly hypocritical. Lu Xia felt deceived. The atmosphere grew tense and awkward. Ahem. Father Huo Jinyan cleared his throat, breaking the silence. Yinshi, please see Miss Xia home. Although it disrupted the tension, it somehow made the situation even more uncomfortable. Hui Yinshi nodded in response, accepting the task. Though he was puzzled as to why his parents did not want Lu Xia to stay, he chose not to inquire further. After all, she was the daughter of the prominent Lu family, and her relatives were not to be trifled with. Huo father stated, yes. Please refer to me as the skilled knife thrower. As Huo Yinshi and Lu Xia stepped into the elevator, Song Ning's demeanor shifted from one of formality to one of cautious warmth as she looked at Huo Yao, her voice softening. Dear daughter, please come inside. As the elevator doors began to close, Lu Xia turned back and witnessed her adoptive mother's sudden change in attitude, her expression instantly darkening. The Huo residence, though not overly large, boasted a spacious two-story duplex with traditional Chinese decor and exquisite mahogany furniture, reflecting the owner's refined taste. Huo Yao observed her surroundings leisurely, her gaze eventually landing on a piece of calligraphy hanging on the wall, revealing a flicker of surprise in her eyes. However, she quickly dismissed the thought of it being an authentic masterpiece, concluding that while the Huo family was not destitute, they were unlikely to afford such priceless art. It was likely a replica. Huo father noticed his daughter's brief fixation and, still troubled about how to bridge the gap with her, glanced at the calligraphy, his mind racing. Yaoyao, do you enjoy calligraphy? He inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Huo Yao raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at Huo father with a languid gaze, clearly uninterested. Huo father faltered. The conversation he had been preparing suddenly caught in his throat. After a moment, he managed to say, Oh, you're not interested? Huo Yao, sensing his disappointment, paused for a brief moment before responding. Interests vary from person to person. Upon hearing this, Huo father's smile returned, and he eagerly asked, Then what are your interests? Huo Yao found herself lost in thought, recalling her former self before inhabiting this body. Suddenly, she fell into silence. A few moments later, she lifted her gaze to Huo Fu and earnestly replied, Studying. Upon hearing this response, Huo Fu's lips twitched uncontrollably, his serious demeanor nearly faltering. A student notorious for frequently skipping classes had just proclaimed her passion for learning. Huo Fu scrutinized his daughter, who seemed to be devoid of jest, and began to doubt whether he had been misled by the teachers in their small county when inquiring about her situation. She appeared to be quite obedient and ambitious. Old Huo, are you once again flaunting your shabby calligraphy? Song Ning, having caught only a fleeting mention of calligraphy from her husband, emerged from the kitchen, bringing forth dishes, and shot him an exasperated glance, commanding him to hurry and fetch the bowls and chopsticks. What flaunting? Huo Fu rubbed the tip of his nose, reluctantly making his way to the kitchen, while muttering under his breath, Why does everything antique in your eyes seem like rubbish? My calligraphy is... His voice trailed off, becoming faint and indistinct, so Huo Yao could hardly catch his words. However, the earlier exclamation regarding shabby calligraphy was quite audible. After dinner, Song Ning led Huo Yao upstairs. The upper floor contained 4 rooms, and the one prepared for Huo Yao was at the end of the hallway on the right. As she opened the door, Song Ning remarked, This room used to belong to the 4th one. He loved to frolic and would stay away for a year and a half at a time, so I redecorated it. What do you think? Do you like it? Chapter 14. She is merely a vase. When the lights flickered on, a wave of pink decor rushed forth. The wallpaper, wardrobe, bed, curtains, and writing desk, all were drenched in shades of pink, save for the flooring. Huo Yao felt her eyes stung. Song Ning, gazing upon the princess room she had meticulously arranged, continued with pride, "This room's design was conceived by a renowned designer. What do you think? Isn't it very feminine, dreamy, and cozy?" Huo Yao's lips twitched as she surveyed the room once more, struggling to find anything praiseworthy in such a lackluster style. Surely, a renowned designer would not tarnish their reputation, leading her to conclude that her mother had likely been misled. After all, many unscrupulous renovation companies exploit the guise of design to deceive the unwary. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, Huo Yao, adhering to her principle of not discouraging others, slowly replied, "As long as you like it." After speaking, she yawned. Her exquisite features illuminated under the warm light, revealing a hint of fatigue. Song Ning, feeling a little perplexed by her daughter's ambiguous statement, decided not to press further upon seeing her weariness. She advised her to rest well and left the room promptly. Once the door clicked shut, Huo Yao, surrounded by the overwhelming pink decor, pressed her fingers to her temples in exasperation. Subsequently, she opened her suitcase, retrieving only her pajamas before heading to the bathroom. She was indeed tired, having just participated in a city competition and then rushed back to the county, followed by a swift journey back to the city. It was fair to say her entire day had been spent traveling, draining even the most resilient spirit. Meanwhile, Lucia returned to the Lu residence, plagued by thoughts of Huo Yao and the attitude of her adoptive parents that evening. Frustrated, she tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Eventually, she reached for her phone and began scrolling through Weibo. Since participating in Star Training Camp, Lucia had garnered countless fans due to her sweet voice and innocent appearance, further propelled by her agency's efforts to promote her. Consequently, her appearance at the airport, along with photos taken with several fans, inevitably surfaced in Weibo's trending topics. The set of photos posted in the trending topics was quite commendable, as the fans had carefully edited them. Within just 2 hours, the comments had soared to nearly 10,000, an impressive feat for a newcomer yet to debut. However, 2 of the photos inadvertently featured Huo Yao's profile. Though her face remained obscured, the fans had blurred the background, leaving only her tall, slender figure and cool demeanor, which exuded an inexplicable allure. Lucia furrowed her brows, finding the 2 photos bothersome. After a moment's contemplation, she patiently began to sift through the comments below. Although a few fans inquired about the identity of the masked figure, their questions sank without a trace, garnering no attention. Lucia exhaled a sigh of relief, continuing to scroll through the flattery directed at her, her previously gloomy mood finally settling. She had just feared she might be overthinking and feeling an irrational sense of crisis. No matter how beautiful Huo Yao, that rustic girl from the countryside, might be, she was merely a crude vase devoid of any merit. What could returning to the Huo family possibly achieve? Could she ever compare to Lucia? With a derisive snort, Lucia switched off her phone. "A certain renowned designer. This is the stain of my life. Huomu, get lost. Do you believe I'll bury you in money?" Chapter 15. Does the family have a mind? The following morning, Huo Yao awoke early. Her biological clock reliably set to rise at 6 o'clock without fail. However, adapting to a new environment led her to indulge in a few extra moments of languid repose before gradually rising. After a lazy wash in the bathroom, she sat cross-legged on the floor, beginning to organize the contents of her suitcase. She had packed only a couple of outfits, leaving the remainder of the space filled with unlabeled bottles and 2 antiquated iron boxes. After extracting her clothes, Huo Yao contemplated for a moment, then selected 2 bottles from the collection of jars before sealing her suitcase, zipping it up without locking it. Glancing around the room one last time, her eyes fell upon the wardrobe door beside her. Rising to her feet, she approached the wardrobe and flung open the door, discovering it filled to the brim with clothing. To her surprise, though the garments bore no tags, they appeared entirely new and of decent quality. The styles were undeniably more tasteful than the overly pink decor of the room. Finding a corner to tuck her suitcase away, Yao changed into sportswear, gathering her long hair into a bun before exiting the room. She had a habit of morning runs and would not alter her routine simply because of a change in scenery. By 8 o'clock, Song Ning had prepared breakfast and laid it out on the dining table. She glanced towards the staircase and then at her husband, who was seated in the living room perusing the newspaper. "Old Hua, Do you think we should wake our daughter for breakfast? Huo Yin adjusted his glasses and replied. The child was exhausted yesterday and went to bed late. It's best not to disturb her. Let her sleep a little longer. All right, Song Ning nodded, intending to say something else when the doorbell rang. She looked toward the door, puzzled. Who could be knocking so early in the morning? Huo Yin set down his newspaper, pondering, could it be finance? Song Ning shot him a glance. Dear, it's only the 20th. We are still days away from settlement. Huo Yin suddenly realized, oh right, then you should tell finance not to come by this month. Our daughter just returned, and I fear it might startle her. After contemplating her husband's reasoning, Song Ning agreed. That makes sense. I'll go see who is at the door. Soon, the inner door swung open. When Inning saw Huo Yao standing outside the security door, she paused for 2 seconds in surprise. Regaining her composure, she hurriedly turned the door lock, her voice tinged with astonishment. Yaoyao, what are you doing outside? Huo Yao had just finished a run. Her fair face flushed with the glow of exercise, a few strands of hair sticking to her cheeks, and a drop of sweat trickling down. She raised her hand to wipe it away. I have a habit of exercising in the morning. Upon hearing this, Inning nodded with a hint of surprise. Morning runs are great. It's a good habit. However, after a brief pause, she quickly added, but it's also fine for girls to sleep in a little. It's good for the skin. Huo Yao twitched the corners of her lips. Mom, breakfast is ready. You can freshen up and eat. Ing continued walking into the house while speaking. All right. By the way, there are clothes in the wardrobe, all newly bought by Mom. Take a look and see if you like them. If not, we can always exchange them later. Exchange them? Huo Yao halted abruptly, her expression quite complex. Mom, do we have a mine at home? Inning turned around, her face displaying shock, as she suddenly found her words failing her. Having intended to suggest that she could arrange for a designer to custom-make clothes for her. Chapter 16. What kind of medicine is this? Huo Yao observed Ing's expression and was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, she found herself being embraced. Oh, my dear daughter, you finally called me Mom. Inning was overwhelmed with excitement and emotion, nearly brought to tears. Huo Yao felt as if she were on a different wavelength. 10 minutes later, after a quick shower, Huo Yao descended the stairs wearing a casual, loose-fitting t-shirt and distressed jeans. Although her attire appeared simple and relaxed, it exuded a cool visual effect. My daughter is truly beautiful, Inning mused, resting her chin on her hand as she admired her daughter walking towards her. Though Huo Yao was wearing the clothes she had bought, it didn't detract from Ing's appreciation of her beauty. Huo Yin nodded proudly. She has undoubtedly inherited my fine genes. Inning shot him a sideways glance. Have some self-respect, clearly. Our daughter resembles me the most. Yes, my dear, you are always right, he conceded, instantly deflating. As they approached, Huo Yao, overhearing their conversation, felt somewhat offended by their display of affection. Before long, Huo Yao sat down at the dining table. She was naturally reserved, maintaining a mostly silent demeanor during meals. Occasionally, when Huo Yin or Inning spoke to her, she would respond with simple affirmations. Observing their daughter in this manner, they did not perceive her as rude or arrogant, but rather felt a pang of guilt. This child must have been quite lonely and starved for love from a young age, leading to such a withdrawn personality, unaware of their thoughts. Huo Yao finished her breakfast and noticed Inning pressing her temples from time to time, which prompted her to head upstairs. In less than 2 minutes, she returned, holding 2 small bottles she had retrieved from her suitcase, offering one to each of her parents. This is for you. Her voice was soft, her delicate face carrying an air of nonchalance. Inning took the small bottle, twisting it open with curiosity. What is this? The bottle appeared exquisitely designed. As soon as she opened the cap, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out, instantly invigorating her spirit as if she had been cleansed. She often suffered from migraines, with no cure available, relying solely on painkillers during severe episodes. Though she felt a slight headache that morning, she didn't want to appear too affected in front of her daughter. Yet, the scent surprisingly made her feel as if her headache had vanished. Yaoyao, what kind of medicine is this? Ing asked, her excitement growing as the aroma deepened her desire to remain enveloped in it forever. Noticing Ing's evident relaxation compared to before, Huo Yao casually replied, it's just some herbal incense balls, similar to aromatherapy, which have calming and pain-relieving properties. After a moment, she added, Take one every night and place it by your bedside. It should help with your migraines. Inning was taken aback. How did you know I have this problem with migraines? Her astonishment was mirrored by Huo Yao surprised expression. I noticed you pressing your temples during breakfast. Huo Yao remarked, her gaze clear, offering no further explanation. Inning was momentarily stunned, not expecting her daughter to be so observant. It seemed almost magical that she could deduce her migraines simply from that gesture. Chapter 17. The all-purpose health pill, Inning was still lost in her thoughts when Huo Yao's voice broke through again. These incense balls are merely auxiliary medicine and should not be used long-term. If you want a complete cure, Huo Yao paused before saying, I'll have a friend send you some more targeted medicine when I get a chance. House done. You mean to say there's medicine that can cure my headaches? Huo Yao raised an eyebrow mischievously. Of course. Others might struggle, but for me, this is child's play. Inning touched her nose, not taking her daughter's words seriously, as even doctors had claimed it was an incurable condition. Shifting her gaze, she asked, is your father's bottle also one of these incense balls? Although it was modern society, referring to medicine in such an archaic manner and storing it in ceramic bottles felt quite primitive. Huo Yao shook her head and replied softly, no. Then what is this bottle of mine? Huo asked with curiosity, having been preoccupied with his wife and not yet opened the small porcelain bottle. A lock of hair fell across Huo Yao's cheek as she casually tucked it behind her ear and replied lazily, it's not exactly medicine, but you could consider it an all-purpose health pill. Take one each month. It will strengthen your body. Huo's lips twitched uncontrollably, his face turning crimson, nearly dropping the small porcelain bottle from his hands as if his male dignity had been severely insulted. Inning couldn't help but burst into laughter at her husband's expression. Our daughter is too adorable. She actually gifted her father a health supplement. After a moment of silently sighing in resignation, Huo turned to find a beautifully crafted mahogany box in the cabinet, carefully placing the small porcelain bottle inside. Though he might not use it, it was his daughter's first gift, and he felt it deserved to be cherished. Inning rolled her eyes dramatically nearby. Huo Yao, meanwhile, was contemplating Ing's migraines and preparing to head upstairs. Just as Ing remembered something important, she called out to her, I almost forgot about a significant matter. Huo Yao raised an eyebrow, her striking eyes fixed on her mother. It's about your school transfer, Inning explained. School starts in a few days, so we need to finalize your options in the next couple of days. Your dad and I have looked into several schools. I'll show you the information, and you can choose one. As she spoke, Inning bent down to open the drawer of the coffee table, retrieving a stack of brochures. Take a look at this Anjong. The faculty is decent, and it's relatively close to home, so we can consider it as a day school. This Zhong has lower admission rates for first-tier and second-tier universities, but it has a higher acceptance rate for art students compared to other key high schools. And there's this Shang Foreign Language School. Although it's a bit pricey, it's the second best school in the city after Yizhong, and both your dad and I have a high regard for it. Song Ning extracted the school introduction of Deshang and flipped through the pages to show to Huo Yao. Originally, the school required an entrance examination, but your father and I pulled some strings, allowing you to enroll directly without taking the exam. Huo Yao, who had been silent until now, focused her gaze on the introduction page, her expression rather complex. It was not that she was reading intently. Rather, she was contemplating a question. Huo Dad, to be honest, when I received the first gift from my daughter, I was so moved that I nearly shed tears. Chapter 18. Having a few older brothers as decoration is sufficient. Huo Yao had previously researched at Shang Online. It was undeniably a private elite school built on wealth. The faculty was professional, and the academic levels were strictly classified, admitting only two types of individuals, true scholars and the affluent. In short, if you have money, you can't enter. So, have you already bribed the school? After a moment of silence, Huo Yao asked with a serious expression. The couple was momentarily taken aback by Huo Yao's gravity, and after exchanging glances, they responded in unison, no. The initial affirmation came from Song Ning, while the denial was from Huo Jinyan. With their responses not aligned, they exchanged another glance, seemingly conveying mutual disdain. Huo Yao observed the two, a half-smile on her face. Feeling a bit guilty under her gaze, Song Ning instinctively kicked her husband beside her, signaling him to explain quickly. Receiving his wife's hint, Huo Jinyan cleared his throat, sat up straight, and despite being over 50, still bore a handsome countenance, now adorned with a solemn expression. If you ultimately choose this school, your mother and I indeed have such a plan. Upon hearing this, Huo Yao's serious demeanor softened. As long as there was no bribery involved, she had already decided on a school. Although their family did not appear to be impoverished, there was no need for backdoor dealings. You decided so quickly? Which one? Song Ning hurriedly inquired. Huo Yao slightly lowered her gaze and replied succinctly, Yizhong. Both Song Ning and Huo Jinyan were taken aback. Yizhong? Had they misheard? Song Ning cleared her throat and uncertainly asked, Daughter, did you just say she is Hong? Huo Yao set down the school introduction, tilted her head slightly, and smiled. No, Yizhong. Are you joking, daughter? Can you repeat which school you chose? Although Song Ning was somewhat charmed by her daughter's nonchalant demeanor, she still felt as if she was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Huo Yao raised her brows, her doe-like eyes shimmering earnestly as she replied, I am not joking. Only Yizhong meets my selection criteria. Upon hearing this, Song Ning's expression changed. Even a mother knew that Yizhong was the best, but their capabilities did not permit such aspirations. She was aware of her daughter's performance in her first year of high school. It was undoubtedly subpar. Yizhong admitted only top students from various regions. Even if she gained admission, it might not be beneficial for her. Huo Jinyan was equally astonished by his daughter's insistence, and his countenance instinctively grew serious. Song Ning nodded vigorously, affirming, Yes, your father is right. We do not expect you to excel academically. We just hope you can be happy, even if you end up attending an ordinary university. After all, our family does not require prestigious graduates to maintain appearances, as the eldest, second, third, and fourth siblings are already esteemed graduates. Having them as decoration is sufficient. Thus, Song Ning picked up several school introductions again and was about to hand them to Huo Yao, saying, Yaoyao, take a look at these schools. No? Mom will call the Sheng Middle School right now and confirm this school. The Sheng is good. Dad supports that. Huo Yao observed her parents' apprehensive expressions regarding Yizhong and helplessly pressed her forehead, saying, Please wait a moment. With that, she stood up and went upstairs. Chapter 19. Could the admission letter be fake? Soon, Huo Yao returned downstairs, holding an envelope. She approached Song Ning and handed it to her. Song Ning's gaze fell upon the letter her daughter offered, puzzled for a moment before accepting it. This is the transfer admission letter from Yizhong, Huo Yao replied nonchalantly. At her words, Song Ning, still in disbelief, found herself frozen when she noticed the Yizhong postal seal on the letter. She hesitated to open it. Huo Jinyan's expression turned serious as he took the admission letter from his wife's hands, swiftly tore it open, and looked up at Huo Yao with a mix of shock and complexity. It turned out that when their daughter insisted she had already selected a school, it was not from the options they had provided, but rather that she had made her decision long ago, as evidenced by the date on the admission letter from the previous month. However, wasn't her academic performance rather poor? How could Yizhong have accepted her? Returning to reality, Song Ning meticulously examined the admission letter, confirming its authenticity, and like her husband, was left with a myriad of questions. She turned to Huo Yao, ready to speak. At that moment, Huo Yao's phone vibrated in her pocket. She pulled it out, her eyes darkening when she saw an unknown number on the screen. She raised her head and said to Song Ning and Huo Jinyan, I need to take this call. She then walked over to the balcony and closed the sliding door behind her. Song Ning glanced at her daughter's back as she answered the phone and murmured, Old Hua, why do you think our daughter has a transfer admission letter from Yizhong? Based on the seal, it shouldn't be fake, right? Huo Jinyan's gaze narrowed slightly, and after a moment, he shook his head. It's unlikely to be fake. But is Yizhong's threshold something Yaoyao's grades can meet? Didn't Xia mention before that the school she attended was primarily about money? Knowing their daughter's poor grades was precisely why Song Ning was skeptical about the admission letter from Yizhong. Huo Jinyan, appearing thoughtful, remarked, Don't overthink it. You should trust your daughter. Song Ning sighed. It's not that I don't trust her. I'm just afraid she might be deceived. Huo Jinyan looked at her curiously. Noting his lack of concern as a father for their daughter, Song Ning expressed her worries. Since she was switched at birth and grew up in a small county, she hasn't been exposed to the harsh realities of society. Just think about it. Where did this transfer admission letter to Yizhong come from? Isn't it from the school? Where else could it come from? Huo Jinyan was increasingly perplexed by his wife's anxiety. Song Ning ran her fingers through her hair. What I mean is it possible that our daughter has become acquainted with some unsavory characters? Do you remember when we went to the small county to inquire about our daughter's situation and what that teacher mentioned? Upon hearing this, Huo Yao furrowed his brow and glanced at their daughter, who was standing on the balcony talking on the phone. She was turned slightly, her left hand casually resting on the balcony railing, her fingers lightly tapping. Through the sliding door, he could not hear her conversation. However, she soon hung up, turned around, and their gazes met, her deep eyes casually raising an eyebrow, as if she were aware someone was watching her. Huo Yao felt a sudden tightness in his chest. Chapter 20. I'll ask Xiaxia to look out for you. Huo Yao re-entered the living room, and before Song Ning and Huo Yao could speak, she asked, Mom, what is our detailed address? A friend wants to send me something. As she spoke, she was already preparing to jot it down on her phone. Song Ning hurriedly relayed a series of addresses to her. After finishing, she pondered for a moment and softly inquired, Your friend? Is it the one who lived with Lu Xia's grandmother before? Huo Yao, while sending a message, paused slightly at Song Ning's question. She then lifted her gaze to glance at her, responding casually with a nonchalant observing this. Song Ning was about to ask further, but Huo Yao beside her tugged at her arm and shook his head. It was not appropriate to intervene too much now that their daughter had just returned. There would be plenty of time in the future. After sending the message, Huo Yao tucked her phone into her pocket and raised her head once more to look at Song Ning. Did you have a question you wanted to ask me just now? Song Ning hesitated for a moment, then finally broke into a faint smile, shaking her head, indicating that she had nothing more to say. However, her gaze soon swept across the transfer admission notice from Yizhong, and after contemplating for a few seconds, she spoke up. I almost forgot, Xiaxia is also at Yizhong. I'll give her a call later and ask her to look out for you. Although you two were switched at birth, her personality is gentle, and you should get along well. Despite the fact that Xiaxia had said something unpleasant the night before, Song Ning felt reassured that her daughter would have someone familiar to care for her in this unfamiliar environment. Huo Yao recalled her first encounter with Lu Xia last night, noting the latter's somewhat haughty demeanor, and merely responded with a faint "oh." By the way, Xiaxia is currently participating in a variety show. What was it called? Song Ning momentarily struggled to remember the title, tapping her forehead. It's called Star Training Camp. Huo Yao chimed in to assist. Yes, that's it, Star Training Camp. Yaoyao. Have you watched it? It seems quite popular. Song Ning believed that young people would generally enjoy this program. Huo Yao shook her head, expressing disinterest. I haven't seen it. Upon hearing this response, Song Ning initially intended to suggest voting for Xiaxia, but it transformed into, oh, you don't watch this? A waste of time. Huo Yao replied lazily, adding, it hinders studying. Song Ning's lips twitched, leaving her momentarily speechless. Not wishing to continue this unproductive conversation, Yao changed the subject, asking, by the way, don't your brothers live at home? Song Ning nodded, explaining that they were all occupied with their own affairs and had long since moved out. After a few seconds, concerned that her daughter might misunderstand, she added, you returned rather suddenly. Apart from the eldest, the second, third, and fourth brothers are all out of town. You'll be able to see them once they finish their work. Huo Yao raised an eyebrow at Song Ning's mention of her brothers being occupied, pondering for a few seconds before specifically asking, do they all have jobs? Song Ning was taken aback, unsure of her daughter's intent behind the question, yet she nodded in affirmation. Huo Yao chose not to pursue the matter further, stating obediently, I'll head back to my room now. Upon returning to her room, Huo Yao's gaze fell upon the laptop resting on her desk. After a moment of contemplation, she approached it and opened the computer. It was brand new, with a clean desktop devoid of any software. Huo Yao opened the search page, her fingers swiftly typing a string of English characters before she pressed enter. Chapter 21. Have you ever experienced time travel? In no time, a verification box popped up on the main screen. Huo Yao adeptly entered a few characters, and after a successful verification, she finally accessed the main web page. However, just as she began to take in the page, the screen suddenly dimmed. A user login dialog box appeared. Yao stared at the computer screen, inputting her username and password while shaking her head in exasperation. This broken website, still maintaining such pretentiousness, it's bound to fail eventually. Soon, a notification sounded, indicating a successful login, and a large glowing phrase appeared at the top of the homepage. Yinji Jing, there's nothing you cannot imagine, nothing you cannot buy. Huo Yao's lips twitched in response to the advertisement, feeling utterly drained of the energy to critique it. She flipped through a few posts, but found nothing fresh or challenging. Deciding it was dull enough to close the webpage, Just then, her account avatar began to flash. Someone was looking for her. Huo Yao raised an eyebrow and clicked on the avatar, revealing a message. The sender's avatar had a green, indicating they were currently online. Hao Yang Ichio, wow. Baby, you finally showed up. Hao Yang Ichio, what have you been up to this year? Why haven't I seen you online? Hao Yang Ichio, baby, are you still there? Why aren't you talking? Huo Yao stared at the computer for a long time before slowly typing a symbol. The nickname was randomly assigned during her initial registration. She had been too lazy to think of another one and never changed it. Not expecting that this wretched site would not allow name changes, leaving her stuck with this ridiculous name. Hao Yang Ichio, good buddy, where have you been? Why haven't I seen you for a year? Huo Yao paused, seemingly contemplating how to respond. After some time, she typed Tutu Xiaobao, Bei dear. Have you ever experienced time travel? On the other end, Liang Qiu, holding a water cup, took a sip and nearly spat it out upon reading the message on the screen. Hao Yang Ichio, what the hell, buddy? You haven't been hacked, have you? Asking such a brainless question. Tutu Xiaobao Bei, get lost. The familiar, irritable banter with the same familiar person. Hao Yang Ichio, haha, just kidding. Tu dojo bobe yem logging. Hao Yang Ichio, wait, buddy, don't go yet. I need to ask you something. Tutu Xiaobao Bei. Who? Hao Yang Ichio, Shangwanyu. Huo Yao regarded the name, her expression somewhat peculiar, and she remained silent for a long time. After waiting for a while without receiving a response, Liang Xiu sent another message. Buddy, are you still there? Huo Yao glanced down, her eyes slightly lowered, her fingers moving as she replied, I don't know him, but why are you asking about him? Hao Yang Ichio, I'm asking for a friend. It seems like I want to buy something from him. I heard he is a pretty mysterious person. Initially, I thought you would know him. Tutu Xiaobao Bei. I don't know him. I'm logging off. Hao Yang Ichio. All right, if it's convenient, could you leave me contact number? We've known each other for almost 3 years. Tutu Xiaobao Bei. Not convenient, goodbye. Huo Yao promptly shut down the computer. Liang Xiu, observing the avatar of Tutu Xiaobao Bei suddenly go dark, scratched his head in frustration. This old bald donkey remains as cold and indifferent as ever. Liang Xiu closed the website page, contemplated for a few seconds, then picked up the phone on the table and sent a message. In the days following Huo Yao's return to the Huo family, aside from her daily routine of running every morning, she mostly stayed at home. Song Ning attempted several times to take her out for a stroll, only to be met with refusal under the pretext of needing to study. This left the concerned mother feeling quite exasperated. Chapter 22. Is my daughter a strong man? On Sunday, Huo Yao's package arrived. Although the box was not particularly large, it was quite heavy. Huo Papa exerted considerable effort, even enlisting his wife S helped to move it from the doorway to the living room. Observing her husband panting from the exertion, Song Ning quipped, don't forget to take the health supplement that Yaoyao sent you. Huo Jinyan's temples throbbed with fatigue, and he had no energy to respond. Just then, Huo Yao came downstairs to fetch some water and noticed the box in the living room. Daughter, your package. Song Ning called out to her. Huo Yao responded with a brief acknowledgement, placing her cup down before walking over. What did your friend send you? It seems rather heavy. Song Ning inquired with curiosity. Huo Yao lowered her gaze slightly, rolling up her sleeves, and casually replied, just some assorted items. As she spoke, she bent down and effortlessly lifted the box, her slender frame seemingly imbued with boundless strength. I'm heading upstairs, she declared, her voice betraying no hint of exertion. Huo's father, having struggled mightily to move the box, was taken aback. Is my daughter a strong man? That box must weigh at least several dozen pounds. How could she lift it so effortlessly? Song Ning was equally astonished. In that moment, the image of her delicate and fragile daughter seemed to shatter. Huo Yao remained unaware of the psychological impact her casual lifting of the box had on her parents. Prior to inhabiting this body, she possessed considerable strength, and after a year of exercise and conditioning, her physical state was now superior to what it had been before. For her, lifting a box weighing around 30 to 40 pounds was merely child's play. After bringing the box into her room, Huo Yao spent the entire afternoon tinkering within, hardly stepping outside. On several occasions, Song Ning wandered to her door, contemplating knocking, but ultimately refrained. When dinner time arrived, Huo Yao finally descended, a hint of fatigue visibly gracing her exquisite features. Her elder brother, Hui Yanxi, was also present. Huo Yao was somewhat surprised to see him, as he had not returned since the day he picked her up from the airport. She was uncertain whether he was busy or simply reluctant to acknowledge her as his younger sister. Nonetheless, Huo Yao was indifferent to his acceptance or lack thereof. At the dining table, Yinshi inquired, "Sister, I heard from Mom that you were indeed transferring to Yizhong?" His expression was somewhat complex. During their car ride, she had mentioned her decision to attend Yizhong, and he had initially dismissed it as mere bravado, harboring a slight condescension towards her. After sending Lu Xia back home, he had not returned. Had it not been for their mother's repeated phone calls, he might not have come back today. Little did he know how astonished he was upon seeing the transfer acceptance letter from Yizhong that their mother had shown him. Huo Yao was focused on her meal. After a considerable time, she finally lifted her head, her gaze clear as she looked at Hui Yinshi and replied, "Yes, I will register tomorrow." Upon meeting his sister's innocent and pure eyes, Hui Yinshi felt a lump in his throat and eventually muttered, "Then I will take you to school tomorrow." "Ah, no need. I can go by myself. You should focus on your own matters," Huo Yao replied, believing herself to be quite understanding and sensible. Hui Yinshi felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing her response. Uncertain of why he felt such unease, he insisted, "Taking you to school won't hinder anything." Feeling ashamed of his initial preconceived notions, he was even more adamant about accompanying her. Huo Yao, having finished her meal, set down her chopsticks and looked at Hui Yinshi, ready to acquiesce, but he interrupted. "Coincidentally, Xia is also at Yizhong. I promised her I would take her there when school started, and since you aren't familiar with Yizhong, having Xia with you would be beneficial." Before he could finish, Huo Yao calmly interjected, "No need. I can manage on my own." A hint of self-mockery danced on her lips. She then stood up and addressed Song Ning and Huo Jinyan, saying, "Dad, Mom, I'm going upstairs." Without waiting for a response, she left. Soon, Huo Yao's figure vanished to the staircase. Huo Yinshi regained his composure, brow furrowed. Was she pouting because he mentioned taking Xia with her? He glanced at their parents and spoke solemnly. Has she been like this since she returned home? He felt a twinge of guilt for having doubted her. Song Ning, observing her eldest son, understood the implication of his question and instinctively explained to him. Actually, Yaoyao has a good temperament. As her older brother, you know she just returned, yet you haven't come to see her in days. Perhaps there is some awkwardness on her part. Hearing this, despite feeling somewhat guilty, Hui Yinshi retorted, "Even if she feels awkward, her manner of speaking shouldn't be like this. Mom, even though she just got back, don't spoil her too much." Song Ning was displeased by her eldest son's words, and with a fierce gesture, she slammed her hand on the table. "Hey, why do you have such a bias against your sister? What has she done to offend you?" As their mother began to show signs of anger, Hui Yinshi hurriedly raised his hand dismissively. "All right, my fault. I should come back tonight. I'll take my leave." Soon, the sound of the front door closing echoed through the house. Song Ning gazed at the largely untouched dishes on the table, feeling quite perplexed. "I thought things were fine when the eldest picked Yaoyao up the other day. Why is he behaving so uncharacteristically today?" Huo Jinyan gently placed a hand on her shoulder, offering comfort. "Take it slow. She has just returned and needs time to adjust." Song Ning pressed her temples, sensing a headache looming. With the second, third, and fourth children still yet to return, she wondered what kind of conflicts might arise. After Huo Yinshi left the community, he pondered on the road and ultimately decided to call Lu Xia, arranging to meet her at a nearby Western restaurant. Half an hour later, "Brother, why did you ask me out so late? Is something wrong?" Lu Xia, having gained considerable fame since participating in Star Training Camp, now donned sunglasses and a mask whenever she went out. Upon entering the private room, she removed them. Huo Yinshi poured her a glass of water and said, "No rush. Let us order something to eat first." He handed the menu to Lu Xia. Lu Xia casually ordered a steak, lifted her glass, took a small sip, and tentatively asked, "Brother, did you call me because of Yaoyao as schooling?" She recalled that she had previously offered to help Huo Yao find a school, but had not heard from the Huo family since. Huo Yinshi rested his hands on the table, observing Lu Xia's lips curl into a bittersweet smile. "Well, somewhat." Seeing his expression, Lu Xia, with concern, asked, "Has she not decided on a school yet? If that's the case, I can call my dad right now." As she spoke, she took out her phone from her small bag. "You don't need to call. It's not that she hasn't chosen a school," Hui Yinshi interjected. Lu Xia paused. Confusion etched on her face as she looked at him. After a brief silence, Yinshi continued, "Her school has been decided long ago. It's Yizhong." Lu Xia was taken aback, as if she hadn't comprehended his words. After a moment, her expression shifted to one of disbelief, brother. Did you say Yizhong? The same Yizhong I'm attending now? Understanding her astonishment, Huo Yao remained silent for a moment before clarifying. She will be reporting to school tomorrow. The reason I called you out tonight was to request that you look after her in school. He paused for a moment before continuing. Yaoyao grew up in a remote county and has not experienced much of the world. Although we are not entirely sure about her academic performance, it is undoubtedly insufficient for her to qualify for Yizhong. I am perplexed as to how she received the transfer admission letter from Yizhong, yet she is adamant about attending. Therefore, Xia, I must implore you for assistance. Although Huo Yao has some reservations about Huo Yao, she is still family, and he feels compelled to help her. Listening to these words, Lu Xia's gaze lowered slightly, suppressing certain emotions within her. After a brief moment, she looked back at Huo Yao with a sweet smile and reassured him, "Don't worry, big brother. You need not worry about reminding me. I will certainly take good care of Yaoyao." Huo Yao has always known Lu Xia to be quite obedient, and as he gazed at her, a sense of regret crept into his heart. If only the incident of the mistaken identity had not occurred. However, big brother, did you just say you were unsure of how Yaoyao obtained that admission letter? Lu Xia feigned confusion and asked. Huo Yao nodded, confirming that their parents were also unaware of the specifics. "I see," Lu Xia said while caressing the phone's frame. Soon, she pretended to ponder and added, "I suddenly recalled that last month, I overheard my father speaking with the principal of Yizhong over the phone." Huo Yao was taken aback. Last month? Wasn't he that close to the date on the admission notice for his sister? However, he suddenly remembered that Huo Yao had not been raised in the Lu family, but was instead sent to live with her grandmother in a remote county. Given this neglectful upbringing, would the Lu family really go out of their way to secure her a place in such a prestigious school? He found it hard to believe. Lu Xia had been keenly observing Huo Yao's changing expressions. Noticing his furrowed brow, she quickly added, "Nonetheless, for a school as stringent as Yizhong, even if my father attempted to use connections, it would likely be challenging. Therefore, it is also possible that I misheard." She stuck out her tongue, her expression appearing innocent and harmless. "Big brother, don't fret. As long as the transfer notice was obtained through legitimate means, it doesn't matter who assisted, as it is all for Yaoyao's benefit." Upon hearing this, Huo Yao furrowed his brow even deeper. Lu Xia glanced at the silent Huo Yao, a smile gracing her lips, and chose to remain quiet. Chapter 25. The promises that shall not be forgotten. Huo Yao felt quite vexed by the matter concerning Huo Yao, and during their conversation, he appeared somewhat distracted. After finishing their meal, he drove Lu Xia home. Upon arriving at the entrance, as she unbuckled her seatbelt, she asked, "Big brother, would you like to come in for a bit? My father has mentioned several times that I should invite you." Huo Yao rested his hand on the steering wheel, casting a casual glance at the Lu family's grand villa outside the window, and shook his head. "No, it's too late, and it wouldn't be appropriate. Perhaps another day." A hint of disappointment flickered in Lu Xia's eyes, but she maintained a gentle smile. "All right then, drive safely, big brother. I'll head in now." After a moment, as if recalling something, she playfully winked at him. "By the way, big brother, don't forget our agreement for tomorrow." Huo Yao was taken aback. "You mean the promise you made to me to personally escort me to school when the semester begins? Did you really forget?" Lu Xia feigned sadness, placing her hand on her heart. Huo Yao snapped back to reality, chuckling softly and shaking his head. "I have not forgotten." Hearing this, Lu Xia beamed. "That's wonderful. Now hurry home. I'll get out of the car. See you tomorrow." Huo Yao responded with a gentle hum. But just as Lu Xia was about to open the car door, he instinctively called out to her, "Xia." Lu Xia turned her head, looking at him in confusion. Her eyes were clear, her beautiful face adorned with a gentle hue, giving her an obedient and understanding demeanor. Huo Yao gazed at her, suddenly smiling and shaking his head. "It's nothing. I just forgot to ask what time you plan to report to school tomorrow." Lu Xia sighed dramatically, teasingly saying, "Big brother, you nearly scared me. I thought you were going to back out of our arrangement." Huo Yao's gaze flickered, denying, "I won tea." "All right then. I'll see you at 8 tomorrow." Lu Xia concluded the topic. Huo Yao replied with an affirmative sound. After that, Lu Xia waved goodbye and hopped out of the car, heading toward the villa. Huo Yao watched her figure until she disappeared from sight before slowly turning his gaze away. Since his biological sister did not require his escort, he felt no need to reject Lu Xia out of concern for her feelings. After all, she was also like a sister to him. With this thought, the lingering guilt in Huo Yao's heart dissipated. Soon, He started the engine and drove away from the Liu household. As Lucia entered the house, her mother, Xiaoman, who was seated on the sofa, looked up at her and inquired, "So late? Which friend invited you out?" Her tone was gentle, devoid of any accusatory intent. Lucia walked over leisurely and naturally began to massage Xiaoman's shoulders. "It was my big brother who wanted to discuss something with me." "Big brother?" Xiaoman frowned slightly upon hearing this term. "Is it that family from your adoptive mother?" Lucia was aware of Xiaoman's disdain for the Huo family, and simply replied with a soft "em." "Haven't I told you to limit your interactions with the Huo family? I understand your kind-heartedness, but your adoptive family is not comprised of virtuous individuals, especially those so-called brothers of yours. The closer you become with them, the more they may exploit you in the future." Lucia's gaze lowered slightly, thinking that it was due to her mother's biases and short-sightedness, as she could not possibly comprehend their capabilities. Chapter 26. Your Liu family is the world's richest? "Mom, I know my limits, so please don't worry. Everything is fine," Lucia said softly. After a brief pause, she added, "There is something quite strange. Didn't you say that Huo Yao's academic performance was quite poor?" Xiaoman, with her eyes closed, enjoyed her daughter's massage for a while before responding nonchalantly, "Yes." "What about it?" Lucia continued, her hands still moving. "It seems she's going to attend Dijon." Upon hearing this, Xiaoman's eyelids shot open, her body twisting as she turned to look at Lucia with disbelief. "What did you just say?" Observing the astonished expression on her mother's face, Lucia felt a flicker of suspicion in her eyes. "Tonight, big brother from the Huo family told me that Huo Yao will be attending Dijon and asked me to take care of her privately." Lucia's gaze flickered gently. "Mom, did you and Dad seek help from someone? Otherwise, how could she possibly get into Dijon? Impossible. With her grades, not to mention Dijon, she might not even be accepted by an ordinary school. If your father and I had truly sought help, wouldn't that bring shame to our Liu family?" Xiaoman scoffed lightly. "So you didn't help her? Then how did she get into Dijon?" Lucia asked, her face adorned with curiosity. Xiaoman's expression darkened, her tone grave. "Are you sure this is true?" Lucia nodded, affirming, "Absolutely. Big brother from the Huo family said it himself. He would not deceive me." Xiaoman sat up straight, remaining silent for a moment, before reaching for her phone on the coffee table. Huo Yao was busy tinkering with a collection of seemingly ancient artifacts when her phone, which she had placed on the bed, suddenly rang. She paused for a moment, glanced at it, then returned her attention to her work, ignoring the call. However, the caller seemed persistent, and the ringing continued unabated. Huo Yao remained focused, undistracted by the phone, and soon finished packaging the substance she had extracted into a porcelain vial before leisurely removing her gloves. The phone continued to ring, and this time, Huo Yao did not ignore it. Approaching the bedside, she picked up the device and glanced at the caller ID, momentarily taken aback. Her fingers hesitated briefly before she swiftly swiped to answer. As soon as the call connected, Xiaoman's frantic voice pierced through, "I've called you countless times. Why haven't you answered?" Huo Yao distanced the phone from her ear, responding to her adoptive mother's inquiry with a cool indifference. "Is there something you need?" The expression on Xiaoman's face darkened further. "What kind of attitude is this?" Huo Yao massaged her throbbing temples, lacking the patience to endure her nagging. If there was no pressing matter, she intended to end the call. Xiaoman recognized that her foster daughter had undergone a significant change in temperament over the past year, now rebellious and unrecognizable from her former self, so she refrained from further verbosity. "I don't know what means you employed to secure your admission to Dijon, but I must inform you that I do not wish to see you there. Your presence will only be a source of ridicule for Dijon, a disgrace to the Liu family. Apart from Dijon, you may choose any other school in the city. The Liu family can arrange your admission and cover your tuition. But the condition is that you must never mention that you were once a child of the Liu family." Upon hearing these words, Huo Yao raised an eyebrow with intrigue and replied earnestly, "Is your Liu family the world's richest?" Xiaoman retorted, "You are nothing but a joke of the Liu family." Chapter 27. Is it so hard to be a decent person? Upon hearing this, Xiaoman's face turned a shade of green in an instant. "Huo Yao, are you out of your mind?" Huo Yao lazily stretched out on her bed, her striking black and white eyes fixed on the ceiling, speaking softly. "If you're not the world's richest, what gives you the audacity to bellow here? Is it so difficult to simply be a decent person?" With a sigh, Huo Yao hung up the phone. The beeping tone on the other end left Xiaoman trembling with rage as she slammed the phone onto the coffee table. causing it to tumble to the floor. Yao, who stood nearby, flinched slightly at her outburst, quickly bending down to retrieve the fallen phone, observing the shattered screen in silence before placing it back on the table. Subsequently, Yao sat next to Huo Yao and gently patted her back. "Mom, please calm down. Don't let Huo Yao's words get to you. She grew up with her grandmother and has developed a wild temperament, so her words might come off a bit harsh. Don't take it to heart. It's not worth it to stress yourself out." Huo Yao had used the speakerphone during the call, hence Yao had overheard everything Huo Yao had said. To be honest, she was somewhat surprised by Huo Yao's attitude. Although her tone sounded perfectly normal, it inexplicably exuded an air of arrogance. Huo Yao, being someone who valued her reputation, could hardly contain her anger at such a retort. After Yao offered a few comforting words, it took a while for Huo Yao's expression to soften. She looked at her obedient and understanding biological daughter, reaching out to stroke her head, feeling a sense of relief. "You're so thoughtful." She was once again grateful that the mix-up at birth had been rectified. Otherwise, with a foster daughter like that, she would have driven her to an early grave. Taking a deep breath, Huo Yao recalled her purpose for waiting here this evening. She leaned over, picked up a small bag from the side, and handed a card to Yao. "You'll be starting school soon. This card has 500,000 yuan on it. Take it and use it. If it's not enough, just tell Mom." Upon hearing this, Yao instinctively reached for the card to return it. "Mom, I have money to use. I haven't even spent what you gave me before," Huo Yao firmly insisted, pushing the card back into her hands. "As a child of the Liu family, you cannot appear less affluent than others. Plus, you're training and gaining popularity online. You must maintain a good image." Yao glanced down at the card in her hand and then looked up, smiling brightly as she said, "Thank you, Mom." Meanwhile, Huo Yao, after hanging up the phone, was preparing to take a shower and go to bed. Just as she retrieved her pajamas from the wardrobe, a knock sounded at the door. "Yaoyao, are you asleep?" It was Song Ning's voice from outside. Huo Yao pondered for a moment, setting her pajamas down before walking to the door and opening it. Seeing her calm, yet obedient daughter, Song Ning recalled the older brother's attitude from earlier that evening and cautiously inquired, "Are you upset with your brother?" Well, Yao displayed a look of confusion. Realizing that her daughter seemed unaffected by the earlier incident, Song Ning felt a mix of relief and discomfort. She then said, "Your brother can be a bit careless at times, and doesn't he consider your feelings? Please don't take it to heart." Huo Yao understood her implication and responded succinctly, "I know, I'm not angry." Chapter 28. Spend it freely. Her gaze was sincere, making it clear that she was not speaking insincerely. Seeing such a considerate daughter, Song Ning couldn't help but inwardly scold her eldest son, thinking he must be blind to say that his sister had a bad temper. Cough, cough. "I'm glad you're not angry. Your dad said he would take you to school tomorrow, so you can sleep in a bit longer in the morning." Song Ning hurriedly added, "Okay," Huo Yao replied. "Then you should rest early. Don't stay up too late. Mom will take her leave now." After giving her reminders, Song Ning turned to leave. "Mom, wait a moment," Huo Yao suddenly called out, turning to enter her room. Moments later, she returned to the door, handing a porcelain bottle to Song Ning. "Take one pill every 3 days. Your migraine will improve in a month." Song Ning was momentarily stunned as she accepted the porcelain bottle. "Did your friend send this?" She recalled the conversation from a few days ago and the delivery she received today. Huo Yao mumbled a vague. After holding the bottle for a while, Song Ning smiled and said, "Please thank your friend for me. This is very thoughtful." Although the last remedy her daughter provided had indeed been effective, she harbored little hope for a complete cure for her migraine. Nevertheless, she appreciated her daughter's kindness. Huo Yao noticed the slight doubt in Song Ning's eyes, but merely smiled without further elaboration. The next morning, Huo Yao descended the stairs dressed in casual attire. Her long ponytail tied back, casually slinging a moderately sized canvas backpack over her shoulder. Although her outfit was quite plain, her strikingly vibrant and sculpted features exuded an air of coolness. Observing her daughter, Song Ning couldn't help but inwardly marvel, thinking that while others relied on clothing to enhance their appearance, her daughter had the innate ability to elevate any outfit to a level of sophistication. "But Yaoyao, why aren't you wearing the clothes I bought for you? Do you not like them?" Song Ning crossed her arms, suddenly feeling that her selections of garments paled in comparison to her daughter's essence. Upon hearing this, Huo Yao quickly clarified to prevent Song Ning from launching into another round of "if you don't like it, I'll get you a different batch" rhetoric. "I'm just accustomed to wearing pants, and besides, I'll be changing into my school uniform once I arrive at school. Song Ming replied, all right then. I'll take the blame for this. I'll pick up some pants for you next time. My daughter must have the versatility to be sweet, cool, or stylish. Nearby, Huo Baba, who had been reading the newspaper, set it down and approached with a card he had prepared earlier. Daughter, I don't have much to give you, nor do I know what you like. Consider this card your back-to-school gift. There's no limit, spend it freely. Huo Yao's lips twitched slightly as her gaze fell upon the black card being offered, filled with a complex mix of emotions. Wasn't he agreed that they were a struggling family? Once again, the elusive black card and the casual demeanor evoke a sense of a hidden aristocracy. Observing his daughter's dazed expression, Huo Jinyan suddenly recollected her upbringing in a small county. After a brief moment of contemplation, he pressed the card into her hand, explaining, you can hold on to this for now. The password is your birthday. If you're not accustomed to using the card, it is quite all right. I will withdraw some cash for you later. Huo Yao forcibly handed the card, felt as if she were about to be overwhelmed by cash. Huo Papa remarked, do you have too many questions, little one? Chapter 29. The admission notice taken away after breakfast, Huo Yao descended the stairs with Huo Papa clutching the black card. As they took the elevator, she casually inquired, Dad, aren't we rather poor? Huo Jinyan was taken aback by his daughter's question. Although he was unaware of where she had acquired such information, recalling certain past events, he sighed, assuring her, though our family is not affluent, rest assured, I will not let you suffer. With the black card in hand and casual on her lips, Huo Yao tilted her head slightly, her disbelief evident in her eyes. Huo Papa, feeling somewhat guilty under her gaze, cleared his throat as the elevator dinged and hurriedly exited. Huo Yao smirked, following closely behind him. The Huo family's residence was a mere 20-minute drive from Yizhong, allowing Huo Yao to avoid boarding school. Huo Jinyan had originally intended to accompany her to the administrative office for her enrollment, but upon finding no parking available on the first day of school, he reluctantly left after Huo Yao reassured him she would manage. Once Huo Jinyan's car departed, Huo Yao strolled leisurely towards the school entrance. The entrance required a card for access, and as a transfer student without a student card, she was halted by the security guard. Presenting her transfer notice, she inquired, is this sufficient? Upon reviewing the document, the guard's demeanor shifted, and he summoned a colleague, stating, please wait here. I must verify this with the administrative office before allowing you entry. Without allowing Huo Yao to respond, he took her admission notice and departed. Watching the guard's retreating figure, Huo Yao squinted in annoyance, wondering if attending a simple high school would entail so many complications. Although irritated, she patiently waited. However, nearly 10 minutes passed, and the guard still had not returned. Sighing, Huo Yao pressed her fingers against her forehead, refraining from criticizing the inefficiency of the school's administration. Could you please check on your colleague? Huo Yao politely asked the other guard. Her attractive demeanor earned her a favorable response, and the guard nodded repeatedly, dialing a number on his phone, but to no avail. No one answered after several attempts. Apologetically, he informed her, it seems my colleague may not have their phone on them. No one is answering. Huo Yao frowned at the thought of being stranded there indefinitely. Glancing at her watch, she asked, do you have a contact number for the administrative office or the principal? The guard scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. I'm sorry. I'm new here and not familiar with these details. Perhaps you should wait a little longer. Your colleague might return shortly. Resigned to the guard's ignorance, Huo Yao decided against further inquiries. At that moment, a black sedan approached the entrance, and the guard quickly rushed over, neglecting Huo Yao. As the window of the black sedan rolled down, the occupants showed something to the guard, whose expression instantly transformed to one of respect. Huo Yao kept her head down, oblivious to the unfolding events, until the car honked, prompting her to look up. Chapter 30. Is my appearance unsatisfactory? The unremarkable black sedan revealed a familiar face as the rear window descended halfway. Huo Yao paused, recognizing the figure. Min Yun raised an eyebrow, his deep, sparkling eyes glinting with mischief, inquiring, can't get in? Huo Yao's initial surprise faded as she shrugged in resignation, responding, isn't that obvious? Min Yun chuckled lightly, stating, get in, I'll take you inside. Such a casual invitation left Zhui Yun, who was driving, incredulous. Was this truly his aloof and emotionless master? Huo Yao raised an eyebrow, glancing at the guard, who was still looking down, showing no signs of objection. After a moment's thought, she accepted Min Yun's offer, opening the rear door and slipping inside. Meanwhile, Lu Xia, walking nearby, spotted the scene and pointed in surprise. "Brother, is that Huo Yao?" Huo Yanxi, who had been somewhat distracted while driving Lu Xia to school, lifted his gaze at her words, scanning the area. However, apart from the black sedan entering the campus, he saw no sign of Huo Yao. "No, Xia, you must be mistaken," he replied, puzzled, although it was merely a fleeting glance. Lu Xia was convinced the person who had entered the black sedan was indeed Huo Yao. It was likely Huo Yanxi had simply not noticed. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xia lowered her gaze, muttering, "Perhaps I was mistaken. Huo Yao wouldn't get into a stranger's car." Her last comment was barely audible, prompting Huo Yanxi to ask, "What stranger's car?" Lu Xia hesitated, ultimately shaking her head. "It's nothing." After a pause, she added, "Brother, I'll head in now. Thank you for driving me to school today." Huo Yanxi merely waved at her with a smile. Once she disappeared at the entrance, his smile dissipated. His sister had just entered a stranger's vehicle. Back inside the black sedan, Huo Yao turned to Min Yun, propping her chin on her hand in amusement. "What a coincidence, neighbor." At the mention of neighbor, Min Yun's lips twitched, a hint of exasperation crossing his handsome features. In a low, smooth voice, he replied, "Min Yun, that's my name." As he spoke, the car jolted slightly. Min Yun raised an eyebrow, casting a sideways glance at Huo Yun, who instantly straightened, avoiding eye contact with the rearview mirror. Huo Yao seemed oblivious to the tension in the car, maintaining her languid demeanor as she mused aloud. "Min Yun is quite a nice name." Min Yun shifted his posture, crossing his long legs and playfully retorting, "Do you find me unappealing?" Having not seen him for a few days, Huo Yao remarked, "Your audacity has certainly grown." Min Yun let out a soft chuckle, his expression shifting as he inquired, "What happened at the school gate? Without a student ID, they wouldn't let me in." Huo Yao shrugged, narrowing her eyes curiously. "But what about you? How did you manage to enter Yizhong? Surely you aren't a teacher, are you?" Chapter 31. Proud and unrestrained, Huo Yao realized she did not know much about Min Yun. Although they had known each other for nearly a year, their interactions had been limited, and she was unaware of his profession until he mentioned his name. Min Yun tilted his head slightly, raising an eyebrow as he looked to Huo Yao. "Do you resemble Ona?" Huo Yao scrutinized him for a moment and shook her head honestly, "Not at all. No school would dare to hire a teacher who looks so peculiar. It would be as if they don't want their students to focus on their studies." A faint smile graced Min Yun's lips as he replied, "Indeed, I am not a teacher." As expected, Huo Yao raised an eyebrow and gazed out the car window, losing interest in further inquiries. "Please stop here. I can go in by myself." Yun, in the front seat, slowed down but did not come to a complete halt. Instead, he glanced at the rearview mirror. "All right," Min Yun responded lightly. Only then did Zhui Yun press the brake. Huo Yao took a thoughtful glance ahead, thanked him, and exited the vehicle. After a while, Zhui Yun slowly resumed driving, casting a glance at the receding figure of the girl outside. He quietly asked, "Brother Yu, is that girl the Huo Yao you asked us to investigate?" "Yes," Min Yu replied in a calm voice, his demeanor returning to its usual coolness, his long fingers lightly tapping on his knee. "Although she is quite attractive, I see nothing particularly special about her." Zhui Yun expressed his confusion, not understanding why his master would take an interest in such an ordinary high school student. If the family were to find out, it could potentially stir a significant uproar. Min Yu's gaze deepened as he stated with a hint of amusement, "Being good-looking is, in itself, a form of uniqueness." Zhui Yun retorted, "There are countless beautiful socialites in the capital, yet I have never seen you take a liking to anyone." "Shallow," Min Yu scoffed lightly, disdain evident on his handsome face. "Is it really fair for you to hold such double standards?" Zhui Yun shook his head and shifted the topic away from Huo Yao, his expression growing slightly serious. "By the way, Brother Yu, we received word from the Dark Line. We've been unable to locate Shangguan Yu's whereabouts. Could it be that this person does not exist at all? After all, not even the global cutting-edge information network, Yunji Jing, could find this individual, which inevitably raises suspicions." Min Yu pressed his lips together. "Do you think the elixirs concocted from ancient recipes are also fictitious?" Zhui Yun's face displayed distress. "But we have been investigating for over a year." "Then we shall continue our search for another year," Min Yu remarked lightly, though his impatience was palpable. Zhui Yun glanced at the rearview mirror and could only respond with a subdued agreement, falling silent. After getting out of the ride, Huo Yao inquired about the location of the Academic Affairs Office. Before long, she arrived at the office. After knocking and receiving a response, she calmly entered. Inside, there was only one teacher, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, who was currently engrossed in writing at his desk. Huo Yao approached and briefly explained her purpose. Wei Mingzhi, upon hearing her, set down his pen, a look of surprise crossing his face. "You are Huo Yao, the one from Fuxian who scored full marks in the online examination?" Huo Yao adjusted the strap of her backpack, raising an eyebrow with a cheeky expression. "Unless someone is impersonating me, that would indeed be me." Wei Mingzhi regarded the girl before him, exuding an air of arrogance, and thought to himself that a child from a remote county would be so proud and unyielding. Shaking his head, he replied, "Please hand me your admission notice." Chapter 32. The most disliked students who use backdoor connections. Upon hearing this, Huo Yao's eyes flickered with an odd expression. The notice was taken by the security guard at the entrance just now. He said it would be sent to the Academic Affairs office for verification. "Didn't you receive it, teacher?" Wei Mingzhi frowned. "No, I have been in the office and have not seen any security guard come by. Such an important document as a transfer notice should not be casually handed over to a security guard." Huo Yao's expression darkened momentarily as she recalled the peculiar demeanor of the security guard when he saw her notice. At that time, she had dismissed it, but in retrospect, it seemed as though he had deliberately waited to take her notice. Contemplating for a few seconds, Huo Yao asked directly, "What happens if I do not have the admission notice?" "You can only enter Yizhong with the admission notice. If you do not have it, regrettably, you will need to seek another school," Wei Mingzhi explained, adhering to the school's official regulations. "What if the school has a record of it?" Wei Mingzhi shook his head. "Fine, I understand," Huo Yao replied, turning to leave. Wei Mingzhi watched her exit with a decisive air, momentarily taken aback. By the time he regained his senses, she had already stepped out of the office. He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Students with such arrogance were perhaps better off not being admitted to the school. A few minutes later, the director of the Academic Affairs office hurried in. "Lao Wei, did a girl named Huo Yao come to report today?" After pausing, he added, "She is a senior transfer student." Seeing the director's anxious expression, Wei Mingzhi, harboring doubts, did not conceal the truth. She did come, but just left. The director, upon hearing this, seemed to calm down, thinking she had already been directed to a classroom. "As long as she reported, that is sufficient. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Wei Mingzhi was bewildered by the director's hurried demeanor. Upon hearing his next words, it was clear he had misunderstood. "No, director." Although that student reported, it seems she left because she did not have her admission notice. The director immediately turned back, exclaiming, "Lao Wei, what did you say? She left? How could you let her go?" Wei Mingzhi was puzzled as to why the director was so concerned about a transfer student. After hesitating, he relayed everything Huo Yao had inquired about, including the issue with the security guard, not hiding any details. Hearing this, the director stamped his foot, exasperated. "Lao Wei, you are so rigid. Do you not know who she is? I cannot discuss this further. I must find her." Wei Mingzhi watched the director rush away, his ears ringing with the unfinished words. Who is she to the principal? A relative? Thus, that so-called transfer student was not merely someone who achieved full marks online, but rather a relative of the principal? The more Wei Mingzhi pondered, the more convinced he became that his assumptions were correct. Otherwise, that girl would not be so arrogant, nor would the director be so anxious. In an instant, Wei Mingzhi's impression of Huo Yao plummeted. He detested students who entered through backdoor connections. After leaving the Academic Affairs office, Huo Yao did not seek out the security guard at the school entrance, knowing that he had intentionally taken her transfer notice. Even if she were to confront him now, he might have already destroyed it and would deny any wrongdoing, leaving her at a disadvantage even if she were in the right. Therefore, Huo Yao decided to head straight to the principal's office. Chapter 33. Welcome to Yizhong. However, when Huo Yao arrived at the principal's office, the door was closed and no one responded to her knock. It appeared that no one was inside. With a slight sigh of disappointment, she reminisced about the carefree days without school. This cursed transmigration. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Huo Yao began to walk back when she encountered a female teacher. Upon seeing Huo Yao, the teacher's expression immediately darkened and her voice turned stern. "Student, class is about to start. Why are you still lingering here?" Huo Yao paused, blinking innocently. "Teacher, I am a transfer student and came to inquire about which class I have been assigned to." The female teacher, upon hearing his words, softened her stern demeanor and merely said, "You should report to the teaching office. This is the principal's office, and he is quite occupied. He does not concern himself with such matters." With that, she hurriedly made her way to the principal's office, bypassing any formality of knocking. and simply swiped her identification card at her chest to enter. Moments later, she emerged from the office holding a file folder. Upon noticing Huo Yao still present, she inquired, "Why are you still here? Were you not instructed to go to the teaching office?" "Forget it. Just follow me. I will take you there on my way," the female teacher remarked, shaking her head as she strode ahead with purpose. Thus, after a series of twists and turns, Huo Yao found herself once more escorted back to the administrative office by the teacher. "Lao, please check which class this transfer student has been assigned to. Her class is about to commence, and we cannot afford to waste her time," the teacher instructed, hurrying away before Wei Mingzhi could respond. In the office, only Wei Mingzhi and Huo Yao remained, exchanging glances. Wei Mingzhi felt no inclination to encounter Huo Yao, the student who had seemingly taken a shortcut to enter the institution. However, recalling the recent attitude of the head of the department, he suppressed his inner discontent and, with a solemn expression, approached the desk. He picked up the office telephone and dialed a number. Huo Yao observed Wei Mingzhi, who emanated an unmistakable aura of annoyance. Puzzled as to why his demeanor had shifted so dramatically from the seemingly amiable disposition he had displayed upon her initial arrival. "Are all the teachers at Yizhong proficient in the art of face-changing?" Wei Mingzhi finished the call and, upon taking his seat at the desk, coldly remarked, "Please wait over there for a moment." He offered not even a glance towards Huo Yao. In less than 2 minutes, the hurriedly summoned head teacher returned, his gaze immediately fixating on Huo Yao, as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "Huo Yao, welcome to Yizhong." Huo Yao responded with a polite nod, exuding an air of courtesy and refinement. However, after a brief pause, her expression turned troubled. "My admission notice was taken by a security guard. Am I still able to enroll?" The director of education, upon hearing this, quickly shook his head and remarked, "It is of no consequence. The admission notice is merely a formality and does not affect the registration. I shall promptly send someone to inquire with the security about the situation." Huo Yao, casting an inadvertent glance towards Wei Mingzhi, sighed softly and replied obediently, "That is reassuring." Receiving Huo Yao's gaze, Wei Mingzhi inexplicably felt as though he had been struck across the face. The director of education, however, remained oblivious to the subtle tension between Wei Mingzhi and Huo Yao. He turned his attention to Wei Mingzhi and said, "Old Wei, I am entrusting Huo Yao to your class, so you must take good care of her for me." Upon hearing this, Wei Mingzhi's expression instantly changed. Wei Mingzhi, the slap came unexpectedly. Chapter 34. Do not harbor regrets. It is one thing to resort to underhanded tactics, but to also place such an arrogant student into his accelerated class is quite another. Could it be that the head of the teaching department has lost his senses? Without discussing the academic performance of this Huo Yao, it is evident that every student in his elite rocket class is exceptional. The senior year is particularly pivotal. Should the parents of the students discover that an individual gained entry through underhanded means, it would surely create an uproar. Upon reflecting upon this matter, Wei Mingzhi, disregarding the dignity of the dean, outrightly declined. "Dean, I suggest you assign Huo Yao to another class. Our rocket class has now reached its full capacity. Adding another student may adversely affect the others." His refusal was resolute, leaving the dean feeling rather awkward as he glanced at Huo Yao, aware that this transfer student had been brought in with considerable effort by the principal. Clearing his throat, the dean addressed Huo Yao, "Please wait a moment." He then shot a meaningful glance at Wei Mingzhi before stepping out of the office. Wei Mingzhi furrowed his brow and followed him outside. "Old Wei," the dean began, but was swiftly interrupted by Wei Mingzhi. "Dean, I understand your intentions, but the rocket class is composed solely of this year's elite. Each student is exceptional, and we do not require another individual to hinder our progress." The dean was taken aback. "No, Old Wei, you are misunderstanding Huo Yao. That is enough, Dean. Do not attempt to persuade me further. I will not accept this transfer student." Observing Wei Mingzhi's obstinate demeanor incited the dean's irritation, leading him to ask once more, "Are you truly certain you do not want her?" "Absolutely not." The director of education was exasperated, warning, "You better not regret this." Upon hearing these words, Wei Mingzhi visibly furrowed his brow. Yet after a moment of contemplation, he responded with a scoff, "I certainly will not." "Very well." The director of education took a deep breath and ceased his persuasion. At that moment, the female teacher who had previously escorted Huo Yao to the office approached. Noticing the somewhat peculiar atmosphere between the two, she inquired with a hint of suspicion, "What is going on here?" The irate headmaster suddenly fixed his gaze upon the female teacher and inquired, "Shall I assign you a transfer student?" The female teacher, Chunyu, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden remark from the head of the teaching department. It took her a while to comprehend the implications of the phrase, transfer student. Could it be that the principal mentioned the high school transfer student who achieved a perfect score in the online examination during the meeting a couple of days ago? Indeed, the director of education, with a piercing gaze, did not allow Chunyu to express her personal opinion before decisively announcing, "Henceforth, Huo Yao will be a student in your experimental class. She is currently in the office. Chun Laosher, please escort her to your classroom." The hierarchical arrangement of students at YZH-ing is comparable to that of other prestigious high schools. The most exceptional students are placed in the rocket class, followed by the experimental class, while those with relatively lower scores are assigned to the regular class. Naturally, even the regular class maintains an average performance superior to that of the elite classes in other key high schools. The principal's original intention was to place Huo Yao in the rocket class. However, he did not anticipate that WIMNGZH would adamantly refuse to accept her. Thus, the director of education had no choice but to assign Huo Yao to the experimental class. Although it is not the most prestigious class, it is certainly an improvement over the regular class. Chunyu, who was reluctantly burdened with a transfer student, felt somewhat bewildered, especially upon noticing WIMNGZH's evident sigh of relief beside her, which sent a jolt of unease through her. Chapter 35. What issues arise with transfer students? Is there any issue with this transfer student? As Chunyu pondered over this, she opened her mouth to inquire. Director, but the dean, raising his hand, impatiently replied, "There are distinguished guests visiting the principal today. I must attend to them." Having said that, he departed. Chunyu gazed at the retreating figure of the dean for a while, then turned her head to look at Wei Mingzhi. "Lao Wei, was the director intending to assign the transfer student to your rocket class?" Wei Mingzhi and Chunyu had always shared a competitive relationship. After all, one belonged to the elite class, while the other was part of the experimental class. Despite the disparity in their abilities, there was a lingering concern that the experimental class might outshine the elite class, overshadowing their achievements. Thus, he cleared his throat and stated, "Indeed, I declined, as not just any performance guarantees admission into our elite class." Although Chunyu discerned the mocking tone of a victor in Wei Mingzhi's words, she managed to suppress her irritation and smiled as she inquired, "Old Wei, what do you mean by that? Isn't this transfer student admitted with outstanding grades, achieving a perfect score?" Wei Mingzhi merely shrugged, expressing uncertainty. "I do not know. Do not inquire further. Regardless of whether she has perfect scores or excels in her studies, she is now a student in your class." Chunyu's expression instantly shifted. Although Wei Mingzhi did not explicitly state the issues surrounding the transfer student, it was not difficult to deduce. This student, who purportedly achieved perfect scores, might not have genuinely attained them. Claiming perfection could merely be a facade. It is no wonder that Wei Mingzhi appeared to revel in this predicament. The possibility of rejection was now out of the question. Chunyu took a deep breath and turned to enter the office. Upon encountering Huo Yao, Chunyu was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this transfer student was the same individual she had brought along while fetching documents from the principal's office. At that time, preoccupied with her task, she had assumed Huo Yao was merely another student from a different grade, never anticipating that she would ultimately become a member of her own class. Chunyu's emotions grew increasingly complex. She cleared her throat and said, "Yao, you will be a student in class 3 from now on. I am your homeroom teacher. Chunyu, please follow me to the classroom." Her tone was not particularly warm, yet not overly harsh either. Although Huo Yao had been waiting in the office, she had unfortunately overheard the previous conversations. Anyone forced to accept a seemingly troublesome transfer student would understandably feel discontented. Thus, Huo Yao comprehended Chunyu's somewhat indifferent attitude, responding obediently with a simple, "All right." Chunyu couldn't help but glance at Huo Yao again. The young girl was strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of composure and gentleness. Humans are inherently visual creatures. Even when in a foul mood, one's spirits can be uplifted in the presence of beauty, and Chunyu was no exception. She recalled that Huo Yao hailed from a relatively remote county, often said to produce children who are more mature and responsible, thus explaining her composed demeanor. Well, for the sake of this gentility, Chunyu decided she could overlook any potential academic shortcomings. Shortly thereafter, she led Huo Yao to the classroom. The once lively atmosphere immediately fell silent upon Chun Yu's entrance. Known for her strict standards and often stern demeanor, she was colloquially referred to as the female tyrant, and many students harbored a healthy respect for her. Pleased with her students' promptness, Chun Yu cleared her throat and gestured to Huo Yao, saying, "This is our new student from another school. I hope everyone will assist her in acclimating." She refrained from mentioning that Huo Yao was from a small county. Subsequently, Chun Yu instructed Huo Yao to introduce herself. Facing dozens of curious eyes, Huo Yao maintained a calm demeanor, turning around to pick up a nearby marker and elegantly inscribing her name. Huo Yao on the whiteboard. Her handwriting was exquisite, a rare example of standard script, with each stroke radiating precision and elegance, complementing her cool aura. My goodness, not only is this transfer student stunningly beautiful, but her penmanship is equally impressive. What a blow to the ego. A sudden rush of exhilaration coursed through the room. Such beauty and grace. I have decided this new transfer student shall henceforth be my goddess. Upon hearing her student's murmurs, Chun Yu's expression darkened instantly, and she cleared her throat with emphasis, causing the lively chatter to dissipate immediately. She soon directed Huo Yao to the last available seat by the right window, and, after delivering some motivational remarks about studying diligently, left the classroom. As soon as Chun Yu departed, the previously hushed classroom erupted into conversation, predominantly revolving around Huo Yao. New classmate, E.M. Menkian. We'll be desk mates from now on. Feel free to ask me anything, chimed in a cheerful girl with a doll-like face and delicate features. Huo Yao turned to her, raising an eyebrow coolly. Could you lend me your chemistry textbook, dear? Meng Ying stared at Huo Yao, her fair cheeks flushing crimson at the endearing term. Realizing her fluster, she quickly covered her face with her hands. Oh my, this new girl is too charming. My heart can hardly withstand it. Huo Yao merely sought a book. Puzzled. After composing herself, Meng Ying retrieved her chemistry textbook from her desk and handed it over, saying, "Here you go." "Thank you," Huo Yao replied with a gentle smile. Meng Ying felt her heart race once more, stammering in response, "And no, it's nothing." Huo Yao shot her a teasing glance before returning her attention to the chemistry textbook. Meng Ying swallowed hard, thinking that sharing a desk with someone as beautiful and poised as Huo Yao was pure bliss. Yet, the new student appeared to be quite studious, which made Meng Ying feel a tad embarrassed. Consequently, she instinctively pulled out a book of her own. The power of gossip is formidable. In just a single morning, the entire senior year was abuzz with news of a transfer student in experimental class 3 whose beauty was deemed unparalleled. Many students, fueled by curiosity, took the opportunity to gather during breaks to catch a glimpse of her. After witnessing Huo Yao's striking features, discussions among classmates swiftly turned to her looks. This quickly reached Lu Xia's ears. Enrolled in the elite rocket class, Lu Xia was performing quite well academically, ranking in the upper middle tier. Upon hearing about the considerable stir caused by Huo Yao's transfer in just one morning, she felt somewhat unsettled. After gaining popularity from participating in the Star Training Camp, she had been widely recognized as a goddess, her status seemingly unassailable. However, now, an inexplicable sense of crisis began to brew within her. "Xia, take a look at this photo," said Lu Xia's deskmate and devoted follower, Chang Yingying, as she presented her phone. The image displayed the very subject of current discussions, Huo Yao. "This is the new transfer student from the experimental class. She does seem quite good-looking," Chang Yingying added, her tone filled with intrigue. Lu Xia's gaze fell on the phone. Although the photograph only captured Huo Yao's profile and was slightly blurred, the image conveyed an undeniable aura of brilliance that set her apart from the crowd. For a fleeting moment, Lu Xia's expression darkened. From the moment she laid eyes on Huo Yao, she had anticipated that her beauty would attract attention, but she had not expected this day to arrive so swiftly. Pondering the situation, Lu Xia struggled to reconcile her preconceived notions of Huo Yao with the stark reality. She had envisioned Huo Yao as timid, insecure, and somewhat unruly. With her gaze lowered, Lu Xia concealed her myriad of questions. Lifting her head to respond to Chang Yingying's remarks with a gentle, measured voice, "Yes, she is indeed beautiful." Chang Yingying suddenly felt a pang of realization. How could she praise another girl as beauty in front of the goddess? Wasn't that an affront to her? With that thought, she hastily reclaimed her phone, placing it face down on the desk, and said with a smile, "Well, no one can outshine our Xia. You are the universally acknowledged goddess of the school, far beyond any transfer student from who knows where. Lu Xia's eyes momentarily lowered, and then, with a hint of reproach, she softly replied, Ying, please refrain from saying such things. Although Huo Yao hails from a remote county, her beauty is undeniable. Huo Yao? Xia, do you know the transfer student? She is from the countryside? Chang Ying exclaimed, as if unveiling a significant scoop. Lu Xia covered her mouth, feeling a pang of regret for her inadvertent slip of the tongue. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly confessed, I suppose we are somewhat acquainted. She is the adopted daughter of the Lu family. Chang Ying's eyes widened in surprise. So she is the one who has taken your place for so many years? The school harbors a peculiar tale regarding a certain individual, a story well known among many. Shu, Ying, do refrain from speaking so loudly. It would be rather unfortunate if someone overheard, Lu Xia remarked with a hint of irritation. Chang Ying pouted and replied, there is nothing shameful in what they might hear. She is, after all, a mere counterfeit, having relished the privileges of a wealthy heiress for over a decade, while you have endured the hardships of a humble existence. I must retract my earlier compliment regarding her beauty. Upon hearing this, Lu Xia lowered her gaze slightly, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. However, she quickly reached out to pat Chang Ying on the shoulder, urging her, you must not divulge this to anyone, for after all, Huo Yao is also quite innocent. Are you not innocent as well? Ying let out a scoff, dismissing the preceding statement entirely. She 11, you are simply too kind. Do not turn around, lest you become a target for others' bullying without even realizing it. How could it be? Huo Yao is not that kind of person. Lu Xia was still defending Huo Yao. As long as she does not give me any leverage, I will not let her have an easy time. Chang Ying said coldly. Lu Xia merely smiled subtly, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Before Huo Yao left the school in the afternoon, Chen Yu summoned her to the office to complete her enrollment documentation and handed her a temporary student pass. When presenting the student ID to her, Chen Yu recalled the admonitions from the head of the department. Chapter 38. Are you being so honest now? Dear Huo Yao, the director has asked me to inform you that your admission letter has been retrieved from the security guard. The guard was temporarily unwell and did not have his phone with him, which is why there was such a mix-up this morning. Please do not take it to heart. Chen Yu conveyed the director's message directly. Upon hearing this, Huo Yao pondered for a moment before softly replying, I understand, Teacher Chen. Noticing her obedient demeanor, Chen Yu couldn't help but offer a few more words of advice. Having just transferred schools, you may find many aspects unfamiliar, and the teaching methods at Yizhong differ from those in your county. As you're now in your third year of high school, which is crucial, if you have any questions, be sure to ask your teachers, understand? Yao gazed at Chen Yu, whose expression seemed to convey a message akin to I know your grades are poor, but I wish to assist you. Huo Yao merely curled her lips into a confident smile and playfully winked at her, saying, Teacher, you could actually place a bit more trust in me. Chen Yu was momentarily taken aback by her smile, and after a considerable pause, she regained her composure. Just as she was about to speak, she realized that Huo Yao had already walked away. Perhaps this student was not as dismal as Wei Mingzhi had portrayed her to be. As Huo Yao stepped out of the school gates, her phone vibrated in her pocket. She retrieved it to discover an unfamiliar number. Just then, a few honks resonated from a distance, prompting her to raise her gaze and spot a familiar black sedan. Huo Yao arched an eyebrow, choosing not to answer the call as she strolled leisurely towards the car. The window descended, revealing the very face she had encountered that morning. Are you inviting me for a meal? Huo Yao remained motionless, merely expressing a playful curiosity without inquiring if he was intentionally waiting for her. Upon hearing this, Minyu, seated in the car, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips, softening the icy demeanor of his striking features. Of course, there's no issue, he replied. Huo Yao contemplated for a moment before opening the rear door of the vehicle, stating, very well, but I must return home after dinner. My family will worry if I am late. Once settled inside, Huo Yao sent a message to Song Ning, inquiring, have you suddenly become this honest? Minyu gradually ignited the engine, suddenly casting an incredulous gaze toward Huo Yao, as if the neighbor girl who once frequently scaled walls to venture out at midnight was merely an illusion. Huo Yao tilted her head, meeting Minyu's eyes, and with a half-smile, retorted, when have I ever been insincere? Minyu chuckled softly and shook his head, contemplating that if he were to voice what he had previously witnessed, the other party might retort with an accusation of spying. Thus, he chose to remain silent. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle came to a halt in front of a private dining establishment in the city, its decor appearing quite exquisite. Upon entering the private room, Huo Yao casually placed her backpack onto a chair and, without hesitation, seized the menu. After ordering several of her favorite dishes, she suddenly remembered the presence of her companion seated across from her. Menu casually added a couple more dishes before dismissing the server, leaving only him and Huo Yao in the room. Huo Yao, with her head bowed, fiddled with her phone and casually inquired, "How did you come to know my phone number?" She recalled that she had never provided him with her contact information. MNY leisurely poured herself a cup of tea, the steam rising and dissipating into the air. "Your grandmother entrusted me with your care." Upon hearing this, Huo Yao lifted her head to gaze at MNY, her expression revealing a notable surprise, as if she had not anticipated hearing such words from him. Chapter 39. Could it be that you're a bodyguard? Min Yudwan gracefully lifted the teacup and took a sip. "After your departure, my grandmother shared quite a bit with me." Huo Yao recalled the elderly figure who would rise early each day to prepare breakfast for her, and who would quietly wait at the door each evening. A warm smile suddenly graced her lips. "Is my grandmother doing well? It is somewhat acceptable. Yet my mental state is not as robust as it once was, perhaps due to your departure. She finds it difficult to part." Minyu spoke softly. Huo Yao's gaze lowered, and for a fleeting moment, silence enveloped them. The reason she did not wait for her return from the hospital was primarily to spare her feelings. Observing this, Minyu continued, "However, your adoptive mother has already brought her here. Should you wish to see her, you may do so at any time." Huo Yao responded with a gentle hum, aware that Xiaoman would bring her grandmother over. This was not unexpected. Nevertheless, her expression was rather intricate as she looked at Minyu and inquired, "How do you know so much?" Even during their time in Fuxian, this individual resided next door, yet seldom interacted with them, and she had never heard her grandmother mention him. Minyu raised an eyebrow slightly, answering with an unrelated remark, "I even know where your grandmother currently resides." Upon hearing this, Huo Yao suddenly replied with a half-smile, "With such extensive knowledge, you wouldn't be one of the bodyguards hired by my adoptive mother, would you?" As her words lingered in the air, Minyu's lips twitched involuntarily. "A bodyguard? Him?" After a brief pause, he coolly remarked, "You truly possess a vivid imagination." "Thank you for the compliment," Huo Yao replied lightly. Then, after a moment's hesitation, added with a hint of disdain, "But to be honest, my foster mother would hardly be so generous as to hire a bodyguard." MNY let out a soft scoff. At that moment, a server entered with the dishes. Once the meal was served and only the two of them remained in the private room, MNY seemed to recall something and inquired, "This morning at the entrance of YZHing, the reason you were blocked outside was that the security guard took your admission notice, correct? How did you come to know that?" Huo Yao cast another glance at him, while Minyu chuckled softly, inadvertently overhearing her. Huo Yao curled her lips in disdain, serving herself a piece of rib and murmuring under her breath, "Your ears are remarkably sharp, aren't they?" Minyu languidly leaned back in his seat, refraining from using his chopsticks, and remarked with a hint of profundity, "It seems your transition to a new school has not been particularly smooth." Huo Yao hesitated for a moment, recalling the phone call from Xiaoman the previous night. A fleeting smirk crossed her lips, for it was merely the mischief of petty individuals. "Do you require assistance?" Minyu inquired with a playful tone. Without lifting her head, Huo Yao mumbled indistinctly, "No need." After finishing their meal, Minyu settled the bill and then asked Huo Yao, "Shall I take you to visit your grandmother?" Huo Yao pondered for a moment, then shook her head and replied, "No, it's too late today. Perhaps another time." Minyu did not elaborate further, merely stating, "I will send you the address later." By the time they returned to the Huo residence, it was nearly 8 o'clock. As Huo Yao stepped through the door, she immediately sensed that the atmosphere in the house was rather peculiar. Huo Jinyan and Song Ning were sitting in the living room, the television off, their expressions rather serious. Huo Yao, puzzled for a moment, finally spoke up, "Dad, Mom, I'm back." Song Ning rose from the sofa and approached Huo Yao, her smile somewhat forced due to the matters weighing on her mind. "How was your first day of school? Are you adjusting well?" "It's fine," Huo Yao replied calmly. After a brief pause, she inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Chapter 40. Encouraging Lucia to interact more with Huo Yao, realizing her daughter had noticed her unease, Song Ning cleared her throat. "It's nothing much. Just wanted to ask what kind of friends you went out to dinner with this evening. Are they your classmates?" So that was the concern. Huo Yao shook her head. No. Are they male or female? Songning cautiously followed up. Huo Yao met her mother's gaze with clarity, responding patiently. A male. A former neighbor who I helped out before. I happened to run into him today, and he invited me for a meal. As Songning looked into her daughter's honest eyes, a wave of guilt washed over her for the uncharitable thoughts she had harbored. Feeling somewhat awkward, she touched her nose and decided not to press further. Instead, she softly said, I see. Please don't think I'm being bothersome. It's just that I worry about you being a girl out late. Though Huo Yao was uncertain of Songning's true intentions, she could guess somewhat and replied obediently. I understand. Hearing her daughter's compliant tone, Songning felt a renewed pang of guilt and quickly said, You must be tired from your first day. Go wash up and get some rest. By the way, I've warmed up some milk for you. Don't forget to drink it. As she spoke, Songning hurried into the kitchen, retrieving the milk from the thermos and handing it to Huo Yao. Thank you, Mom, Huo Yao replied, carrying the milk upstairs. It was only after her figure disappeared at the staircase that Songning let out a heavy sigh. Returning to the living room and sitting beside her husband, she expressed her self-reproach. I really am not a qualified mother. How could I doubt my daughter's character? Huo Jinyan gently patted her hand. I've told you before, we need to trust our daughter more and not jump to conclusions. Songning shot him an exasperated glare. I was misled by the eldest. He called today, warning me to pay attention to Yaoyao's friendships. I think I should call him to ask why he has such a strong opinion about his sister. Seeing his wife's furious demeanor, Huo Jinyan shook his head in resignation. Do you really want to deepen the misunderstanding between the two siblings with that phone call? Songning paused, reconsidering, and ultimately chose not to call. She tossed her phone aside, looking somewhat overwhelmed. This is difficult. I believe it's not a big issue. Yaoyao has only just returned, and their understanding of each other is still minimal. Let it develop gradually, Huo Jinyan suggested, remaining calm amid Songning's anxieties. With a sigh, Songning leaned back on the sofa for a moment, then suddenly straightened up. I almost forgot. Xia has a good relationship with the eldest. I could ask her to mediate a bit. Huo Jinyan glanced at her sideways, expressing his disapproval. Have you forgotten that the misunderstanding between the eldest and Yaoyao arose from mentioning Xia? I certainly haven't forgotten that. My point is, Xia is gentle and also attends Zhong. If she could spend more time with Yaoyao, perhaps their relationship could naturally improve, Songning reasoned, feeling the weight of her maternal concerns. Chapter 41. The unwell old lady. I think you should abandon that idea. When Yaoyao returned the other day, you spoke to Xia so formally and distantly, even instructing her to call you Song Ai in the future. Do you think that girl wouldn't have thoughts about that? Huo Jinyan began to analyze the situation rationally. Songning couldn't help but smile wryly in response. To be fair, I was also irritated by her tone. Knowing Yaoyao returned from the countryside, she still emphasized that point in front of her. If outsiders heard that, they would undoubtedly look down on Yaoyao. If only I had chosen my words more carefully, perhaps Yaoyao would have felt better. Pausing, she continued. Xia has been raised by us since childhood. Despite the mix-up regarding the baby swap, I have always regarded her as my own child. Seeing her distressed makes me feel heartache. Although I care for both, I cannot deny that I am more concerned about my biological daughter's feelings, which is simply the nature of blood ties. Moreover, having raised Lucia for 17 years, she had never allowed her to suffer even an ounce of injustice within the Huo family, while her biological daughter, despite being raised in a wealthy family, had been left in a remote, small county by the unfeeling Lu couple. Though her grandmother genuinely cared for her biological daughter, the harsh environment and the loneliness of being a left-behind child must have been incredibly isolating for her. Every time she reflected on these matters, Songning felt a deep ache in her heart. Now that her daughter had returned, all she wished was to make up for the 17 years of absence as best as she could. Huo Jinyan observed his wife sinking back in a self-reproach and gently embraced her shoulders, offering comfort. Yaoyao is a very obedient child. No one could dislike her, including the eldest. That weekend, Huo Yao brought some items to visit Yaoyao. She resided in an elderly community in the city. The environment tranquil and devoid of nearby schools or large shopping centers, making it perfect for senior living. Though Xiaoman could be somewhat petty and pretentious, she treated her mother well. Huo Yao had called Yaoyao beforehand, so when she rang the doorbell, it opened shortly after. Upon seeing her granddaughter, Yaoyao's eyes brimmed with tears as she hurriedly pulled Huo Yao inside. The apartment was reasonably spacious with tasteful decor, yet despite the abundance of furniture and appliances, it exuded an oddly desolate vibe. Huo Yao glanced around before returning her gaze, noticing the elderly lady bustling about, preparing fruits and pouring water, her nervous demeanor reminiscent of a child. "Grandma, you need tea fuss about. Let us sit down and have a good chat." Huo Yao gently guided her to the sofa. Yang Qiuhua's gaze lingered on Huo Yao's face for a while before she remarked, "You don't look like you've lost weight. It seemed your biological parents treat you well." "Yes, they had intended to visit you, but I didn't want to interrupt, so I declined." Huo Yao smiled. "Let us plan for another day. I'll invite them over. Today, let us just enjoy our time together," Yang Qiuhua said, her wrinkled face lighting up with joy, though the dark circles under her eyes suggested she was not in the best state of health. Huo Yao reached out to hold the elderly lady's hand, her fingertips resting lightly on her wrist. "Haven't T been sleeping well lately?" "No, I've been sleeping quite well," Yang Qiuhua quickly replied, as if fearing Huo Yao would worry. The truth was, she had been suffering from insomnia ever since moving there. Huo Yao raised her eyebrows slightly and asked, "Have you been taking your medicine regularly?" Chapter 42. A bit intimidated by this granddaughter, the elderly lady nodded repeatedly, like a student chastised by a teacher. "Yes, I've been following your advice and taking my medicine on time. I haven't missed a dose." Huo Yao withdrew her hand and inquired, "Do you still have the incense I gave you previously?" The elderly woman hesitated slightly as she replied, "I light it every night." Huo Yao observed her with a smile that was not quite a smile, remarking, "If you truly lit it every evening, you wouldn't suffer from insomnia and palpitations." Upon hearing this, the old woman instinctively lowered her head, feeling a pang of guilt. After a moment, she confessed, "Actually, I forgot to bring it during the move." A shadow of darkness flickered in Huo Yao's gaze, yet her tone remained airy as she responded, "Is that so?" Every time the elderly woman saw her granddaughter in this serious demeanor, her heart raced. Nevertheless, she bravely replied, "Really, I am not lying." Huo Yao merely smiled, choosing not to expose the old woman's obvious concealment. She then stood, moving behind the elderly woman, her slender fingers resting gently on the top of her head. "Relax. Let me give you a massage." The old woman contemplated declining, but seeing Huo Yao's calm and indifferent expression, she instinctively fell silent. It was unclear when it had begun, but she had developed a fear of her granddaughter's serious demeanor, feeling as though nothing could be hidden from her. Despite being the elder, she felt an uncanny sense of being the younger one. Half an hour later, Huo Yao withdrew her hand and gently asked, "How do you feel?" The elderly woman opened her eyes and shyly replied, "Very comfortable. I almost fell asleep while you were massaging me." Her gaze then fell upon Huo Yao's hands. "You must be tired after such a long massage, right?" Huo Yao picked up a cup from a nearby tea table and took a sip of water. "Not at all. I will fetch some more incense for you later." "All right." The elderly woman nodded with a cheerful smile. In truth, the incense was not of great importance. What mattered was that her granddaughter promised to return. The elderly woman felt her spirits lift considerably as she stood up, conversing as she walked towards the kitchen. "Today, I bought your favorite ribs and some little yellow fish. These need to be prepared slowly. You can rest in the living room and eat later." Huo Yao lifted her gaze to the chatty elderly woman, her thoughts drifting as if they had returned to the days in the small county town. With little to occupy her, Huo Yao wandered around the room before heading to the kitchen, lazily leaning against the door frame, watching her grandmother cook. Before long, the doorbell rang. The elderly woman, still busy with the pot, asked Huo Yao to answer the door, suggesting it might be the water delivery. However, when Huo Yao opened the door and saw the person standing outside, she was not surprised. "What are you doing here?" The visitors were none other than He Xiaoman and Lu Xia, accompanied by a butler from the Lu family carrying several boxes of supplements. Upon seeing Huo Yao, He Xiaoman's expression darkened immediately. Huo Yao merely cast her a casual glance, choosing not to engage, and turned back into the house, too indifferent to offer even a perfunctory greeting. "You have no manners at all," He Xiaoman scoffed coldly. Lu Xia, taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Huo Yao, glanced at her mother's displeased expression and gently said, "Mom, don't be upset. Let's go inside." The elderly woman adjusted the flame, stepping out of the kitchen. "Yaoyao, is it the water delivery?" Before she could finish her question, she noticed He Xiaoman entering the room, and her smile instantly faltered. "What brings you here today?" the elderly woman asked, her tone indicating her displeasure. After a pause, as if just noticing Lu Xia beside He Xiaoman, she added, "Lu Xia is also here." Her tone carried an obvious hint of indifference. Lu Xiao's expression stiffened momentarily, but she still managed to greet, "Hello, Grandma. Am I not allowed to come? Are Lu Xia and I outsiders who shouldn't be here?" He Xiaoman was almost amused by her own mother's absurdity. "Then why didn't you call before coming?" The elderly woman murmured. Had she known He Xiaoman would bring Lu Xia, she would have never allowed Yaoyao to come over today. "Lu Xia specifically bought a lot of things to see you. Why do you have to treat her like this?" "Mom, can we not be so biased?" He Xiaoman felt that her mother had been poisoned by the adopted daughter syndrome, showing no warmth towards her biological granddaughter while favoring a fake one. "You never showed much warmth towards Yaoyao either," the elderly woman retorted sarcastically. He Xiaoman rubbed her temples, deciding not to argue further, simply hoping her mother would treat them equally. "Who enjoys arguing with you? You come in with that accusatory tone, ruining my good mood." The elderly woman fully embraced her contrarian nature today. He Xiaoman's expression darkened instantly. Seeing this, Lu Xia hurriedly approached, smiling. "Mom, didn't you buy Grandma a set of jade? Why not show it to her?" Lu Xia suggested, prompting the butler to retrieve the box. She then cheerfully linked her arm with the elderly woman's, saying, "Grandma, don't be upset. Let us sit down and see if you like this jewelry, okay?" With Lu Xia mediating, the elderly woman lightened her demeanor, allowing Lu Xia to lead her to the sofa. However, when the elderly woman looked at the jade bracelet Lu Xia presented, she did not extend her hand but resolutely refused, saying, "At my age, I have no interest in wearing such things. You should take them back." Lu Xia froze momentarily, and seeing the elderly woman's firm stance, she felt compelled to comply, awkwardly placing the jade back into the box. Soon, the elderly woman's gaze turned to Huo Yao, who was lazily playing with her phone in a nearby armchair. A soft expression crossed her eyes as she said, "Yaoyao, why don't you take a look at this jewelry? Do you like it?" Suddenly addressed. Huo Yao looked up, blinking in confusion. Upon hearing this, He Xiaoman's temples throbbed, and she approached, exasperatedly saying, "Mom, she's just a student. Why would she wear jade?" The elderly woman shrugged her shoulders, simply stating, "If she can't wear it, I can give it to Yaoyao's mother." He Xiaoman's eyes widened in disbelief. "Mom, have you lost your mind? Do you know how much these jade pieces are worth?" The elderly woman regarded her with a quizzical expression. "Didn't you say you wanted to give me these?" Implicitly suggesting that it was perfectly normal for her to decide to whom to give her belongings. "The items are for you, but that doesn't mean you can pass them on to someone else." He Xiaoman inhaled deeply, striving to suppress her rising agitation. Before the elderly woman could say more, Lu Xia interjected, glancing at Huo Yao. "Grandma, this set of jewelry was specially picked out for you by Mom. It's quite expensive. It wouldn't be appropriate to give it away. How about this? I'll go to the mall right now and pick out another gift for Huo Yao to take home to her mother. Does that work?" Huo Yao raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of her lips. Although she lounged lazily in her chair, she remained unfazed by He Xiaoman's aggressive demeanor. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear before slowly rising to her feet. "Only 300,000? I thought after all this talk, you would offer me 30 million. It seems you're not as concerned about whether an old person is being deceived," she said lightly, her tone betraying a hint of disappointment. Upon hearing this, He Xiaoman was taken aback, finding her foster daughter to be rather whimsical, and she couldn't help but laugh in anger. 30 million? You really have quite the imagination." Huo Yao regarded her with a look that suggested she found the woman rather dull-witted. Even lacking 30 million, it would be embarrassing for anyone to utter such words. He Xiaoman was nearly driven to the brink by Huo Yao's sharp retort. Could this unsophisticated bumpkin be possessed by a contrarian spirit? Growing weary of the exchange, Huo Yao shifted her attention to the elderly lady, expressing her regret softly. "It appears I cannot spend the weekend with you today." The elderly lady understood that Huo Yao intended to leave. She wished to ask her to stay, but given her daughter's earlier attitude, she felt she had no right to plead with her granddaughter. With a sigh, she forced a smile and said, "It's all right. Don't take to heart what your aunt just said." Huo Yao nodded casually and murmured an acknowledgement as she walked toward the door. Once Huo Yao had departed, He Xiaoman erupted in frustration, saying, "Mom, you must not let her in again. Did you see her arrogant attitude just now? She treats me as if I am not even an elder." Hearing her daughter's complaints, the elderly lady appeared exhausted. Without a word, she stood up and retreated to the kitchen, turning off the simmering pot of ribs, staring blankly at the neatly chopped vegetables on the counter. She wiped her eyes and then returned to her room, slamming the door behind her. The sound of the door startled He Xiaoman, and upon regaining her composure, her expression darkened. What did this mean? Why the sudden outburst? Lu Xia glanced at the closed bedroom door and softly remarked, "Perhaps Grandma is simply very fond of Huo Yao." Upon hearing this, He Xiaomon's mood soured further, thinking it absurd to mistake a fisheye for a pearl. After leaving the elderly lady's apartment, Huo Yao hailed a taxi by the roadside to return to the Huo residence. Upon arrival, she noticed several pairs of gleaming men's leather shoes lined up at the entrance. A flicker of curiosity crossed her face. Were there guests in the house? After pondering for a moment, she returned the key she had just taken out to her bag and headed to the elevator, which was still on the first floor. Pressing the button, the doors opened, and she stepped inside. Once downstairs, Huo Yao took a seat on a public bench. Her striking beauty drew the gazes of passers-by, even children who couldn't help but steal glances at her. Wearing a hooded sweatshirt, she decided to pull the hood over her head and took out her phone to play a game, quickly losing interest due to the lack of challenge. Remembering something, she opened WeChat. She had few friends on the app, and with a flick of her finger, she dragged a previously annoying contact from the blacklist, composing a message. "Yaoyao, be cautious lately. Don't go out unnecessarily." The recipient seemed to be engrossed in their phone, as they replied almost instantly. "Oh dear ancestor, you finally remembered me. You have no idea the torment I've endured recently. I'm starving, freezing, and kneeling at the ancestral hall every day. I feel utterly drained. Can you think of a way to get me out? I miss the fresh air outside. With so much energy to complain, you clearly haven't been completely drained. Are you a devil? I'm out. Wait, what do you mean by being cautious? Can you elaborate?" However, the last message was met with a glaring red exclamation mark, indicating it had failed to send because the recipient had refused to accept messages from her. Closing WeChat, Huo Yao looked up just in time to see several burly men clad in matching black suits stride out of the lobby. The lead man carried a silver briefcase. The group resembled a cadre of intimidating figures, exuding an aura that commanded distance, causing nearby residents to divert their paths in fear. Huo Yao narrowed her eyes, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over their polished shoes, causing her expression to momentarily falter. These men appeared oblivious to her presence, heading directly toward the garage, their familiarity indicating they were frequent visitors. Furrowing her brow, Huo Yao waited until they vanished from sight before slowly standing, contemplating for a moment before entering the lobby and pressing the elevator button to ascend. Upon exiting the elevator, she noticed the row of black, polished shoes at the entrance had indeed vanished. Gathering her thoughts, she retrieved her keys and opened the door. As Huo Yao stepped into the living room, she startled Song Ning, who was busy organizing cardboard boxes. The latter dropped the ledger in her surprise. "Yaoyao, why are you back so soon? Did you not say you were visiting Yang Laotai?" Song Ning exclaimed, astonished, as she hastily bent down to retrieve the ledger and placed it in a box. Meanwhile, Huo Jinyan, who was calculating with a calculator and wearing glasses, set down the device, glancing at his wristwatch before questioning, "Daughter, you've only been out a few hours. Did you forget something?" Huo Yao nonchalantly glanced at the box in front of Song Ning and replied casually, "The elderly lady had guessed, so I returned." Understanding dawned on Song Ning as she paused for a moment before saying, "You must be hungry. Your father and I thought you wouldn't be back for lunch, so we haven't prepared anything. Just wait a moment. I'll finish this and then cook." As she spoke, she swiftly tossed several account books in a box, even tossing her husband's calculator in at the end. "How? Please take the items back to the room. I will prepare dinner," she instructed. "All right," Jinyan replied, removing his glasses and carrying the box upstairs. Huo Yao watched his retreating figure, pondering for a moment before following Song Ning into the kitchen. While helping to wash vegetables, she casually asked, "Didn't any guests come over today?" Song Ning shook her head. "No, why do you ask? Did you encounter someone from finance?" Upon entering the house, Huo Yao had noticed a few extra pairs of clean slippers by the shoe cabinet. With her gaze lowered, her voice betrayed no hint of suspicion. Song Ning, hearing this, paused slightly in her actions before smiling. "This morning, your grandmother tidied up the shoe cabinet, and your father distracted her, so she might have forgotten to put the shoes back." Let out a soft sound, and after a few seconds, as if recalling something, she casually remarked, "By the way, Mom, I just encountered a group of individuals dressed in black suits while waiting for the elevator downstairs." Song Ning's hand paused momentarily, and just as she was about to respond, her daughter's words drifted back to her. Those people appeared menacing, resembling those who typically come to collect debts. "Mom, we don't owe any debts, do we?" Looked at Song Ning with a serious expression. Song Ning felt an inexplicable sense of guilt under that gaze and hurriedly shook her head, reassuring, "No, we don't owe anything." However, after a brief moment, she cautiously inquired, "Did those individuals truly seem intimidating?" "They didn't seem like respectable people," replied honestly. Upon hearing this, Song Ning instinctively suppressed the urge to clarify that they were company accountants and not debt collectors. Indeed, Old S concerns were justified. The intimidating appearance of the company staff would likely frighten her daughter, even if she explained that the individuals her daughter encountered were merely company accountants. It might provoke doubts about whether her parents were involved in any illicit enterprises. No, she absolutely could not let her daughter uncover the truth. Gathering her thoughts, Song Ning maintained her composure and said, "Perhaps someone in our building borrowed money at high interest. If you encounter such people again, make sure to steer clear of them." Glanced at Song Ning with a slightly furrowed brow, her long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow. She refrained from asking further questions and placed the last vegetable she had prepared into the basket. After dinner, returned to her room, leaving only Song Ning and in the living room. Song Ning sat at the dining table, not in a hurry to clear the dishes, but instead recounted her previous conversation with her daughter to her husband. "I suspect our daughter believes we are in significant debt," she mused, resting her elbow on the table. Deep in thought, although her daughter did not press further, her maternal instinct informed her that there was a misunderstanding. Glanced at her, suggesting that shouldn't be the case. She merely encountered the accountants by chance downstairs. Song Ning shook her head, insisting no, the first thing she asked was whether we had guests today. "I believe you are overthinking it." She may have been casually inquiring. "Besides, does not strike me as overly sensitive," replied nonchalantly. "Let's hope so," Song Ning sighed, pausing for a moment before her eyes brightened with an idea. "What if we provide her with a card? This way, she won't misunderstand that we are in debt." Upon hearing this, found the idea quite feasible. However, he noted, "The last black card I gave her seems to have gone unused." Song Ning raised an eyebrow. "That's easily remedied. I can simply withdraw cash for her." "Cash won't work. When I took her to school on the first day, she mentioned that young people nowadays prefer mobile payments and find cash inconvenient." Quickly dismissed her suggestion. "What about WeChat transfers?" "Ah, how could I forget about WeChat?" Song Ning exclaimed, rising to retrieve her phone from the living room. Having added her daughter on WeChat long ago, she quickly located her contact and, while accessing the transfer panel, asked, "How much do you think I should transfer to? 50,000 or 100,000? S lips twitched as he cautioned, "Be discreet. This might startle our daughter." After all, their family had always adhered to a principle of modesty and simplicity. Even their adopted daughter believed they were merely an ordinary family. Yet, a discerning eye would notice that every item in their home was far from ordinary. Upon hearing her husband's comment, Song Ning rolled her eyes. "What about when you gave her the black card a few days ago? Did you consider being discreet then?" Coughed lightly, pretending he hadn't heard her query. After pondering, she proposed, "Then how about I transfer 100,000? That should be subtle enough, right?" "All right," acquiesced. Consequently, Song Ning swiftly entered the amount of 100,000 into the payment box. Just as she was about to confirm, a notification popped up indicating a bank transfer limit. "Oh dear, my card cannot transfer such a large sum at once." Song Ning's expression darkened. "What a ridiculous limitation. This hampers my efforts to dispel my daughter's misunderstanding." Raised an eyebrow, suggesting, "How about transferring 10,000 daily? This way, she will receive some pocket money each day, which might delight her even more." "Oh yes, that's a splendid idea. It will also help strengthen my bond with my daughter." Song Ning nodded, confirming the transfer. Upon hearing her mention strengthening her relationship with their daughter, paused for a moment and quietly took out his phone as well. Returning to her room, had just retrieved her suitcase from a wardrobe when she heard a notification sound from her phone. She chose to ignore it, leisurely opening the suitcase and extracting a long box containing incense. It was nearly depleted, but sufficient for a month or two. After a brief glance, she closed the box and set it aside on her desk. At that moment, her phone chimed again. After placing the suitcase back in its original position, finally picked up her phone, staring at the screen displaying 2 transfer notifications, momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, she unlocked her phone and opened WeChat. The 2 transfer notifications were from her parents downstairs, each amounting to 10,000. Pressed her forehead, puzzled by her parents' sudden actions. After contemplating for a while, she decided not to accept the transfers and instead sent a question mark to each of them. Soon, a response from the user named appeared. "Dear daughter, Please collect your living expenses for next week. Love you lots, Mommy. Stared at her mother's reply in silence for a few seconds before responding, I still have money. Replied, oh, sweetie, just accept it. It's good for a girl to have some pocket money. She added, if you refuse, I'll have to use that money to buy you clothes. Glancing at her wardrobe, filled with unworn clothes, S' lips twitched, and she decisively accepted the transfer. Meanwhile, her father's message came through. Dear daughter, since you mentioned cash being inconvenient last time, I specifically went to the bank to set up online banking and just linked it to WeChat. Please accept it. S' expression grew complex. If only this were more convincingly fabricated. She might believe it. Quickly, she typed in response, if I don't accept, will you find another way to give it to me? Haha, you are so clever. Her father replied, all right then. Thus, inexplicably received 2 substantial transfers, and even in the days that followed, she would be compelled to receive her parents' so-called living expenses at precise times, leaving her with no option to refuse. After concluding her WeChat conversation with, and she turned her gaze toward the incense box on her desk, pondering for a few moments before pulling a number from her contacts and dialing. The call connected swiftly, and a slightly cool, deep voice answered, little one, what prompted you to call me all of a sudden? Huo Yao's lips twitched slightly upon hearing the child's address. Yet due to the pressing matter at hand, she refrained from correcting the other party. Are you free? I need a favor, she said. On the other end, Minyu interrupted his subordinate's report, reclining lazily in his chair. Go ahead, what do you need? Please deliver something to my grandmother. Huo Yao, not one to engage in pleasantries, stated directly. Minyu initially thought she was facing a significant issue and was momentarily taken aback by her request. After a prolonged silence from him, Huo Yao assumed he was unwilling to assist and was about to hang up. Huo's mother, I transfer 10,000 to my daughter every day. Huo's father, I also transfer 10,000 to our daughter daily. Huo Yao, that's quite unnecessary. Chapter 49. Do you trust me this much? Minyu remarked, your patience as a child leaves much to be desired. He seemed to emit a light sigh, akin to a gentle breeze brushing past one's ears. Huo Yao's eyes narrowed, her fingertip hovering over the hang-up button as she persisted. So will you help me? Minyu raised an eyebrow. Are you in a hurry? Not particularly, but it would be preferable if you could do it today. Huo Yao replied, after a moment of contemplation. Very well, send me your address. I will have someone pick it up right away. Okay, I will send you the location shortly. Thank you. Huo Yao concluded before disconnecting the call. She then opened WeChat and retrieved the contact of her neighbor, whom she had added only a few days prior, and without hesitation, sent him her residential location. Upon receiving Huo Yao's location, Minyu looked up to see his subordinates standing nearby, their eyes wide with astonishment. Minyu narrowed his eyes, his previously gentle demeanor dissipating instantly. That'll be all for today. You may disperse, he commanded coldly. His subordinates, startled, quickly averted their gazes and hurried out. Zhui Yun, the last to leave, was called back. Zhui Yun, go retrieve something. Upon hearing this, Zhui Yun paused, turning back to his master, hesitating for a few seconds before softly inquiring. Is it for Huo Yao? Minyu lightly rotated his phone in his hand, responding with a casual Zhui Yun's expression grew complex, despite his curiosity. He dared not inquire further, merely nodding in acknowledgement before exiting. Just as he was about to step out, Minyu, who had been lounging lazily in his chair, stood up. Forget it, I will go myself. Zhui Yun, is this still the same master I know? 20 minutes later, the car halted at the foot of Huo Yao's apartment building. Minyu sent Huo Yao a WeChat message, and shortly after, a slender girl emerged from the old iron gate. As the car window slowly rolled down, Minyu slightly turned his head to glance at the approaching girl, his expression tinged with curiosity. It's the weekend. Why aren't you delivering the items to your grandmother yourself? Huo Yao handed him a wooden box, her beautiful face devoid of any emotion as she replied, I am not in a position to do so. Minyu glanced at the wooden box before returning his gaze to Huo Yao, a smile creeping onto his lips. Is it because your foster mother forbids you from going? Huo Yao shot him a complex glance, finally teasingly saying, one might think you've installed surveillance on me. Minyu chuckled lightly, shaking his head. The issues with your foster family are quite apparent. They're not difficult to deduce. Huo Yao made a fist gesture, reminiscent of an ancient heroine, asserting, then I entrust this to you. I shall treat you to a meal another day. Minyu raised an eyebrow, questioning, do you trust me this much? Huo Yao had already turned to leave when his question made her pause. The gentle breeze stirred her hair, brushing against her cheek as she casually tucked a strand behind her ear, her gaze falling on Min Yu's face, playful yet indifferent. "It's not anything of great value," she remarked before striding away, her silhouette radiating pride. Chapter 50. Could it be that Huo Yao possesses extraordinary abilities? Min Yu observed the diminishing figure of the girl for a while before he chuckled and shook his head. What a proud little one. In the driver's seat, Zhui Yun watched through the rearview mirror as his clearly displeased yet unfazed master made him question internally. Is this truly the same master I know? It feels like a swap. "Drive," Min Yu lazily commanded, casting a cold glance at Zhui Yun, his tone starkly contrasting with earlier. "Zhui Yun, no. He is still the same master." As he started the car, he couldn't help but glance at the wooden box in Min Yu's possession. His curiosity piqued. "That box looks quite ancient. I wonder what is inside." Min Yu lowered his gaze to the box, which appeared to be made of sandalwood, its edges intricately carved, revealing signs of age with smooth corners and a deep hue, giving it an antique appearance. However, one of the markings on the edge seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Min Yu pondered, his fingers fiddling with the box's clasp, yet he ultimately refrained from opening it, placing it beside him while gazing out the window. At that moment, he casually remarked, "Curiosity killed the cat." "Zhui Yun, could it be that Huo Yao possesses some extraordinary abilities?" Approximately half an hour later, Zhui Yun parked the car at the entrance of the community where Grandma Yaoyao resided. "You go. Let me take the items up," Zhui Yun offered, turning off the engine and unbuckling his seatbelt. Min Yu glanced at the wooden box. "No, I will go myself. You wait in the car." Zhui Yun, surprised by the response, hesitated before simply saying, "Then please be careful." Min Yu cast him a sidelong glance before stepping out of the car with the wooden box in hand. Zhui Yun touched his nose, questioning his habitual caution. Taking the elevator upstairs, Min Yu soon pressed the doorbell of the elderly lady's apartment. After a minute or two, the inner door opened, and upon recognizing the visitor, the elderly lady hurriedly unlocked the outer security door. "Ah, Xiaomin has come." Min Yu smiled politely. "Good day, Grandma." "Gumin," the elderly lady said, searching for a clean pair of slippers for him. "What brings you here today? No classes?" Min Yu changed his shoes and followed her into the living room. "I had a break in the afternoon and thought I would stop by to see you." Once inside the living room, Min Yu surveyed the surroundings before handing her the wooden box. "Grandma, this is something Huo Yao asked me to bring you this afternoon." The elderly lady, holding a cup of water and intending to offer it to Min Yu, trembled upon hearing his words. The cup slipped from her grasp, shattering on the floor and spilling water everywhere. Min Yu quickly set the wooden box on the nearby coffee table. "Grandma, please don't move." He assisted her to the sofa and was about to clean up the glass shards when the elderly lady grasped his arm. Her complexion turned pale as she gazed at Min Yu, her lips quivering. After a moment, she managed to utter a complete sentence. "Is it that Yaoyao no longer wishes to come to see me?" Min Yu, noticing the elderly lady's distress, was momentarily taken aback. Min Yu gazed at the receding figure of the young girl, and after a moment, he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. What a proud little child. In the driver's seat, Zhui Yun glanced at his master in the rearview mirror, who appeared to be clearly displeased yet unfazed. He found himself once again questioning internally. Is this truly his master? It felt as though he had been swapped. As he drove, Min Yu lazily cast a glance at Zhui Yun, his voice cold and entirely different from before. Zhui Yun remarked, "No, he is still his master." As Zhui Yun started the car, he stole a curious glance at the wooden box in Min Yu's hand and inquired, "This box looks rather ancient. I wonder what it contains." Min Yu lowered his gaze to the wooden box, which seemed to be crafted from sandalwood, its frame adorned with intricate carvings, showing signs of age with smoothened edges and a deepened hue, giving it an undeniably antique appearance, reminiscent of an heirloom. However, one of the markings on the edge of the box appeared somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Min Yu, lost in thought, fiddled with the clasp of the wooden box, but ultimately chose not to open it, placing it beside him instead, as his gaze turned toward the car window. He then casually remarked, "Curiosity killed the cat." Zhui Yun mused, could it be that this Huo Yao possesses some extraordinary ability? Approximately half an hour later, Zhui Yun arrived at the foot of the residential building where the elderly lady Yaoyao resided. "Brother Yu, shall I take the items up?" Zhui Yun turned off the engine, unfastening his seatbelt as he spoke. Min Yu glanced at the wooden box and replied, "No, I will go myself. You wait in the car." Zhui Yun, taken aback by his response, remained quiet for a moment before saying, "Please be careful." Minyu cast him a sidelong glance, surprised. After saying that, he took the wooden box and exited the vehicle, leaving Zhuiyun to touch his nose, thinking to himself, isn't this just his habitual vigilance? Upon taking the elevator upstairs, Minyu soon pressed the doorbell of the elderly lady's home. After a minute or two, the inner door opened, and upon seeing the person standing outside, the elderly lady quickly unlocked the outer security door. Xiaomin, you've come. Minyu offered a polite smile and greeted. Good day, Grandma. Come in. The elderly lady rummaged through her shoe cabinet for a clean pair of slippers to offer him. What brings you here today? No classes? Minyu changed into the slippers and followed her, responding with a refined tone, I have a break this afternoon and happened to pass by to see you. Once inside the living room, Minyu glanced around before handing over the wooden box. Grandma, this is something Huo Yao asked me to bring you this afternoon. The elderly lady, holding a cup of water, was about to offer it to Minyu when she heard his words, causing her to tremble and drop the cup, shattering on the floor and spilling water everywhere. Minyu, seeing this, quickly placed the wooden box on the nearby coffee table. Grandma, please don't move. As he gently assisted her toward the sofa, he intended to clean up the glass shards, but was unexpectedly grasped by the elderly lady's arm. Her complexion was somewhat pale, and she gazed at Minyu, her lips trembling, before finally managing to utter a complete sentence. Is it that Yaoyao no longer wishes to visit me? Minyu, noticing the elderly lady's distress, paused momentarily. Chapter 51, Tranquil Incense. Seeing that Minyu remained silent, the elderly lady managed a bitter smile and continued, This morning, Yaoyao brought many things to see me, but I didn't expect to run into her adoptive mother. That person is too harsh and has never treated Yaoyao well. My daughter said many hurtful things, so that child didn't stay even an hour before being driven away by my daughter. She must be upset, which is why she didn't come personally. The elderly lady's eyes were red, her grip on Minyu's arm unwavering, as if releasing him would mean losing the only person who could listen to her. Minyu, observing the elderly lady engulfed in guilt, began to understand the situation's context. No wonder that little girl had asked him to deliver something. However, could a child with such maturity truly be so easily upset? After the elderly lady's emotions stabilized somewhat, he gently spoke, Please don't overthink it. Huo Yao might simply be afraid of encountering your daughter again, which is why she specifically asked me to bring something to you. The elderly lady was taken aback, really. Is that true? Minyu nodded, his demeanor inherently cool and his deep-set eyes exuded an inexplicable power of persuasion. The elderly lady, who had been anxious and distressed, found her feelings unexpectedly soothed. Her gaze fell upon the wooden box that Minyu had placed on the coffee table. She then rose, approached the box, and without minding Minyu's presence, gently unlatched one side, revealing the incense inside, her face instinctively brightening with a warm smile. Her granddaughter had not abandoned her. She still cared for her well-being. Even after facing grievances today, she had arranged for calming incense to be sent over. Wiping her eyes, the elderly lady closed the box and turned to Minyu, her expression slightly embarrassed. I lost my composure just now. I hope I didn't embarrass you. Minyu's gaze lingered on the wooden box in her hands before he retracted his sight after a brief pause. It's quite all right. I can understand. Yaoyao is truly a good child. Seeing that I have trouble sleeping, she even specially bought calming incense for me. It's a pity my daughter lacks the fortune to be her mother. The elderly lady sighed deeply and turned, her steps unsteady as she moved toward a nearby storage cabinet, slowly opening a drawer to place the wooden box inside. Minyu listened calmly to the elderly lady's ramblings, his gaze deep and contemplative. Half an hour later, he departed from Yaoyao home. Upon getting into the car, Zhuiyun noticed Minyu's expression was somewhat solemn and curiously asked, What happened? Minyu collected his thoughts, casually lifted his head to glance at him, and replied in a flat tone, Nothing much. Zhuiyun, seeing this, did not press further. Minyu's gaze drifted, his fingers tapping rhythmically on his knee. Suddenly, he took out his phone and sent Huo Yao a message indicating that the items had been delivered. Perhaps due to her not checking her phone, he received a reply of just thank you after about 10 minutes, succinct and devoid of any superfluous conversation. Minyu's lips curled slightly, seemingly accustomed to her aloofness, as his long fingers slowly typed on the screen, Where did you purchase the calming incense for your grandmother? The elders at home have been having trouble sleeping lately. Chapter 52, Huo Yao, the high and cold flower vase persona. Huo Yao had been engrossed in her reading. However, after replying to Minyu's message, She did not resume her reading. Upon seeing the new message from him, she paused for a moment before responding. I bought it online casually. If you want, I can send you the store link. After a moment's thought, Huo Yao opened a certain shopping platform, retrieved a store from her favorites, copied the link, and then returned to WeChat to paste and send it. Upon receiving the reply, Menu examined the online store Huo Yao had sent. The store had a 3-star rating and offered a variety of products, not specializing in incense. But the packaging of the sandalwood and agarwood incense appeared somewhat similar to the elderly lady's wooden box, and the price was quite reasonable, just over $200 for a box. Although he did not find the exact same item, it was evident that the elderly lady's calming incense likely originated from this store. If the rumored secret incense truly existed, how could it possibly be found in such an online store, and at such a price? Menu closed the software, a trace of melancholy crossing her lips, her deep-set eyes dimming, leaving one uncertain whether it was disappointment or something else. In the blink of an eye, Huo Yao had already been in the first high school for over half a month. Her demeanor was rather carefree. She seldom communicated with her classmates, nor did she participate in any activities. Her quiet disposition earned her the reputation of being obedient and honest in the eyes of teachers, while her peers considered her a quintessential aloof and enigmatic figure. Although her academic performance remained a mystery to most, her striking appearance was undoubtedly impeccable, affirming her image as a captivating personage. However, due to her academic struggles, rumors had recently circulated in class, suggesting that she had gained admission through dubious means. As someone who was oblivious to the world and solely focused on her studies, Huo Yao naturally paid little attention to such gossip. On the other hand, her deskmate, Meng Ying, was incensed upon hearing the rumors, nearly confronting someone about it. Turning to Huo Yao, who was engrossed in her books during class and still reading during breaks, she genuinely admired her serenity. I believe the persona they have crafted for you is entirely erroneous. You should not be portrayed as the aloof figure, Meng Ying remarked, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at Huo Yao with utmost seriousness. Huo Yao closed her textbook, lazily shifting her gaze to Meng Ying's face, her brows arching slightly. Meng Ying was momentarily captivated by Huo Yao's nonchalant demeanor, swallowing hard before retorting indignantly, "You should be labeled as the bookworm instead." Huo Yao flicked the corner of her book and sagely stated, "The only path to a proportional increase in intelligence is through diligent study." Meng Ying counted on her fingers, sighing, "I can't shake the feeling that you're implying I'm foolish, yet I have no evidence to substantiate it." Huo Yao merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Suddenly, her phone on the desk vibrated, its screen illuminating with notifications of 2 substantial transfer alerts. After a brief glance, Huo Yao pressed her forehead in exasperation. Here it comes again. For nearly half a month, her parents had been sending her money at this time daily, as if they were endlessly wealthy. Meanwhile, Meng Ying, who had been resting her chin on her hand while observing her, inadvertently caught sight of the blatant transfer notifications on Huo Yao's phone, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Today is yet another day that dazzles my eyes." Huo Yao acknowledged, "Indeed, Meng Ying has noticed that her deskmate receives large sums of money every day for several days now." Her initial surprise has transformed into numbness. "Hey, Huo Yao, you must honestly confess, do your parents have a mind?" Meng Ying's envy resurfaced. Huo Yao raised an eyebrow at her and, maintaining her composure, unlocked her phone in front of Meng Ying, nonchalantly accepting the substantial transfers from Ms. Song and Huo Yunjia, her demeanor exuding arrogance. Meng Ying was left astounded, wishing to eliminate her deskmate. Not only wanted to transfer all her WeChat funds, but also to monopolize her affluent parents. Sigh. One must be truly infuriated by the existence of such disparities among people. After a while, Meng Ying feigned a sorrowful sigh, lamenting, "Why don't I have a pair of indulgent, wealthy parents like yours?" Huo Yao turned her head, casually brushing her bangs with her fingers, her striking black and white eyes shimmering with enchanting light. "It matters not if you lack wealthy parents. However, there remains a possibility for you to become a pampering mother of a cherished daughter." Meng Ying chuckled, giving her a thumbs up. "Who said my deskmate was merely an aloof figure? Listen, she is articulate and displays clarity of thought." Reflecting on the recent rumors, Meng Ying shifted closer to Huo Yao, her expression becoming serious. "By the way, have you heard the recent rumors about you?" Huo Yao raised an eyebrow. "What rumors?" Meng Ying pondered for a moment before stating, "There are whispers suggesting that your academic performance is subpar, that even students from regular classes surpass you, and that you gained admission through backdoor means. Unlike the neighboring Sheng Noble School, where only the elite scholars from various regions could gain entry, Yizhong's admission process was stringent, led by a principal known for her strictness and unwavering principles. Such backdoor admissions were virtually unheard of. Nonetheless, the rumor about Huo Yao's admission through dubious means had become an exception that threatened the school's reputation. In truth, rumors are not inherently frightening, but they challenge the school's integrity, which is a serious concern. From observing Huo Yao's parents transferring money to her daily, it was easy to infer her family's financial condition, making the notion of backdoor admission seem plausible. Of course, Meng Ying was reluctant to believe the rumor, as Huo Yao's dedication to her studies was evident. Huo Yao regarded Meng Ying's complex expression and smirked. "Do you believe it?" "Of course not." Meng Ying shook her head. "You spend your days either reading or studying. You are undoubtedly a bookworm. Anyone could gain entry through backdoor means, but you are an exception." Huo Yao chuckled softly at her comment, shaking her head. "Ah, how innocent children can be." Seeing that Huo Yao remained unfazed and unaffected, Meng Ying expressed her concern. "Why do I get the feeling that you are not worried at all? A normal person would be upset upon hearing such slander." Huo Yao looked at her thoughtfully for a few seconds before lazily replying, "Rumors cease with the wise." Meng Ying's lips twitched, retorting, "While that may hold true, if these rumors continue to escalate, it could become troublesome. If those fools take it to the principal, it would be disastrous." After a pause, she suddenly recalled something, her eyes lighting up as she looked at Huo Yao. "I actually have a quick solution to dispel these rumors." Huo Yao raised an inquisitive brow. "Oh, last week, the school's official forum announced a nationwide knowledge competition. The scale of the event appeared grand, beginning with city-level preliminaries, progressing to provincial competitions, and culminating in a national level, with the top 3 candidates representing the nation in an international competition." As Meng Ying spoke, she pulled out her phone and quickly logged into the school forum. Retrieving the post. "Here it is. The online registration closes in just a couple of days. I believe you should sign up for this competition. Given that it's a national event with a gathering of experts, we shouldn't expect to win, but merely advancing past the city-level preliminaries would sufficiently demonstrate your capabilities." Huo Yao glanced at the phone screen she offered, but after a brief look, she languidly rested her head on the desk, expressing her disinterest. "It's boring. I'm not interested." Meng Ying's lips twitched in frustration as she nudged Huo Yao's arm. "Come on, this is the best way to clear your name. It would be a shame to miss out." Huo Yao yawned, closing her eyes. "Then let it be missed. I don't need to clear my name." Observing her deskmate's nonchalant and indifferent demeanor, Meng Ying could only silently sigh. During the second period of the afternoon, Huo Yao was called to the office. Chen Yu, looking at the obedient Huo Yao before her, instinctively softened her usually stern expression. "Are you interested in the national knowledge competition?" Huo Yao was taken aback, regarding her with a hint of confusion. "Originally, I would not have advised you to participate in such a competition since you just transferred here. However, since you have already registered, I cannot dissuade you. I only hope you can find more time to review your studies, as you have now entered your senior year, which is a pivotal year for your future." Chen Yu spoke sincerely. Huo Yao opened her mouth, intending to say that she had not registered for the competition, but suddenly recalled how Meng Ying had fervently persuaded her to sign up that morning. After a brief silence, she let out a soft However, she quickly followed up with a quiet inquiry. "Teacher Chun, what is the prize for the first place in this competition?" Chen Yu was taken aback, as if her ears had played tricks on her. Noticing Chen Yu's strange expression, Huo Yao immediately understood. Her previously spirited demeanor deflated in an instant, and her voice adopted a tone of despondency as she murmured, "I'll head back to the classroom first." Chen Yu, regaining her composure, called out just as Huo Yao was about to step out of the office. "Though there is no monetary reward, you could secure a guaranteed admission slot at Qingde. If you excel on the international competition stage, your future prospects will be boundless." Qingde, ranked among the top 3 institutions of higher learning in the nation, was a prestigious university that countless students aspired to enter. Given that the annual admission slots were limited, obtaining a guaranteed admission slot was akin to possessing a ticket exempting one from the entrance examinations, far more valuable than prizes worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. Upon hearing her homeroom teacher's words, Huo Yao did not feel a surge of excitement. Instead, her shoulders slumped even lower, and without turning back, she muttered, "I understand," before stepping through the door. Chen Yu watched Huo Yao's gradually vanishing figure, her brow instinctively furrowing. Why did she get the impression that this new student was more interested in the monetary prize than the opportunity for guaranteed admission? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she chuckled to herself, realizing how absurd it was to discuss such fanciful ideas of guaranteed admission with this girl who had seemingly entered through the back door. Shouldn't the focus be on encouraging her to act within her capabilities? Chapter 55. Huo Yao's name must be stricken off after the registration deadline for the knowledge competition passed. Chunyu organized the registration forms from the experimental class and submitted them to the vice principal. Upon reviewing them, the vice principal expressed his confusion. "Oh, is this all the students from your class participating? Out of 40 students in the experimental class, only 3 had signed up." Chunyu chuckled awkwardly and explained, "Perhaps the children prefer to use their time for review rather than competition." The vice principal glanced at the names on the registration sheet and paused upon seeing Huo Yao's name. Isn't this Huo Yao, the transfer student? Why is she participating? Shouldn't she be focusing on catching up with the curriculum at Dijon? Chunyu felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "She probably wants to challenge herself." The vice principal, aware that Huo Yao had been brought in by the principal, was uncertain of her academic performance. However, he had heard Wei Mingzhi mention her in passing, describing her as quite proud. Thus, he frowned and remarked, "This is nonsense. The Education Association places great importance on this competition. If this transfer student excels, that's one thing. If not, what will other schools think if they learn that we send a transfer student just to fill numbers? Do we want to lose face?" Chunyu felt that while the vice principal's concerns were valid, wasn't this competition open for voluntary registration? It seemed unreasonable to deny a transfer student the opportunity to participate. The vice principal paused and insisted that Huo Yao's name had to be stricken off the list. Chunyu remained silent for a few seconds before responding. "That might not be appropriate." The vice principal's tone grew impatient. "There's nothing inappropriate about it." With her gaze lowered, Chunyu understood that Huo Yao's entry was facilitated by someone, and given the vice principal's current attitude, it was likely not him, but rather the principal. If Huo Yao discovered that her registration had been unjustly revoked, would she confront the principal? Wouldn't that leave Chunyu, her homeroom teacher, at the forefront of the principal's ire? Contemplating this, Chunyu hastily suggested, "Perhaps we should consult the principal before making a decision." Upon hearing this, the vice principal angrily tossed the registration form onto the desk. "Am I not capable of making such a minor decision as the vice principal?" Torn between appeasing the principal and not offending the vice principal made Chunyu's situation quite challenging. She felt disheartened, yet forced to smile. "Vice principal, that was not my intention. I merely believe it is somewhat unreasonable to cancel Huo Yao's registration without cause." The vice principal interjected, "Enough. You needn't approach the principal. I won't strike her name off. Let it be as it is." As Chunyu opened her mouth to respond, the vice principal dismissed her with a wave. "If there is nothing else, you may leave. I have other matters to attend to." With a stern expression, the vice principal picked up the registration form he had just thrown down, turned his desk, opened a drawer, and tossed it in. Witnessing this, Chunyu felt she had no further grounds to argue and awkwardly departed. The vice principal sat down in his office chair, his expression darkening. After a moment, it seemed he had come to a realization, and the corners of his lips curled into a sardonic smile. He was eager to see how this transfer student from a remote county would bring shame to the principal. Chapter 56. Sister Ju, have you offended anyone lately? Unbeknownst to Huo Yao, her registration for the competition had placed her on the vice principal's list of troublesome students, compounded by rumors of her having entered through the back door. Consequently, not only her classmates, but even those from the rocket class and regular classes regarded her with peculiar glances. Performing poorly academically and having entered through the back door was a disgrace for the school, a source of embarrassment. Thus, when the school bulletin board displayed the list of students participating in the national knowledge competition, Huo Yao's name became the most laughable joke of the newly commenced semester. Without exception, goodness, where does this transfer student get the audacity to register for the national knowledge competition? Isn't she embarrassed? Does she think she can simply use connections for this competition? I wager a penny that she won't even pass the preliminary exam. Oh my, it feels like our Dijon is about to embarrass itself on a national level. Sigh, wouldn't it be better to just stay out of trouble? Menging also saw Huo Yao's name on the bulletin board and was taken aback. Sister Ju, didn't you say you were uninterested in the national knowledge competition? You even turned me down when I urged you to register. Meng puffed her cheeks in frustration, making her round face appear even more rounded, resembling a little hamster. Ever since she learned that Huo Yao received substantial bank transfers daily, she had taken to calling her sister Ju a habit she had formed. Huo Yao looked at her curiously. "Wasn't it you who helped me register?" Meng Ying blinked in confusion. "I didn't." "Well, I hoped you would participate. I didn't assist you in registering." Huo Yao furrowed her brow. "Then who registered me?" Had she known that Meng Ying wasn't the one who signed her up, she would have outright refused when Chun Yu summoned her to the office. Meng Ying scratched her head, looking innocent as she reiterated, "Sister Ju, I really didn't register you. You have to believe me." Huo Yao gave her a nonchalant glance. "I know." Hearing this, Meng Ying stuck out her tongue, worried about being misunderstood, especially since participating in the national knowledge competition was no trivial matter. Tilting her head in contemplation, Meng Ying, tapping into her detective instincts, analyzed. Could it be that someone wants to see you make a fool of yourself and is deliberately trying to set you up? Huo Yao's gaze lowered slightly, remaining silent. The national knowledge competition was attended by prodigious students, and if someone registered her knowing her poor academic performance, it would undoubtedly lead to her embarrassment at Yizhong, perhaps even making her unable to stand her ground there. "Sister Ju, think about it. Have you offended anyone recently?" Meng Ying crossed her arms, getting straight to the point. Huo Yao's expression remained unfazed, her voice earnest as she inquired, "Does being envious of my beauty count?" Meng Ying's lips twitched in irritation, urging her to be serious, as her flippant demeanor made it impossible for Meng Ying to provide a rational analysis of the situation. Huo Yao let out a casual "oh," then lazily rested her head on the desk, promptly closing her eyes. Meng Ying mused, "Society, meet my formidable sister. Her unique seriousness is indeed unparalleled." With a sigh, she helplessly suggested, "Why not go explain the situation to the female demon?" The term female demon referred to their homeroom teacher, Chun Yu, in a colloquial manner among the students. Huo Yao remained indifferent, her eyelids barely flickering. "No need." Meng Ying was taken aback, then asked, "So, you intend to participate in this competition?" Chapter 57, Striving for a Provincial Ranking. Yao answered lightly, seemingly unconcerned about who had registered her for the event. Meng Ying blinked. Although she did not believe that her formidable sister had taken any shortcuts to enter Yizhong, she did not think her academic performance was exceptional enough to stand out. The list of participants in this competition predominantly featured the top 10 students from each grade, and with her name among them, it could be likened to an inadvertent intrusion into a torrent of academic elites. Even if she performed well, she would be overshadowed by the brilliance of these scholars, unless she managed to secure a provincial ranking. Can you handle it, formidable sister? This competition is no trivial matter. And do you know how many people are waiting to see you fail? Meng Ying attempted to dissuade her. After all, withdrawing at this stage was preferable to facing embarrassment during the preliminary exams. Perhaps feeling a bit overwhelmed by Meng Ying's concerns, Huo Yao reopened her eyes, propping herself up with her hands on the edge of the desk, inching closer with a somewhat aggressive demeanor. Her deep-set eyes sparkled with a fragmented glimmer. Her voice slightly husky. "Don't ask if I can do it." Meng Ying gazed at her formidable sister, whose exquisite face bore an inexplicable allure. Her voice more neutral and husky than usual, utterly captivating. "Oh my, I feel like my heart is about to leap out of my chest." Thus, under Huo Yao's scrutinizing gaze, Meng Ying embarrassingly raised her hand to cover her face, then retreated to her seat, exclaiming, "Wah, formidable sister, please don't look at me with those seductive eyes again. I fear I might bend." If she were to bend, her parents would surely be furious. Huo Yao chuckled lightly, pleased to have finally escaped the incessant chatter, and lazily lay back down on the desk, even covering her head with her chemistry textbook. Nearby, Meng Ying exclaimed, "Formidable sister, you will end up friendless at this rate." On another side, Xia remarked, "Do you know how overconfident Huo Yao is?" Chang Yingying gazed gossipingly at Lu Xia, who was quietly working on problems. Upon hearing this, Lu Xia paused, placing her pen down and looking up at Chang Yingying with confusion. What? She actually signed up for the national knowledge competition. Chang Yingying's voice was tinged with excitement and mockery. I wonder where she got her confidence. Many are already laughing at her. Lu Xia raised an eyebrow, tilting her head as she calmly replied, "This competition is open for registration. What is so laughable about it?" "Oh, you don't know? People are saying she got in through the back door at Yizhong. With those mediocre grades, she dares to enter the competition. Don't you think it's hilarious?" Chang Yingying scoffed lightly. Lu Xia fell silent for a few seconds before looking at Chang Ying and tentatively asking, Ying, you didn't spread the rumor about Huo Yao getting in through the back door, did you? Chang Ying's eyes flickered slightly, betraying a hint of guilt. Yet her tone remained resolute. No, I would never say that. Lu Xia smiled gently. As long as you haven't, that's good. After all, Huo Yao is one of my friends. Even if her grades aren't great, I don't want others to gossip about her or mock her. Upon hearing this, Chang Ying's expression shifted, and she added, Xia, you've registered for the competition too. Make sure you perform well and aim for a provincial ranking. Chapter 58. Where did this formidable sister come from? Lu Xia brushed her hair away from her cheek, her lashes lowered, her delicate profile exuding a serene grace. She smiled softly. I'll do my best. Given your academic prowess, it's absolutely feasible. Chang Ying seized the opportunity to compliment her. Lu Xia maintained a calm demeanor. The participants this time are all top-tier students from across the country, a veritable gathering of elites. That is nothing to worry about. Yizhong is among the top schools nationwide. You're undoubtedly a certified academic genius. Chang Ying blinked, pausing for a moment before cheerfully continuing. You're currently a popular figure in Star Training Camp. If you secure a provincial or national ranking this time, who knows how many fans you'll attract. Lu Xia's academic excellence and enrollment at Yizhong had already been leveraged by her agency to market her as an academic star, and a significant portion of her fan base consisted of students. Imagine a person who is beautiful, kind-hearted, and talented in singing and dancing, while also excelling in the national knowledge competition. She would surely be the ideal goddess in many people's eyes. Without saying more, this vibrant embodiment of youthful positivity could undoubtedly serve as a role model in schools. Unlike Huo Yao, who was merely a pretender, this time she would likely face significant embarrassment. Chang Ying pouted, seemingly envisioning that scene. Lu Xia simply smiled at this and refrained from commenting further. After school in the afternoon, Huo Yao and Meng Ying had yet to exit the school gate when they spotted Lu Xia, wearing sunglasses and seemingly waiting for someone in the distance. Meng Ying couldn't contain her curiosity and whispered to Huo Yao as they walked. Do you see that girl in sunglasses by the entrance? Huo Yao glanced over him. She's our school's star, Lu Xia, from Star Training Camp. You must have seen her. She's the most popular. Huo Yao tilted her head, raising an eyebrow. Are you a fan? Meng Ying immediately shook her head. Absolutely not. Don't you think she exudes a disingenuous air? It's all so deliberately put on. Do you understand what I mean? Huo Yao replied nonchalantly, but after a moment, she added, I don't watch variety shows. Meng Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, formidable sister. Where on earth did you come from that you don't watch variety shows? Huo Yao smirked slightly. Does watching variety shows improve academic performance? Meng Ying was momentarily speechless, the philosophical inquiry leaving her without a retort. And don't underestimate the mountains. Those who emerge from them might just be fierce tigers or lions, Huo Yao remarked meaningfully. Meng Ying touched her nose, feeling an inexplicable disconnect in their conversation. As they exited the school gate, Huo Yao walked past Lu Xia without sparing her a glance. Her tall figure, with her bag casually slung over her shoulder, exuded a coolness that rivaled any boy, her face a picture of lazy elegance devoid of much expression. Under her sunglasses, Lu Xia's gaze darkened for a fleeting moment. After a second, she called out to Huo Yao, Huo Yao, my brother is picking me up today. Let us walk together afterward. With her words, Meng Ying's expression shifted dramatically as she stood next to Huo Yao. The star student, referring to Huo Yao as big sister, and now mentioning a brother, had suddenly made the situation feel like a juicy scoop. Chapter 59. The troublesome younger sister Huo Yao paused momentarily, then turned her head to glance at Lu Xia, her expression marked by indifference. With a voice tinged with coldness, she declined. No, I prefer to take the bus. Upon finishing her words, she averted her gaze and, without waiting for Lu Xia to say anything further, strolled leisurely towards the bus station. Meng Ying, who was watching the scene unfold with a sense of detached curiosity, instinctively followed in Huo Yao's footsteps. Sister Ju, wait for me. Lu Xia's expression stiffened slightly. However, her sunglasses concealed any signs of her discomfort. She observed Huo Yao's receding figure, her grip on her small bag tightening ever so slightly. Sister Ju, you know Lu Xia, right? Meng Ying, with an air of certainty, inquired. Huo Yao had already arrived at the bus station, yet the bus had not yet arrived. She turned her head to glance at the gossiping Meng Ying and replied dismissively, "I suppose so. Are you related?" Meng Ying blinked her eyes and made a bold guess. However, after a few seconds of waiting without hearing anything from Huo Yao, her expression suddenly fell. It's over, it's over. Sister Ju, you wouldn't tell her what I just said about Lucia, would you?" At this moment, Meng Ying felt as though her heart was tightly clenched. After all, there were quite a few ardent admirers of Lucia at Yizhong, and a mere utterance from her could easily engulf Meng Ying in a torrent of fanatical adoration. Huo Yao cast her a sidelong glance, a smile that was more enigmatic than genuine, and advised her not to overdramatize the situation. Instantly, Meng Ying's previously anxious demeanor vanished, and she remarked, "I've realized you possess not the slightest hint of a sense of humor." Just then, the bus that Huo Yao typically took arrived. She pulled out her transit card and queued up, casually commenting, "Are you certain you wish to continue following me and discussing the existence of humor?" Meng Ying, upon hearing this, immediately realized her blunder and sharply tapped her forehead, which had been befuddled by gossip. "Oh no, how did I end up taking the bus with you? My father is still waiting for me at the school gate." After expressing her discontent with a resentful glance at Huo Yao, she turned and dashed back. Lucia got into Huo Yanqi's car, and after exchanging a few words, she seemed to recall something and said, "Big brother, I have registered for the National Knowledge Competition. The Literary Association is placing significant emphasis on it this time. If I can secure a spot in the top 3 nationally, I will be granted a direct admission quota to Qingda." Upon hearing this, Huo Yanqi was quite taken aback and turned to glance at her. "This competition seems rather intriguing. You should perform well and strive for a commendable ranking." Lucia cast her gaze downward, her fingers delicately playing with the pom-pom decoration on her small bag. She softly replied, "I noticed that Yaoyao has also registered." Huo Yanqi's grip on the steering wheel faltered slightly as he furrowed his brow. What is she doing registering for this with her grades? Isn't that a waste of time? Perhaps it is merely a challenge, but it matters not. After all, this is just a leisure activity to broaden one's horizons, Lucia remarked softly with a smile. Upon hearing this, Huo Yanqi could not help but shake his head in bemusement, realizing that his sister was indeed not one to be easily managed. After dining with Lucia, Huo Yanqi escorted her back to the Liu residence. As he departed from the Liu household, the evening was still young, and after some contemplation, he decided to drive back to the Huo family home. Song Ning, with a facial mask adorning her face, was quite taken aback when she opened the door to find her eldest son standing outside. "Eldest, you have returned so late. Is something amiss?" Huo Yanqi entered the room, glanced around, and then replied, "I have just finished a busy few days and plan to stay at home for a while." After a brief pause, he inquired, "Where's my younger sister?" Chapter 60. Why do you wish to participate in the competition? Song Ning gazed at her eldest son with a peculiar expression, her voice tinged with an inexplicable warning. "Upon your return, you sought out your sister. What mischief do you intend to stir this time?" After their last unpleasant encounter, this scoundrel has only called her to ask her to discipline their daughter, yet he has not shown the same enthusiasm to return. Huo Yanqi's lips twitched slightly. "Are you under some misapprehension regarding me?" "I merely inquired casually with my younger sister." Song Ning removed the facial mask from her face, and it was evident from her damp visage that she harbored a sense of disdain. "Is it a misunderstanding, or do you not possess any awareness of the situation?" Huo Yanqi remarked, "All right, I shall refrain from further conversation. I am off to attend to my visage. You may do as you wish." As Song Ning spoke, she turned and made her way towards the bedroom. However, after taking but a few steps, she paused, turned her head back, and, with a serious demeanor, admonished, "Do not disturb your sister. She studies diligently every day." Having delivered her message, she entered her room, leaving only Huo Yanqi and Huo father, who was engrossed in the television in the living room. Huo Yanqi directed his gaze towards Huo father, opening his mouth to speak, yet he witnessed Huo father rise, press the remote control to turn off the television, and emit a sizable yawn. His voice was muffled as he remarked, "I awoke far too early this morning. I'm utterly exhausted. Eldest, make sure to rest early. Good night." Without waiting for a response, Huo father swiftly retreated to his own room. Huo Yanqi pondered. After several days away from home, has he become an unwelcome presence to his own parents? With a heavy heart, Huo Yanqi ascended the stairs, his gaze briefly resting on the room occupied by Huo Yao. After a few moments of hesitation, he averted his eyes and retreated into his own chamber. The following day was Saturday, devoid of classes, and Huo Yao, as was her custom, rose early for her morning jog. Upon returning and ascending the stairs, she was met by the sudden opening of Huo Yanqi's door just as she passed by. Her footsteps faltered, clad in pajamas and still appearing half asleep. Huo Yanqi's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of Huo Yao, whose face was glistening with perspiration. "What brings you here?" he inquired, his tone revealing his astonishment. Huo Yao, having quelled her initial surprise, answered in a calm and measured voice, "I just returned from my morning run." Huo Yanqi paused, seemingly taken aback, for it was the weekend, a time when most would prefer to linger in bed. "I shall return to my room," Huo Yao remarked, nodding politely at Huo Yanqi, her demeanor exuding grace and decorum. As he observed her retreating figure, Huo Yanqi found himself momentarily lost in thought. 20 minutes later, Huo Yao sat at the dining table, leisurely enjoying her breakfast with an air of quietude and poise. Huo Yanqi occupied the seat opposite her, his gaze frequently drifting towards her. Yearning to speak yet at a loss for words, his expression caught in an awkward tension. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by his scrutiny, Huo Yao set down her spoon, lifted her head, and met his gaze with her strikingly clear eyes, asking directly, "Do you have something to say?" Huo Yanqi cleared his throat and suddenly recalled what Lu Xia had mentioned last night. He inquired, "I heard that you have registered for the national knowledge competition. How did you come to know?" Huo Yao gazed with a hint of perplexity. Yesterday, she had overheard Lu Xia mention it. Huo Yanqi did not perceive any reason to conceal the matter and responded candidly. Huo Yao raised an eyebrow and uttered an acknowledgement. Very well. She had likely already surmised the truth. What motivated her desire to partake in this competition? Huo Yanqi initially intended to express that the demanding study schedule of the third year of high school rendered participation in such competitions a mere indulgence. However, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. Huo Yao's lips curled into a subtle smile as she retorted with a question of her own. "Have you posed this inquiry to Lu Xia?" Was her response. Chapter 61, Is the Literary Association Impressive? Huo Yanqi furrowed his brow. "Why you bring up Lu Xia again? Can you be compared to her?" Huo Yao lightly tapped her fingers on the table twice, her gaze somewhat unfocused. "Are you certain that it was not you who brought it up first?" Huo Yanqi paused momentarily, experiencing a profound sense of communication barrier. Exercising patience, he elucidated, "Xia is striving for the direct admission quota to Qingda. What about you? Your performance in this competition appears to hold little significance." After a brief pause, he added in a subdued tone, "It will be far more beneficial to dedicate this time to attending a tutoring class, as that would be the most advantageous for you at present." Despite feeling somewhat disappointed in his younger sister, he nonetheless hoped that she would focus her energies on a legitimate path, rather than pursuing fanciful shortcuts that were clearly unattainable. Gazed at him, her smile nonchalant. "So, are you implying that I am unqualified to participate in the competition?" Was momentarily taken aback by his smile and instinctively replied, "That's not what I meant. I just believe one should not aim too high." "All right, I understand," nodded, averted her gaze, and resumed eating the little porridge left in her bowl. Observed his seemingly quiet and obedient sister, who was actually deliberately distant and aloof, feeling a complex mix of emotions he could not articulate. If it were speaking to him at that moment, the atmosphere would surely not be so awkward. At the very least, she would comprehend the intent behind every word he uttered. The mood at the dining table grew somewhat somber. After a while, finding the breakfast tasteless, set down his food and looked at it again. "I'll arrange for a tutor for you," he said. Puzzled, lifted her head. "Since you are determined to participate in the competition, I want to dissuade you. I happen to have a friend in the... Perhaps he could be of assistance," said slowly. Gaining access to besides the esteemed educators from various prestigious universities, also included academicians who had made significant contributions in their fields. Receiving guidance from someone affiliated with the association would undoubtedly save her from many missteps. "Thank you, but I do not need it," politely declined. She could not quite grasp why her elder brother was so certain that her academic performance warranted preemptive tutoring from someone was taken aback by his refusal. Initially, he thought his thoughtful consideration would surely touch her, yet she showed no signs of being moved, dismissing his offer without a second thought. His expression darkened as he could not help but say, "Do you realize how beneficial it would be to receive guidance from someone in the..." Looked at him with an expressionless gaze, remaining silent. Seeing her indifference, ran a hand through his hair in frustration, his voice growing heavier. "You must understand, Suddenly recalling that she had always lived in a small county, he realized she might not have even heard of the association. His voice faltered, and he finally shook his head, conceding, "Forget it. Why am I even discussing this with you?" Rising from his seat, he added, "Since you refuse, consider what I just said as if I never spoke it." This sister, he decided, was not worth his concern. Watched as walked away, and after a moment, she took out her phone and sent a text message. Is there really that impressive? In a research institute in the capital, a man who had just completed an overnight experiment picked up his phone and, upon seeing the message from, felt his drowsiness dissipate instantly. ISNT, that just an organization created by a bunch of idle intellectuals who fancy themselves as contributors? He was puzzled as to why this esteemed individual would suddenly inquire about it, but swiftly replied, "He is essentially a talent incubator dedicated to gathering various talents for universities. If you consider it impressive, it's fair enough. After all, it is an organization focused on contribution." Upon reading this, S' beautiful face exhibited a look of realization, and she slowly typed a response. "Thank you." She had expected something more remarkable. It turned out to be merely a licensed pyramid scheme. "Do you have children studying? A senior of mine is a council member at the... If you need assistance, I can help you get in touch." The man sent another message. Holding her phone, fell into a contemplative silence, taking a long time to reply. "Esteemed one?" She sighed softly and responded, "Thank you, but I do not need it." The man, receiving this reply, felt something was amiss, but quickly rationalized that someone of her stature certainly would need assistance. After all, she could not possibly be a student. "By the way, esteemed one, in a few days, there will be a large auction in the black market of the capital. I know there will be a rare available. And I remember you were looking for this herb. I have an invitation card for the black market. If you wish to attend, I can mail it to you." Pondered for a moment before her fingers finally moved. "No need. I have school and no time to spare." The man, who had just taken a sip of water, was so shocked by her response that he spluttered it out. School? No time? Was he hallucinating? Wasn't this esteemed individual supposed to be an elderly person of considerable age? Perhaps due to the earlier unpleasantness with left home sooner than planned, his disappointment evident in his gaze as he departed. However, remained unfazed, continuing to read quietly, her demeanor eliciting dissatisfaction from regarding her eldest son's behavior. To prevent further tension between the siblings, she ordered her eldest son not to return home for a while to avoid disrupting the family atmosphere. In the afternoon, when felt a headache coming on, she intended to visit her usual traditional medicine clinic for a massage, but stopped her, saying, "Let me help you with your headache." Pressing her temples, wave her hand dismissively. "No need, dear. Go study. I'll see the old doctor for a massage and some acupuncture." Upon hearing this, frowned slightly and said seriously, "You shouldn't tea massage or get acupuncture for a headache without proper guidance. If the acupoints are not located accurately, it could worsen the condition." Paused, then smiled. "It's all right. I've been seeing this old doctor for years. He has some skill. You need not worry." Remained silent for a moment before suggesting, "Why not try my method? If you still feel uncomfortable, you can go to the old doctor afterward." Taking her daughter's suggestion as a sign of filial piety, glanced at her and decided not to refuse, settling into a nearby armchair. At worst, she could tell her daughter later that her headache had subsided and sneak off to the old doctor when she wasn't looking. Had no idea of thoughts. Once she sat down, she gently rolled up her sleeves and placed her slender fingers on her mother's temples, applying a firm yet gentle pressure. Her technique was remarkably skillful. Any expert present would recognize that she was targeting several crucial acupoints on the head with precision, even addressing some points that many seasoned traditional medicine professors would hesitate to touch. Initially, had sat down out of a sense of obligation to her daughter, but after a short while, she realized she felt significantly better, even more so than after visiting her longtime clinic. "Have you studied this? My headache has eased considerably under your hands." Closed her eyes, visibly enjoying the relief. Continued her motions, her tone flat as she replied, "I used to often massage the elderly. So that's the case." Accepted this without suspicion, a smile of pride gracing her lips. "My daughter is remarkable, even without training. She is better than those in massage parlors." Lowered her gaze, her long lashes concealing her expression as she asked, "Have you been using the medicine I gave you regularly?" "Yes, especially that fragrant pill. It has a subtle and pleasant aroma, not at all overwhelming. I feel my sleep quality has improved a lot during the nights." And even your father has mentioned a reduction in his insomnia symptoms these past few days, said with a smile. The bottle of oral medication. You surely have not consumed it, have you? Huo Yao's tone was flat. Despite being a question, it bore a sense of certainty. If she had taken it, the headache today would not have occurred. Song Ning, feeling guilty, pinched her dress and after a moment whispered, "The taste of that medicine is overwhelmingly bitter and difficult to swallow. After trying it once, I have no desire to repeat the experience." Huo Yao sighed softly, asserting that bitter medicine is essential for healing. Upon hearing her daughter's gentle sigh, Song Ning felt as though her heart had been struck and hurriedly promised, "I assure you, I will take it on time in the future, enduring even the bitterness." Huo Yao retracted her hand, asking, "How do you feel now?" Song Ning opened her eyes, instinctively moving her neck, and marvelously remarked, "I feel no pain at all. I feel utterly refreshed." Huo Yao raised an eyebrow, pondering who had performed the miraculous remedy. Song Ning turned to Huo Yao, curiously inquiring, "By the way, I overheard you and your elder brother discussing some competition this morning. Have you signed up for it?" Huo Yao nodded slightly, replying with an expressionless face, "It is merely a rather dull knowledge competition with no prizes." Upon hearing this, Song Ning assumed it was just an ordinary extracurricular event. "Oh, then I shall merely take it as practice." With that thought, a hint of fierceness appeared in her eyes. This eldest son had overreacted. It was merely a small competition, after all. However, after a few seconds, Song Ning raised her head again and asked, "Is this competition searchable online? Even if my daughter describes it as dull, I should still pay attention as her mother." Although Huo Yao did not comprehend why her mother was asking, she thought for a moment and replied, "It should be possible. Search for the national knowledge competition." "All right." Song Ning had already taken out her phone. Huo Yao glanced at her and said, "I will return to my room now." Go ahead." Song Ning responded without looking up. Her phone's webpage already opened as she quickly typed in the words National Knowledge Competition. Soon, numerous results pertaining to the National Knowledge Competition appeared on her phone screen. A smile brightened Song Ning's face as she thought that her daughter's competition seemed quite popular, given the wealth of explanations that emerged with a simple search. However, after a short while, the smile on Song Ning's face began to fade. Did her daughter not say it was merely a dull competition with no prizes? What was this about city-level preliminaries, provincial divisions, national divisions, and international competitions organized in collaboration with several major universities and cultural associations in the capital? Was this truly a dull competition? Song Ning was momentarily dazed, seriously doubting whether the competition she had found online was the same as the one her daughter had mentioned. Thus, she reopened the webpage and searched again for the divisions of the National Knowledge Competition. The competition was divided into various divisions: city preliminaries, provincial, national, and finally, the top 5 students would represent the country at the international competition. Because the competition was not limited to a single subject, the difficulty level was relatively high. After all, students who chose to study sciences would likely be weaker in the humanities and vice versa. Before the city preliminaries, there was a preliminary round, with the exam paper issued by the Provincial Literary Association. Only those who passed the preliminary round would qualify for the formal competition. The preliminary round was scheduled for Wednesday, and all third-year students who registered would be uniformly assigned to exam venues by their school. There were 10 classes in the third year, apart from the experimental class, where only 3 students, including Huo Yao, participated. The rocket class and ordinary classes had between 5 to 8 participants each. Thus, when Chunyu submitted the registration forms, the vice principal was quite surprised. Soon, Wednesday arrived. The exam was set for the morning, and Huo Yao, holding the exam number given to her by her homeroom teacher Chunyu, proceeded to the examination hall. With many participants from the first high school, the students were divided into 2 examination rooms, and Huo Yao was in the second room. The 2 male classmates from her class were also assigned to the same room. Unlike the girls, the boys displayed no jealousy, offering her shy words of encouragement before taking their seats. Unfortunately, Lucia was also assigned to the second examination room. As a top student and a somewhat renowned member of a girl group, she naturally drew the attention of many boys upon entering. The majority of the participants in the competition were male, with females comprising less than a third of the total. In the second examination room, only Huo Yao and Lucia were present as girls. Huo Yao lazily leaned back in her seat, slowly twirling a pencil in her hand, and did not glance up as Lucia walked in, seemingly engrossed in her own world. In contrast, Yaoyao wore a warm smile, typically associated with a first love, exuding grace and an ethereal aura, embodying an entirely different personality than Huo Yao. Who do you think is more attractive, the girl from our school or the transfer student? The girl from our school is pure and lovely, gentle with her classmates, and excels academically. I think the transfer student is more beautiful, though she appears unapproachable. Her presence completely overshadows both boys and girls. That does sound quite reasonable, haha. Seated in the front row, Lucian naturally overheard the comments from behind, her gaze lowered, seemingly unaffected. Soon, the invigilator entered with the exam papers, briefly outlining the examination guidelines before distributing the papers. Huo Yao scanned the paper and, feeling disappointed, shook her head before taking up her pen and beginning to write slowly. I expected more from this so-called prestigious examination. The questions are rather trivial. The exam duration was 60 minutes, but Huo Yao completed all the questions in just 30 minutes and then lazily rested her head on the desk. Were it not for the strict examination rules against early submissions, she would have left immediately after finishing. The invigilator in the second examination room was Wei Mingzhi, who had a strong and unfavorable impression of Huo Yao. Seeing her resting on the desk, while other candidates focused on their papers, was strikingly different, prompting him to shake his head in derision. Poor performance does not excuse a lack of diligence in study. Even if one has connections, one should be aware of their own capabilities. Did she think the national knowledge competition was a child's play? How laughable. Thankfully, he had insisted on not accepting such students. Otherwise, he would be infuriated. Soon, the 60-minute answering period concluded. Although Huo Yao was the first to finish, she was the last to submit her paper. When she handed her exam paper to Wei Mingzhi, he did not even glance at her, let alone her paper, simply placing it into a sealed bag and exiting the classroom. After leaving the examination room, Huo Yao went to the restroom before returning to her classroom. Just as she sat down, her deskmate Meng Ying leaned over, asking, "How did it go, big sister?" I just heard the class monitor and the class leader say that the preliminary questions were quite challenging. Aside from Huo Yao, only the class leader and the study committee member from the experimental class participated in the competition. Huo Yao lazily raised her eyes, her expression indifferent. Challenging? Meng Ying hesitated. Not challenging? The class monitor and the academic committee member consistently rank among the top 20 in the grade. When they declare something to be challenging, is it not genuinely difficult? Huo Yao let out a light sigh, remarking that it would indeed be challenging. Meng Ying responded, "Listen to how dismissive and arrogant that sounds. Sister Ju, do you realize you've become rather conceited?" Gently touching the tip of his nose, Meng Ying inquired, "What score do you anticipate achieving? Do you hold any hope for surpassing the preliminary examination?" Huo Yao raised her eyebrows slightly. "My dear, are you doubting my abilities?" Meng Ying's face flushed with embarrassment, as she sensed that Jia, the elder sister, increasingly exuded a rogue charm. Let us not forget that she is now the student who has garnered much discussion for allegedly entering through the back door. Huo Yao nonchalantly waved her hand. Upon witnessing this, Meng Ying silently shook her head, refraining from further inquiries. With such an air of composure, perhaps Sister Ju is indeed a concealed academic prodigy. The results of the preliminary examination will be announced at 10 o'clock the following morning. However, prior to the release of the results, Huo Yao was summoned to the office of the guidance department. Within the office, several teachers were present, including her homeroom teacher, Chen Yu, as well as Wei Mingzhi, the head of the department and the vice principal. The expressions of the individuals were notably grave, particularly that of the vice principal and the head of the department. The vice principal fixed his gaze upon Huo Yao and coldly remarked, "Student Huo Yao, I trust you are aware of the rumors circulating about you in the school these past few days?" Huo Yao raised her brows, unfazed by his stern demeanor. Instead, she responded with a light-hearted retort, "Are you referring to the backdoor approach?" The vice principal furrowed his brow, seemingly taken aback by the unexpected demeanor of the transfer student. Chapter 66. Am I the one casting aspersions? Indeed, due to this matter, the century-old reputation of the school is now facing scrutiny from all sectors of society, and numerous parents have come to lodge complaints with me. The vice principal solemnly articulated the gravity of the situation. Initially, out of respect for the principal, he chose to turn a blind eye. However, he did not anticipate that this issue would spread widely throughout the campus. And now it is impossible for him to cover it up. I must also take responsibility for this. During the enrollment period, I sensed something amiss. Had I known this would escalate to such a degree, I would have certainly acted differently. Wei Mingzhi sighed beside them, his face etched with self-reproach and frustration. Chen Yu glanced at Huo Yao, who stood amidst the group, isolated and vulnerable. Although her method of seeking favors was somewhat questionable, after observing her for several days, it was evident that the girl's character and attitude towards learning were commendable. If anyone were to be the subject of doubt, it would indeed be her. As she found herself at the epicenter of gossip, enduring the pointed fingers of her classmates daily. After a brief silence, Chen Yu spoke, asserting that the event had transpired, and blaming anyone would serve no purpose. What was imperative now was to contemplate how to quell the rising tide of rumors. The vice principal scoffed lightly, questioning how one might achieve such tranquility. Aside from having her parents take her away, I have no other recourse but to pen another letter of apology. Upon hearing this, the director of education, in a state of urgency, exclaimed, "No, old Wei, Vice Principal Su, I have just explained to you that this student, Huo Yao, did not gain admission through any undue means. Why do you refuse to believe my words?" Since the recent meeting discussing the matter of Huo Yao's alleged favoritism, he has been tirelessly defending and clarifying the situation for Huo Yao. However, he never anticipated that the vice principal would not afford him the opportunity to speak and would instead summon Huo Yao directly. If indeed Huo Yao was not granted admission through improper means, then why is there such rampant speculation circulating within the school? Given that the matter has reached this point, do you still choose to continue shielding the principal? The vice principal gazed at the director of education with a countenance filled with deep sorrow, as if profoundly disappointed by his demeanor. Upon hearing these words, the director furrowed his brow tightly, pondering whether to shield the principal. What do you mean by that? Vice principal? I had always believed that the principal was a person of integrity and fairness. The vice principal cast a sidelong glance at Huo Yao, his eyes betraying a hint of mockery. However, I was taken aback to discover that even he could be prone to moments of confusion. Although he did not explicitly state that Huo Yao had gained admission through the principal's favoritism, it was evident to everyone present what he insinuated. The head of the teaching department seemed to have a sudden revelation, a smile of incredulity spreading across his face. Vice principal, even though the principal is currently out of the city, would it not be inappropriate to tarnish his reputation in such a manner? The vice principal's expression froze. He had always disapproved of the principal's lofty demeanor. Finally, seizing an opportunity, he intended to strike a decisive blow. Yet he did not anticipate the director of education's blunt words. Am I really the one casting aspersions? Am I jesting with the reputation of the school, simply because I am well-fed and at leisure? Do you think that after this incident, I, as the vice principal, shall not bear any responsibility? The vice principal, visibly irate, exclaimed. In that instant, the atmosphere grew tense and awkward. At this juncture, Wei Mingzhi glanced at the two individuals, pondered for a few seconds, and then interjected. Director, it is not merely a misunderstanding on the vice principal's part. You yourself mentioned on the first day of school that this Huo Yao is a relative of the principal, did you not? The director of education, upon hearing this, looked at Wei Mingzhi with perplexity and said, "When did I ever claim that Huo Yao is a relative of the principal?" Wei Mingzhi, you must refrain from making such unfounded statements. Chapter 67. Take your daughter back. However, it was not long before the director of education recalled that on the day of the school opening, he had indeed spoken a few words to Wei Mingzhi. Among those words, he mentioned that Huo Yao had been recruited by the principal. Later, upon learning of Huo Yao's departure, he became rather anxious and left mid-sentence. His original intention was merely to convey that Huo Yao had been brought in with great effort by the principal. Could it be that his words were thus misinterpreted by Wei Mingzhi? The dean of education pressed his fingers against his brow. Wei Mingzhi observed this and realized that the dean was likely recalling something significant. He curled his lips in disdain and let out a hum, thinking to himself that in front of so many people, it would be impossible for him to speak recklessly. The vice principal, noticing the dean's silence, assumed he was feeling guilty, and a mocking smile crept upon the corners of his lips, cautioning against any further insinuations that he was casting aspersions on the principal, a burden he could not bear. As the director of education, Zhang was about to elucidate when he was abruptly interrupted by the urgent arrival of Song Ning and Huo Jinyan, both displaying expressions of great concern as they entered the office. "Teacher, what has happened to my daughter?" Song Ning's voice was fraught with anxiety. Upon seeing Huo Yao standing there, She hurried over, gently pinching her arm and patting her shoulder to ensure she was unharmed, finally allowing herself to breathe a sigh of relief. Moments ago, she had received a call from the school, urgently summoning her with a serious tone, nearly causing her heart to leap in fear, as she feared some grave incident had occurred. The vice principal cleared his throat and regarded both Song Ning and Huo Jinyan with a demeanor that remained relatively courteous. He stated, "It appears that our esteemed institution can no longer accept your child. The matter of backdoor admissions carries significant ramifications. The purpose of this meeting is to clarify this situation before you, and subsequently, you may take your child home." Upon the conclusion of his statement, both Song Ning and Huo Jinyan gazed at him in utter astonishment. "What does this mean? This teacher, could you please clarify what you mean by taking the back door?" Song Ning was quite perplexed. "Wasn't my daughter personally admitted by your esteemed institution, Yizhong? At that time, a transfer notice was sent to my daughter." Huo Jinyan furrowed his brow, his expression decidedly unpleasant. Though he usually appeared amiable in front of Huo Yao, his current demeanor exuded an inexplicable aura of authority. Even a vice principal, typically accustomed to a sense of superiority, was somewhat taken aback by Huo Jinyan's imposing presence. However, what did the conversation between this couple signify? Unwilling to acknowledge the means by which one has gained advantage, one resorts to pretense. Is this not rather distasteful? Simply relying on the connection of being a relative of the principal? The vice principal was infuriated, questioning whether one had gained admission through underhanded means. Do you not possess an inkling of awareness regarding this matter? Must the principal make a special trip back just to confront you? Song Ning has grown increasingly perplexed. However, your statement appears to be somewhat excessive, does it not? We did not resort to underhanded methods, so why should we confront anyone? After a brief pause, Song Ning countered. Isn't your Yizhong known for its strict academic integrity? Could it be that you also engage in backdoor dealings behind the scenes? The vice principal, taken aback by Song Ning's unreasonable retort, felt a wave of anger wash over him. Indeed, she was audacious, relying on the principal's backing to speak so recklessly. This was pure nonsense. Observing the vice principal's flushed complexion, Song Ning suddenly recalled her daughter's previous grades in the county and the mysterious transfer notice. A pang of anxiety struck her. The confidence she had just moments ago began to wane rapidly. Was her daughter about to face a crisis? To combat the author's procrastination, I will adjust the update schedule starting tomorrow, with a fixed update time of noon and 4 chapters released together. See you all tomorrow. Chapter 68. Who else would exhibit such an attitude? Despite the turmoil within Song Ning's heart, her face remained composed as she glanced at her husband, silently urging him to speak up. Huo Jinyan, however, was not as lost in thought as his wife. From the moment their daughter presented the transfer notice from Yizhong, he had not suspected any wrongdoing in her acquisition of it. After all, Yizhong is a prestigious high school ranked among the top 5 nationally. It would hardly admit a student with poor grades, even through backdoor means, as they would consider the school's reputation. Huo Jinyan's expression turned icy as he declared, "I assure you, we did not resort to any underhanded tactics, nor do we have any acquaintance with your principal. If you wish to expel my daughter, please present your evidence." His gaze fell on his obedient daughter, then swept over Vice Principal Wei Mingzhi and others, his demeanor growing increasingly stern. If no evidence was provided, he would not hesitate to inform the media about Yizhong's bullying of students. The thought of his vulnerable daughter facing such aggressive questioning alone before he arrived filled him with distress. The vice principal, confronted by Huo Jinyan's unwavering stance, felt a flicker of uncertainty. Could he truly have erred in his assumptions? Upon hearing her husband's harsh words, Song Ning coughed slightly. "Old Huo, calm down. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding. What if their daughter truly did take the backdoor route? Wouldn't that mean she would be the one embarrassed?" She was not afraid of being ridiculed herself, but she dreaded hurting her daughter's pride. The director, who had been sending messages to the principal during a lull, quickly stepped forward, smiling apologetically. Yes, Mr. Huo. Mrs. Huo, this is all a misunderstanding. I failed to communicate clearly before." Huo Jinyan narrowed his eyes at the director, remaining silent. The director felt a pang of unease under Huo Jinyan's gaze and hurriedly added, "Actually, Huo Yao was specially recruited by the principal. I apologize for not expressing this clearly to my colleagues, which led to this misunderstanding." Wei Mingzhi frowned. Special recruitment? Is this yet another excuse to absolve the principal? Not wanting to take the blame, Wei Mingzhi interrupted the director before he could continue. All right, you claim Huo Yao was specially recruited. What about her academic performance? The director, taken aback by Wei Mingzhi's sudden interjection, felt irked. What of her academic performance? I have mentioned several times that she entered with full marks. It was baffling to her how stubborn this old man was. The parents were demanding an explanation, and even the vice principal was silent. Yet he continued to argue, failing to see that he was providing everyone an opportunity to back down. Wei Mingzhi glanced at Huo Yao and scoffed. Director, are you certain she entered with full marks? If she truly scored full marks, she wouldn't have dozed off halfway through the preliminary exam yesterday. After a pause, Wei Mingzhi added, in the entire examination hall, who else exhibited such an attitude? Which candidate is not earnestly answering questions? His implication was clear, unless one could not answer. It was inconceivable to sleep through the exam in such a careless manner. Chapter 69, Preliminary Exam. Full marks, first place. Upon hearing this, the director's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Old Wei, just because you saw Huo Yao sleeping at her desk, you assume her grades are poor? He had never thought Wei Mingzhi could be so narrow-minded. Wei Mingzhi replied, unperturbed, you have seen the exam questions, given their difficulty. Even the top student, Lian Fan, could not finish quickly. Do you really believe a transfer student from a small county could outperform Lian Fan? The director pressed his temples, feeling that Wei Mingzhi's obstinacy was worsening. Meanwhile, Huo Yao, who had remained silent and never defended herself, suddenly raised her head. Her delicate features bore no trace of the distress one would expect from someone wronged. Instead, she calmly stated, the preliminary exam results should be out by now, right? As soon as she finished speaking, the director glanced at his watch. It was exactly 10 o'clock. Without further ado, he walked past everyone to his desk. Opening his computer, he quickly logged into the results system for the National Knowledge Competition and navigated to Yizhong's page. A total of 68 students from Yizhong participated in the preliminary exam, but only 23 passed. To his astonishment, the name at the top of the overall ranking was Huo Yao. The director stared at the screen, his eyes unblinking. Wei Mingzhi and the vice principal, noticing his silence, moved to the computer. Upon seeing the rankings and scores, they were momentarily speechless. Wei Mingzhi, regaining his composure, took the mouse from the director with a grim expression. Muttering to himself, I can't believe she scored higher than Lian Fan. She clearly did not take the exam seriously. Yet, no matter how many times he refreshed the page, the name at the top, with a perfect score of 150, remained Huo Yao's. The mouse slipped from his grasp and clattered to the desk. The vice principal, observing the score, wore an expression as dark as Wei Mingzhi's. He glanced at Huo Yao with mixed emotions. Initially convinced that this transfer student had secured a spot through the principal's influence and confident in her poor performance, he had anticipated witnessing her embarrassment in the competition. The vice principal's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. Chunyu, Huo Yao's homeroom teacher, noticed the unusual expressions on everyone's faces and hurried over. When she saw the scores displayed on the computer, she was utterly bewildered. Full marks. Was she seeing things? Wasn't it said that her grades were poor? This was clearly exceptional. Chunyu had reviewed the exam paper, noting that the difficulty level exceeded that of the final exams, with a mix of liberal arts and science questions. Scoring full marks indicated that this student excelled in both disciplines, even though the experimental class was primarily focused on liberal arts. Chunyu was astonished. How had Huo Yao managed to answer all the science questions correctly? There had been versatile students in the past, but none had been as extraordinary as her. Old Wei, do you still have anything to say? The director taunted as he regained his composure. Wei Mingzhi suddenly recalled that on the first day of school, he had intended to place Huo Yao in his elite class. Chapter 70. Huo Yao, you are quite an impressive individual. Wei Mingzhi's lips curled into a bitter smile. For the first time in his life, he tasted the flavor of regret. If only he had not misunderstood, had not rejected the director's goodwill at that moment. Perhaps this exceptionally capable student could have been the crowning glory of his teaching career. However, Wei Mingzhi suddenly lifted his gaze to Huo Yao. This student had maintained a perpetually quiet demeanor, neither disputing nor offering explanations, her eyes filled with indifference, as if she were merely waiting for this moment to witness everyone's embarrassment as they bickered over her. Wei Mingzhi disdainfully averted his eyes. For a student like her, even with outstanding grades, lacking any perceptiveness, he held no interest. Before long, Wei Mingzhi approached Huo Yao, his voice laced with sarcasm. Huo Yao, you truly are an impressive person. Silent as ever. I must commend you. With that, he did not wait for anyone else to respond and expressionless exited the office. The director of education frowned, feeling quite helpless. This Wei Mingzhi, truly something. Silent? The moment she arrived, you all began questioning her, leaving her no opportunity for explanation. Chun Yu, unable to bear it any longer, murmured, with poor grades, they suspected her of taking shortcuts, and now that her results are before them, they ridicule her for not disclosing them. They fail to consider that had her preliminary scores not surfaced, Huo Yao would likely still be embroiled in their harsh interrogations. What is wrong with that teacher? His tone is so acerbic. One would think my daughter had committed a grave error, Huo Jinyan said, his face stern and his tone brusque. He had just seen his daughter's results. First place, a perfect score, though he was unaware of the nature of the examination. The significant point was that his daughter's result had nothing to do with any favoritism. Thus, it was evident that it was these teachers who were mistaken in exhibiting poor attitudes. With the results now revealed, instead of self-reflection, they seemed to imply that his daughter had intentionally concealed her abilities. The director glanced at the vice principal, whose composure was rapidly deteriorating, and sighed inwardly, then stepped forward to play the mediator and offer apologies. 20 minutes later, the director finally saw Huo Jinyan and Song Ning off, and Huo Yao returned to the classroom. The office was left with only the director and the vice principal. Director Wu, it's not that I wish to nitpick, but why didn't you clarify the situation regarding this transfer student's impressive scores beforehand? What a farce this has turned into. You truly excel. The vice principal recalled the moment Huo Yao's results were announced, and even now, his face still stung. Hearing this, the director's expression soured. Did I not mention it? How many times must I repeat myself before any of you actually listen? The vice principal, looking somewhat awkward, pressed his hand against his forehead. But you didn't explain clearly. I was merely listening to Wei Mingzhi. He sighed. Forget it. Discussing this further is futile. Then the vice principal recalled something and casually stated, since the misunderstanding is resolved, let us not inform the principal about this incident today. He has enough on his plate returning to Beijing. Let us not trouble him. The director smirked mockingly, now suggesting they not inform the principal. What had he been doing earlier? Even if he chose not to speak, the principal would eventually find out. With an impatient wave of his hand, the vice principal replied, we can discuss it when he returns. It's merely a misunderstanding. It's not as if it's a monumental issue. Chapter 71, could it be cheating? Once the preliminary results were released, all the students who were paying attention, even those who had not participated, eagerly pulled out their phones to check. Everyone was curious about Huo Yao, the transfer student who had allegedly gained admission through favoritism. What would her scores reveal? Would she have only scored 10 or 20 points? However, at the moment they saw the ranking, their eyes nearly popped out. Wow, this transfer student is incredible. She actually scored full marks. I must be seeing things. Didn't they say she entered through connections? Now, a student who allegedly took shortcuts has achieved a perfect score. Leaving those of us who entered through legitimate means feeling quite inadequate. Could she have cheated? Think about it. Someone who can get into Yizhong through connections likely has an extensive network and could have obtained the answers to the preliminary exam in advance. Moreover, she is a liberal arts student, yet she aced all the science questions? Deeply unsettling. Amidst the cacophony of opinions, the majority were astounded by her scores, with half believing in her capabilities and the other half in disbelief. Thus, when Huo Yao returned to the classroom, she was met with a myriad of complex gazes. Jijia, Teacher Zhang is looking for you in the office. Is it about the preliminary results? Meng Ying asked, her expression brimming with excitement and curiosity. Huo Yao raised an eyebrow, not delving into details, and merely replied ambiguously with a noncommittal sound. You're so good at keeping secrets. Your scores are astonishing. Full marks in the preliminary exam. Meng Ying exclaimed, her mouth agape. For a liberal arts student to flawlessly answer science questions is no small feat. Huo Yao smiled at her, saying, that is why I told you to read more. Meng Ying was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though she had been mocked, and the evidence was undeniable. However, she then remembered something and hurriedly approached Huo Yao's desk, pulling out a few books she often saw her reading. Physics, chemistry, biology. You read these every time after class? Meng Ying blinked. Huo Yao raised an eyebrow. Otherwise, would you prefer my tyrant CEO loves me? Meng Ying couldn't suppress a laugh. All right, I admit it. I'm genuinely shocked. She had always assumed that Jie would be reading literature-related materials during breaks, but she never imagined. No wonder on the first day of school, she had asked to borrow her chemistry textbook. It turned out she had been studying both the liberal arts and sciences. Meng Ying shook her head. Jie, you're just extraordinary. Huo Yao's lips twitched. Now, let us see who still dares to claim you entered through favoritism. Meng Ying grinned smugly, basking in her friend's glory. In this world, my Jie can excel in both arts and sciences. Those envious little girls can just roll away. Lucia did not attend school today due to a recording session and had taken a leave of absence, neglecting to check her preliminary results. However, her agent, aware of her participation in the national knowledge competition, kept an eye on her scores. As soon as the rehearsal was completed, the agent handed her the phone with her scores and ranking. Xia, your preliminary results are impressive. 138 points. Truly the epitome of a scholar. You are remarkable. The agent beamed. He was already contemplating how to leverage the national knowledge competition to enhance Lucia's popularity. After all, in the entertainment industry, individuals with a good family background, striking looks, and genuine academic prowess were scarce. As long as her strengths were showcased cleverly, there was no doubt she would rise to fame. Lucia smiled as she took the agent's phone. I overestimated my writing speed. I just finished the last chapter and uploaded it. I believe I can upload everything in one go tomorrow. Chapter 72, First Place. A rare occurrence, Lucia was confident in her scores. After the exam yesterday, aside from a few ambiguous responses in the humanities section, everything else was satisfactory. She felt assured that passing the preliminary round was undoubtedly within reach. Scoring 138 points and ranking 6th was entirely expected. Lucia raised the corners of her lips, casting a fleeting glance before she intended to return the phone to her manager. However, a thought crossed her mind, and she retracted her hand, her fingertips gently sliding upward on the screen. The rankings page had scrolled to the bottom, yet she did not find Huo Yao's name. Lucia furrowed her brows. Had she not participated in the exam? How could her name be absent? Was it possible she had failed the preliminary test? As this notion crossed her mind, the smile at the corners of her lips deepened. She had suspected as much. How could such scores warrant a ranking? Lucia let out a soft huff, inadvertently tapping the Return to Top button. Just as she was about to lower her head and close the web page, Huo Yao's name suddenly appeared before her eyes. First place, 150 points, Huo Yao. The smile on Lucia's lips froze, her hand instinctively tightening around the phone. How could this be? How could she possibly achieve a perfect score? How could she rank first? Xia, why does your face look a bit pale? Are you tired from the rehearsal? Her manager, noticing her unusual demeanor, inquired with concern. Lucia's gaze flickered momentarily. She nonchalantly returned the phone to her manager and replied softly, It's nothing. Perhaps I was too focused while singing and dancing just now, and I'm still a bit dazed. Upon hearing this, her manager gently patted her shoulder, saying, You should rest here for a bit. When it's time for the official recording, I'll come to get you. Thank you, Tiangu, Lucia replied lightly. Her manager, taking the phone, was about to leave when he paused, turning back to Lucia. By the way, during the recording, there will be a Q&A session. I'll mention to the director that you participated in the competition, so just be ready to respond. Lucia was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in acknowledgement. Huo Yao had successfully advanced to the next round of the municipal preliminary competition with her outstanding perfect score, a feat that was unparalleled among the numerous schools in the city. Thus, on the official website of the National Knowledge Competition, she firmly held the first position, with even the second-place score trailing her by 9 points, showcasing her solid grasp of both humanities and sciences. At this moment, in the Municipal Literary Association, the Secretary-General remarked, A student from the first high school achieved a perfect score in the preliminary test, even solving that tricky physics question posed by Elder Zhang. This student is truly remarkable. Holding a test paper, he expressed his admiration while passing it to the chairman. The chairman received the paper, adjusted his glasses, and lowered his gaze to examine the test. Without even reviewing the answers, the elegant calligraphy caught his eye, evoking a sense of aesthetic pleasure. This handwriting is impressive, grand, and vigorous. The strokes are filled with strength, and there is no extraneous flourish. One can glean the character of the student through their writing. They must possess considerable refinement, the chairman commented generously. Well, humanities students tend to be a bit more delicate in their literary skills compared to their science counterparts, the Secretary-General remarked with a chuckle. The chairman raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is it true that a humanities student solved Elder Zhang's question? Perhaps it was merely a fortunate coincidence, the Secretary General suggested with a distant gaze. The chairman pondered for a few moments before starting to review the test paper, particularly focusing on the final question, which was Elder Zhang's physics problem. After some time, a look of admiration spread across his lips. Leaning back in his chair, he sighed, "Indeed remarkable. Just look at how cleverly the equations are arranged. There are no extraneous steps, and this method of solving it is quite novel, even simpler than what Elder Zhang taught us." Though the Secretary General was not well versed in physics, he understood from the chairman's remarks just how formidable the problem solver's cognitive abilities were. With a subdued expression, he suggested, "Elder Zhang has been searching for a disciple with exceptional talent in physics. Should we recommend this perfect score from the first high school?" The chairman removed his glasses and rubbed the corners of his eyes, contemplating for several seconds. "Not yet. This is merely a small preliminary competition. After all, this perfect scorer is a humanities student. It is possible that she merely happened to solve Elder Zhang's problem." The Secretary General conceded, acknowledging the chairman's reasoning. "Very well. We shall wait until she progresses past the municipal preliminaries." "Agreed," the chairman replied lightly, placing the test paper on the table. The Secretary General glanced over the paper again and asked, "Should we document the solution to this physics problem and send it to Elder Zhang? I believe you would be interested." The chairman raised a hand, interrupting, "Elder Zhang has already done us a tremendous favor by setting the questions for this competition. Such problems are trivial to him. There is no need to make a fuss over presenting him with a different method." The Secretary General touched his nose, conceding, "I understand. I will take this test paper back for archiving." With that, he picked up the paper. "Go ahead." However, just as the Secretary General turned to leave, the chairman seemed to recall something and called out to his retreating figure, "By the way, how did Lu Xia perform in this examination?" The Secretary General paused, recalling Lu Xia, as his daughter was a fan of hers. He turned back to respond, 138 points, ranked 6th, not bad. After a moment, he added, "It seems this student is also a campus star, excelling in the sciences. Such performance indicates she is quite talented." The chairman tapped his fingers lightly on the table. "Understood. You may return to your duties." The Secretary General glanced at the chairman, puzzled by his sudden interest in Lu Xia, but he refrained from asking further and simply complied. On Saturday morning, after finishing breakfast, Huo Yao was forcibly dragged by Song Ning to a nearby supermarket, where they purchased a large quantity of groceries and a bag of snacks. After checking out, Song Ning turned to her daughter, who was struggling to carry the heavy bags and wore an expression of exasperation, and suddenly burst into laughter. "Girls shouldn't be too reclusive. You need to get out and explore. If you stay at home reading all the time, you'll turn into a bookworm." Huo Yao expressionlessly declined her mother's offer for help, cutting straight to the point, "You just want someone to help carry the bags." Song Ning coughed slightly, feeling a bit guilty. Observing her daughter effortlessly managing the 2 heavy bags, she realized that a delicate and sweet daughter was simply out of the question. "Are we expecting guests today?" Huo Yao inquired, glancing at the bag of vegetables in her right hand. "It's not quite accurate to call them guests." Song Ning replied with a hint of mystery. Huo Yao raised an eyebrow. "Lu Xia?" Though Lu Xia had returned to the Lu family, she likely would not be regarded as a guest by the Huo family. "No." Song Ning shook her head, smiling. "Why would you suddenly think of Xia Xia?" Huo Yao appeared casual, merely guessing. As they approached the supermarket entrance, where there were many people coming and going, her interest waned, and she said, "Let us head home." With that, she carried the 2 heavy bags and walked ahead. Song Ning watched the seemingly frail, yet remarkably strong figure of her daughter, once again feeling a sense of wonder. A delicate daughter was indeed impossible. Upon returning home, Song Ning busied herself in the kitchen. Huo Yao, lost in thought, glanced at her before retreating to her room. It was not until around 6 in the evening that the doorbell rang at the entrance of the Huo residence. "Yaoyao, could you please open the door?" Song Ning, bustling in the kitchen, called out. Huo Yao replied with a soft sound, tucked her phone into her pocket, and rose to approach the door. As she opened it, a man outside, who had been about to call out "Auntie," suddenly swallowed the word upon seeing Huo Yao, momentarily taken aback. Huo Yao frowned slightly, questioning. The man, holding several items in his hands, stepped back and glanced at the door number, confirming it was correct. He then looked back at Huo Yao, simultaneously marveling at her ethereal beauty and clearing his throat to ask uncertainly, "Is this the Huo residence?" "Yes," Huo Yao responded coolly, her exquisite features betraying little emotion. "Her voice is quite pleasant as well," he thought, though while she appeared unfamiliar, upon closer inspection. Her facial contours bore a resemblance to one of his artists. The man, Tong Yu, suddenly recalled something and exclaimed, "You must be the biological sister of Xiangge, the one who was switched at birth." He recognized Lu Xia, making it easy to deduce the identity of the girl before him. Huo Yao regarded him with indifferent eyes, remaining silent. With her striking looks, melodious voice, and cool demeanor, she hardly seemed like someone raised in the countryside. The astonishment in Tong Yu's eyes flickered away, and he quickly introduced himself. "Hello, I am Tong Yu, your brother Huo Xiang's manager." At this, Huo Yao's eyes flickered with surprise. Was it true that her biological mother had been so busy all day that she didn't mention that the person visiting today was indeed Huo Xiang, the fourth brother of this body? However, as Huo Yao's gaze swept over Tong Yu, she realized that her long-lost fourth brother was an artist. Tong Yu, suddenly scrutinized by Huo Yao, instinctively straightened his back. Although she was merely a young girl, she inexplicably exuded an unexplainable pressure. It was truly peculiar. Regaining his composure, Huo Yao lightly pressed her lips together and politely nodded, "Hello." Then, she fully opened the half-ajar door to allow him entry. Tong Yu snapped back to reality, but did not step inside, instead placing the exquisite paper bags he held at the entrance and smiling, "I want tea, come in. I just brought some items for Xiangge and will be leaving shortly." Upon hearing this, Huo Yao's expression dimmed slightly. A smile that was neither genuine nor entirely cold gracing her lips as she asked, "You want tea be back tonight?" Chapter 75. Isn't he your fourth brother? Having navigated the entertainment industry for over a decade, Tong Yu had attained a prominent position as a top-tier manager, particularly adept at reading people's emotions. Although Huo Yao smiled, he sensed an underlying chill in her demeanor. Initially intending to nod and affirm her question, he found himself inexplicably stating, "No, there are matters at the company." He just got off a plane from abroad and went straight to the company to address some issues with the film he was shooting. Pausing, he continued, "Xiangge knows you've returned and specifically instructed me to deliver these gifts. You should return once he resolves the company's affairs." Huo Yao merely tugged at her lips, then replied softly, "Understood. Thank you." Tong Yu scratched his head and, almost instinctively, asked, "I still have to go to the company later. Do you have any messages for Xiangge?" Huo Yao had already turned to enter the house, but, upon hearing his question, glanced toward the kitchen before turning back to him. "Sing, please inform him that our mother went to the supermarket early this morning and bought a lot of his favorite dishes." Tong Yu was momentarily taken aback. As he opened his mouth to respond, he noticed Huo Yao had already closed the door. After a while, the smile on his face faded, replaced by a look of concern as he sighed and turned to head toward the elevator. Song Ning emerged from the kitchen, holding a spatula. Upon realizing only her daughter was present, she paused, asking, "Dear, who was ringing the doorbell? Isn't your fourth brother back?" Huo Yao placed the paper bags on a nearby cabinet. "No, it was his manager." Song Ning's expression reflected a hint of disappointment. "So, the fourth ISN coming back today?" Huo Yao glanced at her. "He has some matters to handle at the company." "All right," Song Ning sighed, returning to the kitchen while muttering, "I should have opposed his entry into the entertainment industry. He never takes a break all year round. His biological sister has been back for so long, and he should at least come home to see her, regardless of how busy he is." Huo Yao merely offered an inscrutable smile. Meanwhile, after departing from the Huo family's residence, Tong Yu did not return to the company, but instead drove to an upscale villa community in the city. Upon entering, he placed his keys on the entrance cabinet, changed into clean slippers, and carried a glass of water upstairs. "When I visited your home today, I encountered your biological sister. She is quite beautiful and resembles you significantly." Upon entering the master bedroom, Tong Yu addressed the figure lying on the bed. The person seemed unresponsive, lying still as if asleep. Tong Yu sighed, approached the bedside, turned on the lamp, and continued, "Your sister likely hopes you will return to see her. She even asked me to relay a message." As soon as he spoke, the previously motionless figure suddenly threw off the covers, revealing a face that bore a slight resemblance to Huo Yao. Huo Xiang, with tousled hair and a handsome yet disheveled appearance, looked at Tong Yu with a gloomy expression, his voice both fierce and harsh. "Are you annoying? Why are you saying so much? You know very well that I—" He paused, a mocking smirk curling his lips. "Just leave. Don't come looking for me again." Chapter 76. Just like a useless person seeing Huo Xiang finally display some reaction, Tong Yu, accustomed to his volatile manner of speaking, offered him the water cup and said gravely, "Huo Xiang, how long do you intend to wallow in self-destruction? Huo Yao stared at the ceiling, his previously dark eyes now pools of despondency. And after a long pause, he bitterly confessed, to no longer stand on stage is akin to a death sentence for me. I feel just like a useless person. Do you understand? Tong Yu opened his mouth, uncertain of what to say next, as he empathized with Huo Xiang's feelings. He had nurtured Huo Xiang, who possessed remarkable talent in music production, singing, and dancing, seemingly destined to be a king on stage. Yet now, due to an unforeseen accident that compromised his foundation, it was a devastating blow for someone so proud. Huo Xiang, don't give up. Medical advancements are significant. There will always be someone capable of healing your injuries. Tong Yu's throat felt tight as he tried to comfort him repeatedly, yet he felt powerless to assist him further. Huo Xiang merely let out a light laugh, closed his eyes, and turned his head away from Tong Yu, not uttering another word. Observing this, Tong Yu wryly placed the water cup on a nearby cabinet, took a deep breath to suppress all emotions, and headed toward the door. However, recalling Huo Yao's words from earlier, he paused, turned his head slightly, and softly said, "Your sister asked me to tell you that your mother went to the supermarket this morning and bought a lot of your favorite dishes." After a few seconds, it seemed Tong Yu made a decision. He added, "Huo Xiang, I no longer wish to deceive your parents like I did today. Also, I didn't inform your sister that you wouldn't be returning tonight. Whether you come back or not, that is up to you. I'm leaving." The sound of the door closing echoed at the entrance. At that moment, the bedroom fell into an eerie silence. On the bed, Huo Xiang opened his eyes, a complex expression flickering in his gaze. His fists clenched tightly, then, in a fit of frustration, he pulled the covers over his head. 10 minutes later, Huo Xiang suddenly threw off the blanket, sat upright, muttering under his breath, before finally rising from the bed. It was nearly 8 in the evening. Song Ning sat on the sofa, glancing at the clock on the wall, and then at the door, her anxiousness evident despite her silence. Huo Yao lounged beside her, lazily engrossed in her phone. "Yaoyao, you must be hungry. Why don't you go eat first?" Song Ning suggested, turning to her obedient daughter. Huo Yao put away her phone, casually responding, "Perhaps fourth brother is very busy and won't be coming back tonight." Song Ning shook her head with a smile, her expression radiating confidence. Although the fourth is often away, he would never deceive anyone. His manager called yesterday to confirm his return, so he will definitely come back. If her brother were truly coming home, he would not have sent a manager to deliver gifts. Huo Yao's expression remained indifferent. She contemplated saying something, but seeing Song Ning's unwavering belief in her son's return, ultimately chose silence. Moments later, the doorbell rang. "It must be fourth brother," Song Ning exclaimed, quickly rising to answer the door. Huo Yao raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise glimmering in her striking black and white eyes. As Huo Xiang stepped into the living room, Song Ning pointed to Huo Yao, who had just risen from the sofa, saying, "Fourth, this is your little sister, Yaoyao." Following his mother-esque gaze, Huo Xiang looked over. The girl was stunning, her features exquisitely defined, her fair cheeks glowing under the light. She wore a loose shirt paired with casual shorts, her long legs slender and straight, more perfect than any model or artist he had encountered. Beyond her looks, her demeanor seemed casual yet exuded an inexplicable coolness. She was neither shy nor fragile like many other girls. Huo Xiang had previously felt indifferent toward his younger sister. Even though he had heard positive remarks about her from Tong Yu, he had remained unconcerned, as they had grown up in different environments, and he preferred girls who were not overly delicate. However, seeing her now completely exceeded his expectations. At least in this first impression, he did not find her displeasing. The coldness that usually shrouded Huo Xiang began to thaw slightly. While he appraised Huo Yao, she boldly scrutinized him in return. To be honest, Huo Xiang did not quite match her preconceived notions, though undeniably bearing the striking looks characteristic of the Huo family. His earlier behavior when his manager delivered gifts suggested he might be rather arrogant. Now, it appeared that while he did possess a degree of arrogance, it stemmed from an innate confidence rather than a deliberate disdain for anyone. Such a temperament usually indicated substantial strength, rendering the need to appease anyone unnecessary. Huo Yao felt somewhat surprised, marveling at her earlier misjudgment. However, with a fourth brother of such formidable presence being an artist, she pondered why she had never seen him in advertisements before. Could it be that he was not truly famous? Reflecting on this, Huo Yao returned her gaze to him, calmly and politely addressing him, "Fourth brother." It's good that you're back. Huo Yao nodded slightly, his expression still cool. After a brief pause, as if realizing something, his voice suddenly took on a hint of regret. I apologize for the hasty return. I forgot to bring you a gift. Hearing this, Huo Yao looked curiously at the cabinet nearby, where the gifts from earlier were displayed. Before she could speak, Song Ning chimed in, "Oh, didn't your manager bring so many gifts this afternoon?" She had already approached the cabinet and casually rummaged through the items. Huo Xiang's gaze flickered, and he replied, "These were all chosen by Tongyu. I will pick out a gift for my little sister when I have the time." Song Ning was taken aback by this revelation. The fourth's personality was notoriously peculiar, proud, aloof, and with high standards. He rarely interacted even with Xia, who had grown up alongside him. When the eldest had previously held biases against Yaoyao, she had worried that her other sons might be even harder to deal with, especially the fourth. Yet, it seemed that the fourth held a favorable impression of Yaoyao. "It's all right, you don't need to buy me a gift." Huo Yao politely declined in a sweet tone. Huo Xiang frowned slightly, seemingly unwilling to accept rejection. After a moment of contemplation, he pulled out his phone from his pocket and said, "I don't know what you like, so how about this? Take some money and buy whatever you want." Long ago, he had added Huo Yao on WeChat, but upon learning that his younger sister lived in the countryside, he had hesitated to engage with her, fearing she might be bothersome. He had even noted her nickname, which allowed him to quickly open their chat. After a few taps on the screen, he entered an amount in the transfer panel. "You can only transfer 200,000 in a single day, so take this for now. I will send you more tomorrow. Buy whatever you want, and if it's not enough, just ask fourth brother for more." Huo Xiang spoke casually. Upon hearing the notification from her phone, Huo Yao felt as though she was being swept away by an enormous transfer of wealth. Is this a hereditary trait? It must be, right? Pressing her forehead, Huo Yao didn't immediately pull out her phone, and just as she was about to refuse, she heard Huo Xiang's voice again. "If you don't accept it, I'll just assume you're still upset and are refusing to give fourth brother face." Huo Yao thought to herself that this family was quite consistent in their coercive approach to money. Reluctantly accepting the substantial sum, Huo Yao felt a bit dazed as she sat at the dining table for dinner. The stark contrast from her previous impoverished background was becoming increasingly evident, especially with her first encounter with fourth brother leading to such an extravagant gesture, which clearly surpassed the definition of poverty. "What are you thinking about? You look troubled," Song Ning asked with concern, noticing her daughter's distant expression as they sat down to eat. It was the first time she had seen her like this. Huo Yao snapped back to reality, shaking her head slightly. "Nothing." Huo Xiang glanced at her. The slight daze on her face appeared endearing, perhaps due to their blood relation. Soon, her father spoke up. "By the way, fourth brother, why don't you stay at home for a while this time? Work is important, but so is your health." Upon hearing this, Huo Xiang tightened his grip on his chopsticks, his gaze lowering, the handsome features of his face revealing no signs of disturbance. After a moment, he replied in a rather indifferent tone, "That might not be possible. My schedule is fully booked this year. I have to fly to the city for filming tomorrow afternoon, and time is tight." With that, he lowered his head and began to eat. "You insisted on singing and ended up exhausting yourself. Just look at how thin you've become since your last visit," Song Ning remarked with concern. Huo Xiang swallowed the rice that seemed to stick in his throat, taking a few seconds before lifting his head, a relaxed smile gracing his face. "A little slimmer is just right. Recording programs requires it." Song Ning helplessly shook her head, saying, "Oh, you, at such a young age, your health should be your top priority." Huo Xiang's lips curled into a bitter smile as he replied with a perfunctory "HM." Huo Yao lifted her head and caught a glimpse of his unusual expression. Although he appeared natural, there was an unmistakable hint of artifice in his demeanor. Huo Yao pondered this, but chose not to inquire further. After all, everyone harbors their own secrets. After dinner, Huo Xiang lingered in the living room for only half an hour before concocting an excuse to leave. "I always feel that the fourth one is a bit strange," Song Ning remarked, furrowing her brows after Huo Xiang departed. "Men lack the meticulousness of women," Huo Jinyan commented as he gently patted his wife's hand. "He must be exhausted. Didn't he mention returning from abroad today? But I still feel something is amiss." In the past, he would stay home for a while upon returning. Yet just now he seemed almost fearful of being at home. Song Ning replied with a serious expression. Huo Yao had returned to her room, prompting her to continue. "If it weren't for the fact that he doesn't seem to reject Yaoyao, I might have misunderstood that he was avoiding home because of her presence. But the current situation is clearly different." Huo Jinyan contemplated for a few moments and suggested, "Perhaps we should call his agent tomorrow to inquire." Song Ning nodded in agreement. "That works. Otherwise, I'll be left wondering. Don't overthink it, Huo Yao said as she returned to her room, taking a shower before sitting down at her computer. She opened a web browser and typed in Huo Xiang's name. Soon, a plethora of search results appeared, but none were related to her fourth brother. Huo Yao stroked her chin, questioning if her brother truly lacked any notoriety. After some thought, her fingers swiftly typed a series of characters, and she quickly logged into the Yunji Jing website after 2 verification steps. She then opened her list of friends and sent a message to someone with the nickname Prophet. Little bald baby, are you there? Please check on someone for me. The other party appeared online, but perhaps due to being occupied, they did not respond immediately. Huo Yao remained unhurried, lounging back in her chair. The glow of the computer screen casting shifting shadows across her face, rendering her demeanor increasingly nonchalant. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, the response finally arrived. Prophet, sorry for the delay. I was preoccupied. Who would you like me to check on? Huo Yao lowered her gaze, fingers poised above the keyboard. Just as her phone erupted with a sudden notification, she paused, glancing at the caller ID. Menu? A flicker of doubt crossed her face. What could he want at such a late hour? After a moment's hesitation, she answered the call. A minute, I'll be there shortly. Menu assured her before hanging up. Huo Yao's expression turned serious as she glanced at the dialog box on her computer, awaiting a reply. Her fingers moved quickly as she typed. Let us discuss later. I have an urgent matter to attend to. After sending the message, she did not wait for a response, but swiftly closed the web page, stood, retrieved a coat from the wardrobe, and hurried outside. Downstairs, Huo Jinyan and Song Ning had already returned to their room to rest, and Huo Yao did not disturb them. Grabbing her keys, she exited the house. 20 minutes later, she arrived at the hospital. As she stepped out of the taxi, she spotted Minyu standing at the entrance. Approaching him, she asked in a subdued tone, How is my grandmother? Minyu guided her toward the ward while responding. She is just stabilized and is no longer in critical condition. Relieved, Huo Yao's serious expression softened slightly as she turned to him. Thank you. I'm grateful for your presence. Minyu's lips formed a slight smile. His refined features illuminated by the soft light. No need for thanks. Before long, they reached the ward. The elderly lady had been transferred from the emergency room to a standard room, where a duty doctor was monitoring her vital signs. Huo Yao stood outside for a moment, quietly observing through the glass window, her gaze deep and contemplative. Why do you all assume the fourth one doesn't care for his sister? He truly has a kind heart. Someone joked. Minyu glanced at Huo Yao, whose expression had suddenly shifted to an inscrutable one. After a moment, he gently reassured her, Your grandmother will be fine. Huo Yao responded with a soft HM, her eyelids fluttering slightly, casting delicate shadows with her long lashes, her demeanor serene and devoid of anxiety. Soon, the door to the ward opened. Huo Yao raised her head and walked in calmly. The doctor removed his mask, glancing at both Huo Yao and Minyu with a serious and somewhat reproachful expression. The elderly lady is stable for now, but you younger ones should temper your emotions. She has a weak heart and cannot handle stress. Huo Yao's eyes flickered as she politely replied, We understand. We will be more cautious in the future. The doctor, noting her respectful demeanor, lost the urge to lecture further and simply advised, You may go in and keep her company, but be mindful not to cause her any more distress. Understood. Huo Yao nodded slightly. Once the doctor and nurse left, she stepped into the ward. The elderly lady remained unconscious, an oxygen mask covering her mouth, lying quietly while the nearby monitors displayed steady readings. Huo Yao cast a brief glance at the equipment before pulling a chair beside the bed and sitting down. After observing the elderly lady for a moment, Huo Yao gently tucked the blanket around her and casually took the lady's hand, holding it softly. Minyu sat nearby, only catching a glimpse of Huo Yao's profile, unaware of her subtle gestures. Her phone vibrated in her pocket, prompting Minyu to glance away and retrieve it. He scanned the message briefly before stowing the phone back in his pocket. Just 2 minutes later, the phone vibrated again, this time with an incoming call. Minyu furrowed his brow, glanced at Huo Yao, and then stood up to step outside the ward. His movements were light, making hardly a sound until the door closed behind him. Huo Yao turned her gaze toward the door for a moment, lost in thought before returning her attention to the elderly lady. Before long, Minyu re-entered the ward. Huo Yao placed the elderly lady's hand back under the blanket and looked up at Minyu, speaking softly, Thank you for tonight. It's getting late. You should head home and rest. I can stay here. Minyu raised an eyebrow. You are quite courteous. Huo Yao leaned back lazily in her chair, her delicate features now more relaxed than when she first entered the hospital. "Aren't you supposed to have something to attend to?" she remarked, casting a casual glance at the phone he had yet to place in his pocket. Minyu was somewhat surprised by her perceptiveness, yet he indeed had matters to attend to. After a brief pause, he replied, "I may be out of town for the next few days. If anything arises, just call me." "All right." Huo Yao waved her hand, responding promptly, clearly unfazed. Minyu simply smiled before departing. Soon, the ward was left with only Huo Yao and the elderly lady in the hospital bed. After the duty nurse made her final round to check on the situation, Huo Yao leaned against the bedside, preparing to rest. Chapter 81. Are you longing for Huo Yao to come again? After the elderly lady awakened, Huo Yao returned to the Huo family. It was still early, just past 8 in the morning, and although it was later than her usual morning run, Songning, unaware that her daughter had been out all night, merely assumed she had exercised more today. Huo Yao did not volunteer any information. She simply took a quick shower and changed into clean clothes before retrieving a box from her wardrobe. Opening it, she selected a water blue porcelain bottle from among the numerous jars and bottles inside. After placing the porcelain bottle into her bag, she did not linger, heading downstairs without even eating breakfast. She briefly mentioned the elderly lady's condition to Song Ning, declined her request to visit, and hurriedly left. 20 minutes later, Huo Yao returned to the hospital. However, as she reached the ward's entrance, she instinctively halted upon seeing He Xiao Man, Lu Xia, and a boy who appeared to be around 15 years old inside the room. "Mom, you could have told me you were unwell. If the nanny hadn't called today, I would still be unaware," He Xiao Man said, pressing her forehead with concern, though she refrained from speaking too harshly, mindful of the elderly lady's condition. Yang Xiuhua leaned against the head of the bed, her complexion pale, seemingly unwelcoming to the visitors. "I am fine. There are doctors and nurses here. I do not need your care. You may leave," she said. She did not know when her Yaoyao would return, and if she encountered them, wouldn't they bully her again? Hearing the elderly lady's words, He Xiao Man was infuriated. "You are ill, and yet you refuse to acknowledge it? Xia Xia and Zi Ming came to visit you specifically." Yang Xiuhua merely gazed out the window, remaining silent. He Xiao Man, frustrated, could not comprehend how her mother could be so obstinate. "Mom, please say less. Grandma cannot handle being agitated," Lu Xia interjected, shaking her head gently. Then, Lu Xia turned her attention to the elderly lady, gently taking her hand and speaking softly. "Grandma, please do not be angry with Mom. She cares for you deeply." After all, one does not strike a smiling face, and since Lu Xia was her own granddaughter, Yang Xiuhua turned her gaze back, her expression still cold, but noticeably less rigid. "I am fine. You should take your mother and brother home," Yang Xiuhua stated, subtly withdrawing her hand. Lu Xia's fingers clenched slightly, her gentle smile unwavering. "There is no one who can care for you as well as family can." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiuhua instinctively became a bit agitated. "But I do not need it. I have Yao." She realized she almost let slip her words, quickly stopping herself. However, He Xiao Man had already caught on to the hint. "Are you longing for Huo Yao to come?" Yang Xiuhua's gaze shifted elsewhere, pondering what difference it would make. "You bullied her last time," He Xiao Man exclaimed, incredulous. "If I bullied her, why would I have sent her away? Do you not have any awareness of this?" Shaking her head in disbelief, she changed her tone. "Fine, you defend her, but do you think she knows you are ill? Has she come to care for you?" She pointed at Lu Xia. "She has not. The ones who came to care for you are Xia Xia and Ziming. They are your true grandchildren." Chapter 82. Truly disdainful of Huo Yao, Yang Xiuhua's face turned pale, and as she bit her lip, trying to say something, Lu Xia stood up and pulled on He Xiao Man's arm. "Mom, please say less. Since Grandma wishes for Huo Yao to come, we can simply call her." Although Huo Yao is not Grandma's biological granddaughter, they have shared many years together, and their bond is genuine. "You need not quarrel with Grandma over me. Her health is what matters most." With a hint of bitterness at the corner of her lips, Lu Xia took out her phone. Upon hearing this, He Xiao Man's anger flared even more. Seeing her daughter seemingly intent on calling Huo Yao, she snatched the phone away. "What are you doing? How can you be so stubborn? You postponed your company's important event to come here to care for your grandmother, and now you want to summon that girl? I truly do not know if you are foolish or naive." He Xiao Man exclaimed in frustration. "Mom, I am fine," Lu Xia protested, reaching for her phone. However, her gaze caught sight of Huo Yao standing at the door, causing her to freeze momentarily. He Xiaoman noticed Lu Xia's unusual expression and followed her gaze to the entrance. Also taken aback, quickly regaining her composure, her expression darkened. What are you doing here? Yang Xiahua also noticed Huo Yao, uncertainty crossing her face as she feared being misunderstood. Actually, Yaoyao stayed here with me all night last night. All night? He Xiaoman turned to glance at the elderly lady, her disbelief evident. Mom, are you trying to speak well of her again? If she stayed with you all night, then why did you not mention it earlier? Now bringing it up seems like an obvious cover-up. If I had said so, would you have believed me? Would you not have chased Yaoyao away? Yang Hua replied sullenly. She merely wanted to persuade them to leave before Yaoyao returned, not expecting her to come back so soon. He Xiaoman, hearing this, scoffed. So, in your eyes, I, your daughter, am truly worthless? Yang Xiahua turned her gaze away, unwilling to speak. Mom, Lu Xia interjected at the right moment, shaking her head at He Xiaoman. Then she hurried to the entrance, tried to pull Huo Yao in. Yaoyao, please come in quickly. Grandma's been waiting for you. Huo Yao merely cast a faint glance at Lu Xia, sidestepping her before she could touch her, and walked into the ward without acknowledging He Xiaoman, going directly to the elderly lady's bedside. Her tone was calm. Didn't I say not to be angry casually? You're not listening. Yang Xiahua looked at Huo Yao's indifferent expression and instinctively shrank back, mumbling, I am not angry. I am fine. Huo Yao, with a hint of a smile that was neither here nor there, replied, if you were fine, you would not have fallen ill last night. Yang Xiahua dared not respond, resembling a timid quail. She feared no one but her Yaoyao. Observing this scene, Lu Xia's gaze lowered, her fingers tightening. No matter how hard she tried to appear favorable in front of the elderly lady, she seemed to receive no acknowledgement. She truly detested Huo Yao. Meanwhile, Lu Ziming, who had been silently engrossed in his phone, finally looked up at Huo Yao, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. Was this truly the same sister he remembered, who was foolish, timid, and easily frightened? Chapter 83. A display of sibling affection? Lu Ziming was He Xiaoman's most cherished son, clever from a young age and treated like a treasure in the Lu household. Consequently, his temperament had become unruly, often appearing indifferent and arrogant, typical of a spoiled heir. His interactions with Huo Yao had been minimal. They had not grown up together, and only during the new year did He Xiaoman occasionally bring him back to the Lu family. Each time, the pampered Lu Ziming would take the opportunity to bully and frame her. Indeed, much of the disdain the Lu family harbored for Huo Yao could be attributed to Lu Ziming's antics. Hey, coward, why do you not greet me when you see me? Lu Ziming said, shoving his phone into his pocket, addressing Huo Yao with a tone of arrogance. Huo Yao did not even lift her eyelids. She simply turned her back to the table beside her, leisurely picked up a clean cup, and poured herself a glass of water. In a concealed angle away from prying eyes, she discreetly tossed a pill into the water, one that she had brought back from the Huo family. Lu Ziming circled around and approached Huo Yao, asserting, I'm speaking to you. Are you deaf? Nearby, Lu Xia observed the scene with a smirk, seemingly eager for the unfolding drama. Huo Yao gently swirled the cup in her hand, as if ignoring Lu Ziming entirely. She turned back and offered the cup to the elderly matriarch, urging her to drink some water. As the old lady reached for the cup, Lu Ziming, feeling increasingly slighted by being ignored, raised his hand to snatch it away, exclaiming, Huo Yao, have you suddenly grown bold? However, before he could finish his sentence, a sharp pain shot through his wrist, and in the next moment, an overwhelming force sent him stumbling. When he raised his head to meet Huo Yao's cold, unfeeling gaze, Lu Ziming instinctively shuddered. Did your mother not teach you to behave like a decent human being? Huo Yao looked down at him from her elevated stance, her deep-set eyes glinting with a chilling light. Although her voice was soft, it carried an inexplicable air of menace. At that moment, Lu Ziming felt a primal fear akin to being prey under the gaze of tiger. The pain in his wrist was nothing compared to the terror induced by Huo Yao's stare. He trembled as he spoke, let go of me. Observing his cowardice in the face of adversity, Huo Yao let out a derisive laugh, remarking, if you lack the courage, do not flaunt your bravado. It's quite shameful. With that, she released her grip. Lu Ziming's face turned ashen as he clutched his aching wrist, wishing to voice something but ultimately refraining, feeling thoroughly intimidated. Upon regaining her composure, Lu Xia glanced at Lu Ziming before stepping forward to shield him, saying, Huo Yao, how can you lay hands on a child? Regardless of anything, Ziming was once your brother. Huo Yao raised an eyebrow, her gaze landing on Lu Xia's face, a playful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Ah, sibling affection. Is it?" Lu Xia frowned, but before she could articulate her thoughts, Lu Ziming pushed her aside. Having already lost face before Huo Yao, he felt even more humiliated by Lu Xia's intervention. He shot Huo Yao a furious glare before storming off. Lu Xia, too, felt her composure falter as she stood awkwardly in place. Half a minute later, Lu Ziming returned to the door of the hospital room, asserting, "Mom, why are you still here? If someone is willing to stay and care for Grandma, you need not worry." With that, he truly left without looking back. Yi Xiaoman, who had always doted on her son, was too preoccupied to chastise Huo Yao and hurriedly followed after him, leaving Lu Xia alone, her expression shifting between shades of pale and flushed. Chapter 84. Is Xiaomin not your tutor? After Yi Xiaoman and Lu Ziming departed, Lu Xia found herself without any ground to remain, concocting an excuse to make her exit awkwardly. Once the others had left, the elderly matriarch turned her gaze toward Huo Yao, explaining, "Yaoyao, the reason I initially refrained from mentioning that you were here in the hospital caring for me is that..." Huo Yao interrupted her, handing over the cup. "I understand. I am not angry. You need not be so anxious." Upon hearing this, Yang Qiuhua visibly relaxed, taking a small sip from the cup. Recognizing the medicine she used to take, she looked up in surprise, asking, "Did you just go get medicine for Grandma?" Huo Yao replied with a simple nonchalantly dragging a chair closer with her foot before lounging into it. "Why have you not been taking the medicine I provided you?" Yang Qiuhua instinctively tightened her grip on the cup, her gaze drifting, unable to meet Huo Yao's eyes. "I haven't taken it," she stammered. Huo Yao regarded her with a smile that held a hint of mockery, choosing not to respond. Yang Qiuhua, fearing her granddaughter's smile, found her pre-rehearsed excuse stuck in her throat. Ultimately, she conceded, whispering, "I truly did not mean to neglect taking your medicine. It's just that the medicine went missing." Huo Yao's fingers tapped lightly on the armrest of the chair, her demeanor relaxed yet casual. After a few moments, she replied coolly, "The medicine was taken by the Lu family, wasn't it?" Yang Qiuhua took a significant amount of time before nodding in agreement, knowing she could never hide anything from Yaoyao. "All right then, let us set aside the matter of the medicine for now. Let's discuss why you suddenly fell ill last night." Huo Yao's tone remained light, as if inquiring about a trivial matter. Yet, Yang Qiuhua understood that this was a prelude to Huo Yao's anger. After a moment of silence, she forced a bitter smile, saying, "It was indeed because of the missing medicine. Besides me, the only one at home is the nanny who looks after me, so I call Xiaoman." Many details did not require elaboration, as the underlying story was easily inferred. Huo Yao pressed her fingers against her temples with a sigh of resignation. "If the medicine was gone, you could have simply called me." Yang Qiuhua lowered her head, concealing the bitterness in her eyes. Noticing her silence, Huo Yao refrained from pressing further and shifted the topic, asking, "What was the situation with Minyu? How did he end up bringing you to the hospital last night?" Yang Qiuhua was momentarily taken aback by Huo Yao's reference, then replied, "It's possible that when I fell ill last night, I accidentally called his number. Teacher Xiao Min is a kind-hearted person. You must thank him on behalf of Grandma." She did not mention that upon arriving in this new city, she was effectively alone, with no reliance on her daughter and her dearest granddaughter now having a family of her own. In this city, Minyu was her only acquaintance. Beyond seeking him, she could think of no other recourse. "Teacher Xiaomin?" Huo Yao tilted her head, a look of confusion crossing her face as she regarded the elderly woman. "You refer to him as teacher? Isn't he your tutor?" Yang Qiuhua asked, bewildered. Huo Yao blinked, though she was uncertain of the misunderstanding at play. It sufficed for her needs, sparing her from elaborate explanations. She simply replied, "Yes, he's my tutor." Yang Qiuhua accepted this without skepticism, merely reflecting, "Your tutor seems quite remarkable, having transformed your previously lackluster academic performance into consistently achieving the highest scores. Yaoyao, you must invite him over for dinner someday. We ought to express our gratitude properly." Chapter 85. Do you know how much my medicine is worth? Far away in Beijing, Minyu suddenly sneezed, his handsome features appearing slightly more pallid than usual, yet his eyes remained profoundly dark and deep. "Master, are you feeling unwell again?" Zhui Yun inquired with concern. Minyu raised a hand, dismissing, "I'm fine. The auction will not commence until 6 in the evening. Would you like to return to the estate and rest a while?" Zhui Yun asked. "No need. We will go directly to the venue later," Minyu replied, his gaze sharp and clear. After a brief pause, he turned slightly, instructing, Ensure you pay close attention to everyone entering the venue tonight. Zhuo Yin nodded, understood. The moment that person appears, we will surely capture them. Min Yu casually flicked his sleeves, and, after a long moment, he murmured, let us hope so. As long as that individual desired the medicine, they would inevitably make an appearance. Zhuo Yin lowered his voice, his expression inscrutable. Meanwhile, Huo Yao watched as the elderly matriarch finished her medicine and engaged her in conversation. Given her advanced age and frail health, it wasn't long before she succumbed to fatigue and dozed off. Huo Yao tucked her in before stepping out of the hospital room. Upon reaching the first floor, she encountered He Xiaoman, who seemed to have been deliberately waiting for her. Come with me. I have something to discuss with you. With many people passing by, He Xiaoman's voice was not overly shrill, yet her expression remained as haughty as ever. Huo Yao raised an eyebrow, contemplating He Xiaoman's retreating figure for a few moments before following after her. I ask you, what exactly was the medicine you gave to the elderly lady? He Xiaoman's gaze was frigid, regarding Huo Yao as though she were an irredeemable villain. Huo Yao, with her hands nestled in her pockets, appeared nonchalant. What? Is there an issue with my medicine? He Xiaoman found herself both amused and infuriated by Huo Yao's demeanor. This unmarked, unbranded drug. How dare you administer it to a frail, elderly person of 60 or 70? Are you trying to endanger her life? Huo Yao suddenly chuckled lightly, lazily lifting her eyelids, her deep, shifting gaze locking onto He Xiaoman's questioning expression. Do you, by chance, know the value of my medicine? She spoke slowly, each word deliberate, as if mocking. He Xiaoman was taken aback by her tone. After a moment, she regained her composure and retorted, no matter how valuable your medicine is, it still falls under the category of unregulated product. A rural folk remedy is hardly worth anything. How laughable. After a pause, she continued, moreover, I consulted a doctor, and even he advised against attempting such a rural remedy. It would only exacerbate the heart's burden and is, in essence, akin to a slow-acting poison. The elderly lady's health was already stable. Had it not been for your questionable medicine, how could she have fallen ill again last night? Huo Yao, if anything were to happen to her, you would be the principal culprit. Huo Yao smirked, unfazed by the accusation, and casually inquired, is the doctor who prescribed the medicine severely myopic and practicing without a license? He Xiaoman shook her head with a light laugh, and Huo Yao, disinterested in further discourse, turned to leave. He Xiaoman snapped back to reality, watching Huo Yao's retreating figure, her face pale with anger. Chapter 86. The damage is too severe. Huo Yao visited the duty nurse's station, exchanged a few words with the nurse, and then exited the hospital. Although the elderly lady had a sudden health crisis, timely medical attention and Huo Yao's medication alleviated any further concerns. However, as Huo Yao was leaving, she inadvertently spotted a somewhat familiar figure. Her steps paused instinctively as she quickly recalled who it was. Tong Yu, her fourth brother's manager. Having seen him just yesterday, she had a vague recollection of him. Squinting, she scanned the crowd, but found no sign of Huo Xiang. Just because the manager was at the hospital did not imply that her brother was present. After all, he had mentioned flying to a neighboring province for a shoot that day, and at this hour, he was likely on a plane. Thus, Huo Yao withdrew her gaze and continued on her way. Moments later, a man wearing a cap and a black mask emerged from the side door near the restroom. Tong Yu approached him with a document in hand. Xiang Ge, the director, and others are already waiting. Huo Xiang's gaze fell on the document in Tong Yu's hand. His deep-set eyes clouded with despair. Let's go. Tong Yu, aware of how difficult it was for Huo Xiang to muster the courage to come to the hospital, patted his shoulder. Perhaps a miracle will occur. Huo Xiang smiled bitterly. Before long, the two arrived at the director's office, where, in addition to the director, there was also a neurology specialist present. Tong Yu politely nodded to both, then handed over the examination report. 2 minutes later, the director removed his glasses, a hint of regret on his face as he spoke. The spinal cord is severely damaged. Without 3 to 5 years, recovery is unlikely. Moreover, the damage to the spinal nerves significantly complicates matters. Indeed, the nerves connect various parts of the body. If the spinal nerves are harmed, it could lead to sensory abnormalities or paralysis. According to Huo Xiang's examination report, the damage was moderate, necessitating conservative treatment without any guarantee of complete recovery. Even if there was a 1 in 1,000 chance of healing, he would never be able to engage in vigorous physical activity again. The neurology expert added. Huo Xiang clenched his fists at his sides, though he had heard such results numerous times and had grown numb to them. Each time it felt like a sharp blade piercing through him, causing pain. Is there no other more effective treatment? Tong Yu's eyes reddened. He had sought out this hospital because he knew it possessed one of the nation's leading neurology departments, and he had hoped for a different answer than those given by other hospitals. I'm sorry. Just as Tong Yu was about to say more, Huo Xiang grasped his arm and nodded at the director and the expert. I understand. Thank you. Without waiting for further words, he turned and walked out, his thin frame emanating a palpable sense of despair, evoking a pang of sorrow in those who witnessed him. Despite their familiarity with such cases, the neurology expert sighed helplessly, and his gaze fell upon a magazine nearby, suddenly recalling something. Wait a moment. Chapter 87. The international genius doctor the expert picked up the magazine and quickly flipped through it. Although our hospital may not be able to help, perhaps there is someone abroad who can treat your neurological issue. Huo Xiang had reached the door when he heard this. He abruptly turned around. Who? The neurology expert held the magazine aloft, pointing at a photograph. This person, a genius doctor of Chinese descent. Huo Xiang's gaze fell upon the image, and in that instant, he froze. This individual had received numerous international medical awards by the age of 19, and any of his medical research papers could create a sensation in the medical community. He was particularly adept at treating neurological disorders, and if he were to take on Huo Xiang's case, recovery was certainly within the realm of possibility. The expert spoke with admiration, clearly holding this doctor in high esteem. Upon hearing this, Tong Yu's face lit up with excitement. Can you give me this magazine? The expert willingly handed it over, but warned, he is known for having a rather peculiar temperament and rarely agrees to see patients unless faced with world-class medical conundrums. Tong Yu accepted the magazine, thanking the expert. At that moment, he was too preoccupied with the hope of restoring his artist's health to concern himself with the doctor's temperament. No matter how reluctant the doctor might be, he would find a way to persuade him to treat Huo Xiang. Once outside the hospital and in the car, Tong Yu cradled the magazine as if it were a precious treasure, his expression finally lifting from its usual weight of anxiety. Huo Xiang, you need not worry about your health any longer. We now have hope. As long as we find this doctor, a return to the stage is not far off. As he spoke, Tong Yu pulled out his phone to search for more information. Huo Xiang remained lost in the surprise of seeing the magazine's photograph, hardly paying attention to anything Tong Yu said. Eventually, the hopeful expression on Tong Yu's face shifted back to one of gravity. It seems his temperament is genuinely eccentric. It's said that he rarely takes on cases unless they are exceptionally complex. Tong Yu turned to his artist, his voice low. Huo Xiang, Huo Xiang finally snapped back to reality, slowly interjecting, if it were me, he would agree to treat me. Tong Yu's gaze sharpened, puzzled by this newfound confidence. What do you mean by that? Huo Xiang took the magazine from his hands, flipped through the photos, and casually removed the black mask from his face. He lifted the magazine to compare, curious to find any similarities. Tong Yu, bewildered by his actions, glanced back and forth before finally expressing his confusion. Are we both just handsome? Brother Xiang, at such a time, are you still comparing looks with a genius doctor? Huo Xiang's expression darkened as he pressed his fingers to his brow, a hint of frustration evident. Do you not see how much we resemble each other? Upon hearing this, Tong Yu observed closely once more, and indeed, there was a resemblance. His words suddenly faltered, and disbelief washed over his face. You can't be serious. Huo Xiang, sensing Tong Yu's dawning realization, set the magazine aside and donned his mask again. All right, let us drive. Chapter 88. A certain stardom upon returning home from the hospital. Huo Yao had barely stepped inside when Huo Yanxi unexpectedly arrived. Many days had passed since their last unpleasant encounter. Though the anger had subsided, Huo Yanxi still felt a lingering discomfort, resulting in a rather indifferent gaze directed at his sister. As he returned home, Huo Yanxi scanned the living room and inquired of Song Ning, who was busy in the kitchen. But he left after dinner last night, saying he had to fly to the city today for a shoot. Why? Did you return suddenly to find him? Song Ning regarded him with curiosity. Huo Yanxi responded with a soft grunt, clarifying that it was not a significant matter. He simply missed him and assumed he would stay home longer this time. I called you yesterday, but you were busy with work and missed it, Song Ning remarked with irritation. Huo Yanxi cleared his throat. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? The meal will be ready shortly. Why not go to the living room and chat with your sister? Song Ning paused before adding, control your temper. Yaoyao is your sister. Don't always view her through tinted glasses. Huo Yanxi initially intended to decline lunch, but swallowed his words in light of her admonition. At that moment, Huo Yao sat cross-legged on the sofa, engrossed in her book, seemingly oblivious to Huo Yanqi's presence as he settled onto the adjacent couch. Huo Yanqi's gaze dimmed, interpreting her silence as deliberate disregard. Consequently, he refrained from speaking and grabbed the nearby television remote. The sound from the television shattered the silence of the living room. Huo Yao merely glanced up briefly before returning to her reading, unaffected by the external distractions. Huo Yanqi, not genuinely interested in the television, was caught between Song Ning's advice and his own pride, thus aimlessly switched channels, neglecting the programs being aired. However, his attention was soon captured by a variety show on Mango TV featuring Liu Xia. Liu Xia, a dynamic singer and dancer, commanded the stage with her lively performance, receiving the majority of the camera's focus, exuding a natural brilliance. Even someone like Huo Yanqi, who typically shunned variety shows, couldn't help but admire his foster sister's remarkable stage presence, recognizing that with time, she would undoubtedly achieve great success. He decided to remain on the channel and watch. Following the performance, the host initiated an interview segment, naturally focusing on Liu Xia as the centerpiece. Our little fairy Xia, besides training, what do you usually do in your spare time? The host asked. On screen, Liu Xia, adorned with exquisite makeup and a sweet smile, graciously replied, aside from training, I primarily read. As everyone knows, I'm still a senior high school student. Such diligence from Xia. Don't you all like her even more now? The host teased the audience. After a brief pause, she continued with a smile. I've heard you participated in the national knowledge competition and achieved an impressive 6th place in the preliminary round. How do you feel about that, Xia? Any inspirational words to share with us? Chapter 89. The scholar, the genius, truly deserved. Upon hearing this, Huo Yanqi raised his eyebrows, his expression one of surprise and astonishment. He was aware of his foster sister's academic prowess, yet to achieve 6th place nationally in the preliminary round was no mere feat. Scholar, genius, were titles she truly merited. On the television, Liu Xia maintained her calm demeanor, responding to the host's inquiries without haste. The preliminary results do not define anything. I will continue to strive for a commendable ranking in the upcoming competition, living up to everyone's expectations. Subsequently, the host cheerfully shifted the topic to interview other members of the team. Huo Yanqi lost interest in the subsequent interviews and retrieved his phone from his pocket, sending Liu Xia a message. Congratulations on achieving an impressive 6th place in the preliminary round. At that moment, Liu Xia, holding her phone, noticed Huo Yanqi's unexpected message and pondered for a few seconds before replying. Thank you, big brother. How did you find out about my results? Huo Yanqi smiled and responded. I just watched your interview on television. Liu Xia paused for a moment before typing back. Haha, big brother, you watch such boring shows too? I thought you checked the competition's official website for my results. Huo Yanqi, slightly surprised, inquired, is there an official website for this competition? Liu Xia's eyes narrowed as she replied, yes, but to check individual scores, you need to input the exam number. Otherwise, viewing the rankings is quite tedious, especially with so many schools and participants nationwide. Huo Yanqi acknowledged, that makes sense. When is your next exam? Be sure to inform your big brother once the results are out. Liu Xia sent a cute emoji, sure, after the competition next week. I'll let you know as soon as the results come out. Huo Yanqi encouraged, good luck. At this point, Song Ning called for lunch, prompting Huo Yanqi to end the conversation with Liu Xia. As he tucked his phone away and stood up, he cast a fleeting glance at the book Huo Yao had just closed. The cover was entirely in English, devoid of any Chinese translation, clearly indicating a complex subject matter. Huo Yanqi was momentarily taken aback. Despite his decent grasp of English, he couldn't discern the theme of the book. How could his sister remain so engrossed in such an intricate English book, completely undistracted by the television? Wasn't this a bit excessive? If she were reading a standard English textbook, he wouldn't find it remarkable, but this, well, it certainly exuded sophistication. Huo Yanqi shook his head in bemusement and proceeded to the study to summon Huo Baba for lunch. At the dining table, Song Ning paid little attention to her eldest son, instead focusing solely on serving her youngest daughter. Yaoyao, you must eat more. Studying so hard every day has left you looking thin, Song Ning expressed her concern. While other children spent their holidays socializing with friends, her own child seemed consumed solely by her studies, and at this rate, she feared she might truly become a bookworm. Huo Yanqi cast a peculiar glance at Song Ning upon hearing her remark about the arduousness of reading every day. who does not read material related to high school courses? What, then, is his sister engrossed in? His mother's inexplicable favoritism towards her daughter was not something he wished to commend. Chapter 90. Huo Yao. Slap in the face, not wanting to hear any more exaggerated word from his mother. Huo Yao casually inquired, "How did your initial scores fare in the national knowledge competition, little sister?" After a brief pause, he glanced at Huo Yao, not waiting for her response, and added, "Xia also participated in this competition. Her results were quite commendable, ranking impressively high." He refrained from disclosing that she had placed 6th, as he intended to spare his sister some dignity. Huo Yao's brows slightly twitched, but she remained silent. Beside them, Song Ning and Huo Jinyan displayed no signs of astonishment. On the contrary, Song Ning nonchalantly nodded. "Oh, Xia's performance is acceptable." Huo Jinyan calmly remarked, "That child, Lu Xia, has always performed well. Her high ranking is hardly surprising. However, regardless of how well she performed, it could never compare to their daughter's brilliance. After all, their daughter had achieved a perfect score, an undeniable first place." Noticing the couple's seemingly tepid reaction, Huo Yao felt perplexed. How could they, having raised Lu Xia with such care for over a decade, not express joy? Was it possible they were being considerate of Huo Yao's feelings due to her poor performance? The corners of Huo Yao's lips twitched slightly. But just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard his father's voice again. Unlike our Yaoyao, who just transferred from small-town high school and has yet to fully adapt to the teaching methods of the big city, she managed to score a perfect mark. She truly brings honor to our Huo family. After Huo Jinyan finished speaking, his face radiated an exaggerated pride, as if he could not resist inscribing "My daughter is the smartest in the world" across his forehead. Indeed, she was the national first-place winner. Song Ning's demeanor also shifted dramatically, her chin elevated in pride. Huo Yao, taken aback by their remarks, suddenly turned to them with shock. "Perfect score? First place?" Seeing the incredulity on her eldest son's face, Song Ning innocently blinked. "Didn't I mention it to you? You must have forgotten." Huo Jinyan, observing his wife, earnestly added, "How could her performance be poor?" Huo Yao instinctively retorted, "How could it not be?" Song Ning raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at her eldest son. "Who told you that Yao's grades were poor?" She had evidently forgotten that she once believed her daughter's performance to be lacking. Huo Yao was momentarily taken aback. "If you don't believe me, you can search online. The rankings will be readily available." Song Ning huffed, expressing her disappointment in her eldest son's lack of faith in his sister. Upon hearing this, Huo Yao's expression stiffened, and he nearly dropped his chopsticks. He refrained from checking the rankings on his phone, knowing full well that his parents would not jest about such matters. His feelings were tumultuous as he glanced at Huo Yao, who had been quietly eating her meal. For so long, he had assumed his sister was academically weak, even believing that her acceptance into Yizhong was through dubious means. Especially after hearing she participated in the knowledge competition, he had hastily concluded she was merely fooling around. Ironically, he thought he was acting in her best interest by offering to hire her a tutor, only to be rejected, leading him to consider her aspirations unrealistic. Chapter 91. I have high hopes for you. Huo Yao's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he found humor in his previous misconceptions while feeling exasperated by his sister's refusal to clarify her situation. Had she shared more with him, perhaps there would have been no misunderstandings, nor the ensuing unpleasantness. Finding the meal tasteless, perhaps feeling a loss of face, or uncertain about how to confront Huo Yao, Huo Yao seized upon the ringing of his phone as an excuse to leave abruptly, claiming he had business matters to attend to, leaving his meal unfinished. Song Ning gazed toward the entrance, puzzled. "Isn't today the weekend?" Huo Jinyan raised an eyebrow, cryptically remarking, "He's just being difficult." Song Ning looked at her husband, not fully comprehending. Huo Jinyan merely smiled and said no more. Once Huo Yao descended the stairs and returned to his car, he did not start the engine immediately. Instead, he pulled out his phone and searched for the national knowledge competition. He quickly navigated to the official website, effortlessly locating the results section, where he was met with the sight of Huo Yao's name at the top of the rankings, accompanied by her perfect score of 150. Huo Yao's gaze lingered on the screen, his fingers barely moving, as he scrolled down further to find Lu Xia's name. Had he not casually mentioned the competition today, and if his parents had not brought up his sister's achievements, he might have forever harbored the misconception that his biological sister was inferior to his adopted sister. continuing to take pride in the latter's intelligence. Reflecting on his previous attitude, Huo felt a wave of frustration as he tugged at his hair, tossing his phone aside before starting the car. It was merely a preliminary score. It was not a matter of great significance. On Monday, shortly after Huo Yao arrived at school, she was summoned to the principal's office. Huo, it has been a while. The principal greeted her with a warm and courteous demeanor. Huo Yao politely nodded. Hello, what can I do for you? It seems I have been exceedingly busy since the start of the school year, and even had to travel for work, leading to the unfortunate propagation of unfounded rumors regarding your alleged favoritism in admissions. The principal's expression darkened as he continued with a hint of self-reproach. It is truly my oversight for not clarifying matters with the faculty, resulting in this misunderstanding. Rest assured, Huo, I will restore your reputation. Huo Yao stared at the principal in astonishment, then shook her head. There's no need. Rumors cease with the wise. Over-explaining only breeds further suspicion. The principal paused, surprised by her indifference, but upon reflection, he realized that it was typical for someone of her genius to disregard other scrutiny. Indeed, he felt rather narrow-minded in contrast. Isn't it more gratifying to silence them with your achievements? Huo Yao added with a hint of a smile. Ayu. The principal chuckled, shaking his head as he walked over to the water dispenser to pour her glass. He did not pursue the previous topic further, instead saying, by the way, I have high hopes for you in this upcoming national knowledge competition. As Huo Yao accepted the cup, she pondered momentarily before raising her eyebrows. I did not register for the competition. The principal cleared his throat, indicating for her to take a seat before he spoke. I took the liberty of registering you online. Chapter 92, if you could be recruited by several major associations in the capital, I believe this competition should not be too challenging for you. The principal remarked with a sense of admiration. It is indeed a fortuitous connection to know Huo Yao, this 17-year-old prodigy who had once successfully tackled the most challenging problems posed by several prestigious schools in the capital. Problems that stumped many students for weeks were effortlessly solved by her, as if they were elementary school exercises, showcasing a level of cognitive agility that left others in awe. For this reason, she nearly caused the educational systems of several prestigious universities to collapse, yet no one knew who was responsible. Had it not been for the online enrollment answer sheet from Yaoyao that exposed her, he likely would have remained oblivious to the fact that the one causing great distress among these esteemed institutions was merely a 16 or 17-year-old high school student. The reason she was able to enroll in Yaoyao can be attributed largely to fortune. Had she not been intending to study in the city, and Yaoyao not been the best high school available, the authorities would scarcely have taken notice of her. Ultimately, that the young girl truly chose Yaoyao was something the principal never anticipated. Faced with the principal's inexplicable trust, Huo Yao helplessly stated, I just want to study diligently. The principal's lips twitched slightly. Studying and competitions do not inherently conflict. So, your reason for wanting me to participate in this competition is? Huo Yao asked directly. The principal adjusted his glasses, pausing for a moment. Although Yaoyang's enrollment rate had consistently maintained previous levels, there was a noticeable downward trend. His expression turned somewhat bitter as he continued. I simply do not wish to see the century-old reputation of this school tarnished under my watch. Huo Yao gestured understandingly, acknowledging that conversing with intelligent individuals requires no circumlocution. The principal, contemplating for a few seconds, remarked, in fact, this competition is not trivial. Should you excel, you may attract the attention of several associations in the capital, which would be advantageous for your future. Huo Yao raised her eyebrows in surprise. The principal smiled, adding, with your abilities, you are somewhat underutilized at Yaoyao. I cannot offer much assistance. Huo Yao waved her hand dismissively, appearing quite relaxed. No need. I'm perfectly fine as is. She then stood up, saying, class is about to start, so I'll head back to the classroom. All right, the principal replied, saying no more. However, just as Huo Yao was about to step out the door, he suddenly added, regarding the online incident, I have not disclosed it to anyone. Huo Yao paused momentarily, turned her head and smiled, then left. The principal's gaze lingered thoughtfully, and once Huo Yao's figure vanished completely, his gentle expression darkened. He turned and walked to his desk, picking up the landline phone to make a call. Although the young girl indicated she did not require clarification, it did not mean he would tolerate anyone engaging in underhanded tactics during his absence. Before long, the day of the official city preliminary exam for the national knowledge competition arrived. Unlike the initial test, which took place at each high school, The city preliminaries were centralized at the City Education Center for a uniform examination. Huo Yao did not need to go to school today, heading directly to the examination venue. Upon learning that their daughter was taking another exam today, Song Ning and Huo Jinyan woke up early, preparing an even more sumptuous breakfast than usual. After breakfast, as they descended the stairs, the couple repeatedly checked in the elevator whether Huo Yao had remembered to bring everything she needed. Watching her parents, who appeared as anxious as if they were heading into battle, Huo Yao couldn't help but chuckle. "Mom, Dad, it's just a simple little competition. It's not that dramatic." Hearing her refer to it as a little competition, Song Ning's lips twitched as she recalled the previous days when Huo Yao had casually downplayed the event, describing it as a boring contest with no rewards. Was a competition that could grant a direct admission to the nation's top universities merely a little competition? Song Ning's expression turned complex. Her daughter seemed a bit too cocky. What should she do? Soon, Huo Jinyan drove his old Santana, carrying his wife and daughter to the city education building. Upon arrival, they found that the entrance was primarily filled with parents of students, and surprisingly, a television crew was filming. "Oh, this competition is going to be televised?" Huo Jinyan asked, quite astonished. Huo Yao glanced at the cameras at the entrance, furrowed her brow, and shook her head. "I'm not sure. It doesn't matter, just perform normally," Song Ning advised from his side. Huo Yao replied softly, appearing calm and unflustered. At that moment, the driver from the Liu family had just delivered Liu Xia. As Liu Xia and He Xiaoman exited the vehicle, the cameraman, who had been filming at the entrance, immediately turned the lens toward Liu Xia and approached her for an interview. Huo Jinyan and Song Ning recognized Liu Xia, but did not feel inclined to greet her, especially since He Xiaoman stood beside her, a person they held no goodwill toward. In particular, Song Ning felt a surge of anger recalling He Xiaoman's previous attitude, compounded by the memory of how she had abandoned her daughter in a small county, embodying a contemptible preference for sons over daughters. With a solemn expression, Song Ning turned her gaze away, subtly shifting her body to avoid letting Liu Xia see Huo Yao. Instead, she urged Huo Yao, "Dear, hurry and enter the examination room. Find your seat first." Noticing her mother's odd demeanor, Huo Yao did not inquire further. "I'll head in now." Song Ning patted her shoulder, saying, "Good luck. Your dad and I will be waiting outside." Huo Yao nodded softly. Hanging her student ID around her neck, she approached the entrance, raised her ID for the staff to scan, and passed the verification. Meanwhile, after completing their focused interview with Liu Xia, the television crew continued filming other students' parents. Without the cameras, He Xiaoman maintained a polite smile, but her eyes scanned over to Song Ning and Huo Jinyan, her brow furrowing as she lowered her voice to ask, "What are your former foster parents doing here?" Liu Xia, aware of He Xiaoman's disdain for the Huo family, refrained from greeting them in her presence, merely lowering her eyelids and softly replied, "Huo Yao is also participating in this competition." Upon hearing this, He Xiaoman scoffed. With her grades, she dares to compete? Isn't that a joke? Liu Xia, recalling Huo Yao's performance in the initial test, felt her expression grow somewhat inscrutable as she merely stated, "Mom, you may not have paid much attention to Huo Yao before, but she is quite impressive now." "Impressive? Can she compare to my daughter?" He Xiaoman dismissed Liu Xia's words entirely, showing no interest in further discussing Huo Yao, and impatiently glanced at the time. "All right, you better hurry in and perform well. Don't embarrass the Liu family." Hearing this, Liu Xia's lips twitched slightly, offering a perfunctory The official round of the national knowledge competition differed significantly from the initial test, as the city preliminaries did not conclude with a single written exam, but involved a theoretical test and a live question and answer segment, significantly increasing the difficulty level. The written exam lasted an hour, and upon completion, the students were required to move to the adjacent examination room for the live question and answer session, which also had a time limit. Huo Yao received her exam paper and scanned it, shaking her head in slight boredom. Although the questions were indeed more challenging than those in the initial trial, they were still far from stimulating. Disappointed, she picked up her pen and began to answer the questions at a leisurely pace. Given that she had previously been misunderstood for her rapid answering speed during the last exam, she aimed to exhibit the diligence expected of a student this time. After 40 minutes, believing she had taken her time, she proudly became the first to submit her paper, a speed that even surprised the invigilating teacher. Consequently, when she handed in her paper, the teacher took special note of her name. Huo Yao. Isn't she that perfect scoring student from the initial test? The invigilating teacher found herself somewhat lost in thought while holding the exam paper, made her way directly to the adjacent examination venue. The rules of this examination stipulated that 3 invigilators would each randomly select a question for the candidates to answer on the spot, with a time limit of no more than 10 minutes. It bore a resemblance to an interview, much to chagrin, who inwardly scoffed at the drabness of an examination mode seemingly birthed from a pyramid scheme. Before long, the 3 questions had been drawn, one pertaining to historical theory, and the other 2 being scientific inquiries primarily assessing cognitive abilities. After glancing at the questions, felt no trepidation. After all, her extensive reading had not been in vain. In approximately 2 minutes, she completed her answers, her expression remaining unperturbed, as if the questions were child's play. Conversely, the 3 invigilators were taken aback, once departed. They could not help but express their astonishment. This candidate was undoubtedly the most formidable student among all they had encountered. 2 minutes with some of the most challenging questions. Such extraordinary logical reasoning. I seem to witness the birth of a genius. No, our nation's name should undoubtedly grace the international competition stage this year. The examination was filmed by a television crew who had initially anticipated that the first to exit would be the campus celebrity, with all staff prepared for her interview. After all, a currently popular star would certainly generate substantial buzz and traffic. However, it was unexpected that the first to emerge was, leaving the host momentarily stunned before she quickly regained composure and approached with a microphone to inquire about the examination experience. Though not, this girl possessed striking looks and exuded a cool, charismatic aura, making her quite photogenic. Cast a glance at the nearby camera, feeling a slight headache, wishing she had delayed her exit. "Excuse me, how did you find the examination questions? Do you feel confident about advancing to the next round of the city finals?" The host asked with a bright smile. With an impassive expression, replied casually, "Quite simple." The host, taken aback by such a dismissive yet somewhat cocky response, felt momentarily choked. In Chapter 95, comparisons were particularly irksome. Typically, candidates would respond to television interviews with humility, yet this candidate exhibited an air of superiority and impatience. The inherent allure of her appearance seemed to grant her immunity from any ire. Once the host regained her composure, she forced a smile and said, "It seems this student is quite confident in herself. Best of luck in advancing." "Thank you," replied as she bypassed them and strode out. The host watched her retreating figure, murmuring, "This girl, I wonder which school she hails from. Her looks are stunning. If she entered the entertainment industry, I can only imagine the fervor she would incite among fans." Upon exiting, was quickly spotted by and who had been waiting outside. "Daughter, you finished already? That was fast," noted, glancing toward the entrance for other candidates. "Yes," replied lightly, thinking she could have exited even sooner had she not been intent on maintaining a serious demeanor during the exam. How did it go? Though she was confident in her daughter's abilities, as a mother, she remained curious. Raised an eyebrow, replying nonchalantly, "A piece of cake." "When will the results be released?" asked. "Tomorrow at 10 in the morning," she answered, nodded, committing the time to memory, and said, "Let us go. Your mother and I will treat you to a feast to celebrate." This was a plan the couple had discussed while waiting. Looked at her parents, puzzled. "Isn't the result coming out tomorrow?" "Hee, my daughter is a top student. I know she will pass with flying colors without needing to see the results," replied proudly. Chuckled and shook his head. "All right, let us talk about it in the car." Soon, the 3 of them drove away. Meanwhile, who had been waiting in her car, observed exit and the family's departure, particularly noting the dilapidated old Santana driven by, which deepened her disdain. It was evident that a family's circumstances would reflect in their offspring. Aunt's appearance seemed to epitomize an impoverished background. Checked her watch, her impeccably made-up face revealing a hint of impatience, and instructed the driver, "Go see why the young lady hasn't come out yet." "Yes, ma'am," he replied. After about 10 minutes, finally emerged. As she entered the car, S voice, laden with inquiry, cut through the air. "Why did you take so long?" Startled, sensed her frustration and replied softly. The questions were rather complex, and the television crew was conducting interviews, which caused a slight delay. Hearing this, S' sharp demeanor softened somewhat, and a sardonic smile tugged at her lips. "That makes sense. Only difficult questions would prompt my adopted daughter to finish so quickly. How do you feel you performed?" Then inquired. "It should be fine. I'm confident about advancing to the city finals," replied with an air of nonchalance. though her self-assurance was palpable. That's good. My daughter from the family must excel, especially compared to that. Added with a huff, S gaze drifted to the window, her eyes cold, though remained oblivious. She despised being compared to, as it made her feel diminished. In Chapter 96, the narrative shifts to who brought his wife and daughter to a renowned seafood restaurant in the city. Upon stepping out of the car, gazed in awe at the opulent decor, which exuded an air of extravagance. While parked the car, noticed her daughter lagging behind and turned, puzzled. Why aren't you moving? Blinked and earnestly remarked. I was wondering how much a meal here would cost, since our family isn't exactly affluent. Amused by her daughter's comment, reassured her, don't worry. Even if we dined here every day, I could afford it. After all, this restaurant was part of their family's enterprise. However, the couple found it rather amusing that their daughter believed they were struggling, so they had no intention of disclosing their true financial situation. Half-jokingly remarked, I can't shake the feeling that you're withholding a lot from me. For instance, how can you claim to be from a poor family, yet appear increasingly prosperous? Nonsense, that's not true, coughed lightly. Responded with an elongated "oh," clearly skeptical. The restaurant manager, having received a call from the owner, awaited their arrival at the entrance. Upon spotting, he promptly approached, exuding utmost respect. Madam, you have arrived. Hearing the term madam, raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at her mother, as if to say, is this what you call not true? Rubbed her forehead, realizing they had sped through the conversation too quickly. Clearing her throat, Song Ning reminded herself to remain composed. She nodded faintly at the restaurant manager before turning to her daughter with an unflinching demeanor and asked, what do you think? Isn't the service at this restaurant exceptional? The restaurant manager beside them remarked, is the boss's wife complimenting me? Huo Yao's lips twitched as she glanced at the manager, who was still bowing slightly. And behind him, the opulent decor of the restaurant made her acutely aware of her previous experiences with a more modest lifestyle. After a moment, she nodded yes. It is quite good. You carry on with your duties. We will head to the private booth, Song Ning instructed, giving the manager a discreet signal to leave. Although the manager was puzzled by the boss's wife's intentions, he, as an astute subordinate, understood her cue without needing further explanation. Soon, he departed, instructing the staff not to disturb the boss's family during their meal. Satisfied with the manager's response, Song Ning took her daughter's hand and led her to the exclusive booth on the second floor. The booth was spacious, adorned with the same ostentatious luxury as the rest of the restaurant. My dear, take a look and see what you like to eat, Song Ning said, placing the menu before Huo Yao, indicating she could choose freely. As Huo Yao opened the first page of the menu and saw the prices, she fell silent once more, feeling as though she had mistakenly picked up the script for a different play. Just then, Huo Father returned after parking the car. Rolling up his shirt sleeves as he spoke, the second one just called, saying he wants to join us for dinner. Surprised, Song Ning responded, yes, back? Yes. He returned yesterday, Huo Father confirmed, glancing at his daughter and adding, you'll get to see your second brother shortly. Huo Yao, handing the menu to him, casually inquired, what does the second brother do for work? Chapter 97. The second brother, freshly online. Noticing her daughter's rare curiosity about her brother, Song Ning replied nonchalantly, he is a lawyer who represents clients in court. Upon hearing this, Huo Yao once again dismissed the notion that her older brothers were all idle and reliant on their parents. Your second brother has been on a business trip lately. You'll see him soon, Huo Jinyan added, concerned his daughter might think the second brother was intentionally avoiding her. Huo Yao nodded softly, her demeanor remaining as obedient as ever. Approximately 20 minutes later, as the waitstaff brought an abundant seafood feast to their table, Huo Tingrui, the second son of the Huo family, arrived. His appearance was understated yet refined, with deep-set eyes and a high nose bridge adorned with rimless glasses, exuding the aura of an elite lawyer. Upon entering the booth, he greeted Song Ning and Huo Jinyan before directing his gaze towards Huo Yao. His expression shifted to one of evident surprise upon seeing her. The young girl had inherited all the best traits from her parents. Her beauty and quiet demeanor rendered her entirely devoid of any provincial awkwardness. She appeared a world apart from the photo she had sent him on WeChat. Unexpectedly, Huo Tingrui pondered for a moment before walking over, pulling out a chair beside Huo Yao, and formally introducing himself. Yaoyao, I am your second brother, Huo Tingrui. Huo Yao met his gaze, her eyes bright and her voice steady. Hello, second brother. The sound of her addressing him stirred an unfamiliar emotion within Huo Tingrui, perhaps due to their familial bond, making the way she called him second brother feel far more affectionate than when Xia used to. Contemplating this, he encouraged her, say it again, second brother. Huo Yao. Huo Tingrui cleared his throat, gently adjusting his glasses, and shifted the conversation. I didn't bring a gift today, so how about we choose something after dinner? Huo Yao quickly shook her head. No need. I have to return to school for class this afternoon. What peculiar obsession does this family have with giving gifts? Realizing his sister was still a student, Huo Tingrui didn't press the issue. After a moment, he took out his phone and said, "Then let me send you a small red envelope. You can pick something later when you have time." When Huo Yao noticed Huo Tingrui pulling out his phone, her temples throbbed, leaving her no opportunity to refuse. The phone on the table chimed, and upon glancing at the transfer amount, her lips twitched. Did her brother have a misunderstanding about the definition of small? 200,000. Small? Small? Small. Pressing her forehead, she realized that this impulsive money transfer behavior seemed to be a family trait. Observing her complex expression, Huo Tingrui stroked his chin thoughtfully, considering that perhaps 20,000 was a bit meager. He then pulled out a card from his wallet and stated, "You can keep this card. Feel free to use it for anything you want. The password is..." Huo Tingrui placed the card directly on the table. Huo Yao. The feeling of having mistakenly taken on the script of a wealthy family is becoming increasingly intense. "Don't forget to use that card, my daughter," Huo father interjected, unable to maintain his composure upon seeing his second son produce the card. Chapter 98. Is the sister too unusual? During the meal, Huo Tingrui consistently served Huo Yao, peeling shrimp with a gentlemanly demeanor. "By the way, which school are you attending now?" he inquired after placing a peeled shrimp in her bowl. Huo Yao looked up, unhurriedly responding, "Number 1 high school." Huo Tingrui was taken aback. "That's wonderful. I almost missed out on number 1 high school by just 2 points. I still regret it." He sighed as he spoke. "Staying up all night, playing games before the exams was your own doing. You deserve no sympathy," Song Ning interjected bluntly. Huo Tingrui cleared his throat, attempting to suppress his rare embarrassment, muttering, "Everyone has their youthful follies. You are the one with the most excuses. Look at how diligent your sister is. She just scored full marks in the preliminary round of the national knowledge competition." Song Ning's lips couldn't help but curl upward at the mention of her daughter's achievements. "Right?" Huo Tingrui's face displayed undeniable shock. "Of course. Why would I lie to you? Yaoyao just finished the municipal preliminary exam this morning, and the results will be out tomorrow. You can check then," Song Ning added with a smirk. Huo Tingrui turned to Huo Yao, feeling somewhat defeated. "I knew about that competition when I was in school. It's held every 2 years, attracting the brightest students nationwide. For you to score full marks in the initial exam is quite extraordinary." Huo Yao met Huo Tingrui's complex gaze and offered a coy smile, cheekily replying, "It's no big deal." Huo Tingrui? I feel like I'm no longer the smartest one in the family." After the meal, as Huo Yao prepared to return to school, it was originally Huo father South's responsibility to drive her, but Huo Tingrui quickly took over the task. In the car, Huo Tingrui couldn't help but glance at his sister sitting in the passenger seat, feeling a sense of wonder at the stark contrast between them, despite sharing the same parents. Sensing his gaze, Huo Yao turned her head, a strand of hair cascading onto her shoulder, adding a playful touch to her expression. Her clear eyes held a hint of curiosity. "Second brother?" Cleared his throat and mused that the person capable of nurturing his sister to such excellence warranted a visit at some point. He was likely aware of the circumstances surrounding his younger sister, knowing she had not been raised within the Liu family, but instead at their grandmother's rural home. Thus, he found himself curious about this grandmother. To his surprise, did not expect him to bring it up. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to inquire with the elderly lady when she had the chance. Responded lightly, falling into a silence thereafter. Before long, they arrived at the school. "Big brother, I'll head in first," said as she unfastened her seatbelt. Rubbing his forehead, replied with a simple "all right." Noticing his habitual gesture during the drive, inquired, "Are you feeling unwell?" Lifted his gaze, momentarily taken aback before shaking his head with a smile. "It's just a professional ailment. Excessive mental exertion leads to this." Acknowledged with an "oh," then opened the car door. Just as her foot hit the ground, she turned back to ask, "When will you come home again?" In Chapter 99, looked at her in confusion. "I have some revitalizing medicine that works quite well. If you let me know when you'll be back, I can prepare it for you," she explained casually. After all, she owed him a small token of gratitude for the red envelope gift he had given her, even though her medicine was far more precious. Realizing her good intentions, smiled, and was about to respond when her voice interrupted again. Or you could send me your address, and I could express deliver it to you. Seeing her earnest expression, he swallowed his initial refusal and said, "No need. I'll be home for a while." Snapped her fingers. "Then I'll bring it to you tonight." With that, she leaped from the car, her movements rather cool, rested his hand on the steering wheel, watching his sister walk away, chuckling as he shook his head. Indeed, this sister was rather endearing, or perhaps rather dashing. As he started the car and turned away from school, he happened to pass by a vehicle belonging to the Liu family. Inside, glanced up just in time to catch sight of his face. "Stop the car," she urged the driver. The driver slammed on the brakes, pulling over to the side of the road. Opened the door, but when she looked back, his car had already vanished into the distance. Feeling a pang of disappointment, she bit her lip and quickly retrieved her phone to call him. After several rings, finally answered, "Xia, do you need something?" Her gaze still fixed on the direction in which his car had departed, replied softly, "Not much, just wanted to check if you're back from your business trip." Paused for a moment before responding without any noticeable emotional fluctuation, "Not yet. The case at the company is quite complex, so it may take some time." Upon hearing this, instinctively tightened her grip on the phone, her expression darkening. After several seconds, she regained her composure and said, "Oh, is that so? Make sure to let me know when you return so I can pick you up at the airport." Offered a non-committal response, "I have a client to attend to. We can talk later." "All right, then you focus on your work," she concluded before hanging up. Standing still, remained motionless for a while, her eyes suddenly misty. Although their cars had just brushed past each other, she could not mistake his face or the license plate number. Why is he lying about still being on a business trip? Is he being cold to me because his back? The realization dawned on her that he had just emerged from the school, leading her to surmise that must have said something to him. With clenched fists, she nearly pierced her palm with her sharp nails. As returned to the classroom, the listless, who had been resting her head on the desk, instantly perked up. "Gi, you're back. How'd you do on the exam?" Tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and replied nonchalantly, "Not bad." Sighed dramatically, "You know why it's called the female tyrant? Because every time there's an exam, anyone whose average score falls below the previous one faces bizarre and severe punishments." Looked at her, feigning laziness. "Punishment? Yes. After school, every day, a torturous 10 laps around the playground for 10 days straight." "Isn't that extreme?" Shivered at the thought. Raised an eyebrow. "Is that extreme?" Exploded. "Isn't it? 10 laps. You know how large your school playground is. I'm already exhausted after running 1 lap in PE class. Running 10 laps is like demanding my life." Oh, she had forgotten that this sister was practically an athlete during PE, as if they were not attending the same school. Stroked her chin, surveying, then shook her head disapprovingly. "Dark circles, chronic late nights, swollen body, lack of exercise. You're exhausting your youth, darling. This is not good for you. You make me feel like a professional charlatan," said as she reached for a compact mirror from her desk. "But do I really have such dark circles?" Replied, "It seems like your dark circles are quite pronounced." Forlornly set down the mirror, turning her head to gaze at. Her skin was fair and radiant, devoid of any blemishes, truly a striking contrast. Covered her face and whimpered, "I'm so crushed, don't come to console me." Merely offered a light-hearted remark. "Focus on studying for your impending death exam." Dropped her hands, glaring at Gi. "You're being too much. Double the blows? That is just cruel." Smiled gently at her. Exclaimed, "You are no longer the Gi I once knew." That evening, after dinner, ascended the stairs and rummaged through her box of vials and jars. She retrieved a light, gray bottle and descended once more. "Big brother, this is for you. Take one a day, and when you finish, come and get more from me," she said, handing the porcelain bottle to. Raised an eyebrow and accepted the bottle. "Is this the revitalizing medicine you mentioned at noon?" As he spoke, he slowly twisted open the cap. "Yes," nodded. "Trust me, it will be effective for you." Chuckled softly, then brought the bottle to his nose, inhaling the faint scent of traditional Chinese medicine. It was not unpleasant and even invigorating, as if clearing his mind. This medicine surprised. He looked up at. "I feel quite refreshed just smelling it." Smiled, "Of course, this medicine is rare. I'll try taking one." Huo Yao eagerly poured out a pill, no larger than a mung bean, alongside a glass of water. He swallowed it in one gulp. Although it was a traditional Chinese medicine pill, The process was far from the choking experience often associated with herbal remedies found in the marketplace. Perhaps the pleasant aroma had already set a positive tone for Huo Tingrui, as he immediately felt the burdensome heaviness that had plagued him for years begin to dissipate. This medicine truly seemed miraculous. Chapter 101. The Treasure of His Sister. Huo Tingrui gently twisted his neck and tilted his head back before rising from the sofa, even twisting his waist. At that moment, Song Ning and Huo Jinyan, who had just emerged from the kitchen, were greeted by the sight of their son dancing awkwardly. "Second son, what are you doing?" Song Ning asked in astonishment. Wasn't her son usually so refined? How could he be making such undignified movements? It was quite an eyesore. Huo Tingrui turned around, completely oblivious to the expressions of his parents, continuing to twist his waist with excitement. "My little sister gave me a bottle of medicine, and after taking it, I feel so light all over. It's truly miraculous." Song Ning's lips twitched. "You should be mindful of your image. Twisting about like that is rather unbecoming," she remarked. Huo Jinyan added with disdain, "What on earth are you doing?" Huo Tingrui, bewildered by the sudden criticism, responded with a confused expression. Song Ning approached and noticed the ceramic bottle on the coffee table, identical in shape to the one her daughter had previously given her, albeit in a different color, likely indicating different effects. "Your sister's medicine is indeed remarkable. My chronic migraines have improved significantly after using it," Song Ning expressed with a hint of amazement. Initially, she had dismissed her daughter's medicine, but after trying it, she had realized its efficacy. "Really? How come I haven't heard you mention this recently?" Huo Tingrui inquired, while Huo Jinyan, curious, asked, "What about the fragrant pill your daughter gave me? Is that effective?" Song Ning settled onto the sofa, leaning back comfortably. "I was waiting to use it for a while longer before mentioning it to you." Huo Jinyan squinted slightly, quietly questioning, "Is it really that miraculous?" He recalled that his daughter had also given him a bottle, albeit with a name that felt a bit demeaning. However, if it proved effective, he wouldn't mind taking it. "Of course. Have you heard me complain about headaches lately?" Song Ning teased, to which Huo Jinyan shook his head. "Then that settles it." Song Ning shrugged, her gaze returning to her younger son. "It's curious. You're still so young. What ailments do you have?" Huo Tingrui, sensing something was amiss in his mother's words, pondered but couldn't pinpoint the issue, simply replying, "It's a professional hazard." Song Ning acknowledged this with a nod before shifting her attention. "As long as it doesn't interfere with your dating life." "Yaoyao, where did you get this medicine?" Huo Tingrui, feeling invigorated, asked curiously. Huo Yao lowered her gaze and replied nonchalantly, "I know a friend who studies medicine." "Ah, I see." Huo Tingrui mused for a moment, then added, "This medicine works so quickly. It shouldn't have any side effects, right?" Despite the skepticism, Huo Yao understood and patiently explained. The essence of traditional Chinese medicine lies in nurturing the foundation without causing harm. It has minimal side effects. However, the saying all medicine is poison is not without merit. Huo Tingrui, not being well-versed in the intricacies, couldn't grasp the essence but understood that the side effects were minimal, especially since his sister would not give him anything harmful. He felt somewhat ashamed for having questioned her earlier. Huo Yao raised an eyebrow. It would be abnormal not to question. Huo Tingrui smiled, feeling that his sister was indeed a treasure. How delightful. Meanwhile, Huo Jinyan, who had been quietly listening, suddenly turned his gaze towards the cabinet nearby. Chapter 102. The results of the citywide competition are out. "Old Huo, what are you staring at?" Song Ning asked, noticing her husband lost in thought by the storage cabinet. Naturally, Huo Jinyan would not reveal his thoughts, so he merely replied in a measured tone, "I was contemplating whether this cabinet is obstructing the flow of good fortune." Song Ning raised an eyebrow, her lips twitching in irritation. "I think you standing there is what's obstructing the good fortune." At that moment, Huo Jinyan stood by the television cabinet. His figure, though still decent, appeared somewhat portly due to a lack of exercise. Thankfully, his height compensated for any weight gain, preventing him from looking overly heavy. However, hearing his wife's criticism made him feel somewhat aggrieved, prompting him to step aside and sigh, "In my youth, I was quite the dashing lad. It's a pity to be criticized at this age." Turning to Huo Yao, he asked, "Do you have any weight loss medicine?" Huo Yao's brow twitched slightly. "You lack exercise. Why not join me for morning runs?" Huo Jinyan shook his head vigorously, as if he had heard something terrifying. No. I still feel young and don't need morning runs." After decades of inactivity, the thought of running felt like a death sentence. "No, absolutely not. A little weight gain is fine. I think your daughter's suggestion is quite good. Song Ning nodded seriously. Sigh. I can't argue with you both. I'm going back to my room. Jian grumbled, turning to open the nearby storage cabinet and taking out a wooden box, cradling it like a treasure as he left. Song Ning watched her husband's actions with a puzzled expression, muttering, "What is that old Huo up to now?" Huo Yao raised an eyebrow, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. This old man is rather adorable. The next day, at 10 o'clock, the results of a national knowledge competition citywide preliminaries were announced. As the clock struck, Meng eagerly pulled out her phone, quickly opening the webpage while asking, Juju, hurry and give me your exam number so I can check your score. Huo Yao lazily tilted her head and relayed a few numbers. As soon as Meng entered them, she clicked to check, perhaps due to the website's data updating at a slower pace and the high volume of inquiries. The page took a while to load. Upon seeing the score, Meng Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, and fearing a mistake, she enlarged the page. Wow, 200 points. Juju, you're amazing, she exclaimed, utterly astonished. The written exam was worth 150 points, with an additional 60 points for 3 on-site questions, totaling 210 points. How could her desk mate achieve a score of 200? It was utterly bizarre. In the initial test, where only the written portion was assessed, a perfect score was understandable, as the questions were relatively simple. However, the citywide preliminaries were different. The difficulty had increased, and the addition of on-site questions made the likelihood of achieving a perfect score nearly impossible. Thus, a total score of 210, having only lost 10 points, was undoubtedly more sensational than the previous perfect score. Huo Yao was puzzled by Meng Ying's astonishment and remarked, "Is that only 200 points? I expected to score full marks." Only. Meng Ying blinked at Huo Yao, who seemed dissatisfied with the score. Juju, you're a bit too ambitious. Chapter 103. This is not a matter of ranking. Huo Yao, discontented with the deductions, displayed a hint of darkness in her gaze, her brows furrowing tightly. Having answered all questions without any errors, she pondered where the 10 points had been deducted. Upon hearing her words, Meng Ying's expression grew more complex. Indeed, she found herself utterly bewildered by the world of academic prodigies, unable to provide clarity for her friend. Meng Ying lowered her head and returned to the official website of the National Knowledge Competition, where a link to view the national rankings awaited. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she clicked, and the page transitioned directly to the national standings. First place, Huo Yao, 200 points. Second place, Ilian Fan, 195 points. Third place, Cheng Jie, 193 points. Meng Ying did not continue scrolling, her gaze fixated on the name of the first-place winner, Huo Yao. Despite her prior intuition, she was still taken aback. Lifting her head, Meng Ying presented her phone to Huo Yao, stating, "Sister, don't dwell on those 10 points. We have already secured first place in the national rankings." Huo Yao merely cast a cursory glance, her tone tinged with seriousness as she replied, "This is not merely a matter of ranking first. It is a question of her academic integrity." Meng Ying's lips twitched slightly. Then why not inquire about the situation? Huo Yao found merit in this suggestion, rising with a determined expression, saying, "Indeed, we cannot disregard the inexplicably deducted points simply because we ranked first. What of her dignity?" Meng Ying chuckled softly. No, sister, only mention it reflexively. It was not meant to be taken seriously." Watching Huo Yao exit the classroom, Meng Ying covered her face, feeling an inexplicable admiration for her friend's boldness. Meanwhile, Lucia had just retrieved her phone, preparing to check her competition results. Xia, do you know how many points your adopted sister scored this time?" Chang Ying, holding her phone, could hardly conceal her astonishment. Having learned of Huo Yao's perfect score in national ranking previously, she had kept a close eye on her this time, neglecting to check Lucia's score first and instead directly accessing the rankings. Upon seeing the results, she hurried to find Lucia. Lucia paused momentarily, her expression remaining composed as usual. "Oh, how many points did she score? You wouldn't believe it if I told you. She actually scored 200 points. Chang Ying exclaimed, unsure of how to express her feelings about such a score. To suspect cheating after a perfect score would seem far-fetched. Yet to achieve such a score again through deceit would call into question the fairness of the entire competition, especially since this exam was supervised directly by the Municipal Cultural Association. Upon hearing this astonishing score, Lucia felt a ringing in her ears. As if something had snapped within her, her normally calm demeanor beginning to pale. How could she possibly score 200 points? It must be a mistake. Confusion clouded her thoughts as she struggled to make sense of the information swirling in her mind. Xia, are you alright? Chang Yingying finally noticed Lu Xia's pallor, her expression appearing pitiful. She chastised herself for mentioning Huo Yao, realizing it was unkind. With an awkward smile, she tried to redirect the conversation. Why did I even bring her up? Let me check your score first. Soon, Chang Yingying located Lu Xia's score and ranking on the leaderboard, 186 points, placing her 10th nationally. Had she not seen Huo Yao's score, she might have considered this commendable. However, now she touched her nose, forcing a smile as she remarked, Xia, your score is quite impressive. Lu Xia's chaotic thoughts were momentarily pulled back by Chang Yingying's voice. Suppressing her unusual expression, she calmly asked, what score did I achieve? 186 points, ranked 10th nationally, Chang Yingying replied, her tone significantly softer than when discussing Huo Yao's 200 points. Hearing this, Lu Xia lowered her gaze, responding in a subdued tone, I see. After uttering these words, she returned her phone to its place, picking up her physics textbook instead. Her ponytail cascading down her shoulder, obscuring half of her profile. Observing her, Chang Yingying felt a pang of discomfort, wanting to offer words of comfort, but unsure of what to say. All this turmoil stemmed from Huo Yao, who had usurped Lu Xia's privileged status and now seemed intent on aggravating her further. Why couldn't she remain humble in her position in the experimental class? Meanwhile, Huo Yao made her way to Qinyu's office. Huo, just in time. I needed to see you, Qinyu remarked, her stern expression softening upon Huo Yao's arrival. Huo Yao, momentarily taken aback, replied, Congratulations on securing first place in the city-level preliminary round. Fantastic. Qinyu expressed her genuine delight, recalling how she had almost dismissed such a talented student due to a misunderstanding from Wei Mingzhi. She couldn't help but smirk at the thought of his potential regret. Huo Yao, however, fell silent for a moment, then said, Teacher, I suspect there may have been an error with my score in the national knowledge competition. Qinyu, taken aback, asked, an error? What do you mean? I believe I should not have merely scored 200 points. In fact, I am certain I should not have scored only 200 points, Huo Yao asserted earnestly. Excuse me? What do you mean by should not have scored 200 points? The total score is only 210. Qinyu looked at her, perplexed. After a brief pause, she asked, So, what score do you believe you should have received? Full marks. Huo Yao confidently raised her chin. Qinyu was momentarily speechless. She genuinely wished to believe Huo Yao, yet she understood the competition rules from the previous day, where the probability of achieving full marks was nearly non-existent. Dear Hua, it is perfectly all right not to have achieved full marks. You needn't lose heart. After all, you are still ranked first nationally and have secured your place in the city finals, she consoled her warmly. Huo Yao, slightly amused, replied, Teacher, I am not concerned about the issue of full marks. I simply wish to understand where the 10 points were deducted. Realizing her misunderstanding, Qinyu chuckled, saying, I see. Coincidentally, representatives from the Cultural Association are currently in the principal's office. I was just about to inform you to head over and inquire about the point deductions. After a brief pause, fearing Huo Yao might feel anxious, Qinyu added, although there are representatives present, just answer their questions honestly. There is no need to be afraid. Huo Yao acknowledged her with a nod. Before long, she arrived at the principal's office. There alongside the principal sat two middle-aged men on the sofa, likely those representatives from the Cultural Association. Huo Yao glanced at them briefly before returning her gaze to the principal. Principal, you summoned me? Yes. The principal, with a warm smile, waved his hand and said, Come, let me introduce you. These two are members of the Wenjiao Association. This is the Secretary General of the City Association, Tian Yi, and this is Zhao Yin, an honorary member of the General Association. Huo Yao nodded calmly at the two, her expression devoid of any hint of fear or anxiety. The Secretary General raised an eyebrow, noting her composure, cleared his throat, and inquired, You are Huo Yao, correct? May I ask you a question? Huo Yao looked at him, her eyes clear and focused, and replied, Please go ahead. The Secretary General straightened slightly in his chair and said, From my observations of your responses in the past 2 rounds, your answering style deviates somewhat from the current teaching methods of the school. Have you received guidance from a renowned teacher? Upon hearing this, not only he, but even the principal beside him was quite curious. No, Huo Yao replied in a rather indifferent tone, but after a few seconds, she suddenly asked, "Is this related to the 10 points deducted from my score in the city preliminary round?" The Secretary General was astonished not only by her lack of guidance from a renowned teacher, but also by her perceptiveness. He nodded and explained, "Your written exam and on-site responses should have both received full marks. However, your solutions to the last 2 questions on the written test exceeded the syllabus. Although the answers were correct, due to a series of principle-related issues, both questions were penalized with a 5-point deduction." Exceeding the syllabus? Huo Yao squinted, struggling to comprehend. Zhao Yin cleared his throat to clarify. Exceeding the syllabus means answering questions using methods not covered in high school knowledge. That is what it refers to. Even if the final answers are correct? Huo Yao furrowed her brows. Is there such a nuance in examinations? Zhao Yin affirmed and further explained. Because exceeding the syllabus violates the principle of fairness. However, considering that the competition did not strictly stipulate answering methods, awarding you 0 points for both major questions would also be unfair. Hence, a total deduction of 10 points was applied. Upon hearing this, Huo Yao fell into a contemplative silence. It appeared that she had opted for a convoluted path instead of simpler methods. Perhaps her understanding of the academic realm was still too superficial. After a prolonged moment, she finally spoke. "So for every subsequent examination, I can only answer within the confines of high school knowledge to avoid inexplicable deductions?" "In theory, that is correct," the Secretary General replied with a smile. Huo Yao pressed her fingers to her forehead in a gesture of resignation. "Well, I understand." This time, she had inadvertently undermined herself. Being overly clever had its drawbacks. Zhao Yin paused for a moment, and then looked up at her, his expression inscrutable. "If you can ascend to the international competition stage, then you need to worry about exceeding the syllabus." The Secretary General, upon hearing Zhao Yin's comments, displayed a hint of surprise. Although Zhao Yin was merely an honorary member of the association, he possessed extensive connections within several prominent associations in the capital. Not to mention being a biology professor at Qing University. Was it perhaps a bit exaggerated to harbor such high hopes for a girl who had only just begun to shine in the initial and preliminary rounds? Chapter 106, Her International Competition? The Secretary General harbored no intention of underestimating Huo Yao. When the initial results were released, he had believed this student was worthy of promotion, but after his inquiries, he discovered that she had just transferred from a small county. While it was possible that this transfer student had a solid foundation, could the teaching quality in a small county compare to that of a large city? Even though she had demonstrated her intelligence by exceeding the syllabus in the preliminary round, the competition featured numerous top students from across the nation. Furthermore, he had witnessed many underdogs rise to prominence in previous competitions. While this girl was certainly impressive, it did not guarantee her capability to excel in international competitions. Thus, the Secretary General composed himself, refraining from further comments. Meanwhile, Huo Yao found Zhao Yin's words intriguing. A playful smile gracing her lips as she asked, "Are there many experts in international competitions?" Zhao Yin stared at Huo Yao, momentarily taken aback, then instinctively nodded, "Indeed." The principal, who had remained silent, discreetly observed Huo Yao and noted the evident determination on her face, prompting him to stroke his chin thoughtfully. It seemed this year's international competition stage would be quite lively. He was curious about the true extent of this young lady's abilities. Following this, the Secretary General and Zhao Yin refrained from posing any further questions to Huo Yao, swiftly allowing her to return to her classroom. Once she left, the Secretary General set down his teacup and turned to Zhao Yin. "Professor Zhao, you seem quite optimistic about Huo Yao." Zhao Yin chuckled lightly, simply stating, "She is a promising seedling. But her international competition?" The Secretary General shook his head. "If she were a science student, it might be different, but as a liberal arts student, do not underestimate anyone." Zhao Yin's gaze deepened, then turned to the principal, his words laden with significance. "You are fortunate." The principal smiled calmly and nodded. "I share that sentiment." The Secretary General glanced between the two, a sense of doubt creeping into his mind. Could that liberal arts student truly possess some extraordinary quality? Taking a sip of tea, Zhao Yin suddenly recalled something, asking, "By the way, there's another campus star from your school who is also participating in this competition, right?" The principal raised an eyebrow. "Are you referring to Lucia?" "That seems to be the name," Zhao Yin replied, vaguely recalling. He then looked up at the Secretary General. "Your chairman specifically mentioned her to me. How did she perform this time? Her score seems quite decent." "Let me check." The Secretary General pulled out his phone, and after a brief moment, he stated 186 points, ranked 10th. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yin's interest in Lu Xia diminished significantly. Though he still remarked, that score is quite respectable. She has a chance to contend for the national finals. The Secretary General regarded him and remembered the chairman's earlier advice. About to speak when the principal's voice interrupted. Although Lu Xia's academic performance has been stable, her focus may lie in other areas of development. Participation is likely her priority. Indeed, perhaps being a star holds greater prospects, Zhao Yin remarked with a shake of his head, then turned to the Secretary General. Old Tian, what were you about to say? Chapter 107. Encounter. The Secretary General offered a sheepish smile. Reading Zhao Yin's demeanor and realizing he should not press the issue of whether he should meet Lu Xia. Thus, he simply shook his head, nothing. Seeing this, Zhao Yin did not probe further, glancing at his watch instead. He stood up and said, "We should be on our way." The principal also rose. "Let us have a meal together before you return to the capital." "Sure." Zhao Yin raised his hand, signaling that there was no need for him to be escorted, and exited the office. The Secretary General nodded at the principal and followed suit. Huo Yao returned to her classroom, deliberately ignoring the curious glances of her classmates who regarded her with ever-changing expressions. The first thing she did upon sitting down was to open her book. After experiencing the painful deduction of 10 points, she concluded that her studies were insufficient. She must learn from this lesson. Meng Ying observed the formidable aura radiating from Huo Yao, feeling as if getting too close might result in injury from her overwhelming determination. He absent-mindedly rubbed his nose. This girl had returned from the teacher's office transformed, clearly having clarified which answer she had missed, thus feeling disheartened. Meng Ying believed that as Huo Yao's caring deskmate, while he could not assist her academically, he could at least offer comfort during her moments of disappointment. As the orbs of her eyes flickered, Meng Ying extended her hand and gently prodded Huo Yao's arm. "Jujia, do not be disheartened. It is merely a matter of answering a question incorrectly. After all, we are still ranked first in the nation. It truly does not have a significant impact." Huo Yao turned her head, her profound gaze resting on Meng Ying's face. After a considerable pause, she spoke gravely. "No, you do not comprehend the anguish of not exceeding the syllabus when answering questions." "Jujia, what are you saying? What do you mean by the pain of not exceeding the syllabus?" Meng Ying was somewhat bewildered. After a few seconds of observing her, Huo Yao shook her head and withdrew her gaze, remaining silent. Meng Ying felt a sense of disparagement regarding her intelligence emanating from Jujia. Thus, after pondering Huo Yao's words multiple times, her eyes suddenly widened in realization. "No, Jujia, you exceeded the syllabus in your answers." Without lifting her head, Huo Yao replied, "Yes. Even though all the answers were correct, I was still deducted 10 points. Unpleasant." Meng Ying was utterly astonished. So, the disappointment Jujia experienced from what she thought was an incorrect answer was merely a figment of her imagination? She was mistaken. Her Jujia would never be susceptible to such blows. It was simply impossible in this lifetime. Meng Ying sighed heavily, silently retrieving her textbook. If she did not exert herself further, she feared she might not even be worthy of experiencing disappointment. After the last class of the afternoon, Huo Yao gathered her belongings and exited the classroom. Just as she descended the teaching building, she fortuitously encountered Lu Xia, who was also making her way down. Although they attended the same school, this was only the second time they had crossed paths this semester, the first being at the school gate. Huo Yao's exquisitely delicate face bore no trace of emotional fluctuation. She merely cast a fleeting glance at Lu Xia before averting her gaze and continuing toward the school gate. Lu Xia paused, seemingly surprised to run into Huo Yao. The results of the competition had left her in a foul mood, causing her to leave the classroom a bit later than usual. Had she known she would encounter Huo Yao, she would have departed earlier. Though she felt a twinge of regret, Lu Xia did not allow it to show on her face. They resembled two indifferent strangers. Adjusting the strap of her small bag, she proceeded toward the school gate, albeit at a noticeably slower pace than usual. Upon exiting the school gate, Huo Yao's phone suddenly rang. She retrieved it to find it was a call from her grandmother. Without hesitation, she pressed the answer button. "Hello, Grandma. I will come over shortly." After hanging up, Huo Yao's expression became slightly more serious as she walked toward the roadside, preparing to hail a cab to the hospital. Just then, a black sedan approached and came to a halt in front of her. The window rolled down to reveal the handsome and refined face of Huo Tingrui. Huo Yao tilted her head slightly, surprised to see her second brother. Her gaze swept over the emblem on the steering wheel, her expression somewhat perplexed. The last time it had been a small BMW, and now it was a small Mercedes-Benz. The previous rumors about her brother's lacking ambition seemed to have been disproven once again. Huo Tingrui, unaware of his sister's scrutiny, raised an eyebrow and said, "Get in the car. Today, your second brother will take you home." Huo Yao shook her head and replied, "I'm not going home just yet. I need to visit the hospital." "The hospital?" Huo Tingrui inquired, puzzled. "My grandmother, who raised me, was hospitalized a few days ago. I'm going to see her," Huo Yao stated candidly. Upon hearing this, Huo Tingrui's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Let me take you there. I will also pay a visit to the elder." After contemplating briefly, Huo Yao relented, opened the car door, and settled into the seat, providing him with the hospital's address. Meanwhile, Lu Xia, having exited the school, noticed Huo Yao getting into a black Mercedes-Benz. She squinted her eyes, contemplating for a few seconds, before hastening toward the car that her family dispatched to pick her up each day, opened the door, and climbed inside, instructing the driver to follow that black sedan. 20 minutes later, Huo Yao and Huo Tingrui arrived at the hospital. Huo Tingrui felt it inappropriate to visit empty-handed, so he instructed Huo Yao to proceed to the ward while he went to a nearby supermarket to purchase something. Huo Yao, seeing his insistence, acquiesced and quickly ascended to the upper floor. In the ward, there were not only the elderly lady but also two others, the attending physician and the hospital director. As Huo Yao pushed the door open, Yang Xiuhua's face immediately brightened with joy and excitement. "Yaoyao has arrived." Huo Yao pressed her lips together, her bright eyes softening. She approached, casually placing her shoulder bag on a nearby chair, then turned her gaze to the physician and the director, her voice measured and laced with curiosity. "May I ask what brings you here?" The attending physician glanced at the director before standing, his demeanor courteous. "It is this way. While conducting examinations for Elder Yang, we discovered her recovery is remarkably swift. After inquiring, we learned she has been taking other medications." Huo Yao's eyebrows subtly shifted, likely grasping the intent behind their inquiry. "This afternoon, I specifically requested a small amount of the dissolved medicine from Elder Yang and conducted some research. It appears this medication has remarkable efficacy regarding cardiac health. Therefore, I would like to inquire, Miss Huo, through what channel did you acquire it?" There was a hint of anticipation in the attending physician's voice. Huo Yao regarded him, calmly peeling an apple with a fruit knife, and replied nonchalantly, "I apologize, but this medicine was personally formulated by a friend of mine and is not for sale." Upon hearing this, both the attending physician and the director exchanged glances, disappointment flickering in their eyes. Despite their disappointment, the attending physician and the director understood the rarity of such a medication. Not only was the formula precious, but the meticulous process of crafting it, especially in the realm of traditional Chinese medicine, surpassed the complexity of producing Western medicine in bulk with instruments. Therefore, even if such a unique medication existed, it was unlikely to be available in significant quantities, which elucidated the concept of having a price but no market. Recognizing they would not extract further information from Huo Yao, they prepared to leave the ward. At that moment, the door swung open, and He Xiaoman, spotting the director and the attending physician together in the ward, instantly changed her expression. Ignoring Huo Yao beside her, she anxiously asked, "Is there a problem with my mother's health again?" The director and the physician were momentarily taken aback. Then the director politely responded, "Not at all." Upon hearing this, He Xiaoman's earlier concern dissipated, and a wry smile appeared on her impeccably made-up face. "I thought something had happened to my mother, and you both had come." The director adjusted the name tag hanging on his chest, smiling as he said, "We merely came to inquire about the medication Elder Yang is taking. There are no other intentions." He Xiaoman was momentarily stunned. "The medication? What medication?" Just as she finished speaking, it seemed she recalled something, her gaze abruptly landing on Huo Yao, her earlier politeness vanishing, replaced by an accusatory tone. "Did you give my mother that herbal medicine again?" Huo Yao cast her a cool glance, unwilling to engage. Seeing this, He Xiaoman, quite vexed, pressed her fingers to her forehead. "Huo Yao, did I not tell you not to give my mother any more random medications? She has raised you for 17 arduous years. Do you truly wish to harm her?" "Xiaoman, what nonsense are you spouting? It is not as you think. The doctor has stated that Yaoyao's medicine is excellent." Yang Xiuhua truly felt that her daughter was rather foolish. Every time something related to Yaoyao arose, she would fall into a narrow-minded assumption, as if marrying into a wealthy family had rendered her so worldly that she was blind to reason. Xiaoman let out a light scoff, initially hesitating to inform her that the medication provided to her had issues, yet now she found herself stubbornly making excuses for her. However, the director beside them suddenly raised his head, casting an enigmatic glance at Xiaoman, and interjected, "No, Ms. He, are you perhaps misunderstanding something?" Filled with indignation, Xiaoman, who had a plethora of angry words to express, was abruptly interrupted by the director. She turned to him, regaining her voice after a moment. "Director, what do you mean by that? The medication provided by Ms. Hua has no issues whatsoever. In fact, without it, your mother might not have been in a regular ward, but rather in intensive care," the director stated sternly. His earlier politeness vanished. He was a seasoned individual, having overheard a few of Xiaoman's remarks, and deducing that the young girl beside her likely bore no blood relation to her. Hence, his words were delivered with a sharpness that reflected his discontent with her unfounded accusations. Xiaoman's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice faltering as she stammered, How is that possible? I specifically showed her medication to the doctor, who said it was." Yet before she could complete her sentence, the director interrupted again. "Which doctor did you consult? Was it one from our hospital? If it was indeed one of our doctors, I will have him dismissed immediately. Or do you think I, as the director, am merely a figurehead, lacking knowledge of pharmacology?" The director shook his head in exasperation, revealing that one's ability to converse not only reflects emotional intelligence, but can also expose a lack of intellect. Some individuals may appear astute, yet in certain aspects, they are far from commendable. Xiaoman's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, feeling the sting of embarrassment, especially upon hearing the director's pointed remarks. Realizing her shortcomings, she lowered her voice and awkwardly explained, "Director, you've misunderstood me. I didn't mean it that way. I was just saying that my adopted daughter knows nothing. Having grown up in the countryside, how could she possibly procure quality medication for the elderly?" Upon hearing this, the director merely smirked and chose to say nothing further. Striding out of the ward, the attending physician also offered a vague smile to Xiaoman before following suit. It was implausible that someone possessing such valuable medication could be as ignorant as a simple villager. Even if she lacked knowledge, obtaining such a medication was no trivial feat. Xiaoman, watching the director and physician depart, felt a mix of embarrassment and frustration, standing there like a jester, ridiculous and laughable. After a moment, reflecting on the director's previous words, she suddenly turned her gaze back to Huo Yao, her voice laced with malice. "Are you satisfied now? Happy to see me humiliated in front of the director?" Huo Yao responded with a slight, inscrutable smile. "Did I not mention the value of my medication to you?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoman recalled her adopted daughter's earlier statement about the worth of her medication, and her expression darkened further. "Is that what you were implying about the value of your medication?" Xiaoman scoffed derisively. "Do you now feel a sense of pride and accomplishment, believing everyone else is a fool being manipulated by you?" "Xiaoman, cease your tirade. You're misinterpreting things and shifting the blame onto Yaoyao. Your lack of understanding is becoming increasingly evident," Yang Qiuhua interjected, unable to contain her disappointment. Xiaoman, incensed, laughed mockingly. "Oh, I lack understanding? Mother, who is your true kin?" After a pause, she glanced at Huo Yao and added sarcastically, "Fine, I shall no longer be a hindrance to your grandmother-granddaughter bond. You two nurture this so-called familial affection." With that, Xiaoman stormed out of the ward. Yang Qiuhua gazed at the door for a moment before retracting her gaze, reaching for Huo Yao's hand. "Child, I apologize for putting you through this. I shouldn't have summoned you here today." Huo Yao gently squeezed the elderly woman's hand. "I have not taken it to heart. There is no need for you to feel guilty." Yang Qiuhua felt a pang of sorrow. The child was simply too kind-hearted. Each time she faced Xiaoman's misunderstandings and accusations, she would consider the feelings of others, never defending herself, even when wronged. With a deep sigh, Yang Qiuhua felt a decision forming within her. Huo Yao, unaware of the elderly woman's emotions, felt her phone vibrate in her pocket. Checking it, she noticed it was her second brother calling. She refrained from answering immediately, turning instead to the elder. "Grandmother, my second brother wishes to visit you. He is currently downstairs." Upon hearing this, the elderly woman's troubled expression was replaced with surprise. "Is it your real brother? Quickly, go fetch him." "All right, Huo Yao nodded, observing her grandmother anxiously smoothing her short hair, and couldn't help but chuckle. Grandmother, you need not be so nervous. He is family. Feeling slightly embarrassed, the elderly woman relaxed her hands. It was their first meeting, and she wanted to leave a good impression. Huo Yao smiled and gently tucked a stray white hair behind her ear. You look just fine. Soon, Huo Yao went downstairs to bring Huo Tingrui up. Grandmother, this is my second brother, Huo Tingrui. As she placed the nutritional supplements he had just bought on the table, she softly introduced him to her grandmother. Huo Tingrui's gaze fell upon the elderly woman. Perhaps due to her illness, she appeared somewhat pale, yet her spirit was vibrant, exuding a benevolent demeanor, which made him understand why his sister cared for her. Straightening himself, Huo Tingrui gracefully inclined his head towards the elderly woman, smiling. Greetings, Mrs. Yang. I apologize for the sudden intrusion. The elderly woman shook her head with a smile. No, young Huo, I am delighted you could visit. Please have a seat. Thank you. Huo Tingrui took a seat beside her, glancing at Huo Yao. I appreciate your care and guidance towards my sister over the years. It has shaped her into such an admirable person. A hint of embarrassment crossed the elderly woman's face. She is inherently exceptional. I have merely provided some assistance. In fact, she has faced quite a bit of hardship while with me. Huo Yao pulled a chair beside the elderly woman's bed, raising her exquisitely arched brows, and proudly interjected. I acknowledge my excellence, but please do not speak of hardship. After all, who has ever seen someone endure hardship and emerge as brilliant as I am? You truly do need to practice humility, the elderly woman chuckled. Humility is contingent upon the individual. Huo Yao winked at her grandmother. The elderly woman laughed, instinctively grasping her hand in a warm embrace. Huo Tingrui observed the natural and affectionate exchange between his sister and the elderly woman, contrasting it with the atmosphere at home where she interacted with their real relatives, and he felt a swell of emotions. No wonder when their parents had come to the elderly woman's home to retrieve his sister, she had declined and postponed her return for a year. To her, this grandmother had been the only true kin who had raised her for over a decade, and abandoning that bond will be a challenge for anyone with a shred of conscience. Huo Tingrui could not help but recall his foster sister. After the revelation of the truth behind the mix-up incident, she left the Huo family without a moment's hesitation, swiftly reverting to her biological father's surname. The Huo family believed they had never wronged her. Although she later explained that she felt compelled by her biological parents, her actions ultimately left a chilling impression. Huo Tingrui's lips curled slightly. Comparisons often unearth many latent issues. Chapter 112. The best granddaughter Huo Tingrui suppressed his thoughts and resumed a casual conversation with the elderly matriarch. Perhaps it was due to Huo Tingrui's demeanor, which contradicted the dismal portrayal provided by his daughter, that young Chihuahua's chatter seemed to flow forth uncontrollably, predominantly revolving around Huo Yao, recounting tales from her childhood to her high school years, growing more animated with each reminiscence. As the subject of their discussion, Huo Yao, observing the engrossed exchanges, sighed and excused herself to the restroom. Shortly after her departure, the elderly lady turned her gaze to Huo Tingrui, her expression taking on a more serious tone. I must entrust you with the care of Yaoyao. This child has never truly received parental love. I can see that she is doing well now that she has returned to her biological parents. There was a hint of bittersweet contentment in her voice, accompanied by a tinge of sorrow, as a veil of melancholy seemed to envelop her countenance. Huo Tingrui instinctively furrowed his brow, sensing an odd finality in her words. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke, In truth, Yaoyao cherishes you deeply. Even though she has returned to our family in her heart, you will always remain her closest kin. Upon hearing this, a warm glow filled the elderly lady's eyes. My Yaoyao is indeed the best granddaughter in the world. Please take good care of yourself and do not overthink, Huo Tingrui encouraged. The elderly lady smiled, acknowledging his concern. Before long, Huo Yao returned. The elderly lady glanced out the window at the darkening sky and began to usher them away. It is getting late, Yaoyao. You and your second brother should head home. Your grandmother has doctors and nurses to look after me. No need for you to accompany me. You are in your final year of high school, so return early to review your studies. Huo Yao raised her hand to check the time. Shall I stay a bit longer? The elderly lady, seemingly weary, lay back on the bed and covered herself with a blanket. No, you should hurry back. I'm tired and need to rest. Seeing her truly close her eyes, Huo Yao sighed resignedly, stepped forward, and gently tucked the blanket around her. Please take care. I will come to see you again after school tomorrow. The elderly lady responded with a soft just as Huo Yao took a couple of steps away. She suddenly turned back and said, "Oh, I almost forgot to tell you. I entered a competition again. In a little while, I will bring you an international trophy." All right. I know you are remarkable. Hurry along now. Stop being so chatty. Even more so than this old lady, the elderly lady responded, feigning annoyance as she turned away. Feeling unjustly dismissed for the first time, Huo Yao innocently touched her nose and quietly exited the hospital room. Upon hearing the door close behind her, the elderly lady turned back, her eyes red as she gazed at the door, filled with an overwhelming sense of reluctance and sorrow. After a long pause, she sniffed, her hands trembling as she slowly retrieved her phone from beneath her pillow. Meanwhile, Lucia had instructed the driver to follow Huo Tingrue's car all the way to the hospital. Upon seeing him emerge from the vehicle, her heart sank to its lowest point. After being brushed off by her former second brother the previous day, she had reassured herself that his demeanor was merely a reflection of Huo Yao's presence. However, witnessing him accompany Huo Yao to the hospital, engaged in light-hearted conversation, shattered her composure. Chapter 113. The enigmatic second brother, though Huo Tingrue was known as the most refined and amiable among the Huo brothers, he was, paradoxically, also the most difficult to approach and the sharpest in intellect. He could smile at you, yet you would never truly know what he was thinking. Even after being his sister for over a decade, Lucia had never fully deciphered him. However, observing his demeanor towards Huo Yao, it was evident that he exhibited a familiarity that she had never experienced as his sister. She could not comprehend why the bond they had nurtured over the years paled in comparison to the one he had formed with Huo Yao in just a month. Lucia felt a pang of sorrow and, for reasons unknown, she stubbornly chose to remain in the car, silently watching the hospital entrance until her limbs grew numb and her body chilled. Eventually, she saw Huo Yao and Huo Tingrue leave the hospital together and get into the car before driving away. "Miss, that car has left. Should we continue to follow?" the driver inquired, glancing back at Lucia in the rear seat. Lucia blinked away the heaviness in her eyes, her expression devoid of emotion. After a long pause, she replied softly, "No need, let us return home." In the vehicle, Huo Tingrue adjusted his glasses and glanced curiously at his sister in the passenger seat. What was that about an international trophy? What's the situation? Huo Yao raised an eyebrow, lazily resting her head against the car window, her eyes sparkling as she replied, "The finals of the national knowledge competition will send the top 5 to represent the country in an international contest." Huo Tingrue fell into a thoughtful silence. His sister was already clever enough to venture beyond national borders. Regaining his composure, he asked, "Are you truly that confident?" Huo Yao tilted her head. "What difficulty is there? It's just answering questions." That response left him somewhat speechless. Huo Tingrue felt as though his intellect had been severely challenged. After a moment, he managed to awkwardly offer his encouragement. "Good luck. Just remember to let your second brother feel the trophy when you win." Huo Yao smiled faintly in response. Huo Tingrue then recalled something and eagerly said, "By the way, I specifically checked your competition results today. You came in first. If you want to celebrate, just tell your second brother what you would like to eat, and I will treat you tonight." Huo Yao shook her head, about to decline when Huo Tingrue's phone rang, prompting her to close her mouth. The phone, connected to the car's Bluetooth, allowed Huo Yao to hear the voice of Hui Yinchi when Huo Tingrue answered, "Hello, big brother. What is up?" The conversation was on speaker, so Huo Yao listened in silence. "I heard you were back from your business trip. Where are you now? Would you like to join me for a drink?" Hui Yinchi's tone was warm. Huo Tingrue, glancing around at the roads, replied, "I am with my little sister, and we are looking for a place to eat. Would you like to join us?" "You are with Lucia?" Hui Yinchi instinctively asked. Huo Tingrue's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed his brother had yet to fully grasp that Lucia was not his biological sister. After a brief pause, he replied, "No." Then, he glanced at his sister beside him and deliberately added in a low voice, "It's Yaoyao." Chapter 114. It is essential to outshine Huo Yao in every aspect. On the other end of the phone, Hui Yinchi fell silent for 2 seconds before responding in a calm and indifferent tone. "I have a few friends here, and there may be other arrangements later. It's a group of gentlemen, so bringing along my little sister would be somewhat inconvenient. Perhaps we could reschedule for another day." Huo Tingrue, upon hearing this, casually replied, "That works for me. I'm currently driving, so I'll hang up for now." After hanging up the phone, Huo Tingrue collected his thoughts and turned to look at Huo Yao, neglecting to mention his elder brother. Instead, he playfully asked, "Little cutie, have you decided where to eat?" Little cutie? Huo Yao's lips twitched, her expression becoming somewhat complex. Her second brother was a bit cheeky. "Never mind. Let us just head home. Our parents are surely waiting." She shook her head and replied. Huo Tingrui pondered for a moment and chose not to insist. After all, there is no need to cram the celebration into this one day. Tomorrow or the day after would suffice. Ultimately, a sweet outing with his sister required a proper reason to be arranged. When Lucia returned to the Liu family, it was nearly 7 o'clock. He Xiaoman had only just arrived home and was holding a glass of water, looking at her daughter with a puzzled expression. "Why are you back so late today?" "There were some matters at school that delayed me." Lucia felt quite vexed, so her tone was somewhat distracted, omitting the fact that she had visited the hospital. He Xiaoman, trusting her daughter, sat down on the sofa and after a moment's thought, added, "Your competition results were announced today, right?" Just as Lucia placed her small bag down, she heard Yi Xiaoman's inquiry, and her gaze darkened slightly. "Yes, they came out. I scored 186, ranking 10th nationally." Yi Xiaoman frowned upon hearing this, turning to look at her. "Weren't you ranked 6th last time? How come your ranking dropped to 10th this time?" Lucia seemed to have anticipated this question and responded calmly. "The preliminary trial and the official preliminaries differ significantly in difficulty. Many who ranked 6th with me last time also participated, and there are over 120 students nationwide. Achieving a top 10 position gives me a substantial chance to advance to the national finals." Although He Xiaoman was not well-versed in the competition's dynamics, knowing that Lucia placed in the top 10 among over 120 students was indeed impressive. After all, she understood that the competitors in this contest were top students from across the nation. He Xiaoman's expression softened considerably. She had initially thought her daughter had regressed, but it appeared that Lucia was truly outstanding. Lucia lowered her gaze in silence and sat down on the nearby sofa, gently pressing her fingers against her temples. "By the way, how did Huo Yao perform?" He Xiaoman set down her glass of water and casually inquired again. Lucia hesitated slightly, instinctively replying, "I'm not sure. I haven't been paying much attention." Remembering the humiliation caused by her foster daughter before the hospital director, He Xiaoman's gaze turned cold. "Xia, you are your mother's pride. You must outshine Huo Yao in every aspect. Do you understand?" Lucia felt a wave of discomfort at these words. That country bumpkin had taken first place twice. How could she possibly outshine her? What could she use to eclipse her? With a self-deprecating smile, Lucia said nothing, merely offering a perfunctory hum. He Xiaoman, oblivious to Lucia's feelings, contemplated for a moment before suggesting, "How about this? During this time, I will hire a tutor for you to focus on your studies." Chapter 115, A Distinct Difference in Treatment. Lucia pondered for a few seconds upon hearing this. She looked up at He Xiaoman and asked, "Mom, I remember Dad knows someone from the Cultural and Educational Association." He Xiaoman paused, then nodded. "Yes. He often meets with the chairman of the local cultural association for tea. I mentioned your participation in the competition to your father, but I'm not sure if he has spoken to anyone about you." After a brief pause, she picked up her phone from the coffee table. "Wait a moment. I'll call your father." Lucia smiled sweetly, nodded obediently, and absently fidgeted with her hands on her knees. Soon, He Xiaoman finished her call and looked at her. "Your father said to focus on the competition. He has mentioned you to his friends and commented that you have a strong grasp of science. He will seek an opportunity to recommend you to elite teachers in Jingxing." Hearing this, Lucia's eyes sparkled with immense joy. Jingxing was a place teeming with talent. If she could establish connections there, she would no longer need to regard Huo Yao as a rival, nor would she have to rely on the Liu family. With this thought, Lucia's previous gloom dissipated significantly. She let out a quiet sigh, stood up, and sat beside Yi Xiaoman, affectionately hugging her arm. "Mom, thank you and Dad. You are both so wonderful to me. I will work hard and definitely not disappoint you." Yi Xiaoman looked at her obedient daughter, so different from the irritating foster daughter, and couldn't help but smile with relief, patting her arm and saying, "Thank goodness you are my biological daughter." Lucia rested her head on He Xiaoman's shoulder, seeking comfort, while suppressing the darkness in her eyes without uttering another word. The following day, the senior year at Yizhong welcomed the first monthly examination of the semester. Aside from Huo Yao, nearly every student was filled with anxiety and fear regarding the exam. Just before entering the examination room, most students were frantically reviewing their textbooks, showcasing their last-minute cramming efforts. The school had designated specific examination rooms, And this month's test seemed particularly strict. Each room was equipped with monitoring devices, and students attempting to sneak in phones or materials were promptly identified and removed, making cheating virtually impossible. Although Huo Yao had participated in the national knowledge competition and had excelled in both rounds, being a transfer student meant her examination number was assigned based on last semester's rankings. To ensure fairness, she was placed in the last examination room, where the bottom 30 students of the senior year were gathered. As Huo Yao entered the examination room, the other students who had already taken their seats cast curious glances her way. Almost everyone in the senior year was aware of her competition results. While some still questioned her achievements, they were in the minority. In fact, some students speculated that this hastily arranged monthly exam was the school's way of quelling rumors about Huo Yao's alleged cheating. Hence her placement in the last examination room. Huo Yao, however, was oblivious to these thoughts. Her seat was at the very back of the classroom, isolated with no other test takers nearby, making it appear as though she had been deliberately segregated. A clear distinction in treatment. Chapter 116, Balding, the Chinese exam. Before long, the invigilating teacher entered and distributed the test papers. The subject for the morning was Chinese. Huo Yao felt quite overwhelmed as she held the exam paper. Among all subjects, Chinese was her least favorite. The sight of a dense block of text reminded her of the torment she faced as a child from the stubborn elders in her clan. The room full of ancient texts had been nothing short of a nightmare during her childhood. Consequently, after inhabiting this body, she instinctively recoiled from and despised the subject, which naturally led to her academic imbalance. With a silent sigh, despite her inner resistance, Huo Yao picked up her pen and began to write slowly. When she submitted her paper, although it appeared she had completed it, the accuracy of her answers remained uncertain. In the afternoon, a mathematics examination awaited, and for Huo Yao, this was the quintessential way to approach an exam, effortless and devoid of any mental strain. Having previously experienced the disappointment of incurring deductions for answering questions beyond the syllabus, she was particularly cautious this time, determined not to repeat her past mistakes. Once the examination concluded and she returned to the classroom, her peers were engrossed in their textbooks, estimating their scores for the day. Juju, did you find today's math problems particularly challenging? A despondent Meng Ying inquired, her own score estimation barely scraping a passing mark as she gazed forlornly at Huo Yao. However, immediately after posing the question, she regretted it. After all, Huo Yao was the top-ranked contestant in the national competition. Was she not inviting unnecessary trouble upon herself? Huo Yao tilted her head and let out a rare sigh. I found today's language arts exam exceedingly difficult. Meng Ying was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. Did I just hear wrong? Did you really use the word difficult? And with the added emphasis of exceedingly? Though I excel academically, it does not mean I am infallible, Huo Yao replied, her tone light yet somewhat teasing. Meng Ying clutched her chest, feeling the impact of Huo Yao's words. Isn't language arts supposed to be the simplest subject? She quickly redirected the conversation. Huo Yao shook her head repeatedly, her expression one of genuine distress. For me, it is the most challenging. Realizing that Huo Yao was not merely being modest, Meng Ying felt as though she had stumbled upon significant news. Then how many points do you think you will score in language arts this time? You've completed the exam, but passing will likely depend on luck, Huo Yao mused, resting her chin on her hand, looking increasingly melancholic. She reminisced about the comprehensive format of the national knowledge competition, which spared her from the stress of a singular focus on language arts. Meng Ying's eyes widened in shock. Juju, please don't tell me you have a learning bias. Huo Yao shot her a glance. Isn't it normal for students to have certain subjects they favor? Yet, the crux of the matter was whether one could classify her as a normal student. Meng Ying posed a soul-searching question. Achieving first place in 2 consecutive competitions hardly qualified her as an ordinary student. Huo Yao lazily retrieved her language arts textbook from her desk. I know you are envious of my excellence. Meng Ying's lips twitched, her eyes darting around before breaking into a mischievous grin. If you fail language arts, imagine where you'll rank in this month's exam. Huo Yao raised an eyebrow. Child, you seem rather gleeful at the prospect. Meng Ying coughed, hastily suppressing her amusement, and replied with utmost seriousness, not at all. I simply wish for the monthly exams to conclude swiftly so we can see the results. Huo Yao let out a soft, knowing laugh. By the way, would you like to go shopping after school? Meng Ying asked, touching her nose and changing the subject. Huo Yao shook her head, lightly declining. No, I have some personal matters to attend to. Not wishing to press further, Ming Ying returned to her seat without protest. Chapter 117. The old lady has disappeared before leaving for the day. Huo Yao had informed Huo Tingrui that she would be accompanying the old lady to the hospital and had declined his offer to pick her up from school. Consequently, as soon as classes ended, Huo Yao hailed a taxi to the hospital. However, upon entering the ward and finding it empty, with even the bedding neatly folded at the head of the bed, her expression shifted dramatically. Stunned, Huo Yao recalled the old lady's reaction from the day before, a pang of anxiety gripping her heart. She fished her phone from her pocket and dialed quickly. Sorry, the number you have dialed is switched off. Taking a deep breath, she hung up, stowed her phone away, and turned to leave. Excuse me, do you know where Yang Xiaohua from room 503 is gone? Huo Yao addressed the attending nurse, her voice steady, betraying no hint of distress. The nurse, momentarily captivated by Huo Yao's beauty, quickly snapped back to reality and rifled through the nearby records, responding, Oh, Mrs. Yang completed her discharge procedures this morning. Upon hearing this, Huo Yao's brow furrowed deeper. She thanked the nurse, hesitating not a moment before striding purposefully toward the elevator. The nurse watched Huo Yao's retreating figure, shaking her head in disbelief at her stunning looks, which eclipsed many celebrities she had encountered. Xiao Chui, what are you looking at? Another nurse, returning from the restroom, noticed her colleague staring vacantly in one direction. Huo Yao had already vanished into the elevator, so she remained oblivious to the conversation. Xiao Chui, still entranced, murmured, I just saw the most beautiful girl. She possesses an ethereal beauty. My heart raced when she looked at me. Really? Is it that exaggerated? The other nurse chuckled, leisurely sipping from a nearby cup. Speaking of ethereal beauty, the granddaughter of Mrs. Yang, who just discharged from room 503 this morning, is truly stunning. You probably haven't met her since you usually work the day shift. I have a photo of her. Let me show you. As she spoke, the nurse retrieved a candid shot from her phone. Look, ISN, she beautiful. It's only a profile view, but it has such a striking quality. This nurse recognized Huo Yao, having previously been captivated by her striking appearance and cool demeanor, which was complemented by her polite speech. Therefore, whenever Huo Yao visited, she would discreetly take photographs and ensure the old lady received special attention. That's her. I just saw her. Xiao Chui exclaimed. The nurse's expression changed, and she hurriedly inquired, Oh, where is she now? Xiao Chui hesitated, instinctively pointing toward the elevator. She just stepped in as you returned. Why didn't you call me? Mrs. Yang asked me to pass something to her. The nurse exclaimed, lightly smacking her forehead in frustration. Xiao Chui shrugged. You didn't mention it, but she can't have gone far. You should hurry and catch her. The nurse nodded, quickly tucking her phone into her pocket, retrieving a letter from a drawer, and sprinting towards the elevator. Chapter 118. Not returning home as evening approached, the hospital was relatively quiet. The nurse descended the elevator and searched the inpatient apartment lobby, but found no sign of Huo Yao. She then rushed to the hospital entrance. Yet Huo Yao was nowhere to be seen. After standing at the entrance for a while, she returned with slumped shoulders. At that moment, Huo Yao was already in a taxi, en route to the apartment complex where the old lady resided. As she gazed at the swiftly passing scenery outside the window, her eyes flickered with an unsettling mixture of emotions, her usually indifferent expression replaced by an uncharacteristic solemnity. She pulled out her phone and dialed the old lady's number once more, only to be met with the same cold, unyielding response of a shut-off line. She should have sensed the old lady's unease yesterday. Pressing her fingers to her temple, Huo Yao's expression grew increasingly dark. 20 minutes later, the taxi halted at the complex entrance. After paying, she hurried inside, ascending the stairs and ringing the doorbell. Moments later, the door swung open to reveal a stranger, a middle-aged woman. What were you looking for? She asked, puzzled. The woman was a caregiver hired by Hishao Man to attend to the old lady, having never encountered Huo Yao before. Huo Yao frowned slightly. Is the old lady not at home? Upon hearing this, the caregiver immediately understood. Are you looking for Mrs. Yang? Yes, is she at home? Huo Yao inquired patiently. The nanny observed Huo Yao with a curious gaze. Although she was unaware of the girl's identity, she politely replied, the elderly lady was hospitalized due to illness recently. But who are you? What business do you have with her? Huo Yao did not respond to her inquiry. Instead, she persistently asked, is she truly not at home? Why would I deceive you? I already informed you that the elderly lady is in the hospital. Otherwise, you could call her yourself, the nanny replied, perplexed. Noticing that the nanny did not seem to be intentionally hiding anything, Huo Yao felt a weight in her heart and chose to remain silent, turning to leave. The nanny, taken aback, stood still for a moment, and only upon seeing Huo Yao's figure vanish into the elevator did she regain her senses. Muttering to herself as she closed the door, "What kind of person is this?" After pondering for a while, the nanny grew increasingly suspicious and hurried to the living room, picking up the landline to make a call. At the Liu family's villa, Xiaoman had just answered the nanny's call. "You say a young girl came looking for my mother?" "Yes, she wouldn't reveal her name, but she seemed a bit anxious. I don't know if something is wrong." The nanny recounted the earlier encounter in detail. Xiaoman frowned and asked, "Was the girl tall and beautiful, resembling a student?" "Yes, madam." Xiaoman's expression darkened slightly. "All right, I understand." After hanging up, she crossed her arms, deep in thought. She was certain that the person described by the nanny was indeed Huo Yao. However, the question lingered. Why would she suddenly go to the apartment to inquire about the elderly lady's whereabouts? Did she not know that the elderly lady was still hospitalized? Meanwhile, Lucia, who had just changed into her loungewear and descended the stairs, noticed her mother's odd expression and approached her side, gently asking, "Mom, what's wrong?" Xiaoman came back to her senses and candidly replied, "The nanny who takes care of your grandmother just called, saying Huo Yao visited your grandmother's apartment." Upon hearing Huo Yao's name, Lucia instinctively paused, casually questioning, "Doesn't she know that grandma is in the hospital? Is she going to get something?" Xiaoman shook her head. "No, she only asked if your grandmother was at home, and upon hearing she wasn't, she left." Lucia's face also reflected confusion. What could her intention be? After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, "Mom, I feel this is a bit strange. Should we call Grandma to check on her?" "Indeed." Xiaoman agreed, and began searching for the elderly lady's number on her phone. After dialing, she soon frowned and hung up, saying, "The phone is turned off." "Off? Could something have happened?" Lucia exclaimed, worry evident in her eyes. Xiaoman's eyelids twitched. As she stood up, "I will call the hospital to inquire." She walked to the storage cabinet, retrieved a doctor's business card, and without hesitation, made the call. "Hello, my mother has been discharged." Xiaoman's face turned pale with shock. Lucia approached her, asking, "Grandma has been discharged? She didn't inform you?" Xiaoman, still reeling, replied, "No. I was so flustered by her last night that I didn't go to the hospital today." Lucia's expression turned serious. How could Grandma leave without a word? She's an elderly lady, unfamiliar with everything, and hasn't returned to the apartment. Where could she have gone? Xiaoman pressed her temples, suddenly realizing something. Her expression hardened as she bit her lip, saying, "Your analysis is not incorrect. Your grandmother knows nothing. If no one is meddling, how could she have left the hospital? It must be Huo Yao who took her away. There is no one else." Xiaoman's tone was resolute. Lucia lowered her gaze and shook her head. "It shouldn't be her, right? Didn't you just say the nanny mentioned she was also looking for Grandma?" Xiaoman scoffed. "Do you really believe in such a trick of the thief shouting stop the thief?" Before Lucia could retort, Xiaoman interrupted, "Enough, don't be foolish. I don't want to hear my daughter defending an outsider." After saying that, she furiously searched for Huo Yao's number on her phone and dialed it. After Huo Yao descended the stairs, she did not immediately leave the elderly lady's neighborhood, but instead sat on a public bench in the garden. The elderly lady's phone remained unreachable. The nanny's earlier reaction was not fabricated, and given her understanding of Xiaoman, she deemed it unlikely that the elderly lady was taken away. Thus, the only certainty was that the elderly lady had left on her own. Pressing her forehead, Huo Yao contemplated deeply, her fingertip tapping an unknown icon on her phone. Just as she was about to log in, an unfamiliar call came through. Huo Yao paused, but quickly pressed the answer button. "Hello. All right, I will arrive in 20 minutes. Thank you." After hanging up, she stood, her phone rang again. Glancing down, she hesitated not at all and directly pressed the in-call button. She then tucked her phone into her pocket and briskly walked toward the neighborhood exit. The caller was none other than the nurse from the hospital who had failed to catch her earlier. Huo Yao hailed a cab and returned to the hospital. Throughout the ride, Xiaoman bombarded her with numerous calls, all of which she ignored, ultimately blocking her number. "Miss Huo, I apologize. I should have called you sooner to come pick up your belongings, but I was delayed by an urgent matter," the nurse said apologetically, handing her a letter. Huo Yao received the letter, responding politely, "It's all right, thank you." "You're welcome," the nurse smiled. After taking a few steps with the letter, Huo Yao turned back to the nurse, May I ask if my grandmother handled her discharge procedures herself? The nurse shook her head. I'm not quite sure. I was on the night shift and wasn't there earlier. After a pause, she added, shall I ask my colleagues for you? Huo Yao felt a flicker of disappointment cross her eyes, then shook her head, declining the offer, and turned to leave. In the green space below the inpatient department, there were public benches. Huo Yao settled down and opened the letter. Yaoyao, Grandma has returned to her hometown. You must take good care of yourself and not worry about Grandma. I will take care of my health and wait for you to bring home an international trophy. The letter was brief, the handwriting not particularly elegant, and one could discern the slow and stiff movements of the writer. At the bottom corner of the last page, there was a dried watermark. Huo Yao felt a twinge of sorrow in her heart, and she could almost visualize the elderly lady's emotions and demeanor while writing this letter. The days they had spent together, relying on each other, now played out like a film in her mind, scene by scene. Although they had only been together for a year, it was the most tranquil time of her life. Huo Yao tilted her head back, her gaze flickering. The dim glow of the nearby streetlight cast a soft light on her face, mingling warmth with a hint of solitude. Such an expression is truly a rarity. Suddenly, a voice filled with mockery pierced through the tranquility of the moment. Huo Yao slowly turned her head, and within her view, Min Yu's exquisite visage captured her attention. His tall figure was accentuated as he stood with his arms crossed, exuding a languid demeanor, seemingly having been there for quite some time. Huo Yao furrowed her brows slightly and nonchalantly folded the letter, inquiring with curiosity, what are you doing here? Min Yu raised an eyebrow, replying, if I weren't here, wouldn't I miss witnessing your vulnerable and pitiful side today? Upon hearing this, Huo Yao stood up and walked towards him, her striking black and white eyes fixed intently on him, her tone rather indifferent if your eyes are failing you. I will come closer for you to see clearly. Min Yu's lips twitched as he regarded the girl now within arm's reach, her previous calmness replaced by an air of arrogance. He raised his hand and chuckled. It seems I misused my words. Huo Yao let out a light scoff, averting her gaze, but soon a thought flashed in her mind. Suddenly, her eyes landed back on Min Yu's face. Did you assist my grandmother in leaving the hospital? Previously, the old lady had always been sent to this hospital by him during her heart condition episodes, so it was quite possible she had discreetly sought his help to leave again. Chapter 121. A beautiful misunderstanding. Min Yu was not surprised by Huo Yao's words, considering her remarkable perceptiveness. Indeed, he admitted without reservation. Upon hearing this, a tension within Huo Yao seemed to ease. Although she was not overly concerned about her grandmother making any foolish decisions, it was essential to know her whereabouts. Last night, your grandmother called me, likely not wanting you to be caught in the middle between her and the Liu family, and asked me to take her back to her hometown, Min Yu briefly explained. I understand. Huo Yao sighed softly, fully grasping the old lady's intentions. After a moment of silence, she gathered her thoughts and asked, where is she now? Min Yu glanced at his wristwatch. She should have arrived home by now. Sensing Huo Yao's worry, he added, rest assured, I arranged for someone to escort your grandmother home. There will be no unforeseen incidents. Huo Yao nodded lightly, suddenly looking earnestly at Min Yu. Thank you. Min Yu raised an eyebrow, his tone somewhat casual. Do we still need to be so polite? Yes, you are my savior, Huo Yao replied with a sly glance, a hint of a smile on her lips. Min Yu shrugged languidly. It's merely a beautiful misunderstanding. Huo Yao chuckled softly, tucking the letter from her grandmother into her pocket, turning around, and stepping out of the hospital. Then please continue to maintain this misunderstanding. Her voice trailed off, waving her hand in the air, her silhouette elongated under the streetlights. Min Yu smiled contemplatively and proceeded to follow her. Once outside the hospital, Huo Yao took out her phone, intending to check the time, only to find it had run out of battery and shut off. She returned it to her pocket and pondered for a moment before looking up at Min Yu. Did you drive here? Min Yu glanced at her, puzzled. My phone is dead, and I have no cash on me. Why not, as a good person? You give me a ride? Huo Yao stated rather boldly. Min Yu raised an eyebrow. I thought you were going to treat me to a meal. Am I to treat you when I have no money? Is it really appropriate for a tutoring teacher to be treated by a penniless high school student? Huo Yao emphasized the last few words pointedly. Min Yu's lips twitched. Then shall I invite you? Huo Yao lazily declined. Forget it. If my family can't reach me later, they'll worry. Let's go. Min Yu sighed, massaging his temples, and refrained from teasing her any further. Soon, they were both in the car. Inside the vehicle, Minyu gripped the steering wheel with one hand, his left elbow resting against the car door, his head tilted as his fingers pressed against his temples. His complexion appeared unusually pale, and there was a hint of fatigue in his eyes. Huo Yao cast a casual glance at him and asked nonchalantly, "Did you not get enough rest? Is it that obvious?" Minyu's voice was low as he turned his head to look at her. Huo Yao's gaze sharpened slightly, recalling that he had mentioned being in the capital a few days prior, and combining that with the old lady situation today. She suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "You didn't rush back because of my grandmother, did you?" Minyu continued to massage his temples, sidestepping the inquiry. Once matters are settled, it's natural to return. Huo Yao fell silent at his words. Chapter 122. If you don't believe me, check for yourself. After a while, she lifted her head and casually remarked, "The calming incense I bought for my grandmother online worked quite well. I'll bring it to you when you visit my school in a few days." Minyu, remembering the Taobao store she had shared with him previously, smiled and shook his head. "No need. It'll recover after a few days of adjustment." Huo Yao touched her nose. "All right then." She paused before adding, "If you ever want it, just let me know." "Sure," Minyu replied lightly, not taking it to heart. 20 minutes later, Huo Yao thanked Minyu as she quickly walked in her neighborhood. By now, the sky had completely darkened. As she ascended the stairs and unlocked the door, she found Huo Yinshi, who had not returned for quite some time, sitting on the sofa with his arms crossed. His face a shade of deep displeasure. A faint scent of smoke lingered in the air. Huo Yao narrowed her eyes and casually tossed her shoulder bag onto a cabinet. Huo Yinshi turned to her, suddenly standing up, his gaze piercing into her. "Can you not be so restless all day long? Big brother, please speak calmly." Huo Jinyan frowned, his voice heavy. Faced with Huo Yinshi's abrupt interrogation, Huo Yao's expression remained unchanged, but there was little warmth in her eyes. "That statement of yours is quite strange. What have I done that warrants such fury?" Seeing Huo Yao's indifferent demeanor only fueled Huo Yinshi's anger further. "You ask what you've done? Where did you take Xia's grandmother?" Upon hearing this, Huo Yao recalled the numerous calls from Xiaoman and could roughly guess the source of his anger. The old lady had not returned to the Liu family, and since she had visited her apartment, the Liu family must have naturally assumed she was hidden away by Huo Yao. After all, she was the most suspect. Noticing Huo Yao's silence, Huo Yinshi took a deep breath, trying to temper his emotions. "Big brother understands you have a good relationship with Xia's grandmother, but you cannot just take her away without a word." Huo Yao smirked playfully. "I'm quite curious who informed you that I took the old lady? Liu Xiao, perhaps?" Huo Yinshi furrowed his brows. "She only made a phone call." Before he could finish, Huo Yao interrupted. "You deduce that I took the old lady just because she made one phone call? Now I tell you, it wasn't Timi who took her. How do you judge that?" Nearby, Huo Tingrui raised an eyebrow at his sister's adept use of the rhetorical method. Huo Yinshi was momentarily taken aback by her retort, but quickly regained his composure. "Fine, if you say it wasn't Tu, then why didn't Tu answer the Liu family's calls? And why was your phone off? Isn't that clearly leading them to suspect you?" Huo Yao found the situation amusing. She calmly retrieved her phone from her pocket and, in front of him, pressed the power button several times. The screen flickered with a low battery warning before shutting off again. "See? It's out of power," she remarked lightly, extending the phone towards Huo Yinshi with a hint of sarcasm. "If you don't believe me, why not check it yourself?" Huo Yinshi's gaze fell on the phone she offered, yet he refrained from taking it. After a moment of contemplation, he tilted his head slightly and said in a somber tone, "If you truly did not take the old lady away, then why did you hang up on the Liu family? Isn't it quite normal to hang up on the Liu family? My sister's foster mother has never treated her well. Why must I answer her calls? What rationale supports that?" Huo Tingrui interjected coolly. "Indeed, the second brother has a point. If it were me, I would not only hang up but would have blocked them long ago. I have no fondness for the Liu family," he added disdainfully. Huo Yinshi cast a complex look at Huo Tingrui, disappointed that his astute second brother would side with their parents in indulging their younger sister. After a pause, he shook his head and said, "You may spoil her as you wish, but regarding Xia's grandmother, there must be an explanation." With that, Huo Yinshi turned his attention back to Huo Yao. "You and I shall visit the Liu family. If you did not take the old lady, then an explanation is warranted." Before he could finish his sentence, the phone on the coffee table rang, causing him to pause and instinctively glance at the caller ID. Seeing it was Liu Xia, he ceased his inquiry, walked over, picked up the phone, and pressed the answer button. "Hello, Xia. Big brother, Grandma's been found. She returned to her hometown in Fu County by herself. I am so sorry. It was my mother who misunderstood Huo Yao. It's all my fault for being so anxious. I should not have come to find you just because I couldn't reach Huo Yao. I hope it did not cause any misunderstanding. Lu Xia's voice on the line was soft and trembling, almost on the verge of tears, filled with remorse and regret. As Huo Yanqi listened to Lu Xia's words, his earlier anger towards Huo Yao turned into a buzzing confusion in his mind. So, it was he who had misunderstood her? Big brother, are you still there? Lu Xia asked cautiously, sensing his silence. Huo Yanqi closed his eyes and replied coolly, I understand, saying nothing more before hanging up. Hearing the final cold words from Huo Yanqi, Lu Xia felt an inexplicable annoyance, her grip on the phone tightening before she finally released it. When Huo Yanqi looked back at Huo Yao, the initial aggression in his demeanor had dissipated. He opened his mouth, but a lump formed in his throat, rendering him unable to articulate a single word. Huo Yao, displaying little emotion, met his complex gaze and said softly, It seems you have grasped the truth. I will head upstairs first, Huo Yao stated, giving no opportunity for Huo Yanqi to respond. She glanced at their parents and second brother before leisurely walking towards the staircase. Big brother, we all know that Lu Xia has always had the closest bond with you, but I must remind you to discern who truly shares your bloodline. Huo Tingrui remarked casually as he ascended the stairs. Huo Yanqi felt a flush of heat rise to his face at those words, as if all his strength had been drained in that moment. The phone slipped from his grasp, clattering to the floor. Huo Jinyan stood up, retrieved the phone, and placed it back on the coffee table, giving his eldest son a gentle pat on the shoulder without uttering a word before leaving. Song Ning sighed in disappointment. Your bias against Huo Yao runs too deep. She is your biological sister, not a stranger. Yet you refuse to extend her a modicum of trust. If you had merely remained calm tonight, this situation would not have escalated to its current state. Huo Yanqi clenched his hands tightly at his sides, a sense of embarrassment and shame washing over him. When he received Lu Xia's distress call earlier, he had hastily condemned Huo Yao without a second thought, subconsciously believing his sister was always causing trouble. Even if she had a good relationship with Lu Xia's grandmother, it was unreasonable to take her away without notice. But now, a self-deprecating smile crossed Huo Yanqi's lips as he reflected on his earlier furious questioning, only to realize it had all been a misunderstanding. Compared to his foster sister, his biological sister seemed to repeatedly leave him speechless, appearing more pretentious than anything else, devoid of any redeeming qualities. Even though he had slightly changed his opinion of her after she aced a recent competition, her cold and dismissive attitude had once again left him disheartened. The scene today bore an uncanny resemblance to the last incident, but ultimately he was unwilling to acknowledge that even if she explained herself, he would still not believe her. It was as if her earlier question, if I tell you I did not take her, how would you judge, had elicited an instinctive disbelief within him. Indeed, knowing he would not trust her, any explanation would be futile. If the roles were reversed, he too would disdain the need to explain. Yanqi wiped his face, forcing a bitter smile. Huo Yao emerged from the bathroom, her wet hair still dripping, as she grabbed the hairdryer to style her hair. She also picked up her phone from the charger and pressed the power button. Within moments, a flurry of messages and missed calls appeared on the screen, including those from Huo Yanqi and several unknown numbers. After perusing the notifications, Huo Yao turned off the hairdryer and called the old lady again, this time greeted not by the cold beep of a deadline. Soon, the call connected. Huo Yao held the phone, waiting in silence, while the old lady remained quiet on the other end. The only sound was the faint sound of breathing, creating a serene atmosphere. After a considerable pause, Huo Yao gently called out, Grandma. Yes, Grandma is here, the old lady replied, her voice somewhat muffled, as if she had knocked something over, creating a ruckus that nearly drowned out her words. Huo Yao sighed, pressing her forehead in mild frustration. Are you sure you want me to hear you knocking things over? As soon as she finished speaking, the cacophony on the other end ceased abruptly. After a couple of seconds, the old lady's feeble voice came through. I was just trying to pour myself a glass of water and accidentally knocked it over. Huo Yao raised an eyebrow, leaning back in her chair with a languid expression. The warm light in the room cast a gentle glow on her face, creating a tranquil ambience. I understand. You need not elaborate. The old lady responded. Every time I try to conceal my emotions, I resort to such antics. How can I not comprehend? Huo Yao idly twirled a damp strand of hair that had fallen over her shoulder, her tone casual. You seem quite capable now, sneaking away to return home all by yourself. Upon hearing this, The old lady chuckled nervously. I wasn't alone. It was teacher Xiao Min who arranged for someone to escort me back. Let out a light sigh. Expressing her concern, you have only known them for a brief moment. What if you are deceived? Where would I find another grandmother? The elderly lady felt a twinge in her throat, suppressing the discomfort that welled up within her, and replied softly, Grandmother knows that Xiao Min is a good person. Please refrain from leaving notes and running away in the future. If you wish to go anywhere, just tell me directly. Would I ever stop you? After a moment, S gaze became slightly restrained, her voice the most solemn it had ever been. As long as I am here, no one will ever force you to live in a place you dislike again. She was aware that Xiao Min had always wanted to bring the elderly lady to live in the city, but the lady was unwilling. Had it not been for her return to the elderly lady likely would not have compromised. Ultimately, her own selfishness had led her to reside in an unhappy city during this time. She wished to care for this elderly woman on behalf of the original owner of this body, yet overlooked whether the elderly lady was willing to accept that care. The elderly lady choked back a response, murmuring, If Xiao Min makes things difficult for you again, you need not consider grandmother's feelings. Do as you wish, and do not allow yourself to suffer. Replied coolly, Thus your affliction stems from overthinking. Fearing that further discussion would lead to more distress, the elderly lady hastily interjected, All right, it's getting late, and I must go to bed. Without waiting for her to say goodnight, she abruptly hung up the phone. Listening to the beeping from her phone, chuckled softly and shook her head before setting it down and resuming her task of drying her hair with a hairdryer. Shortly thereafter, there was a knock at the door. Having just finished drying her hair, casually tucked it behind her ear and walked to the door. Second brother? Tingrui stood outside, his hands clasped behind his back. Having removed his usual frameless glasses, he appeared more refined, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he asked, You haven't had dinner yet, have you? Surprised, replied with a slight affirmative. Tingrui shifted to the side, tilting his chin toward the staircase. Come, second brother will make you something to eat. After a brief pause, he added, Eldest brother has already left. You need not worry about feeling awkward. Upon hearing this, did not feign reluctance and expressed her gratitude to her second brother. Soon, they descended the stairs together. It was nearly 10 o'clock and had already returned to their rooms. Tingrui rolled up the sleeves of his pajamas and opened the refrigerator. Scanning its contents, finding only eggs and a single tomato, he rubbed his nose in mild frustration before turning to, saying, There's not much left. Shall we make tomato and egg noodles? That works. I'm not picky, she replied. Tingrui nodded, retrieving the eggs and tomato from the fridge. You go sit in the living room for a while. Second brother will have it ready shortly. Gave a quiet hum and remained, leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, calmly observing the methodical manner in which he prepared the noodles. Approximately 10 minutes later, Tingrui served the noodles at the table and encouraged, Give it a taste. Picked up her chopsticks and took a bite, lifting her head to murmur, It tastes quite good. Tingrui took a seat beside her, raising his eyebrows with a hint of pride. Of course, second brother has been cooking since he was 8 years old. With over a decade of experience, I am quite the seasoned chef. Hearing this, fell into contemplation. At 8 years old, she had caused a few explosions in the family's alchemy room, hadn't she? Oh, right, yesterday at the hospital, after you went to the restroom. The elderly lady asked me to look after you. At that moment, I sensed something was off, and I intended to mention it to you, but I forgot. Tingrui's lips curved into an apologetic smile. I had no idea the elderly lady would plan to leave. Had I been more observant yesterday, perhaps today would not have unfolded as it did. Paused, observing the self-reproach on Tingrui's face, and spoke calmly. Second brother, you need not blame yourself. Even without yesterday's events, today would have still occurred. She was never comfortable living here, so returning to her hometown is for the best. Tingrui let out a wry smile and shook his head. It should have been second brother comforting you. Yet here you are, comforting me. Chuckled softly and returned to her meal. Tingrui gazed at his quietly composed sister, feeling a surge of mixed emotions. Even when confronted with eldest brother's inquiries, she exhibited no signs of panic, remaining as composed as an adult. Had this incident occurred with, she likely would have cried and lamented. Not to mention, it would have culminated in a misunderstanding. It is said that crying children receive food. Thus, it is no wonder that his tenacious little darling, who seldom weeps, finds herself at a disadvantage. With a silent sigh, Tingrui sought to engage in light conversation, deliberately avoiding any mention of. The following afternoon, after completing the final comprehensive exam, exited the examination hall. Waiting in the corridor, approached her. "Shall we talk?" S expression bore no unusual emotion. Yet her tone carried a hint of condescension. Lazily lifted her eyelids, her voice laced with impatience. "No time." With that, she brushed past her, narrowed her eyes, and turned to follow, asserting, "Regardless, you have returned to the concerning my grandmother. You need not pry further. This is for the best for you. After all, you wouldn't want to see everyone create misunderstandings and unpleasantness because of you, would you?" Halted momentarily, glancing at her with a cold gaze. "Are you attempting to instruct me on how to conduct myself?" Momentarily taken aback by the intensity of her stare, quickly regained her composure and retorted coldly, "I merely wish to advise you against being overly greedy." A smirk graced S' lips. The sentiment was refreshingly novel. With a light laugh, she averted her gaze and continued on her way. Frowned, observing S' retreating figure, and chose not to pursue her. Suddenly recalling S' unusual attitude during their phone call the previous night, she pondered for a moment before turning to exit via another staircase. Upon returning to the elite classroom, retrieved her phone from her desk and composed a text message to. After 10 minutes passed without a response, her irritation grew. Such silence was unprecedented. Contemplating, she sent another message. "Eldest brother, I am waiting for you at the usual place." Meanwhile, in the city's Western restaurant, sat in contemplation, holding his phone. When he first received his initial message, his instinct was to reply. However, recalling the events of the previous night and Tingrue's words, his fingers froze, unable to type a single word. Summer had been his cherished companion since childhood. He understood her character well. Even though she had returned to the... He had never regarded her as an outsider, and the thought of suspicion towards her was something he had never envisioned. Rubbing his temples, he opened the second message from, remaining silent for a while. Finally, he stood up, retrieved the car keys from his drawer, and left the office. In the private room on the second floor of the restaurant, had been waiting since after school, her driver having brought her here at 5. And as the sky outside the glass window darkened, her heart sank further. She sent a message, yet her elder brother has not replied even once. She is uncertain whether he is occupied or intentionally ignoring her. It seems that since that phone call last night, something has silently begun to shift. Lucia, holding her phone, is eager to call Huo Yao, but has resisted the impulse multiple times. She repeatedly reminds herself to remain calm and composed. Finally, just before 7, the door to the private room swings open. Upon hearing the sound, Lucia arises, her phone clattering to the table, unnoticed. With red-rimmed eyes, she gazes at the tardy Huo Yao, biting her lip, her voice slightly choked. "Brother, I thought you weren't coming." Huo Yao, upon seeing Lucia's face filled with suppressed grievances, instinctively wants to explain, but ultimately averts his gaze, his tone unchanged. "No, a client at the company delayed me." At his words, Lucia's complexion pales, and she appears as though she might topple over. She casually steadies herself against a nearby chair, sniffs gently, lowers her gaze, and humbly responds, "It's all right. I can wait for you, brother." Huo Yao tightens his hand at his side, then pulls out a chair and sits down without looking at her, casually picking up the menu beside him. "What do you want?" "Today, brother treats." "Soon." He presses the service bell to summon a waiter. "Anything is fine," Lucia whispers. "Then let us stick to the usual," Huo Yao replies, closing the menu and casually ordering a few dishes for the waiter. Once the waiter leaves, Lucia lifts her gaze to Huo Yao, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she directly states, "Brother, are you upset about what happened last night? I know I was too hasty. I shouldn't have assumed that Yaoyao took my grandmother away, just because I couldn't reach her. I spent the entire night worrying about causing misunderstandings between you. I apologize to Yaoyao today, but she seems unwilling to see you, brother. I'm sorry, you can scold me. It's all my fault," Lucia chokes out, her pallid face appearing increasingly pitiful. "Apologies for the late update. I must scurry off to write tomorrow's. I'll strive not to disappoint." Chapter 128. Perhaps I overthought Huo Yao's gaze falls upon Lucia's face, once vibrant and full of life, now appearing wan and listless, her red-rimmed eyes reflecting boundless regret and remorse, neglecting even the image she usually so carefully maintains, all for the sake of an apology. Observing this version of Lucia, Huo Yao's emotions become complex. He opens his mouth, seemingly about to say something, but is suddenly reminded of Huo Yao's indifferent and proud countenance. unyielding even in the face of misunderstandings, stubborn as a hedgehog. After a moment, he speaks softly. The matter is in the past. There's no need to bring it up again. As for the apology, he pauses, then continues. It's unnecessary. Yaoyao will not take it to heart. Lu Xia's gaze drops, her fingers fidgeting nervously on the table. Cautiously, she adds, but is that all right? After all, the misunderstanding was caused by me. Brother, you don't need to consider my feelings. As long as Yaoyao isn't upset, I can accept anything. Upon hearing this, Huo instinctively furrows his brow. Before responding solemnly, no need. Lu Xia's heart skips a beat, suddenly perplexed by his attitude. Soon after, a knock at the door announces the waiter. Lu Xia, wishing to probe Huo further, is interrupted and must fall silent. Just before the waiter enters, she dons her sunglasses. Once the dishes are served and the waiter departs, Lu Xia removes her sunglasses. She glances at Huo, who is focused on cutting his steak, realizing that the topic cannot continue. So she picks up her knife and fork, distractedly starting her meal. Silence envelopes the room as neither speaks, each lost in their own thoughts. After the meal, Huo goes to settle the bill. As Lu Xia exits the private room, she puts her sunglasses and mask back on to avoid being recognized. Outside the restaurant, Lu Xia looks at Huo, about to speak. Are you heading home now? Huo inquires first. Yes, home, Lu Xia replies softly. Huo nods and states, let us go. I'll drive you back. With that, he heads toward the parking lot. Lu Xia watches his back, reminiscent of the times when there were no misunderstandings between them, her gaze lowering as she suppresses her myriad of thoughts. Perhaps she is overthinking. 20 minutes later, Huo arrives at the entrance of the Lu family villa. Brother, drive carefully. I'll head inside first, Lu Xia says as she unbuckles her seatbelt. Huo replies with a soft grunt. After she exits the car, he does not start the engine immediately, but instead gazes through the windshield at the sprawling Lu family villa. The decorative lights on the surrounding wall cast a hazy glow, making the three-story villa resemble a small castle, a testament to its owner's wealth. Huo suddenly smirks, a hint of complexity flickering in his eyes. After a moment, his hand finally moves, turning the steering wheel as he departs. As Lu Xia enters, changes her shoes, and has yet to reach the living room, she encounters Lu Ziming descending from the second floor. She furrows her brow, but does not greet him. At this moment, Lu father is seated on the sofa, watching television. Lu Xia approaches and sweetly calls out, Dad, I'm back. Lu father glances at her, his plump face breaking into a smile as he casually asks, Why are you so late today? Chapter 129. Faster than a Sichuan opera face, change. Lu Xia opens her mouth, ready to explain, but is interrupted by Lu Ziming. What could you be doing? On a date, of course. Lu Ziming scoffs, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he lazily plops onto the sofa. A date? What date? Lu father straightens up, his smile fading as he squints at his daughter. For Lu Ziming's words, a flicker of displeasure crosses Lu Xia's eyes, but she quickly clarifies. No, I just had dinner with a friend, which is why I'm back a bit late. Lu father has always disapproved of her wasting time on frivolities, and the only reason he treats her kindly is due to her bringing him face-saving glory. It's a boyfriend, right? Lu Ziming smirks, raising an eyebrow and adding, I just saw you two upstairs. At this, Lu Xia's expression cools as she looks at Lu Ziming. Don't speak nonsense in front of Dad. He is just my elder brother, Huo, from the family I lived with before. Well, he is not even related. Who knows? Lu Ziming retorts freely. Lu Xia's face darkens, but with their father present, she refrains from confronting him and can only indignantly say, You're my biological brother. Is it necessary to speak so harshly? Lu Ziming snorts, reclining on the sofa, his feet propped up on the backrest. I'm not like you, sister. Remember when you returned, you looked down on the whole family? How come in just half a year, you suddenly treat them like treasures? TSK, Sichuan opera face changes have nothing on you. Lu Xia's expression stiffens. Enough, Lu Ziming. How can you speak to your sister like that? Lu father glances at his younger son. Though his tone carries a hint of reproach, it is not heavy. Lu Ziming shrugs, aware that he cannot act recklessly in front of Lu father, and chooses not to continue. Lu Fu's gaze fell upon Lu Xia, his eyes glimmering with a hint of displeasure. Are you quite close with your foster parents? Lu Xia, her hands clasped at her side, calmly replied, Not particularly. Aside from my studies, I also train at the studio, and I only occasionally contact them for a meal. There is nothing beyond that. Upon hearing this, Lu Fu withdrew his gaze and cleared his throat. He acknowledged that the years of nurturing from her foster parents were undeniable, and he could understand that. However, he advised, it is best to limit interactions with certain individuals, as they offer no assistance and may diminish your own standing. You understand your father's intention, don't you, Xia Xia? Lu Xia lowered her gaze, composed her expression, and softly responded, then, Father, I shall return to my room to study and prepare for the upcoming competition. As her words concluded, Lu Ziming let out a quiet scoff. Lu Xia heard it but chose to ignore him. It was only when Lu Fu heard his daughter mention the competition that he recalled the matter. By the way, after school tomorrow, you must personally visit the Municipal Literature Association. Uncle Xue has prepared some review materials for the competition. Make sure to be charming when you speak. Lu Xia was momentarily taken aback. Uncle Xue? Oh, I forgot to mention. Your Uncle Xue is the president of the Municipal Literature Association, Lu Fu explained. Upon realizing this, Lu Xia's eyes widened, and a barely contained joy spread across her face. Thank you, Dad. Chapter 130, What Skill is Cheating? Lu Fu chuckled and simply said, do not let your father's earnest efforts go to waste. Rest assured, Father, I will certainly return with an excellent ranking, Lu Xia replied, her spirits soaring. With the competition materials from the Literature Association, she was confident she could surpass that Huo Yao. A fierce determination ignited within her eyes. Very well. You may return to your studies, Lu Fu said, waving her off with mild impatience, turning his attention back to the television screen. Lu Xia acknowledged softly and turned towards the staircase. Shortly after she left, Lu Ziming lazily dropped his feet and sat up straight, looking at Lu Fu with a furrowed brow. Dad, you're not actually sending Lu Xia to obtain the exam answers, are you? That so-called material sounds dubious. Lu Fu merely cast him a sidelong glance and replied, children should not pry into such matters. Dad, do you know what this behavior is called? Cheating. Lu Ziming exclaimed angrily, tossing the crumpled sofa cushion aside. If one fails, they fail. What skill is cheating? He recalled how Lu Xia had struggled academically upon her return and wondered if it was his father who had been pulling strings. Lu Fu frowned. What do you mean by cheating? Don't you prepare before exams? Don't you purchase study materials? Lu Ziming laughed in disbelief. Lu Fu pressed his fingers to his forehead, feeling exasperated. Enough of this argument with your father. Go to your room and sleep. You have school tomorrow. Disappointed, Lu Ziming shook his head and, without uttering another word, stormed back to his room. Lying on his bed, he stared at the ceiling, perplexed. Why was it that upon Lu Xia's return, his parents' principles seemed increasingly incomprehensible? His sister, raised in the countryside, had never caused such complications. Thinking of Huo Yao, Lu Ziming recalled the humiliation he had suffered in the hospital. With a huff, he suddenly sat up, grabbed his phone, and retrieved Huo Yao's contact information, which he had surreptitiously saved while visiting his grandmother. Staring at the number in his contacts, Lu Ziming hesitated, his finger hovering over the dial button multiple times, before ultimately deciding to send a text message. Hey, coward, are you asleep yet? I still haven't settled the score from the hospital. You better be ready. I want let this slide. After sending 2 messages, Lu Ziming waited half the day without a reply, infuriated. He slammed his phone onto the pillow and lay back down, pulling the blanket over his head with frustration. Huo Yao received Lu Ziming's text message the following morning. What a child, she remarked, shaking her head as she deleted the message, dismissing it entirely. After a simple morning routine, Huo Yao suddenly recalled Min Yu's demeanor the other day. Although he had explicitly stated he did not need her calming incense, one must eventually repay favors. Making calming incense was not difficult. However, sourcing the right herbs could be a challenge. If she resorted to inferior substitutes, the effectiveness would be severely compromised. After pondering this for a moment, she leisurely changed into her school uniform and exited her room. While having breakfast, Huo Yao glanced at her father and casually asked, Dad, is there a market for medicinal herbs? Chapter 131. Do you have an issue with me? Huo Papa swallowed his bun and pondered momentarily before responding. I do know of a medicinal herb market, but it primarily deals with wholesale Chinese herbs. Is that what you're looking for? Huo Yao nodded. Why the sudden interest in a medicinal herb market? Huo Papa inquired, curiosity piqued. Huo Yao, maintaining a composed demeanor as she sipped her porridge, replied nonchalantly. I need to procure some herbs. They're useful. Seeing his daughter's succinct response, Huo Papa contemplated for a few moments but refrained from asking further, saying instead, there is money on the card I previously gave you. Do not hesitate to use it. Huo Yao's lips twitched slightly, and she vaguely acknowledged, I know. Observing that his daughter seemed not to heed his words, Huo Papa's expression suddenly turned melancholic. When Lu Xia had still been in their home, she would often find ways to solicit money from them, though the family was not lacking. He and his wife had wished to avoid raising her with a sense of entitlement, thus providing her with limited allowances without revealing their financial situation. Little did they expect that their intentions would be misinterpreted as harshness in Lu Xia's eyes, ultimately becoming her justification for leaving them to return to her wealthy biological parents. How ironic. Looking at his biological daughter now, who had endured a challenging upbringing, he noted that even when they graciously offered her money, she had never indulged in anything extravagant, maintaining an attitude of modesty as if they were not affluent. This left them, as parents, feeling both gratified and pained. Their brightest and most delightful little treasure must have suffered greatly to develop such a character. Hence, he and his wife resolved to fulfill her desires as best they could, to compensate for the years of perceived neglect. Yet, the thought of the unopened black card he had sent her brought an involuntary sigh from Huo Papa. Alas! Huo Yao, startled by her father's sudden sigh, looked at him quizzically. What is it? However, Huo Papa sighed again, gazing at her with a forlorn expression, remaining silent and appearing pitiful. Huo Yao. Upon arriving at school, Huo Yao was once again summoned to the office, and the classmate who relayed the message discreetly warned her that the homeroom teacher's expression was rather grim, advising her to tread carefully. With a smile, Huo Yao thanked the classmate and quickly made her way to the office. As she entered, she indeed found Chunyu with a somewhat dark expression. Huo Yao, feeling puzzled, touched her nose. Could it be that her scores in the recent monthly exam were dismal? As she approached, Huo Yao, with a charming demeanor, called out, Teacher Chun, you were looking for me? Chunyu gazed at Huo Yao, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke to a classmate. Do you harbor any grievances against me, your homeroom teacher? Huo Yao's lips twitched slightly, rendering her momentarily speechless. The results of the monthly examination have been largely released. Your grades across various subjects are remarkably commendable. However, when it came to your Chinese language score, Chunyu paused, recalling her feelings upon reviewing Huo Yao's Chinese test paper today, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of distress. The entire paper was filled with elegant handwriting that was visually appealing, yet the total score was dishearteningly low. Chapter 132. Correcting Huo Yao's promising trajectory, observing Chunyu's near-desperate demeanor, Huo Yao silently sighed, realizing that the truth of her failure was indeed undeniable. Chunyu took a deep breath, her discomfort palpable, before continuing, You scored a mere 92 points. How could you possibly settle for just 92 points? It's a 150-point exam, and the passing mark is 92. Chunyu had every reason to suspect that her student was intentionally sabotaging her Chinese language performance. Otherwise, how could she precisely land on the passing threshold? The 2 extra points were merely awarded by teachers from other classes, appreciating her beautiful handwriting. Huo Yao, upon hearing this, looked up in surprise. So I actually passed? Chunyu, noticing her astonishment and apparent satisfaction, felt her blood pressure rising. Huo classmate, if you are dissatisfied with my teaching methods, you may voice your concerns, but the score you received in Chinese is absolutely unacceptable, Chunyu declared through gritted teeth. All other subjects were perfect, yet she merely scraped by in this one. Chunyu was at a loss as to where to hide her embarrassment. Clearing her throat, Huo Yao explained, Teacher, you misunderstand me. I bear no dissatisfaction. Rather, let us say I have a significant bias towards certain subjects. With so many subjects, how could she exclusively struggle in Chinese? Chunyu clutched her chest, desperately in need of a quick remedy for her ailing heart. After a considerable pause, she indignantly stated, Regardless, you must improve your Chinese score. Otherwise, you will suffer during the college entrance examination. Understood, Teacher Chun, Huo Yao replied promptly. As long as the topic of additional tutoring was not broached, Chunyu cast her another weary glance and waved her hand in dismissal. You may return to class now. Huo Yao nodded, but paused before leaving to inquire, when will the monthly examination results be released? Chunyu had already returned to her desk, not today. It will be next Monday, as the overall rankings have not yet been compiled. Oh, Huo Yao mused, touching her nose, and without further questions, she turned and exited. Although the incident of being called to the office due to her Chinese score was a minor affair, Huo Yao's prior achievements in the national knowledge competition where she ranked first nationally on 2 occasions, had garnered her considerable attention at school, thus making her monthly examination performance a topic of great interest. Despite the monthly examination being completed, the overall results were still pending. Yet news of her poor Chinese score had spread like wildfire among the senior classes, with no clarity as to who had leaked it. Chapter 133. I am not acquainted with her. Her affairs do not concern me. It seems that Huo Yao from the experimental class is about to embarrass herself, failing even the most basic Chinese exam. I have reason to suspect she was admitted through back channels. If she failed Chinese, how did she achieve first place in the national knowledge competition? Curious. Could it be that this time she was seated in the last examination room, with no top students around to discreetly copy from, resulting in such authentic scores? It does seem plausible, considering her unique seating arrangement. Clearly, the school's teachers had a profound intention behind this. I was curious whether Huo Yao could secure the top rank again, but now, given her Chinese score, even if she aces the other subjects, it's utterly impossible. With such a poor performance in Chinese, do you still expect her to score full marks in other subjects? I certainly don't believe it. The discussions across the senior class groups revolved around these sentiments, and even those within Huo Yao's own class echoed similar thoughts. However, Huo Yao, having muted the group notifications, remained oblivious to the chatter. Even if she had seen it, she would not have concerned herself with it. After school, Huo Yao intended to visit the herbal market her father had mentioned earlier that morning. Just as she stepped out the door, a few individuals suddenly rushed toward her, blocking her path. "Scaredy cat, I finally caught you. You had the audacity not to reply to my text last night." The leader, Lu Ziming, wore an arrogant expression, his chin raised defiantly as he regarded Huo Yao with ill intentions. Flanking him were 3 tall, slender youths, their expressions mirroring his bravado. Huo Yao fixed her gaze on Lu Ziming, her brow furrowing with cold resolve. Lu Ziming, taken aback by her piercing gaze, instinctively felt a chill. However, he quickly regained his composure, reminding himself that he was not alone today. Why should he fear this timid girl? With a derisive snort, Lu Ziming clenched his fist, cracking his knuckles audibly. Before he could finish his taunt, Huo Yao interrupted him. "Before I lose my temper, leave." Her tone was impatient, devoid of warmth. With her words, Lu Ziming's companions immediately adopted an aggressive stance. You dare tell us to leave? If it weren't for the fact that we don't hit girls, you would have been beaten to a pulp already. Watch your tone." Seeing his friends escalate the situation, Lu Ziming frowned but did not intervene. Instead, he crossed his arms, relishing the unfolding drama. Just then, Lu Xia, who had just exited the school gates, caught sight of Huo Yao being cornered by the group of boys. From her angle, Lu Ziming's face was obscured, so she failed to recognize him at first. Next to Lu Xia, Chang Yingying noticed Huo Yao and raised an eyebrow, commenting with a smirk. "Xia, your foster sister seems to have gotten herself into trouble." The boys surrounding Lu Ziming exuded a delinquent aura, clearly troublemakers. Lu Xia remained indifferent, stating simply, "I am not acquainted with her. Her affairs do not concern me. TSK. Huo Yao has only just returned, and she's already made enemies with students from other schools. Is this what they call karma?" Chang Yingying scoffed. Lu Xia merely curled her lips in response, withdrawing her gaze. "Let's go. It's best not to meddle in others' affairs." Chapter 134. Encounter once, strike once. Huo Yao gazed at the pretentious little brats before her, and, finding them quite dull, shook her head. Suddenly, she extended her hand, curling her index finger towards Lu Ziming, beckoning him to come closer. Lu Ziming, upon being singled out, inexplicably recalled the incident in the hospital where his wrist had nearly been dislocated by her grip, causing him to instinctively step back. "Coward," Huo Yao uttered disdainfully. Before Lu Ziming could fully comprehend the situation, Huo Yao had swiftly approached him and seized his ear. "You're so young, yet already steeped in bad habits, skipping classes, cornering classmates, bullying the weak. Is this how the Lu family educates its children?" Huo Yao's grip was not gentle. Lu Ziming felt as if his ear might be torn off, the pain causing him to tremble, completely losing the arrogance he had moments before. "Ouch, let go. You're hurting me." Lu Ziming shrieked, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. He turned to the others nearby, shouting, "You guys, pull this crazy woman off me." The other boys stood frozen in shock, momentarily snapping back to reality. Just as they were about to intervene, they met Huo Yao's expressionless yet intimidating gaze, which rendered them hesitant and unable to act. Huo Yao smirked, yanking Lu Ziming closer by his ear. She then delivered a sharp slap to the back of his head. Is this how you behave all day? Lu Ziming's head buzzed, the blow disorienting him, and he instinctively covered his head, too frightened to retaliate. Huo Yao's lips curled into a cold smile. Your parents clearly Haven-T taught you proper behavior. Allow me to do so today. With that, she delivered several more unforgiving slaps. Having never been hit before, Lu Ziming, with his ear painfully pinched and his head spinning from the strikes, could no longer maintain his haughty facade. Please stop. I'm sorry. I want to do it again. Huo Yao paused, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized him. What did you do wrong? Lu Ziming cautiously glanced at her, still feeling indignant, but too intimidated to express it. He bit his lip and muttered, I shouldn't have troubled you, nor should I have acted so arrogantly in front of you. Had he known the timid child he once bullied would grow so bold, he would never have dared to provoke her. Huo Yao let out a light scoff, her gaze filled with contempt. It seems you're not only a coward, but also foolish. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziming instinctively lifted his head to retort, but with his ear still in her grasp. He had to bend down and shout, I am not foolish. If you're not foolish, why did you bring a group to skip class and act tough? If you're not foolish, why did you let me hit you without daring to fight back? If you're not foolish, what can you do besides bully others like a spoiled brat? Lu Ziming's face flushed crimson, yet he could not muster a single rebuttal. You should be grateful you are not my brother, Huo Yao remarked, loosening her grip on his ear. If she truly had such a brother, he would have been sent back for re-education long ago. Huo Yao shook her head, retrieved a wet wipe from her bag, and casually cleaned her fingers before turning her cold gaze back to Lu Ziming, who appeared utterly dazed. Do not let me see you again. Otherwise, each time we meet, you will be punished. With that, Huo Yao turned and walked away. Chapter 135. You are truly not ordinary in your foolishness. Lu Ziming came to his senses, staring at Huo Yao's receding figure, feeling a mix of hatred and anger. He resented the coward who had once been his victim, now daring to fight back and even strike him, and he was further incensed by her claim of not wanting to see him again. The more he pondered, the more miserable he felt. Who would want to be your brother? You must be dreaming, you crazy woman. Mingo, are you all right? That crazy woman was terrifying. We didn't want to help you because we were afraid she would turn on you harder. The other boys, finally snapping out of their stupor, approached him with awkward concern. Lu Ziming's expression darkened as he looked at these classmates who often skipped classes and engaged in fights, their actions solely centered around bullying others. He suddenly recalled Huo Yao, his earlier words about his foolishness, and a wave of irritation surged within him. Without saying a word, he turned and walked away. The boys exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if Lu Ziming had truly been knocked senseless, whether by mutual understanding or coincidence. They all turned to gaze at the imposing, historic gates of the first high school, collectively concluding that it was indeed a prestigious institution, producing formidable individuals who were not to be trifled with. As Lucia entered the car, still holding her small bag, she heard the driver's astonished voice from the front. Miss, isn't that the young master? Lucia lifted her head and looked out the window, spotting Lu Ziming's face in the distance. What is this fool doing here? But soon, she noticed the group of boys following him and was taken aback. Weren't they the ones who had just caused trouble for Huo Yao? Lucia squinted, recognizing they were all wearing the same school uniform. Were these Lu Ziming's classmates? Had he brought them to trouble Huo Yao? After pondering for a moment, Lucia instructed the driver, go call Lu Ziming up. Moments later, Lu Ziming, one hand clutching his ear and his face flushed with anger, entered the car. The first thing he said to Lucia was, Did you see what just happened? Lucia frowned, but did not respond to his question. Instead, she asked, What are you doing at the first high? Lu Ziming raked a hand through his hair and turned his gaze to the window. None of your business. Lucia, accustomed to his attitude, replied without a hint of displeasure, I'm your sister. If I don't care about you, then who will? Such pretentiousness. Lu Ziming chuckled lightly. After a moment's thought, he turned his head, fixing a cold stare on Lucia. I warn you, don't tell anyone about today's incident, or you'll regret it. Lucia took a deep breath. Lu Ziming, you're already 15. Can't you be a bit more mature? Moreover, she had no idea he was among those who had troubled Huo Yao, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. A person who has to cheat to compete talks to me about maturity? Are you joking? Lu Ziming mocked, pausing before adding, I almost forgot. You're off to get answers, aren't you? At this, Lucia's expression instantly darkened, her eyes losing warmth as she glared at him. Lu Ziming, you truly are extraordinarily foolish. Chapter 136. Perhaps it's tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. Facing Lu Xia's scorn, Lu Ziming merely rolled his eyes, feeling impatient as he told the driver, hurry up and drive. The driver cautiously glanced at the rearview mirror, asking as he started the car, Miss, should we go to the City Literature Association first, or take the young master home? Lu Xia's expression remained grim as she glanced at her wristwatch, knitting her brows. Take me to the association first, then drop him off. I'll take a taxi home. Understood, the driver replied. Lu Xia glanced at Lu Ziming, who was turned away from her, still covering his ear. Feeling vexed, she pressed her fingers to her temples before turning to stare expressionlessly out of the window. After approximately 20 minutes, the vehicle arrived at the association building. Lu Xia, having tidied her hair and adjusted her attire, had already changed out of her school uniform before leaving the school, now dressed in a refined lady's outfit. Ensuring everything was in order, she donned a mask and exited the car. Once the driver observed Lu Xia enter the lobby on the first floor, he restarted the vehicle, preparing to return to the Lu residence. Suddenly, Lu Ziming, who had maintained a stoic demeanor and remained silent throughout the journey, raised his head to glance at the driver. Find a place to park and wait for her, he murmured. It won't take long. She's just picking up some documents. The driver raised an eyebrow in surprise. The sibling duo had always been at odds, and considering they had just quarreled, it was unexpected for him to agree to wait for Miss Ya. However, he reasoned that children of such age often quarrel merely to seek attention from one another. Perhaps the young master was similar, hard on the outside, soft on the inside. Shortly, the driver found a temporary parking spot not far away. After parking, he contemplated and sent Lu Xia a text message, informing her that he would wait downstairs for her. After a little over 10 minutes, Lu Xia emerged, a paper bag in her hand. The driver, having kept an eye on the lobby, swiftly drove the car over. Lu Xia entered the vehicle, casually placing the paper bag on the seat and removing her mask. Her expression appeared quite cheerful, as if the earlier discomfort had evaporated entirely following her visit to the association. Lu Ziming cast a sidelong glance at her before his gaze fell upon the paper bag. His fingers twitched as he reached for it, intending to retrieve the documents inside, but Lu Xia snatched it back. Do not touch my things, she said coldly. Lu Ziming scoffed dismissively. Who cares? It's just the answers to a cheat sheet. Lu Xia shook her head, her eyes filled with disappointment toward her brother. Not wishing to let his remarks affect her mood, she opted against further explanation, quickly putting on her Bluetooth earphones. Meanwhile, Huo Yao, having dealt with Lu Ziming, proceeded directly to the herbal market. However, upon her arrival, she found it somewhat late. Many shops had already closed, and those still operating paid her little heed due to her youth and school uniform. Unfazed, she browsed through a few establishments, discovering they mostly offered ordinary herbs, lacking the rare ingredients she sought. Exiting one shop, disappointment was evident on her face. Chapter 137. Is this memory a bit too impressive? In such a large market, how could there be none of the herbs she desired? It was simply unscientific. Pressing her forehead, she continued deeper into the market until she was drawn to a store named Yaoyao. From the outside, the shop was modest, yet its entrance exuded an antique charm, making it a unique presence on the street. Upon entering, the faint scent of sandalwood wafted through the air, and surprise flickered in her eyes. The fragrance was neither cloying nor pungent, but rather fresh and elegant, a stark contrast to the common incense found elsewhere. Looking around, Huo Yao observed the simple display within. Old wooden carvings adorned the counters, while the back wall showcased small wooden cabinets, each labeled with the names of various herbs, separated by a beaded curtain leading to an inner chamber. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the inner room, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Huo Yao. After glancing back at the inner chamber, he closed the wooden door and politely addressed her. I apologize, but we are about to close. Sensing the urgency in his tone, Huo Yao wasted no time and directly inquired, do you have any by Niangue Jia, Wu Wei Ning, by Jiao Xiang, or Longu Shi? The man's eyes widened in surprise at her request. These herbs were rare and expensive, known for their calming properties and bodily regulation effects. Generally, individuals knowledgeable in herbal medicine would not readily combine them due to the precise ratios required. An improper mix could lead to adverse effects. Thus, despite their rarity, if you sought to purchase them, the young girl before him did not appear to be a professional in herbal knowledge. Perhaps she was buying on behalf of someone else? The man collected his thoughts and recognized her genuine intent to procure the herbs, responding courteously, aside from the Bai Niangue Jia. We have the others, though the quantities are limited. How much do you require? Huo Yao felt a tinge of disappointment, but was nonetheless pleased to have made a discovery. She replied, 300 of Wu Wei Ning and Bai Jiao Xiang, and 250 of Long Gu Shi. The man nodded, confirming the availability of the requested quantities. After a brief pause, he retrieved a calculator and stated, the total for these herbs comes to 320,000. The price was reasonable. Huo Yao reached in her pocket for her phone and asked, can I transfer the payment online? Certainly, the man responded, moving to the counter to fetch a card with his bank account number, which he handed to Huo Yao. She glanced at it, and within 2 minutes, his phone chimed with the notification of the transfer. He looked up at her in astonishment. Did you just glance at my account number? Her memory was quite remarkable, indeed. That was quite a lengthy string of numbers. Huo Yao noticed the shopkeeper's stunned expression and furrowed her brow. Excuse me? The man regained his composure, quickly responding, my apologies. I will fetch your herbs now. Thank you, Huo Yao replied as she observed him gathering the items. Do you know where I might find Lao Shan Tan? As a knowledgeable practitioner, the man's hand paused at her inquiry. Chapter 138. A unique prescription if the previous herbs were intended to enhance bodily functions. Then complementing them with the gentle warmth of Lao Shan Tan would further amplify their properties while minimizing side effects. However, this method was rather antiquated, relying heavily on the herbalist's judgment and preparation skills, along with formulas that had been lost to time, making it seldom practiced today. The middle-aged man, hailing from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, had heard of such methods. It seemed this young lady came from a background well-versed in herbal medicine. The man composed himself, his tone becoming even more courteous. I happen to have a friend who deals in spices. He has Lao Shan Tan as well. His shop is not far from here. I will give you his business card. You may wish to visit. Had it not been for the presence of the individual in the inner chamber, he might have personally accompanied her, for skilled herbalists were exceedingly rare, particularly those knowledgeable in ancient prescriptions. Soon, the man packaged the herbs and handed Huo Yao the business card. Thank you, sir, she said, preparing to leave. The man contemplated for a moment before calling after her. Although we do not have Bai Niangue Jia, we do have one that is 60 years old. Huo Yao paused, tilting her head slightly, and replied, no, thank you. While the efficacy of the 60-year-old herb may not differ significantly from that of the 100-year-old, precision in herbal medicine is paramount. A slight deviation can lead to considerable consequences. With that, she exited the shop. The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought until an elderly figure emerged from the inner chamber, jolting him back to reality. Hung, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry and lock the door. The old man urged. Hung, while walking towards the entrance, replied, Master, a young girl came by to buy medicine just now, and her prescription was rather unique. The elder, disinterestedly pulling an old book from a drawer, casually inquired, oh, what medicines did she purchase? Hung recounted the 4 herbs requested by Huo Yao, pausing briefly before adding, however, I informed her that we do not have the 100-year-old turtle shell, and she declined the 60-year-old one before leaving. She also inquired about the old sandalwood. The elder, somewhat surprised, glanced towards the inner chamber and interrupted, all right, we can discuss this later. With that, he took the items and retreated into the inner room. Hung acknowledged with a sound and proceeded to secure the lock before following him inside. The fragrance of sandalwood was more pronounced within the inner chamber, clearly emanating from this space. Min Yu lounged languidly on a rosewood chair, his hand resting on the table beside him, occasionally stirring the incense with chopsticks, his demeanor casual. Yet his face was excessively pale. Young Master Min, given your current condition, aside from gradually adjusting with medication, I have no other methods to offer, the old man spoke. Standing beside Min Yu was Zhui Yun, who, with a somber expression, asked, but it seems the medication is not effective anymore. Can't we explore other methods to suppress this? The elder shook his head with a bitter smile, then opened the aged book and handed it to Zhui Yun. This book has been passed down from previous generations and contains some applicable methods, but given my capabilities, even if I concoct the medicine, its efficacy and whether it will cause rejection in young master Min's condition remain uncertain. The elder sighed and continued. If I could have developed a remedy after decades of medical research, I would have done so by now, instead of being at a loss with this ancient tome. He added, you may take this book to the Apothecary Association. Perhaps they will glean something from it. Zhui Yun's gaze fell on the book the elder offered, and just as he was about to reach for it, Minyu slowly interjected, "A gentleman does not deprive others of their delights. Since this is an heirloom from old ancestor Pei, it should not be borrowed." Upon hearing his master's words, Zhui Yun felt a mix of anger and urgency. But Minyu raised his hand to interrupt him, stating, "Did not old Pei say it could be temporarily suppressed? Then that suffices." His expression remained calm and gentle. If we can locate the descendants of the legendary Shangwan clan, young Master Min's issues may be easily resolved. The elder sighed, pausing before adding, "However, this clan has never made an appearance, so their existence remains a mystery." Zhui Yun clenched his fists, recalling previous research, and declared solemnly, "Regardless, I will unearth them, even if I must dig 3 feet into the earth." Huo Yao wandered through the herbal market, her luck proving favorable as she ultimately found the last herb she needed. After acquiring all the ingredients, she retrieved the business card given to her by the middle-aged man and sought the spice shop mentioned on it. Due to the scarcity and high value of the old sandalwood, the market price was exorbitant and many fakes circulated. Upon arriving at the spice store, the owner initially assumed she was an inexperienced girl and attempted to mislead her with inferior products. However, once she exposed his deception, the owner realized he was dealing with an expert and presented the genuine article. Although the quality was somewhat lacking, she deemed it suitable for incense making and did not engage in further discussion with the owner, opting to leave after making her purchase without special packaging. By the time she stepped outside, night had fully descended. Song Ning had already called twice. Huo Yao hailed a taxi by the roadside and made her way home. Upon arriving, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Seeing her daughter carrying several bags, Song Ning felt a surge of pride and assisted her in carrying the items, remarking, "Girls should go out, shop for clothes and accessories." However, her words abruptly halted when she caught sight of a piece of wood in one of the bags. Having changed into her slippers, Huo Yao turned to see her mother's astonished expression and called out, "Mom?" Song Ning looked up, widening the bag's opening with both hands, and said, "Don't tell me you went shopping and brought back a piece of scrap wood." Other daughters returned with clothes, jewelry, or at the very least, some food. Look at her own daughter, who had brought home a piece of wood. Was that even reasonable? Huo Yao's lips twitched as she earnestly corrected her. "This is sandalwood, the valuable kind." Song Ning was unconcerned with the sandalwood. All she knew was that her daughter's beautiful, cute, an intelligent image had been utterly tarnished by this piece of wood. Consequently, Song Ning stubbornly opened the other 2 bags, and her expression grew even more despondent as she found the contents equally peculiar. Shaking her head, she thought her method of opening them must have been incorrect. However, the sweet and adorable daughter remained merely an illusion. Song Ning sighed deeply, placing the bags on the cabinet, and said, "Dear daughter, can we be a tad more charming?" Afterward, she intentionally blinked and flashed Huo Yao a peace sign. Huo Yao glanced at her mother's gesture, her forehead twitching, and disregarding her words, asked, "Mom, is there anything to eat?" Song Ning sighed once more, responding, "Yes, yes, yes, I saved some for you. Hurry and come eat." By this time, Song Ning and her husband, Huo Jinyan, had already dined, while the second brother, Huo Tingrui, was out for a business engagement and would return later. Thus, Huo Yao found herself slowly eating alone at the dining table. After finishing her meal, Huo Yao picked up the bags from the cabinet and walked to the staircase. Suddenly, she turned back to her mother, who was watching television on the sofa, and asked, "Mom, do we have any spare rooms or storage spaces in the house?" Song Ning looked up, recalling that there was a storage room downstairs, but it was cluttered with items. "Are you asking this to store something?" she inquired. "Not exactly. I just need a separate space for some handmade projects," Huo Yao replied calmly. "Ah, I see." Song Ning pondered for a moment and said, "Your third brother's room is vacant. You can use that one, the one to the left of yours." Huo Yao paused for 2 seconds before asking, "Would that be inappropriate?" Song Ning smiled and shook her head. "Not at all. Your third brother is abroad and rarely returns, so it's just sitting empty." Upon hearing this, Huo Yao said nothing further, nodded to her mother, and ascended the stairs. After she left, Song Ning rested her chin in her hand, contemplating for a while, then turned to her husband and said, "Old Huo, don't you think our current home is too small?" After a brief pause, she continued, "Look, we can't even provide our daughter with a private space. Although the third child is settled abroad, given her personality, continually using his room will surely weigh on her conscience." Huo Jinyan set down the remote control, considering her words and acknowledging their validity. "Why don't we move to Yushui Wan? The environment there is better. The houses are larger, and there are more rooms. It's closer to our daughter's school, so even if she invites friends over, we won't have to worry about not having enough space. Indeed, I'd almost forgotten about the villa at Yushuan until you mentioned it. Song Ning tapped her forehead, deciding to contact the designer tomorrow to assess which areas require renovation and what additional furniture might be needed, with the aim of completing everything promptly to surprise her daughter. Song Ning was a person of action. Once she made a decision, she acted immediately. After conversing with her husband, she retrieved her phone, found the designer's number, and placed a call. After confirming the meeting time for tomorrow, she set her phone down, suddenly feeling a wave of melancholy. Glancing around, she sighed, expressing her reluctance to leave a home she had lived in for over 20 years. Huo Jinyan raised an eyebrow and patted her shoulder, reminding her that it was all for their daughter. The fleeting pang of nostalgia faded in comparison to the hardships their daughter had endured. You are right. We have grown accustomed to this old house, but our daughter deserves the very best. Song Ning paused, a hint of regret surfacing in her eyes. She wished she had moved before her daughter returned, as it might have prevented the misunderstanding regarding the family's debts. Chapter 141, Third Brother, Honorary Certificates Upstairs. Huo Yao entered the adjoining room, carrying some items. Upon switching on the wall light, she was greeted by a simple yet modern room furnished with only a bed and a table, all in cool tones, adorned with 2 honorary certificates. Setting her belongings on the table, she approached the certificates, her face revealing surprise as she read the accolades. The New Authors Medical Biology Award, recognized as the most authoritative in the medical field, is awarded every 3 years to individuals of extraordinary talent in medicine. The other was the Lasker Medical Award, also highly esteemed internationally. Each of these awards underscored the significant contributions of the recipient to medical research. Huo Yao was astonished to discover that her yet-to-be-met third brother, Huo Yulin, was a medical prodigy and noted that the award dates were from 5 years prior. 5 years ago, her third brother would have been around 20 years old. Intrigued, Huo Yao felt a desire to learn more about him. If only he were not abroad, they could exchange ideas, as she held a keen interest in Western medicine. Retracting her gaze, Huo Yao closed the curtains and turned on the air conditioning. Once the temperature reached her preference, she began preparing the pile of herbs on the table. Crafting incense was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in accurately measuring the herbal ingredients to be mixed into the powdered sandalwood. Although not a professional incense maker, Huo Yao possessed a remarkable talent for blending fragrances and concocting medicines. She could combine several potent herbs without causing adverse interactions. Her understanding and precision in herbal properties were almost extraordinary. Thus, formulating the calming incense was a mere trifle for her. After 2 hours, Huo Yao finally set down her tools, her gaze settling on the incense sticks pressed into molds on the countertop. Releasing a heavy sigh, she realized she would need to wait another 2 hours for the moisture to completely evaporate for a successful outcome. Stretching her stiff neck, she noticed some incense paste on her fingers and made her way to the bathroom to wash up. After spending another half-hour in her room to ensure the incense posed no further issues, Huo Yao finally exited her room. Just as she closed the door, her second brother appeared at the staircase, his gait somewhat unsteady. Huo Yao rushed over, the strong scent of alcohol wafting into her nostrils as she frowned and quickly supported him. Although Huo Tingrui was somewhat inebriated, he retained awareness. Upon seeing Huo Yao, a smile akin to that of a child spread across his face. "Little cutie, were you waiting for your brother to come home?" Upon hearing the term little cutie, Huo Yao instinctively loosened her grip, causing Huo Tingrui to stumble against the wall. He winced, his hand instinctively reaching for the wall to steady himself. His glasses slipped precariously down his nose. "Sister," Huo Yao adjusted his glasses, maintaining her composure as she replied, "Apologies, second brother. My strength is insufficient. I just couldn't hold on." Huo Tingrui, with his alcohol-clouded mind, processed her words sluggishly. "Oh, it's all right, my fault." Chapter 142. You didn't go on a drunken rampage last night, did you? After saying this, Huo Tingrui leaned against the wall, gradually straightening himself. Shaking his head vigorously, he turned to Huo Yao and chuckled. "Actually, I'm not drunk." Huo Yao shook her head, once again grasping his arm, responding somewhat dismissively, "Yes. I'm the one who has drunk. Did you drink too, sister?" Huo Tingrui, resembling a lovable fool, leaned closer as he spoke. Huo Yao took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to slap him, and pushed his head aside, maneuvering him toward the room. The entire process required little effort. Wait a moment. I'll get you a glass of water. After depositing him onto the bed, Huo Yao stepped out of the room once more. Before long, she returned with a glass of colored water. Huo had rolled off the bed and onto the floor, mumbling incoherently. Huo Yao pressed her forehead, her expression darkening as she approached and helped him back onto the bed. Drink this. She brought the glass to Huo lips. His gaze, hazy, focused on her, but he did not drink, only grinning widely. Sister seeing this, Huo Yao decisively forced the water into his mouth, executing the action with practiced efficiency, wasting not a single drop. After all, she had spent years administering medication to pets. Not long after drinking, Huo settled down, quickly drifting off to sleep. Huo Yao remained in the room for half an hour, ensuring he would not pull any more stunts before returning to her own room. The next day was Saturday. When Huo awoke in the morning, he expected a throbbing headache but felt entirely normal, as if he had not consumed alcohol the night before. How peculiar. Rising, he hurried to the bathroom for a quick shower, changing into clean clothes before confirming that he bore no scent of alcohol, then descended the stairs. Song Ning had an appointment with the designer in the morning, so she left early. Only Huo Father and Huo Yao were present downstairs, both enjoying breakfast. Huo approached, pulled out a chair, and sat down, rubbing his shoulders as he glanced at Huo Yao. Little sister, you were taking care of me last night, right? Thank you for your effort. He only remembered going upstairs, where his sister had been waiting at the door to assist him. Everything that followed was a complete blank. After a pause, Huo awkwardly asked, so, I didn't make a scene last night, did I? Huo Yao looked up at him, pursed her lips, and smiled. You probably didn't tea. Huo lips twitched. What did probably mean? Did he or did he not? You should drink less in the future. Otherwise, you'll need your sister to take care of you. Look at how small she is. Doesn't tea your conscience ache? Huo Father interjected, his expression quite displeased. He had yet to experience being cared for by his own daughter. Adjusted his glasses and scrutinized. Indeed, she was slender, yet nearly reaching 1.7 meters in height. Was she really small? Was their father harboring some prejudice against her stature? What is wrong with your shoulder? You've been rubbing it incessantly, glanced over and inquired. For a fleeting moment, S. hand, which held the spoon, hesitated. Oh, perhaps I drank too much last night and bumped into something, just a slight ache, replied nonchalantly. Chapter 143. Do you still make incense? Raised an eyebrow, tilting her head to look at him. Lost your memory? Was momentarily taken aback, realizing the profundity in her words. With a half-smile, replied, No, Dad is right. You should drink less in the future. After saying this, she lowered her head and continued to eat her breakfast in silence. Scratched his head, feeling that something had occurred the previous night that he was unaware of, and it seemed connected to the pain in his shoulder. After finishing breakfast, went upstairs to the adjacent room to put away the incense she had made the night before. Since was not going to the company today, he followed his sister upstairs, curious about her visit to the third brother's room. Upon entering, he was greeted by a subtle scent of sandalwood, was cutting incense with a knife, and upon noticing's entrance, she did not shy away. Sister, what are you doing? Picked up a small piece of incense and brought it to his nose. Is it sandalwood? Continued her work, softly affirming with a gentle glanced at the tools on the table, astonished. You still make incense? Although he was not well-versed in incense making, he had friends who dabbled in it, so he had absorbed some knowledge. He was surprised to discover that his sister, who grew up in a small county, was adept at it and seemed quite skilled. Typically, those who engage in incense making carry an air of elegance, which explained why his sister's demeanor was so refined, not all resembling someone from small town. I know a bit, replied, her head bowed as she calmly finished cutting the incense and packed it into a box. Pondered, stroking his chin. The quality of the incense did not suggest it was made by someone with just a rudimentary understanding. After a pause, he casually asked, Did you learn to make incense from a professional teacher while you were still living with the old lady? Looked up at him, her confidence evident in her gaze. No, I taught myself. Only she dared to blend special herbs into the sandalwood. Had initially intended to marvel at how well the old lady had nurtured her, but upon hearing that she was self-taught, he felt a wave of self-doubt. Fine, since his sister returned, he had honorably become the foil to her intelligence. Oblivious to's expression, retrieved her phone from her pocket, opened WeChat, and sent a message to, Are you there? The incense I promised you last time has arrived. Let us arrange a place to meet. Though she had previously declined, one must eventually repay favors. With a profound gaze, soon heard her phone buzz. After reading the reply, she tucked her phone back in her pocket and turned to, "Second brother, I have something to attend to." With that, she held the box of calming incense and headed for the door. Had been silently waiting for his sister to offer him some of the incense. Yet she was now leaving with it? Immediately, he followed her, asking, "What about the incense you made? Is there none for your second brother?" His tone carried a hint of playful resentment. Paused, casting a glance over him. "You're in good health. You don't need this." Felt a bit choked. Shouldn't it be that those who see should share? Chapter 144. One must contribute. Half an hour later, a tea house in the city. As entered the elegant room, she was greeted by a subtle scent of sandalwood, reminiscent of what she had inhaled yesterday at the shop named Yaoyao. "You're here," was seated at the tea set, elegantly brewing tea, with an incense burner nearby, wisps of smoke curling upwards. Lowered her gaze, nodded, and politely acknowledged before casually pulling out a redwood chair and sitting down. Cautiously glanced at, feeling inexplicably that every time he encountered this young lady, she exuded a demeanor that belied her age, leaving him perplexed. Placed a freshly brewed teacup before, his slender fingers lifting the teapot to pour the jade green tea. "This is Mingxian Longjing. Do take a sip and see how it tastes." Lifted the teacup, the elegant aroma wafting up, and after a delicate sip, she raised her brows in approval. "The tea is rich and smooth, quite delightful." Set down the teapot, a warm expression gracing his features. "I heard you participated in an international competition?" Pondered for a moment, lazily leaning back in her chair and Met's gaze. "Has the old lady been nagging you again?" Smiled faintly, ambiguously replying, "After all, I am the tutor. One must contribute." Tapped her fingertips on the table. "Contribution is unnecessary. Just keep the old lady happy." As her words fell, suddenly coughed, as if taken aback by something. Lifted her head in surprise. Glanced at, responding in a calm tone. "Yes, that's only natural." Recovering from the shock brought on by his remark, was now petrified by his master's response. Was it that one dared to make requests while the other willingly accepted? Had he misjudged the situation, or was he perhaps mishearing? "Do you need me to hire a professional tutor for you?" Continued pouring tea for. "No, thank you," she replied, shaking her head. The atmosphere in the elegant room turned serene, yet this tranquility did not feel awkward. Before long, glanced at her watch, then picked up the bag beside her and handed it to. "This incense should be of assistance to you." After a brief pause, she finished her tea in one gulp, stood up, and declared, "The tea was excellent. Thank you for your hospitality. I shall take my leave now. I'll see you off." "No need for that. I could take a taxi back myself." Declines kind offer, choosing not to elaborate further as she strode towards the exit. Watched her retreating figure, lost in thought for a moment. "Wait a moment." Turned back him, smiled, retrieving a box of tea from the side. "Here's some tea for you. Let me know when you've finished, and I'll provide more." S eyes widened at this, realizing that while had only offered a box of ordinary incense, his master was giving away a box of limited edition tea. It felt as though his vision was faltering again. Chapter 145. This is the true calming incense, unaware of its expression. Accepted the tea without hesitation. "Thank you." She recalled that the old man at home loved green tea. He would surely appreciate this gift. Soon, exited the elegant room. After Zhuiyun left, he finally mustered the courage to ask, "Hugo, what is it about this young lady that warrants our attention? She seems like just an ordinary high school student." Min Yu's gaze appeared distant, lost in thought. After a moment, he glanced at Zhuiyun before returning to his seat. His voice calm as he remarked, "A year ago, she was the one who saved me." Zhuiyun's eyes widened in surprise. He had never heard Min Yu mention this before. Curiously, he asked, "How could a young girl possibly save you?" Min Yu picked up a teacup and took a delicate sip. A contemplative expression settled on his handsome face. After a pause, he replied, "That is one of the mysteries I have yet to unravel." Zhuiyun was momentarily taken aback. Min Yu then retrieved a long wooden box from paper bag. This box was much simpler and more crudely crafted than the one he had previously presented to the elderly lady. Observing it, Min Yu's expression revealed a hint of melancholy, as he grasped for the first time the concept of being treated differently. Zhuiyun intended to inquire further, but noticed the peculiar look on his master's face and turned his attention to the long wooden box, recognizing its inferior craftsmanship. His lips twitched in dismay. "What a loss," Zhuiyun muttered under his breath. "That box could be worth 1,000 of these, at least." He covered his face in embarrassment and then cleared his throat, saying, Miss was certainly has a thoughtful disposition. However, master, you should stick to the incense provided by Old Pei. Perhaps you could gift this box to me instead? The packaging quality of the outer box seemed subpar, and he hesitated to imagine the incense within. Minyu cast a fleeting glance at Zhuiyun. You have acknowledged this is her heartfelt intention. Would it be appropriate to accept more? With that, he lowered his gaze, his fingertips gently brushing against the box's clasp, which he easily opened. Zhuiyun touched his nose and mumbled, "What could be inappropriate? Given your current condition, you should not be using such inferior incense. It would serve me better, perhaps to eliminate some household odors." As Minyu opened the box, a rich sandalwood fragrance wafted forth. Upon closer inspection, he could also detect a faint medicinal aroma. Just the scent itself was remarkably soothing. Minyu narrowed his eyes, glanced at the incense burner still billowing smoke nearby, and after a moment's contemplation, extinguished the remaining sandalwood incense with water. Zhuiyun, taken aback, asked, "Master, what are you doing?" Minyu remained silent and waited until the sandalwood fragrance in the room had dissipated before lighting a stick of incense sent by Huo Yao. Soon, a distinctly unique sandalwood aroma enveloped the space. Though rich, it lacked heaviness and gradually transformed into a gentle medicinal scent. Zhuiyun's expression shifted as he inhaled the fragrance, realizing it seemed like sandalwood, yet somehow different. "This is genuine calming incense," he remarked after a prolonged silence. Minyu extinguished the incense and carefully placed it back into the box, affirming that the scent was indeed unmistakable. Zhuiyun's astonishment quickly morphed into overwhelming joy. If it truly was calming incense, it might significantly improve your health. Minyu pondered for a couple of seconds before adding, "No, perhaps this is even more remarkable than the calming incense I previously used." Zhuiyun was rendered speechless. Genuine calming incense was exceedingly rare, a commodity that often eluded market valuation. The fact that Minyu possessed something even better left Zhuiyun swallowing hard, unable to fathom its worth. Recalling that he had initially deemed it inferior incense and shamelessly sought to claim it for himself, Zhuiyun felt an urge to disappear into the ground. Thankfully, his master had not been deceived. Had he been given it, he would have become a historical villain. Nevertheless, Zhuiyun's gaze fell once more upon the box of incense. After a few moments of contemplation, he suggested perhaps we should consult Old Pei for further verification. It wasn't he that he doubted the incense, but if it were indeed more exceptional than the calming incense, it would be prudent to confirm its beneficial effects on his master's health. Half an hour later, at the Yaoyao Zhai, when Old Pei ignited a stick of calming incense and inhaled its scent, his expression shifted dramatically. His fingers trembled as he pointed to the incense, exclaiming, "This is indeed calming incense. The creator of this blend is a true genius." Having combined several medicinal ingredients with the sandalwood, the top notes of sandalwood provide calming effects, while the underlying medicinal aromas serve to restore bodily functions. One would need decades of experience to concoct such a blend. He praised the craftsmanship enthusiastically before looking at Minyu, adding, "However, this calming incense must be specially formulated. Correct?" Minyu regarded Old Pei with a profound gaze, pondering the implications. "What do you mean by that?" Old Pei explained, "The included herbs directly target your current health condition. Ingredients like Wu Wei Ning by Jiao Xiang are quite potent. Taking them directly could further harm your body. Thus, I refrain from prescribing them internally. However, when ground into powder and blended with sandalwood, their efficacy is maximized, which is why I believe this incense is specifically tailored for you." Minyu listened intently, his expression inscrutable as he contemplated this revelation. Old Pei, sensing an opportunity, asked, "Min Xiao, could you introduce me to the person who crafted this incense?" Minyu snapped back to reality, but shook his head with a wry smile. "To be honest, this incense was also a gift from someone, yet I can assure you the individual is not knowledgeable in pharmacology." Old Pei's eyes flickered with disappointment, but he refrained from pressing further. Ahung, the middle-aged man who had sold the herbs to Huo Yao, suddenly recalled that the young lady had inquired about sandalwood after purchasing those herbs. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, reasoning that there were no coincidences in the world. "Old Pei, does this mean that as long as my master uses this incense for treatment, there is a possibility of improvement?" Zhuiyun interjected, breaking his silence. Old Pei shook his head. "While this incense is beneficial, it serves merely to stabilize bodily functions. To fully restore your master's health, a comprehensive treatment is necessary. Zhui Yun felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing this. Yet he understood that the current outcome was already a blessing. This box of incense can sustain for at least 6 months. I will also strive to devise a more definitive remedy. After a moment, Old Pei concluded, "Thank you." Minyu rose, slightly nodding toward Old Pei, and remarked, "We shall not impose further. Farewell." Shortly thereafter, Minyu and Zhui Yun departed from the Yaoyao. In the car, Zhui Yun's spirit soared. "I wonder where Miss Hua acquired this incense. It has come at the perfect time," he exclaimed. Although she was aware that the fragrance was a gift from Huo Yao, Zhui Yun instinctively believed that it could not have been crafted by her. After all, even Old Pei remarked that without decades of experience in herbal medicine, one could never concoct such a scent. Huo Yao was merely 17 or 18, a young apothecary. It would be hard to believe anyone would take her seriously. Even He Shu, renowned as the most brilliant member of the Apothecary Association, only gained fame in his 30s. In the back row, Minyu's gaze fell upon the box of fragrance on the seat, and he suddenly recalled the Taobao shop she had recommended last time. His expression softened, and after a moment, he replied to Zhui Yun's musings, suggesting it might be a friend of hers. Zhui Yun glanced in the rearview mirror and remarked, "Someone with such a friend must be quite remarkable themselves." It was no wonder that her master held Huo Yao in such high regard. Indeed, he possessed great foresight. Upon hearing this, Minyu raised his head and glanced forward, a half-smile playing on his lips as he said, "Do you still feel like you've suffered a great loss?" Zhui Yun tightened her grip on the steering wheel, recalling her earlier words, and stole another glance at the calming fragrance resting on the back seat, a sudden flush of embarrassment washing over her. How could she have assumed that her master St. could afford such an extravagant box? Surely, it was her master St. that was unworthy of such a splendid container. Surely a box containing genuine calming fragrance cannot be considered an ordinary box. She asserted, "By the way, brother Yu, I recall you have some limited edition Hong Pao. Why not send it to Miss Hua?" Zhui Yun said earnestly. Minyu replied, "Get lost." Meanwhile, Huo Yao had just returned home and promptly handed the box of tea to her father, Huo Jinyan. He held the box, glancing at the exterior packaging, and his eyes widened in surprise. "Daughter, where did you acquire this tea?" he inquired. It was Ming Qianlong Jing, sourced from the most famous tea village in the city. Although it was not as costly as Taiguanyin or the Hong Pao, this year's yield was exceptionally scarce due to weather conditions, and he had been quite upset about not being able to procure it. "A friend gifted it to me," Huo Yao replied casually. Huo Jinyan opened the lid and inhaled the aroma. It was the very variety he had longed for, and he was instantly moved to tears. He conveniently overlooked her earlier comment, thinking, "My daughter truly understands me, knowing this is my favorite tea, and even went out of her way to buy it for me. How thoughtful." Huo Yao thought to herself, "It seems that raising daughters is indeed better. Daughters are not only more endearing than sons, but also more filial." Huo Jinyan snorted in agreement. Just as he descended the stairs, he was struck by this statement from Hua Tingrue, who wondered, "Has my standing in this household plummeted so drastically?" Chapter 148, Monthly Exam, First in Grade. The weekend passed swiftly, and soon it was Monday. The results of last week's monthly exam were announced, and early in the morning, the school bulletin board displayed the rankings and scores. The difficulty of this exam was notably high, and due to the rushed notice regarding the test, many students found their scores significantly lower than usual. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Everyone was eager to discover the true score of the experimental class Huo Yao, especially since rumors had circulated about her poor performance in Chinese. Consequently, students crowded around the school bulletin board. Yet, upon seeing the name at the top of the rankings, astonishment swept through the crowd. First place, Huo Yao, 692 points. Second place, Ilian Fan, 691 points. Third place, Cheng Jia, 683 points. Who on earth spread the rumor that Huo Yao performed poorly in Chinese? She has taken the top spot in the entire grade. Does that sound like poor performance to you? Who is the envious fool who maliciously spread such falsehoods to mislead us? Ilian Fan, who has held first place for 2 consecutive years, has now suffered a humiliating defeat, falling from grace by just 1 point to a transfer student. This transfer student is terrifying. Just to mention, it seems that Huo Yao's Chinese scores were indeed quite poor. Our homeroom teacher had called her in for a stern talking to about it, which everyone witnessed. So, she can score first in the entire grade, despite her poor Chinese? Does that mean she achieved full marks in all her other subjects? I suddenly understand why the school arranged for Huo Yao to take the last exam. There was a clear intention behind that. I wonder if those who claim she had poor grades, got in through the back door, or participated in competitions while cheating are now regretting their words. At that moment, Lucia stood among the students, staring blankly at the rankings on the bulletin board. The name occupying first place sent a chill through her hands, which hung at her sides, nearly clenched into fists. It was her again. Why has everything changed since her return? Xia, are you alright? Asked Chang Ying, startled by Lucia's expression after she glanced at the results. Lucia snapped back to reality, her fingers relaxing as she turned to Chang Ying with her usual gentle demeanor, casually inquiring, "What score did you get?" Chang Ying hesitated momentarily. Surely she must have misread Lucia's earlier expression. How could she have thought it was frightening? After rubbing her nose, she replied with a pained expression. The questions were too difficult this time. I only scored 615, which means I've fallen out of the top 50 in the grade. It's disheartening, and I wonder if I'll be kicked out of the elite class. Lucia merely offered a faint consolation. You won T. I hope so. Chang Ying looked up at Huo Yao's South name in first place, wisely choosing to avoid mentioning her in front of Lucia. Instead, she lightly remarked, Xia. Your scores this semester remain stable. I see you scored 670, nearly 20 points higher than last semester's final exam. In truth, Chang Ying was at a loss for words. She had initially anticipated seeing Huo Yao face ridicule for her supposedly poor Chinese scores, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. But now, the outcome was quite different. Lucia's lips curled slightly, a fleeting look of derision crossing her face. What did a 20-point increase matter when compared to Huo Yao? The gap was still too vast. After taking one last look at the bulletin board, Lucia said nothing further and turned to leave. Chang Ying sighed heavily as she watched Lucia's retreating figure. Although Xia remained silent, it was evident that she was feeling quite distressed, especially since she had dedicated nearly all her free time to studying lately. The intensity of her focus was almost painful to witness. Yet, she was still overshadowed by that country bumpkin. Shaking her head, Chang Ying hurried to catch up with her. Huo Yao, on the other hand, did not bother to check the results on the bulletin board. She had already assessed her score after being called to Qinyu's office last week. As for her rank, she had researched the scoring standards for her grade even before entering Yizhong, and based on her current score, attaining second place should be well within reach. After all, Chinese was her weaker subject, and she felt somewhat resigned about it. After Meng Ying reviewed the results, she found Huo Yao in a meditative state, and her emotions became quite complex. Ever since hearing about Huo Yao's struggles with Chinese last week, she had secretly relished the thought of her misfortune. After all, one could only endure so many setbacks before the wheel of fate turned in their favor. The thought of witnessing the tall figure of giant sister suffer a downfall was indeed a delightful image. But after checking the scores, she realized that she had underestimated her. Waterloo is an impossibility, a notion that shall remain unattainable in this lifetime. Steadily securing the top rank in our grade, perhaps sensing the resentment in her gaze, Huo Yao turned her head to look at Meng Ying and, in a rare display of concern, inquired, "Have you finished? What score did you get?" "You scored 692, the highest in the entire grade," Meng Ying replied, refraining from mentioning her own score. After a brief pause, she added, "You still claim that you struggle with Chinese? Are you jesting?" Huo Yao shrugged. "If I weren't struggling, I doubt I would have scored only 692. Upon hearing this, Meng Ying's lips twitched. Such bluntness always caught her off guard, but she had grown accustomed to it. Shaking her head, Meng Ying continued, "I must tell you about Lianfan from the rocket class, the perennial top student before you transferred. He only scored 1 point less than you this time." She gestured with her finger, emphasizing the significance of that single point. "You know what that means? He might surpass you next time, especially with your uneven performance." Huo Yao recalled the name, realizing that this individual had participated in the national knowledge competition, finishing just behind her twice. Lianfan was notoriously proud, having his top position snatched away by an outsider like he would likely earn you the title of his foremost rival. Meng Ying, resting her chin on her hands, added, "Moreover, Lianfan is extraordinarily handsome. If he were to take an interest in you, it wouldn't be a loss." Huo Yao cast a sidelong glance at her daydreaming friend and lightly remarked, "Is drool escaping?" Meng Ying instinctively touched her lips, quickly realizing she had been teased. With a puffed-up expression, she shot back, "You're becoming increasingly cunning, sis." Huo Yao tilted her head, raising an eyebrow with a lazy smile. her exquisite features making Meng Ying swallow hard. Forget Fan. Clearly, her dear sister was the true cool one. Once the results of the monthly exam were released, the doubts surrounding Huo Yao within the school dissipated entirely within a mere morning. On the other hand, Lucia was in a foul mood all day due to her exam results. Chapter 150. Not easily provoked. Finally, during the last self-study period of the afternoon, Lucia sought an excuse related to training camp to request leave from Wei Mingzhi. Although Wei Mingzhi was generally averse to students frequently requesting leave, he granted her request upon noticing her improved exam performance. As Lucia stepped out of the school gate, her pent-up emotions seemed to lift slightly. With her mask and sunglasses in place, she stood by the roadside, rummaging through her phone until she located the number of Huo Tingrui, the second brother of the Huo family. Her finger hesitated briefly before she pressed the dial button. Currently in court, Huo Tingrui had entrusted his phone to his assistant for safekeeping. The assistant, aware of his preference for privacy, did not answer Lucia's calls when they came through. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, Lucia decided against calling again, her lips curling into a slight smile, her eyes behind the sunglasses betraying a depth of understanding. After years of camaraderie, it seemed that the bond of blood was stronger, to the point that he wouldn't even answer her calls now. This Huo Yao truly had a knack for things. Lucia smirked sarcastically and hailed a taxi, providing an address. Half an hour later, as she arrived, Huo Yinshi dismissed his secretary and poured Lucia a glass of water. "What brings you here so suddenly? Didn't you have class this afternoon?" he asked. Lucia accepted the water with a thank you, removing her sunglasses and mask, her expression warm as she replied, "The last period was self-study, so I asked the teacher for leave. I originally wanted to invite the second brother out for dinner, but he hasn't been answering his phone. I wonder if he is busy." A hint of regret crossed her face as she spoke. Huo Yinshi lowered his gaze, glancing at his watch, and said, "He is probably occupied. It's been a while since we gathered together. Why don't you call him and see if he can join us for dinner?" Lucia suggested gently, cradling her cup and taking a sip. Huo Yinshi recalled what the second brother had said a few days earlier. After a moment of silence, he replied, "He seems quite busy lately. Perhaps it's best to let it be for now and wait until he has time." Lucia tightened her grip on her cup, then casually set it down. "That works too." After a pause, she added, "I just hope the second brother doesn't misunderstand anything." "Misunderstand?" Huo Yinshi frowned slightly, seemingly perplexed by her words. Lucia bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. "Because of what happened last time, Yaoyao hasn't been very willing to talk to me. Today, when I called the second brother, he didn't pick up. I can't help but feel a bit anxious, fearing that he might misunderstand me." Huo Yinshi's brow furrowed deeper at her words. After a considerable pause, he replied coolly, "You're overthinking it. Tingrui is not someone who could be easily swayed." Lucia's expression momentarily froze before she quickly regained her composure. "Well, that's good. Please sit for a while. I still have some matters to attend to," Huo Yinshi said, turning back to his desk. The office soon fell into silence. Lucia sat there, watching Huo Yinshi peruse documents with his head bowed, feeling an unusual awkwardness as words failed her. It felt as though today was a special day, with every event and person seemingly undergoing some transformation. Lucia found herself troubled by this feeling of being out of control. Chapter 151. Is there a misunderstanding? After sitting for about half an hour, Lucia noted that Huo Yinshi remained engrossed in his work. She stood up and approached his desk, saying, "Big brother, you seem busy. I should head home." Huo Yinshi paused, setting down his pen, and looked up at her, a hint of apology on his otherwise handsome face. "Today has been hectic. If you wait a moment, I can finish this up and we can go out for dinner together." Lucia's eyes flickered, but she shook her head with a gentle smile, understanding his situation. "No worries. Your work is more important. We can have dinner another day. I will take my leave now." Without waiting for Huo Yinshi to respond, she turned and walked toward the door, her back appearing somewhat forlorn. Huo Yinshi watched her disappear, leaning heavily back in his chair. He pressed his fingers to his brow, remaining silent for a long while before lifting his head and reaching for his phone. Just then, Huo Tingrui, who had just finished with his tasks, noticed the 2 missed calls from Lucia on his phone. He hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether to return her call. Suddenly, his phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Seeing it was his older brother calling, he quickly accepted the call. "Hello, big brother, what is up?" Huo Yinshi had assumed that the second brother might be busy and would not answer quickly, so he was slightly taken aback when the call connected. It's nothing urgent. Xia just came by and asked when we could have dinner together. Upon hearing this, Huo Rui's expression shifted slightly as he recalled the missed calls. Dinner together might not be possible. I've been quite busy lately and can't find the time. After a brief silence, Huo asked Ting Rui, do you perhaps have any misunderstandings regarding Xia? Huo Rui paused, slightly confused. Misunderstanding? I'm not quite sure what you mean. Last time, due to the matter concerning old lady Yang, I indeed misjudged the younger sister in my preconceived notions, which may have led to misunderstandings between Yaoyao and Xia. Upon hearing this, Huo Rui required no further elaboration to grasp the intent behind his elder brother's inquiry. He interjected directly, stating that Xia had called him twice approximately half an hour ago, and he had been in court, leaving his phone with his assistant. Pausing briefly, Huo Rui's tone grew somewhat grave, adding that the younger sister had never mentioned Xia in his presence, thus negating any possibility of misunderstanding. Previously, he had regarded the younger sister as merely willful, devoid of malice, but today he found himself reassessing that opinion. Shaking his head, Huo Rui wished not to deepen the rift among them due to Lu Xia, and simply stated, Elder brother, unless you have anything else. I shall hang up now, as my client awaits my attention. Huo discerned the impatience in his younger brother's voice and refrained from further comment, replying, all right then, you may carry on. After ending the call, Huo remained seated for an extended period, lost in thought. After descending the stairs, Lu Xia took a taxi directly back to the Lu family villa. As soon as she entered the house, the somewhat reproachful voice of Xiaoman echoed, what were you doing after school this afternoon? The driver just called, stating that he has been waiting at the school gate for quite some time without catching a glimpse of you, and that he could not reach you by phone. Lu Xia glanced at Xiaoman and, lacking enthusiasm, casually replied, I went back to the training room. My phone was in my bag, and I didn't pay attention to it. Chapter 152. Has Huo Yao bullied you? Upon hearing this, Xiaoman's expression softened slightly. Next time, please remember to inform me in advance. Otherwise, mother will worry. Lu Xia replied lightly as she entered the living room and absent-mindedly took a seat on the sofa. Xiaoman glanced at Lu Xia and, noticing her demeanor, couldn't help but ask with curiosity, what has happened? You appear as though your soul has departed. Lu Xia picked up a nearby cushion, holding it against her chest, her legs curled up on the sofa, not even glancing at her. Her voice was soft, barely audible, expressing indifference. Xiaoman furrowed her brow and inquired, has someone at the company been bullying you? No, Lu Xia shook her head. Everyone has been quite nice to me. Xiaoman had never seen her daughter display such an expression, prompting her to probe further. What is it that happened at school? After a brief pause, as if recalling someone, Xiaoman's expression instantly darkened. Is it that Huo Yao who has been bullying you? She rested her head on the cushion, remaining silent. Yet she appeared increasingly aggrieved. Upon witnessing this, Huo slammed the cup she was holding onto the marble coffee table with a resounding thud. That wild girl is nothing but a troublemaker. Not only did she force your grandmother back to her hometown, but now she is wreaking havoc at school, leaving me utterly perplexed about how the Hu family raises their children. Just as LZM descended from the second floor, the sound of the cup clattering against the table startled him. She, too, was taken aback and lifted her head to gaze at her mother, forcing a strained smile as she said, Mom, please don't be angry. I truly am fine. Huo, upon hearing this, felt even more exasperated, exclaiming, you are simply too kind-hearted. You don't even dare to speak up when you are bullied. Shaking her head, Xiaoman picked up the nearby phone, scrolling through the contacts while coldly remarking, how can my daughter suffer indignities without cause? Today, I must make a call to inquire about the Huo family. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiao's expression shifted dramatically. She hurriedly set down the cushion she was holding and snatched the phone from her mother's grasp before Xiaoman could dial. Mom, I truly have no issues. You need not be upset over unrelated matters. Xiaoman frowned, insisting, Xia, hand the phone over to me promptly. Lu Xia dared not comply. Instead, she distanced the phone and sat beside her mother, gently patting her back in a soothing manner. In a soft voice, she reassured, Mom, I genuinely have no problems. Please do not misunderstand. After a brief pause, she shifted the conversation, saying, by the way, the results for today's monthly exam have been released. I scored 670 points, ranking 10th in the grade. This diversion eased some of Xiaoman's anger, as her ranking had indeed improved by 4 or 5 places since the last term's final examination, which was commendable. Seeing that her mother was no longer fixated on calling the Huo family, Lu Xia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Lu Ziming, who had been listening intently from the staircase, scoffed upon hearing her score. Those who need to rely on prior knowledge for competitions, and yet boast of 670 points, who can ascertain the authenticity of that? Only then did Lu Xian notice Lu Ziming, and upon hearing his critical tone, she instinctively responded with sarcasm. Could you please think a bit more before you speak? I beg your pardon, but I'm utterly perplexed as to what the mind truly is. Lu Ziming waved his hand dismissively, wearing an expression of nonchalance. Lu Xia, at a loss for words, shook her head in disbelief. Lu Ziming, you truly are something else. However, before she could finish her sentence, He Xiaoman interrupted, exclaiming, Enough! Your brother may be oblivious. But do you not also lack understanding? Why persist in this stubbornness with him? Upon hearing these words, Lu Xia felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. Chapter 153. A world-class younger brother. Lu Xia has always been acutely aware of her position within the Lu family. On the surface, it may appear that the couple dotes on her, but their affection is merely a reflection of her newfound fame from participating in a girl group audition, which has brought them prestige. In comparison to her younger brother, Lu Ziming, no matter what she does or says, his presence forever casts her in the role of the wrongdoer. She has often found herself consumed by profound regret over her decision to return to the Lu family, especially when she recalls the lack of such humiliation during her time with the Huo family. Yet, when she thinks of her foster parents from the Huo family, her heart is filled with resentment. Despite their wealth, they feign poverty, exhibiting a hypocrisy and repulsiveness that surpasses that of her biological parents, who are devoid of compassion. Lu Xia took a deep breath, suppressing the torrent of painful memories that threatened to overwhelm her mind. He Xiaoman, perhaps sensing that her remarks were somewhat biased, reached out to gently pat Lu Xia's hand and lowered her voice, saying, Your brother, despite his bad temper and unfiltered speech, means no harm. You should be a bit more accommodating. Lu Xia forced a slight smile, her expression returning to normal, and responded with a casual At that moment, Lu Ziming sauntered over, lazily perching himself on the armrest of the sofa, and feigned boredom as he inquired, How did that timid fellow fare on the exam this time? Lu Xia gazed at him, utterly perplexed as to whom he was referring. What coward? He Xiaoman inquired with a hint of confusion. Lu Ziming let out a cold snort and remarked, It is that Liu Yao who was raised at her grandmother's house. Oh no, I forgot she has changed her surname to Hua. At the mention of Huo Yao, Lu Xia's gaze turned even colder. Why do you suddenly ask about her? He Xiaoman inquired. Lu Ziming's gaze wandered slightly, filled with curiosity. You all frequently claim that her academic performance is quite poor, so I'm merely intrigued to discover just how poor it truly is. He Xiaoman, though indifferent to the achievements of her adopted daughter, turned her gaze towards Lu Xia upon hearing her younger son's inquiry. Lu Xia had already been troubled throughout the day due to Huo Yao's attainment of the top rank in her grade, and now, with Lu Ziming's question, her tone grew somewhat irritable. We are not in the same class. How could I possibly know her score? Lu Ziming observed her suddenly shift to a confrontational tone. With a glint of skepticism in his eyes, he replied, Is that so? Upon your recent return, why did you appear as though you had been wronged and bullied by her? Upon hearing these words, Lu Xia instinctively directed her gaze towards He Xiaoman's face. Noticing her expression darken once more, she couldn't help but internally curse Lu Ziming countless times. She had finally managed to divert her thoughts from calling the Huo family to question them in front of He Xiaoman. Yet this foolish individual had the audacity to steer the topic back. Truly, he was a world-class younger brother. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xia moderated her tone, completely unaware that I was not familiar with her. Why should I concern myself with her? After a brief pause, Lu Xia shifted her gaze to Lu Ziming, inquiring, But you seem quite concerned about her, don't you? Who cares about her? Don't speak nonsense, Lu Ziming retorted, fearing that Lu Xia would reveal the incident from that day when he was beaten up while trying to find Huo Yao at Yizhong. After uttering those words, he swiftly stood up and departed with haste. Seeing this, Lu Xia rolled her eyes in mockery. He Xiaoman, oblivious to the undercurrents between them, suddenly remembered something while discussing grades and turned to Lu Xia. By the way, I forgot to ask you last time. Did Huo Yao get eliminated from the recent city competition? Just as Lu Ziming stepped onto the staircase, he caught wind of this question and halted, turning back. Chapter 154. Your package. Lu Xia was taken aback that He Xiaoman would inquire about the competition again. After a moment of surprise, she replied, it seems she advanced. He Xiaoman's brow furrowed. Her score didn't get eliminated? Lu Xia remained silent for a couple of seconds before responding. Actually, I mentioned to you before that her performance wasn't too poor. He Xiaoman vaguely recalled this, but didn't give it much thought, simply stating, the next competition is approaching. Isn't it? Be sure to thoroughly review the materials your father's friend from the Wenxie gave you. Lu Xia lowered her gaze. Yes, I will. I'll head back to my room now. All right, go ahead. He Xiaoman waved her off. Song Ning and Huo Jinyan had been preoccupied with the villa renovations these past few days, often leaving early and returning late. Concerned about not being able to care for their daughter, they hired a part-time maid to cook for Huo Yao. On this day, Huo Yao returned home after school. The maid had prepared dinner and, upon seeing her return, said while removing her apron, Yaoyao, I had to leave for an urgent matter at home. But I collected a package for you this afternoon. It's in the storage cabinet. As she spoke, she pointed to the cabinet and hurriedly left without waiting for Huo Yao's response. Huo Yao unhurriedly set down her bag and glanced at the storage cabinet, not rushing to open it. Turning back, she noticed the 3 dishes and a soup laid out on the table and took out her phone to call her second brother. He had been coming home for dinner every day lately and would typically be home by this time. The call connected quickly, and Huo Tingrui's voice came through first. Little sister, I won't be home for dinner tonight. I have to go on a business trip for a few days. Huo Yao detected a hint of anxiety in Huo Tingrui's voice and furrowed her brow, asking, is something wrong? Huo Tingrui hesitated, seemingly caught off guard by her question. With a slight shadow in his eyes, he replied, it's nothing serious. You don't need to worry. As the airport staff urged boarding, Huo Tingrui added, I have to board now. I'll contact you later. Huo Yao frowned but chose not to press further, simply responding, if you need any assistance, remember to let me know. Huo Tingrui chuckled lightly, brushing off her concern. All right. He quickly ended the call. The announcement from the airport that had just come through seemed to indicate he was traveling abroad. Huo Yao pondered this for a moment before putting her phone down. Song Ning and Huo Jinyan returned home earlier than usual that day. Just as Huo Yao sat down to eat, they entered through the door, still discussing renovation matters. However, upon reaching their daughter, they both fell silent. Huo Yao glanced at them suspiciously. You guys, Song Ning cheerfully interjected, we've already eaten. Huo Jinyan affirmed, right? Huo Yao remarked. But Song Ning casually tossed her bag aside onto a nearby cabinet and scanned the living room. Oh, your second brother hasn't come home yet? That guy had been consistently returning home on time to accompany his sister. It felt unusual not to see him. He had to go on a business trip. Huo Yao explained briefly, omitting the detail about the potential overseas trip she had overheard on the phone. Off on another business trip, huh? Song Ning murmured, displaying little surprise, as if she were accustomed to his frequent absences. Chapter 155. I feel like you are hiding something from me. Huo Jinyan emerged from the kitchen with a glass of water, and upon hearing this, his mood seemed to brighten instantly. Men should prioritize their careers. He felt that having his sister around during the evenings made him uneasy, as she reminded him of his responsibilities. Song Ning shot her husband a glance, fully aware of his subtle feelings. You're pleased with this, aren't you? Huo Jinyan simply smiled as he sipped his water. Though he had already eaten, he still sat at the dining table, quietly observing his daughter as she dined. Even though Huo Yao had grown accustomed to such attention, she couldn't help but look up. Dad? Huo Jinyan pushed the dishes toward her. Eat more. You're studying hard every day. You've lost weight. Huo Yao felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Since returning to the Huo family, she had noticeably gained weight from being pampered. Did this old man really not notice? Seeing the faintly resentful expression on her daughter's face, Song Ning couldn't help but laugh. Haha, old Huo, you've had enough. At this rate, your daughter will protest. Huo Jinyan looked at his wife with confusion. Protest? What protest? After asking, he turned his gaze back to Huo Yao, who was behaving perfectly well. Song Ning shook her head and pressed her slightly sore shoulders, saying, Old Huo, don't disturb our daughter while she eats. Come help me massage my shoulders. Fine. Huo Jinyan agreed, standing up and following his wife to the living room, where he quickly began to massage her shoulders with practiced skill. Huo Yao tilted her head, watching the elderly couple in the living room, one exuding tenderness, the other radiating contentment. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious, seemingly filled with pink bubbles. Huo Yao silently averted her gaze, realizing she had just been hit with an unexpected dose of affection. After finishing dinner and cleaning the kitchen, Huo Yao stepped out to find Song Ning had already left the living room. Huo Jinyan had taken out his tea set and was brewing the tea Huo Yao had brought back a few days prior. Upon noticing her, he waved her over. "Gulme, daughter, join your father for a cup." Huo Yao raised an eyebrow, wondering if he was inviting her for tea or something stronger. "What have you both been busy with lately?" Huo Yao asked casually as she settled onto the sofa, pouring herself a cup of tea. Huo Jinyan had already discussed with his wife about surprising their daughter, so he simply concocted an excuse. "Our company has taken on a new project. Everyone has to work overtime. Is that so?" Huo Yao raised an eyebrow, her beautiful eyes glinting with skepticism. "I can't shake the feeling that you're hiding something from me." Huo Jinyan almost dropped his teacup in surprise, but quickly recovered, coughing lightly. He replied with a serious expression, "Really? What could we possibly hide from you?" Huo Yao gave a knowing "oh." Her daughter was exceptionally sharp. It felt as though all of his tricks were futile in her presence. Huo Jinyan quickly averted his gaze, silently savoring his tea. Huo Yao shook her head, choosing not to pry further. As her phone buzzed in her pocket, Huo Yao set her cup down, pulled out her phone, and saw it was a WeChat message from Minyu. She tapped to open it. "Your fragrance has worked wonders. Thank you." Raised her eyebrows, lazily leaning against the sofa, and replied to the other party, "Of course, this fragrance is quite expensive." At the other end, was looking at the page on his phone, which was just a link to the calming incense that had sent him last time, priced at $299. Chapter 156, Have you ever seen such a young doctor? Holding the phone, gazed at the calming incense priced at $299 and glanced at the WeChat message when that popped up in the menu bar. Of course, this fragrance is quite expensive. He felt a wave of melancholy. Is this $299 item truly the calming incense that is currently scarce in the market? After a while, he replied to, "Did you buy this incense from the same shop you sent me last time?" Upon seeing this message, pondered for a few seconds while stroking her chin and then responded, "No, I got it from another store." Froze for a moment, then raised his head to look at. "Did you place an order?" Had just completed the payment, with the phone screen still displaying the successful transaction page. Hearing his master's question, he immediately smiled and said, "Yes, I ordered all the calming incense from this shop. Even the stock." After saying this, he wore a look that seemed to ask if he was clever, eagerly awaiting praise. Pressing his fingers to his forehead, shifted his gaze back down and texted, "Is there a link?" Tapped the screen lightly twice with her fingertips and asked, "Why do you want so much?" "The quantity I made should last for over half a year, right?" Replied, "I find it very useful and want to stock up a bit more." "Daughter, who are you chatting with? Not even drinking your tea?" Refilled his daughter's cup and curiously asked. "A friend." Typed back and paused for a moment before looking up at him and said, "It's getting late, drink less tea, or you one tea be able to sleep." "Dad is used to it. I won't have trouble sleeping." Satisfiedly took a sip, having been busy outside these days. He cherished the rare leisure time in the evening. Returned her gaze and continued to text. "Burning too much incense can be addictive. I don't recommend using it excessively, dear." Looked at his phone, the sandalwood incense beside him wafting a fragrant cloud. A hint of unidentifiable bitterness clouded his deep gaze as he replied after a while, "If I didn't know you were a high school student, I would mistake you for a doctor." Raised her eyebrows and replied, "Have you ever seen such a young doctor?" Chuckled softly and did not bring up the link again, as having obtained this box of calming incense was already an extraordinary stroke of luck. After pondering for 2 seconds, he sent another message. "I still have a box of Wui Mountain Dahong Pao. Do you want it?" Looked up at her little old man and asked Dahong Pao, "Do you drink it?" Upon hearing this, his eyes lit up instantly sure. Then replied to, "Yes." Responded, "Then I'll deliver it to your school gate the day after tomorrow." Replied, "Okay, thank you." Said, "You're welcome." Soon, concluded the conversation, reminded her father to drink less tea, and went upstairs. Meanwhile, put down his phone, pondered for a few seconds, then turned to and said, "Have someone deliver the box of Dahong Pao from the old man's storage room." After a pause, he added, "I need it the day after tomorrow." Eyes widened in surprise. "Don't you have a few boxes of the limited edition? Why are you eyeing the old man's rare collection?" Chapter 157 feels very fake, lazily leaned back against the chair, the light above illuminating his delicate features, making him appear even more refined. ISNTT meant to be consumed. His lips twitched, but that tea had been treasured by the old man for decades. If he found out, wouldn't there be chaos? Steele cast a casual glance at him and said nonchalantly, "Then don't let him know." since it has been treasured for decades. What difficulty is there in keeping it for a few more? Scratched his nose and then cupped his fist towards his master, conceding, "All right, in terms of cleverness, you are indeed superior. I have been short-sighted. I will arrange for someone to go tonight." He responded lightly, held his phone, recalling the dozens of boxes of calming incense he had just ordered, feeling suddenly uneasy, and turned to his master, uncertainly asking, "Is this Mrs. Incense really bought from the shop? Even said that the incense in your hands is worth a fortune. It can be bought online for $299 for a large box. Oh no, just now the shopkeeper even offered a buy one get one free promotion when he learned he needed many." Now that he thought about it, it felt too fake. Lightly adjusted the sandalwood beside him and replied without changing his expression, "Yes." Scratched his head, not doubting it further, and said, "The shopkeeper said it will be shipped tomorrow. I'll have him send it by air, and it should arrive the day after tomorrow." You handle it," said lightly. Glanced at, feeling something was off with the statement, but upon closer consideration, it seemed there was no issue. Shaking his head, he decided he was overthinking it. Country had just disembarked from a plane. Upon seeing him at the arrival hall, waved his hand. His manager nodded slightly at, and then extended his hand to help carry the suitcase. "I'm really sorry for making you come all this way." "It's fine, how's doing now?" asked as they walked, his expression unusually grave. He asked not well. S' voice was somewhat heavy. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Let us talk in the car." "All right, soon." Followed out of the airport and into the car. "What exactly happened?" Glanced at and asked. "A few months ago, during a stage performance, accidentally injured his spine. At that time, none of us noticed, thinking it was nothing serious. However, after some time during a personal training session, he was injured again, and it wasn't until he went to the hospital for an examination that we found out the previous injury had actually affected his nerves." Wiped his face and continued, "Nerve damage could have been repaired, but due to negligence, the extent of the damage worsened. He visited many hospitals, and the only conclusion they reached was that he can no longer perform on stage, nor can he engage in strenuous activities. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Was born for the stage, and asking him to give it up is equivalent to killing him." Upon hearing this, fell silent for a while. He understood this younger brother better than anyone. He had loved singing and dancing since childhood and later ventured into the entertainment industry alone, disregarding the family's opposition, achieving his current top-tier status without relying on any connections. The hardships he endured along the way were unimaginable. Chapter 158. The world of high technology yet. Why would such a fatal accident happen to him? Felt a profound sadness, unable to imagine what his brother must be going through now. Initially, he had given up hope due to the injury. But upon hearing that an international genius doctor had a high probability of curing him, S' words were not yet finished when interrupted. "Wait, you said?" Gazed at him, nodded, and with a complex mood, remarked, "So it turns out we only just learned that it is indeed Huo Sange." Huo Tingrue, with a slight compression of his lips, explained, "Xiao Xiang has been preoccupied for years, and with Yu Lin residing abroad, the two have drifted apart, which makes their ignorance quite understandable. To be honest, I only learned his English name because Yu Lin received an international award." Upon hearing this, couldn't help but reminisce about the early years when he first met Huo Xiang, a time when Huo Xiang never mentioned his family. Back then, he almost mistakenly assumed he was an orphan without parents. Huo Tingrue chuckled, remarking that among our family, his character is the most aloof, having fought for self-sufficiency up to this point. Yet, in the eyes of his fans, he is a warm-hearted young man. Sighed, lamenting that fate can be cruel. Huo Tingrue straightened his demeanor, stating, "You just mentioned that Yu Lin could treat Xiao Xiang's condition, correct? Initially we believed so, but after the examination, it was revealed that he likely cannot engage in intense training in the future," replied with a bitter smile. Huo Tingrue frowned upon hearing this. "So he has given up, hasn't he?" responded with a soft hum, acknowledging that his second brother understands the temperament of their artist well. "I told him that if he cannot dance, then he shouldn't, and singing alone would suffice. However, he insisted that singing without dance lacks soul. After arriving at this conclusion, he withdrew into himself and even declined the surgery. I could not persuade him, and fearing that further delay would worsen his spinal injury, I felt compelled to inform you about this, hoping you could persuade him, second brother." Huo Tingrue gazed out the car window, his voice laden with gravity. "I understand. Huo Xiang is my brother, and regardless of the circumstances, I do not wish for him to give up on himself." Upon hearing Huo Tingrue's words, felt a considerable weight lift from his heart. Now, all he hoped was that they could indeed persuade him. After about half an hour, the vehicle drove into a European-style estate, where the security system was highly sophisticated, requiring several procedures to truly enter the villa. This estate is none other than Huo Yulin's private residence. It was also Huo Tingrue's first visit, and he was intrigued by the advanced equipment and intelligent robotic assistants within the villa, feeling as if he had stepped into a realm of high technology. Second brother, I apologize for not being able to personally meet you at the airport due to prior commitments. Huo Yulin, returning from the research institute, had just seen the message from, realizing Huo Tingrue was back in the country. A hint of regret flickered in his eyes, and his handsome face bore an unusually pale complexion, the quintessential look of someone who had long been deprived of sunlight. Huo Tingrue, having not seen his brother for many years, approached and embraced his shoulder, his voice tinged with emotion. It has been a long time, Yulin. Chapter 159. The missing data. Huo Yulin was known for his aversion to close proximity with others. Although Huo Tingrue was his elder brother, he quickly stepped back after the embrace, creating distance. Huo Tingrue sighed inwardly, understanding his brother's character, and despite not being displeased, he surveyed the modern and technologically advanced hall and remarked, "Seeing you live so well brings me great joy, second brother." Huo Yulin pursed his lips, attempting to conjure a smile, but his habitual expression of stoicism rendered his face stiff. Turning away, he poured 2 glasses of water, offering one to Huo Tingrue and the other to. "Consider this your home," he stated. Huo Tingrue held the glass and directly inquired, "Is Xiaoxiang's injury truly beyond complete healing?" "Healing is possible, but he must refrain from vigorous physical activity, especially performing on stage," Huo Yulin replied coolly. Huo Tingrue fell silent for a moment. If even his brother, a genius doctor who had received international accolades, stated thus, it must be that there were no alternatives. After a pause, Huo Yulin glanced towards the second floor, his voice growing colder. "If he refuses treatment, you might as well persuade him to return home. I have 2 junior colleagues whose medical skills are commendable, and I can introduce them to him." With that, Huo Yulin settled onto a nearby sofa, the dazzling crystal chandelier casting a brilliant light on his face, making him appear even more pallid and detached, as if devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, became anxious. After spending days with Huo Yulin, he discerned that he was indeed a peculiar character, precisely as the world portrayed him. If it weren't for the fact that the artist in question was his own brother, he likely would not intervene. Huo Sangul intended to speak, but his gaze fell upon his artist standing at the staircase on the second floor, prompting him to immediately close his mouth. Huo Tingrue also noticed Huo Xiang, turning to glance at the third brother seated on the sofa with a cold demeanor. He sighed and said, "I will go speak with Huo Xiang." Huo Yulin remained silent, merely picking up a magazine nearby to read. Huo Tingrue withdrew his gaze and proceeded upstairs. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the eve of the municipal finals for the national knowledge competition. That evening, Lucia prepared to review her examination materials once more, but after searching the entire room, she could not find the document she had retrieved from the Literary Association. Her expression soured. In the past 2 afternoons, she had gone directly to the company for training after school and returned home too late, practically collapsing in a bed without time to study. She distinctly remembered placing the materials beneath her pillow. How could they have vanished? Pressing her forehead, she suddenly recalled something and quickly exited her room. The adjacent room housed Lu Ziming. Without knocking, Lucia pushed the door open and entered. Lu Ziming. "Did you take my materials?" Lu Ziming was engrossed in a gaming session with classmates, wearing headphones, and did not catch what Lucia said. Upon seeing her enter, he merely cast a fleeting glance her way before returning his focus to his phone. Noticing this, Lucia strode over, snatched his phone from him, and yanked off his headphones, her voice filled with accusation. "Hand over my review materials." Startled by the interruption, Lu Ziming frowned, his tone sharp. "Have you lost your mind? Give me back my phone." Chapter 160. I will never embarrass myself. Rather than returning the phone, Lucia stepped back a pace, asserting, "Return my review materials, or you won't be getting your phone back." Lu Ziming stared at Lucia, utterly perplexed. "What review materials? I'm just a third-year junior high student. Why would I take your materials? You're being ridiculous." Lucia scoffed. "Lu Ziming, stop pretending. Who else in this household would take my competition materials besides you?" I said. That day at the association, How could you suddenly be so kind as to wait for me to leave together? Were you plotting this from the start? Warning him. She added, don't slander me without evidence. I said I didn't take it, so I didn't take it. Besides, don't you brag about how amazing you are? What do you need those materials for? With a dismissive huff, Lu Ziming impatiently retorted, just give me back my phone. As he spoke, he stepped forward to reclaim his phone. Lu Xia was infuriated. Just before Lu Ziming could grasp his phone, she flung it violently towards the door, shattering it into a multitude of pieces. Lu Ziming's face turned ashen, and he clenched his fists, ultimately suppressing the urge to strike her. His voice heavy with anger, get lost. Lu Xia, intimidated by Lu Ziming's expression, bit her lip and asked once more, where are my review materials? Lu Ziming observed her with a cold gaze, and after a moment, he suddenly smiled. If you wish to know where the review materials are, it can be arranged. But you must apologize to me and admit that your intention was to rely on cheating to win the competition. Upon hearing this, Lu Xia scoffed, realizing it was indeed him who had taken them. Lu Ziming shrugged, reverting to his previous nonchalant demeanor. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xia looked at him, her expression shifting dramatically as she arrogantly retorted, isn't it your desire to see me humiliated? Rest assured, I shall never allow that. With that, she turned and strode towards the exit. Pausing at the door, she glanced back with a sneer, declaring, even without the review materials, I will still achieve excellent results. Well then, let us wait and see, Lu Ziming replied with a dismissive click of his tongue. His expression darkened once more as his gaze fell upon the broken phone on the ground. Indeed, women could be truly vexing creatures. The following day, the competition was to be held at the education center once again. Huo Jinyan and Song Ning, having set aside their plans for the new house, intended to accompany their daughter as they had during the previous contest. As they were about to leave, Song Ning opened the storage cabinet to retrieve some items and noticed an unopened parcel inside. Curiously, she picked it up and exclaimed, oh dear, this is a package for you, daughter. She called out to Huo Yao, who had already reached the entrance and changed her shoes. Huo Yao glanced up, suddenly recalling that this package had been collected by her aunt a couple of days ago, though she had forgotten about it. Perhaps it is from a friend, Huo Yao remarked dismissively. Song Ning, not particularly curious, placed the package back in the cabinet, gathered her belongings, and headed out. Half an hour later, the family arrived at the education center building. The previous city's preliminary round had filtered out some students, so there were noticeably fewer parents at the entrance today. After watching Huo Yao enter the examination hall, Song Ning prepared to sit with her husband at a nearby CF, but before they could take 2 steps, they were intercepted by a middle-aged man whose face seemed somewhat familiar, though she couldn't quite place him. Who are you? She inquired, puzzled. Our mistress requests that you both join her at the CAF up ahead. The middle-aged man, the butler of the Lu family, replied politely, though a hint of arrogance lingered in his tone. Song Ning narrowed her eyes. Your mistress? The butler nodded, explaining, Madame Lu, Huo Yao's adoptive mother. Hearing this, Song Ning's expression darkened slightly. What does she want with us? I'm not entirely certain. You will understand once you arrive, the butler responded slowly, positioning himself to indicate that they were not to be dismissed. Furrowing her brow, Song Ning recalled her poor impression of Yaoyao man, whose pretentious demeanor as a wealthy matron was utterly distasteful, especially given her past treatment of her daughter. She promptly refused. I'm afraid we do not have the time. Anticipating her refusal, the butler continued, Madame Lu wishes to discuss matters concerning Miss Huo Yao. This statement successfully silenced Song Ning's objections, and at that moment, Huo Jinyan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, turning to the butler. Indiana, that case, we shall go. The butler pressed his lips together and gestured for them to follow, leading the way. Song Ning cast an annoyed glance at her husband, not wishing to encounter that woman. Huo Jinyan chuckled softly. If you prefer, I can wait in the car while you meet with her. No, I want to see what scheme she has in store. Song Ning scoffed and quickened her pace to follow the butler. Soon, they entered the CAF, which was relatively empty. Yaoyao man occupied a seat by the window, and as Song Ning and Huo Jinyan approached, they heard her voice instructing, Old Zhang, please inform the manager not to let other customers disturb us. Yaoyao man's makeup was meticulously applied, her voice cool as she directed the butler. Song Ning shot a glance at Yaoyao man, silently judging her as pretentious. Understood, madam. The butler replied respectfully before heading to the front desk. Once alone with Song Ning, Yaoyao man finally turned her gaze upon her, a flicker of jealousy briefly crossing her features. Song Ning, having maintained her beauty through the years with diligent care, appeared no older than 30, exuding an elegant grace that surpassed that of many affluent women. Thus, Xiaoman looked down upon her, perceiving her as a pretender to high society despite her humble origins. With a slight curl of her lips, Xiaoman gestured toward the seat across from her. Please take a seat. Feel free to order whatever you desire. Finding Xiaoman's demeanor amusingly presumptuous, Song Ning shook her head and walked over, unceremoniously pulling out a chair to sit down. Without ordering coffee, she placed her hands on the table, her gaze fixed on Xiaoman as she cut straight to the chase. There is no need for excessive pleasantries between our families. I would appreciate it if Madame Lu would get to the point. Xiaoman took a leisurely sip of her coffee, then raised her head to speak. I hope you will transfer Huo Yao to another school. Any school other than Yizhong. I can arrange for her admission anywhere you choose. Song Ning blinked, confused. I'm afraid I do not understand your reasoning. Why should my daughter transfer schools? Because your daughter's presence will affect my daughter, Xia, Xiaoman stated firmly, without any pretense. Song Ning found her assertion laughable. As far as I know, my daughter is not in the same class as your daughter. How could she possibly have any influence? You should inquire about what your daughter has done to Xia. Xiaoman's expression darkened. Song Ning frowned, about to respond when Xiaoman interjected once more. In any case, your daughter's academic performance is poor. Remaining at Dijon will only hinder her progress. Transferring to a more suitable school might preserve her self-esteem. Song Ning stared incredulously at Xiaoman, unable to comprehend how she could claim that her daughter, who had ranked first in her grade during the monthly exams, had poor academic performance. It was absurd. Noticing Song Ning's incredulous expression, Xiaoman shrugged it off and pulled out a pre-prepared check from her bag, saying, "This should be sufficient. Please ensure your daughter no longer associates with the Lu family." Song Ning glanced at the figure on the check, then raised her eyes to meet Xiaoman's, who wore a look that practically screamed, "You have never seen this much money in your life." A slight smile crept upon her face. 500,000? Is this what you consider sufficient? She thought, reflecting that the cost of her daughter's bespoke wardrobe far exceeded this amount. Oh, but that isn't the point. I simply want to know how my daughter has bullied Xia. Song Ning redirected the conversation back to the crux of the matter. Xiaoman, unaware of the true dynamics between their daughters, felt irked and replied with impatience, "You should ask your daughter. Are you truly unaware?" Song Ning's tone dripped with sarcasm. Having long been acquainted with Xiaoman's unreasonable demeanor, she found it unworthy of further discussion. Rising to her feet, she declared, "I am afraid my daughter cannot possibly transfer schools." Pausing for a moment, she grasped the check from the table and tossed it disdainfully to the ground, arching her brow defiantly as she added, "This paltry sum is hardly enough to purchase a toy for my daughter." With that, she took her husband's hand and strolled out, her demeanor exuding an indescribable arrogance. Xiaoman's face turned ashen, particularly incensed by Song Ning's attitude when the check was flung. Ignorant, foolish woman, putting on airs. After a while, Xiaoman seethed through gritted teeth. The butler beside her quickly bent down to retrieve the check, advising, "Madam, please calm down. They are merely an ill-mannered couple. It is not worth your ire." Xiaoman gazed out of the glass window, and from that angle, she caught sight of Song Ning and Huo Jinyan getting into their dilapidated Santana. A derisive laugh escaped her lips. Indeed, why should I concern myself with such unsophisticated individuals? With a slight twitch of her lips, she withdrew her gaze, as though even a moment longer would tarnish her own dignity. Chapter 163. You're quite strong. Fit to be my rival. Once back in the car, the arrogance that adorned Song Ning's face faded, replaced by irritation. What kind of people are the Lu family? They approached me and demanded my daughter transfer schools, as if they owned the institution. Huo Jinyan turned to his fuming wife and couldn't help but chuckle. Your gesture of tossing the check was rather impressive. Song Ning shot him a glare and retorted, "Is that the crux of the matter? She claims we are bullying Xia. But how could our obedient Yaoyao possibly bully her? It's simply absurd." Over time, Song Ning had not fully grasped all of her daughter's nuances, yet she had come to understand her character well enough. Even when the eldest misunderstood her, she could not be bothered to correct it. Her daughter was not the type to bully others. If anything, she was more likely to be the victim. Huo Jinyan remained silent for a moment. "I suspect that Lu Xia has said something to her family. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sought us out today." Song Ning frowned. "But to suggest that our daughter is bullying Xia, I cannot believe that." Huo Jinyan crossed his arms. "Once the exams conclude and our daughter emerges, We can simply ask her. All right, Song Ning sighed, recalling He Xiaomon's expression when she produced the check, and then turned to her husband, expressing her unease. Old Hua, do you think we've been too low-key? Hua Jinyan stroked his chin, glancing at the Santana emblem on the steering wheel, and for the first time, he concurred with his wife. I feel the same. How could such an incident occur to us? An hour later, the competition concluded. Huo Yao submitted her paper and exited the examination room, her expression as nonchalant as ever, unlike her peers who bore frowns post-exam, indicating that the questions were, as expected, rather simple for her. After a brief visit to the restroom, Huo Yao stepped out to see a tall, slender youth leaning against the wall in the corridor. His head bowed as he stared at the ground, only revealing his profile. Huo Yao merely cast a fleeting glance before returning her gaze ahead. But as she passed by him, he lifted his head and called out in a cold, clear voice, Huo Yao. Huo Yao paused, turning her head to take in the boy's features. He was indeed rather handsome, albeit expressionless. She raised an eyebrow slightly, asking, Who are you? The boy did not seem perturbed by her lack of recognition. A slight smirk graced his lips, and in his deep-set eyes, a fierce determination ignited. You're quite strong. Fit to be my rival. Huo Yao replied, However, in this competition, I will not lose to you again. The boy, brimming with confidence, added this before tossing his head back and departing. Huo Yao stared at his receding figure, momentarily dazed, pondering whether she had just been provoked. After lingering in the restroom for a while, Huo Yao emerged from the hall as most examinees and parents had already departed, making her one of the last to leave. Song Ning and Huo Jinyan, who had been waiting, rushed forward. Yaoyao, why are you out so late? Was the exam particularly difficult? Song Ning inquired with concern, recalling that she had been the first to exit the examination room last time. Chapter 164. Were you bullied? Huo Yao looked at Song Ning and gently shook her head. Her voice soft, not really, just took a bit longer in the restroom. Upon hearing this, Song Ning instinctively took her hand. Let's go. We should head to the car. Huo Yao felt the warmth of her mother's hand, hesitating for a moment before curling her fingers and allowing her to lead the way. Once in the car, after inquiring about the exam, Song Ning glanced at her husband driving before clearing her throat to ask, Yaoyao, since you started at Dijon, have you found anything uncomfortable? Have your classmates bullied you? Huo Yao raised an eyebrow slightly, turning to look at Song Ning. Why do you suddenly ask this? Song Ning chuckled awkwardly. Your father and I have been busy lately and may have overlooked whether you were adjusting well to the new school, so I thought to ask. It's all right. No one has bullied me, Huo Yao replied lazily. Have you been interacting much with Lu Xia at school? Song Ning casually inquired. We are not in the same class. I haven't interacted with her. Huo Yao chose not to mention Lu Xia's previous visit, deeming it unnecessary. However, Song Ning did not strike her as someone who would suddenly bring someone up, and her gaze seemed somewhat distracted, indicating she had something on her mind. Huo Yao pondered for a few moments before stating, Mom, if you have any questions, you can just ask. Looking into her daughter's clear, bright eyes, Song Ning suddenly felt a pang of regret, realizing how easily she had been swayed by the Lu family's words. To truly ask her daughter if she had bullied Lu Xia would only serve to hurt her feelings and make her feel that her mother did not trust her. Shaking her head, Song Ning replied, It's nothing, just a casual inquiry. Oh. Yao noted her mother's reluctance to elaborate and did not press further. The following afternoon, just as school was letting out, Huo Yao's phone buzzed in her pocket. Pulling it out, she saw a WeChat message from Minyu. Remembering that he was delivering tea today, she smirked and quickly replied with 3 words, 5 minutes. After tidying up her textbooks, Huo Yao slung her shoulder bag over her shoulder and exited the classroom. Meanwhile, in the car, Zhuiyun, seated in the driver's seat, occasionally glanced back at the exquisitely packaged tea leaves resting on the back seat, attempting once more to persuade, Brother Yu, why don't we just return the old man's tea? Minyu, reclining casually with his legs crossed, cast a disinterested glance at Zhuiyun. Since when did you become so timid? Zhuiyun rubbed his nose, inwardly thinking that the tea was not stolen by Minyu, and if the old man found out, it would be them, the subordinates, who would face the most severe consequences. Before long, Huo Yao's figure appeared at the school gate, and the timing was perfect, as she emerged just as 5 minutes had passed. Minyu glanced at the watch on his wrist, his expression slightly subdued, before handing the tea leaves to Huo Yao without any hesitation or reluctance. Observing this, Zhuiyun internally mused that it was indeed not his possession. Giving it away so freely was a sign of generosity. Huo Yao did not open the box to inspect its contents, but simply smiled at Minyu and expressed her gratitude. Minyu raised an eyebrow lightly, his voice warm and courteous, displaying a healthy complexion. Huo Yao stole a few more glances at him before casually remarking. Chapter 165. As long as you have that capability, Minyu leaned languidly against the car door, his sleeve rolled up to reveal a wrist as delicate as jade. He turned to Huo Yao, a hint of a smile playing on his finely sculpted features, attributing his demeanor to her exquisite fragrance. Huo Yao arched an eyebrow, a touch of brightness gracing her face, exuding an indescribable sense of freedom and pride. That is indeed the case. At that moment, Zhu Yin interjected, Miss Hua, you must be acquainted with that shop owner, right? He offered me a buy-one-get-one free deal when I placed my order a couple of days ago. Huo Yao paused, looking at Zhu Yin in confusion. What shop owner? Minyu had already covered his forehead with his hand. Zhu Yin continued while starting the car. The owner of the fragrance shop you previously mentioned to Yuge. Huo Yao blinked, and upon realizing, replied, We are not acquainted. Oh, you're not? I thought you two knew each other, which is why he gave me a discount, Zhu Yin remarked instinctively. Huo Yao narrowed her eyes, recalling the WeChat message Minyu had sent her that day, and lightly inquired, So, how many did you buy? Zhu Yin scratched his head, about 200 boxes. He gave me his entire stock. Huo Yao tilted her head to look at Minyu, her gaze filled with amusement. Minyu, under her scrutiny, exhibited a hint of embarrassment on his usually composed face, cleared his throat, and leisurely changed the subject. What would you like to eat tonight? What classmate? Huo Yao chuckled, lightly tapping the back of her head with her hands, reclining against the seat without a care for her image. Anything substantial will do. Minyu glanced at the relaxed figure beside him and jokingly said, Aren't you afraid I might sell you? Huo Yao had already closed her eyes, replying haughtily, As long as you have that capability. Minyu chuckled and shook his head before informing Zhu Yin of their destination. Noticing Huo Yao had fallen asleep, he refrained from further conversation, and even Zhu Yin instinctively turned off the car's music. About half an hour later, the car came to a stop outside a serene restaurant. As Minyu turned to wake Huo Yao, he found her already awake, her bright eyes devoid of any sleepiness. He raised an eyebrow. We have arrived. Huo Yao nodded and opened the car door, stepping out. The somewhat antiquated entrance, adorned with rustic decorations of flowing water and quaint bridges, exuded an air of leisurely elegance. Following Minyu into the restaurant, Huo Yao initially noted its modest size, but upon entering, she discovered a hidden charm, the ambience growing increasingly refined. This place is quite nice, she remarked, surveying the empty establishment. Minyu glanced back at her, explaining, The owner is not open to the public today. Huh. Yao raised an eyebrow. Your friend's shop? You could say that, Minyu replied nonchalantly. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged, his demeanor shifting to one of respect upon seeing Minyu. You have arrived, sir. Sir? Huo Yao observed the man with a hint of amusement, noting the respect in his eyes. The middle-aged man had anticipated Minyu's arrival with a guest, but was taken aback when he realized it was a young woman. Chapter 166. Only experts can discern after briefly appraising Huo Yao. The man turned to Minyu with a smile. Elder E is aware of your visit and has come personally to oversee the cooking. He asked me to inform you that he has developed a new medicinal dish, which will take a bit of time to prepare, so I kindly ask for your patience. Minyu glanced at Huo Yao, understanding his silent inquiry. She waved her hand dismissively. I'm not hungry. Waiting a bit longer is fine. The middle-aged man, though surprised by Minyu's attitude towards the young lady, did not pry further and said thoughtfully, I will bring some appetizers shortly. That would be appreciated. Minyu responded with a slight nod. You are too kind. The middle-aged man then led them into a private room before excusing himself. Minyu informed Huo Yao, this restaurant specializes in medicinal cuisine, catering to a rather unique clientele and generally does not serve unfamiliar guests. Huo Yao's interest piqued medicinal cuisine. It's rare to find someone skilled in that nowadays. Minyu was somewhat taken aback to hear Huo Yao express such knowledge. You seem quite familiar with medicinal cuisine? Huo Yao shrugged. Not really, I've only read about it. After all, medicinal dishes were primarily prepared in ancient royal courts. Even if the recipes have survived, they're likely not authentic. After a pause, she added, unless they originated from a family with a long lineage in medicinal cuisine. Inadvertently, Huo Yao had shared more than intended. Minyu merely smiled in response. At that moment, the middle-aged man returned, bearing 2 exquisite platters of pastries, which he placed on the table. Huo Yao's interest was piqued as she pointed to one platter. "Is this the Xing Su cake?" The man looked up in surprise, nodding. "Indeed, that is the Xing Su cake. It combines almonds and fresh perilla leaves, beneficial for nourishing and moistening, making it perfect for this season." Huo Yao picked up a piece, tasting it, her eyes lighting up with pleasant surprise. The cake melted in her mouth, the sweet flavor of almond harmonizing with the fresh perilla leaves. Delightful indeed. The middle-aged man then gestured to the other platter. "What about this one? Do you recognize it?" Instead of answering immediately, Huo Yao picked up a piece, took a delicate bite, and replied, "This is the Yu Lu cake. But unfortunately, the kudzu root flour hasn't been baked thoroughly, resulting in a loss of both texture and efficacy." After just one bite, she set the unfinished piece back on the table, her expression tinged with regret. The middle-aged man, clearly astonished, realized that only an expert could discern such nuances. "Miss, do you have a background in medicinal cuisine?" Huo Yao lazily shook her head. "Not really, just some experience from family elders. I've tasted it a few times, albeit under compulsion." The middle-aged man, hearing this, chose not to inquire further and quickly exited the private room, discreetly taking away the less favorable Yulu cake. As he reached the door, he coincidentally encountered Juiyun, who had just returned from parking the car. Spotting the pastries in the man's hands, he reached for a piece and popped it into his mouth, exclaiming, "This pastry is rather delicious." The middle-aged man merely glanced at him silently before turning away. Juiyun remarked, "I can't shake off the feeling that his gaze was a bit peculiar." Chapter 167. Medicinal Cuisine. The middle-aged man returned the pastries to the kitchen and casually relayed the critique from Huo Yao to the busy Lao at the stove. Instantly, Lao raised his head to look at him, his expression grave. "Not everyone can discern the flaws in the pastries. You should reflect on yourself and avoid such embarrassment next time." After saying this, he turned his gaze back to the ingredients he was handling. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his brow, acknowledging the reprimand. His original intention was merely to suggest that the young girl was knowledgeable, yet he found himself on the receiving end of scolding. In the elegant chamber, Huo Yao had already taken out a test paper from her bag, diligently working on a mathematics assignment assigned by her teacher that afternoon. Minyu, seated nearby, observed her quietly, sipping tea without interruption. However, Juiyun stood behind Huo Yao, his eyes occasionally drifting to her paper. He found himself unable to comprehend any of the questions. Yet he noted how swiftly she filled in one answer after another with seemingly little effort. He recalled that during his own high school days, he too had hastily filled in answers with similar speed. Juiyun stroked his chin, pondering that regardless of the era, the attitude of merely skimming through questions remained unchanged. Nonetheless, he admired Huo Yao's neat handwriting. Even while hastily jotting down answers, her script remained remarkably tidy, indicating a composed temperament. As Huo Yao completed the final equation and set her pen down, the curtain of the elegant chamber was lifted. The previously serving middle-aged man entered with a tray, and a subtle medicinal aroma wafted into the room. Huo Yao detected the scent, her expression tinged with surprise. It suggested that several precious warming herbs were simmered with soft-shelled turtle. The middle-aged man placed the medicinal soup, served in white jade porcelain, on the table, along with 2 bowls for Huo Yao and Minyu. This was the new concoction developed by Lao, named Shui Lian Jing Gui Tang, designed to invigorate the spleen and stimulate appetite while tonifying qi. Minyu stood up, took the bowl in front of Huo Yao, and poured a serving for her to taste. Juiyun, witnessing his master voluntarily serving soup, found the scene quite beautiful. If others were to see it, their jaws would likely drop in astonishment. Huo Yao paid no heed to Juiyun's expression and, without hesitation, took the spoon to taste the soup. Her eyes brightened. It was quite good, the medicinal flavor not overpowering, light yet well-balanced, showcasing the chef's considerable skill. Minyu raised an eyebrow and then served himself a bowl, commenting, "It is rare to have the chance to taste Lao's personally crafted medicinal cuisine. We are indeed fortunate today." Having finished the soup, Huo Yao savored it for a moment before remarking, "If a common ingredient like koik seed were added, the soup would be even more perfect." Minyu, who was not well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine, did not grasp Huo Yao's suggestion. However, the middle-aged man, having some knowledge of pharmacology, instinctively furrowed his brow upon hearing her words. Initially, he thought the young girl had some understanding when she critiqued the pastry, given that it was not made by Lao. Yet, this Shui Lian Jing Gui Tang was the result of Lao's months of research, undeniably a near-perfect concoction. How could this young lady find fault with it? Chapter 168. What could a young girl know about herbal pairings? The Yi family has a long-standing legacy as court medicinal cuisine masters, unrivaled in the art of crafting medicinal dishes. If a professional with expertise in pharmacology were to evaluate the soup, he might not take issue. However, the fact remained that the critic was merely a seemingly 17 or 18-year-old student. The middle-aged man's expression soured. Although this girl was brought by Min Xiao, was her tone not excessively presumptuous and critical? As he opened his mouth to speak, Yaoyao suddenly rushed into the room, his face carrying an expression of bewilderment. Pray tell, why do you suggest adding koik seed? Yaoyao fixed his gaze on Huo Yao, his voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. Huo Yao glanced at the elderly gentleman, who wore an apron and had sleeves adorned with cuffs, easily deducing that this must be the Yi Lao Min you had mentioned. Blinking, she directed her gaze to the medicinal dish on the table and replied softly. Koik seed is mildly cold and can balance the warming properties of the other herbs and the soft-shelled turtle. Although koik seed may seem ordinary compared to the rare shuel yin, the essence of herbal prescriptions lies in the harmony of their properties. Even the most common herbs, when paired appropriately, can unleash their inherent efficacy. As Huo Yao concluded her explanation, Yaoyao appeared as though he had been struck by a revelation, staggering slightly. Had he not steadied himself against the table, he might have lost composure in public. The middle-aged man, noticing Yaoyao's unusual demeanor, hurried to support him and then turned his gaze back to Huo Yao, disregarding Min Yu's presence, and spoke with a weighty tone. What does a young girl like you know about herbal pairings? Taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man struggled to contain his rising ire. Did she not understand how many years Yaoyao had dedicated to the study of pharmacology? The Yi family was a venerable lineage of medicinal cuisine. Never before had anyone so boldly criticized Yi Lao's herbal combinations. Huo Yao cast a cool glance at him and retorted, if a venerable traditional Chinese medicine practitioner were standing before you, would you then consider my words to hold merit? Caught off guard by her counter, the middle-aged man fell momentarily silent. After a couple of seconds, he murmured, you are merely arguing unreasonably. Zhui Yun, sensing the situation might escalate, interjected. Miss Wu was merely expressing her thoughts. She meant no offense, so please do not take it to heart. The middle-aged man snorted. If you do not understand, refrain from speaking out of turn. Min Yu furrowed his brows, looking at the middle-aged man with diminishing warmth in his gaze. Did youth invalidate one's right to voice an opinion? The middle-aged man did not expect Min Yu to suddenly speak up in support of Huo Yao, and his expression shifted to one of conflicted colors. After a moment, recalling Min Yu's status, he averted his gaze and muttered, I apologize for my directness. Although he spoke in apology, he did not truly believe he had erred. Min Yu glanced at Huo Yao, noticing her indifferent expression, which made it hard to discern whether she was upset or not. Nonetheless, the pleasant atmosphere had been thoroughly disrupted. I apologize, he murmured, hearing Min Yu's apology. Huo Yao looked up, shrugged nonchalantly, and replied, it's all right. It's just a personal opinion. Not everyone is inclined to agree. As she observed the still-dazed Yi Lao, Min Yu rose to his feet. Chapter 169. An apology to her seeing Min Yu stand. The middle-aged man felt a sudden chill as he registered the lack of expression on his handsome face. He then realized that his previous demeanor had been excessively harsh. Offending a young girl might be inconsequential, but offending this distinguished gentleman was a different matter entirely, making him shudder at the thought of having engaged in a verbal spar with a young lady. Thus, before Min Yu could speak, he quickly glanced at Huo Yao and continued, the young lady is correct. It is merely a matter of personal interpretation and differing tastes. I am ashamed of my earlier rashness. Min Xiao, please do not be angered. Huo Yao observed the middle-aged man as cautious demeanor and sighed inwardly, realizing that all this stemmed from her simply voicing her thoughts. Instead, she reached for the soup spoon and filled a small bowl in front of Min Yu, leisurely saying, drink more of this soup. After speaking, she handed the bowl over. Min Yu's gaze fell upon Huo Yao's face, where her beautiful peach-shaped eyes playfully blinked at him, her languid demeanor inexplicably easing the awkward atmosphere. Ultimately, Min Yu accepted the soup she offered. Huo Yao raised her eyebrows in satisfaction. Observing this, Zhui Yun silently stepped back a pace, realizing that the charm of a beautiful young lady could indeed dispel tension so swiftly. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's heart, which had been tightly wound, relaxed with Min Yu's gesture, Fortunately, the other party did not turn hostile on the spot. At that moment, the elderly Yi, whom he was supporting, seemed to emerge from Huo Yao's previous words, suddenly looking at her with fervent excitement in his eyes. Having studied pharmacology for 60 years, I have been ensnared in a blind spot regarding medicinal properties, always believing that only delicacies crafted from precious herbs could be deemed true medicinal cuisine. How foolish I have been, he lamented, his face suffused with deep shame. Thank you, young lady, for awakening me from my slumber. Afterward, he pushed away the hand of the middle-aged man beside him and solemnly bowed to Huo Yao. The middle-aged man, witnessing this, appeared as if petrified, staring at Yi in shock. How could he thank a girl who was merely 17 or 18 years old? Hadn't he just been rendered speechless by her? Yet now, he seemed suddenly enlightened, not only unperturbed but rather pleased. Huo Yao was equally taken aback by Yi's unexpected bow of gratitude. After a brief pause, she rose and spoke slowly. There is no need for such formality. I merely spoke casually and did not intend for it to be taken seriously. He glanced at the bowl of soup on the table and chuckled wryly. In truth, I have always felt that my new medicinal dish was lacking something. I have tried every precious edible herb, yet I never considered the most ordinary jobs tears. You are right. The essence of herbal pairing lies in the fusion of pharmacology. I have been too narrow-minded. Upon finishing, he turned to the middle-aged man, a hint of disappointment in his eyes, and sighed. You should sincerely apologize to this young lady. Failing to perceive such a simple matter means your years with me have been in vain. Although the middle-aged man was not Yi's direct disciple, he had considerable talent in the art of medicinal cuisine. Feeling humiliated by Yi's reprimand over a young girl as casual remark, he found it quite stifling. He thought he was making a mountain out of a molehill. Even for Min Shao's sake, such formality seemed unnecessary. In Chapter 170, he posed a question: would you be willing to become my disciple? Despite harboring resentment, the middle-aged man hastily apologized to Huo Yao. Seeing his unwilling expression, he waved his hand in resignation, instructing, have someone bring out the other dishes. Feeling a loss of face and seeking an excuse to leave, the middle-aged man quickly complied. Understood. Once he departed, he turned to Huo Yao and Minyu, slightly embarrassed, and said, my external disciple is rather ignorant. I apologize for the spectacle. Huo Yao smiled, remaining silent as she resumed her seat. He took a chair beside her, intrigued by the young lady's understanding of pharmacology. As he spoke, Minyu's gaze shifted to her, his subtle, probing hard to ignore. She tilted her head toward Yi, her expression placid, acknowledging that she had merely perused some books on health preservation, possessing only a superficial understanding. Yi, observing this, smiled and remarked, merely having read a few books, yet identifying the problem indicates your considerable talent in this area. After a pause, as if struck by a thought, he suddenly asked, would you be interested in learning to make medicinal dishes with me? Zhuiyun, overhearing, looked up at Yi in astonishment. The Yi family had been imperial medicinal chefs for generations, serving the emperor, which underscored their esteemed status. Even in modern times, the Yi family remained one of the most distinguished families in the city. Furthermore, as a member of the Pharmacist Association, he had an extensive network. Aligning oneself with the Yi family would elevate one's perspective immeasurably. Moreover, he was notoriously selective, having not taken on disciples for decades aside from two in his youth. Thus, few could capture his attention. Indeed, it was remarkable that he had even considered Huo Yao as a potential disciple upon their first meeting. I'm not interested, Huo Yao replied without hesitation, almost instinctively rejecting Yi's offer. After finally experiencing a semblance of a normal life, engaging in this, or that would only serve to invite unnecessary hardship upon herself. Beside her, Zhuiyun cleared his throat gently, offering a subtle reminder. Miss Hua, the Yi family is a century-old lineage of medicinal cuisine. Should you become Yi's disciple, your future would be boundless. Huo Yao's expression remained largely unchanged, as if the notion of a medicinal culinary heritage bore no distinction from that of an ordinary family to her. Although it sounded enticing, she sincerely felt no interest. Very well, he said, somewhat regretfully. After a brief pause, he added, should you find any interest in the future, feel free to seek me out. This was a promise of considerable weight. Had an outsider heard it, they would certainly be astonished, given that Yi and Huo Yao had only just met. Before Huo Yao could respond, Minyu, who had remained silent in the main seat, interjected in that case. I would like to express my gratitude to E for his kind offer on behalf of the young lady. E, taken aback by this statement, felt a flicker of curiosity regarding the relationship between Huo Yao and Minyu, but refrained from further inquiry, simply smiling as he replied, Min Xiao, you are too courteous. Your friend is naturally a friend of the Yi family. Huo Yao suddenly turned her head to glance at Minyu, her fingers lightly tapping the table as if in contemplation. In Chapter 171, after a short while, the kitchen staff brought several dishes of medicinal cuisine to the table. Huo Yao, unhurried, neatly folded the exam paper she had not yet packed away. It was then that he noticed she was wearing a uniform from Yizhong. Exclaiming in surprise, you study at Yizhong? Huo Yao responded with a soft affirmation. Miss Hua is a senior, which explains her lack of time for other pursuits. Zhui Yun added, clarifying. Yi, upon hearing this, displayed a look of realization, understanding why the young lady had so decisively declined his offer. He then smiled, saying, I understand. Senior year is a pivotal moment in life, and one should devote all their focus to academics. After a brief pause, he continued, I have a rather unremarkable grandson who also attends Yizhong as a senior. I had hoped he would learn to make medicinal dishes with me, but he too showed no interest. Young people tend to be rather capricious. Zhui Yun chuckled in agreement. Indeed, he sighed, casting a glance at the dishes on the table before standing up, addressing Minyu politely. I shall not intrude on your meal any longer. Minyu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Before long, he departed from the private room. After a considerable time, Zhui Yun finally turned his gaze to Huo Yao and remarked, Miss Hua, do you realize what a remarkable opportunity you just declined? Huo Yao raised an eyebrow and looked at Zhui Yun, remaining silent. Sigh. Let me put it this way. The Yi family holds a significant position throughout the city. If you become Master Yi's disciple, both you and your family will be able to navigate the city with ease. Moreover, Master Yi is a member of the Yaoyao Association. At this point, Zhui Yun suddenly fell silent. He recalled that Huo Yao had grown up in a small county and realized that mentioning the Yaoyao Association would likely be lost on her. Ultimately, he swallowed all references to the association and concluded, in short, having ties with the Yi family will be nothing but beneficial for you. After a brief pause, Zhui Yun added, you won't need to worry about college entrance exams anymore. Oh, Huo Yao shrugged, her expression neutral, then lowered her head to continue eating. Zhui Yun, who had hoped to see her distressed over a missed opportunity, thought, did I not express myself clearly enough? Why is Miss Hua so indifferent? Minyu cast a faint glance at Zhui Yun, urging him to eat his meal. Zhui Yun touched the tip of his nose, feeling that while he was the only one excited, the two of them seemed utterly unconcerned. After finishing their meal, the group departed from Master Yi's herbal restaurant. However, just as they stepped outside, a staff member hurried after them, presenting Huo Yao with a token. This is from Master Yi for you. Huo Yao accepted it, opened the box, and found a specially customized identity card inside. Minyu glanced over, a hint of surprise crossing his elegant features. Before he spoke slowly, you should accept it. This card is quite useful. Huo Yao raised an eyebrow at Minyu's words, half-jokingly asking, does this mean I get discounts on meals? Minyu's lips twitched, but he refrained from elaborating, saying, if you wish to interpret it that way. It's acceptable. Fine, Huo Yao replied, retracting her gaze and securely placing the card away. She then turned to the staff member and said, please convey my thanks to Master. Just as he parked the car and exited to open the door for his master, Zhui Yun, who had overheard the light conversation, was bewildered. Is that an identity token, and now it's being referred to as a discount card? Are you all out of your minds? Or is my hearing impaired? Chapter 172, A Chance Encounter. In the kitchen, a middle-aged man, with a hint of jealousy in his voice, asked Master Yi, why did you give that young girl token? His gaze toward Master Yi was complex. Having followed him for over a decade, he had never seen him value anyone so highly, especially someone who had declined his offer to take her as a disciple. Master Yi, engrossed in re-preparing the herbal dish that Huo Yao had critiqued, did not lift his head as he replied, it is always good to make another friend. But you don't need to, the middle-aged man began, only to be interrupted by Master Yi, who declared, your thinking is too narrow. You fail to see the potential in people. He paused slightly, shaking his head gently, and continued, do you believe that Min's friend is someone devoid of understanding? Although that young girl claims ignorance of pharmacology, she is not shallow. If I cannot perceive the subtlety of her humility, then I have truly wasted my years. The middle-aged man fell silent, Though he found some merit in Master Yi's words, he still wondered how much a 17 or 18-year-old girl could comprehend. With an indifferent smirk, he ultimately chose not to argue further. After all, Master Yi was indeed aging. Soon, Huo Yao drove Huo Yao back to her residential complex. As they exited the car, they encountered Song Ning and Huo Jinyan, who had just returned from their new house. Huo Yao's car door was still open when she saw them and instinctively halted. "Dad, Mom?" Song Ning and Huo Jinyan had not driven today and had been dropped off by a driver at a nearby fruit store, carrying a bag of fruit. They were momentarily taken aback upon seeing their daughter emerge from a black sedan. Coming to her senses, Song Ning instinctively glanced into the car. But with the darkness setting in, she could hardly make out the occupant's features, only that it was a male. "Just returning from dinner with a friend?" Song Ning inquired suspiciously. Huo Yao replied with a soft choosing not to introduce Minyu. She turned to the person in the car and expressed her gratitude before shutting the door, effectively blocking her parents' view. In the driver's seat, Zhuiyun, who was reluctant for Huo Yao's parents to meet his master, felt relieved and quickly started the engine to leave the complex. It was not that he believed his master had anything to hide. He simply thought it unnecessary. Song Ning and Huo Jinyan watched the car speed away for a while before Song Ning remarked, "Why didn't you invite your friend upstairs?" Huo Yao maintained a calm demeanor, her exquisite face slightly veiled in beauty under the streetlight, as she approached and took the fruit from Song Ning's hands, saying, "It's too late. It's not convenient." Song Ning touched her nose and quietly asked, "Is it a male?" "Yes," Huo Yao responded candidly. Then recalling something, she added, "He was my tutor before." This revelation surprised Song Ning even more. "Your tutor?" Huo Yao nodded, stating nonchalantly, "I didn't perform well in school back home, and he helped me with my studies." Upon hearing this, Song Ning remembered the teacher from the county high school who had mentioned her daughter's poor academic performance when she inquired about her. Realizing this, she quickly said, "Oh dear, why didn't you mention this earlier? There's nothing inconvenient about it. Your grades are excellent now, and we should properly thank him." Huo Jinyan, who had been silent, wore an odd expression. Chapter 173. Suspicions regarding the tutor. A seemingly ordinary car bore a rather unusual consecutive license plate, and it was from Beijing. Was Huo Yao's tutor perhaps someone of significance? Moreover, wasn't he supposed to be your tutor from back home? Why was he here now? Huo Jinyan stroked his chin, finding this puzzling. Song Ning turned to him, noticing his contemplative demeanor, and gently patted his shoulder. "Old Huo?" Huo Jinyan snapped out of his thoughts and shifted his gaze to his daughter, wanting to inquire about the tutor's details, but hesitant she might take it the wrong way. He finally settled on saying, "Your mother is right. We must formally invite your tutor over for a meal another day." Huo Yao waved her hand dismissively, giving a perfunctory and then headed into the complex with the fruit. In no time, the three of them ascended the stairs one after the other. Once inside, Huo Yao handed her father the box of tea leaves that Minyu had given her. "This is for you." The tea leaves were exquisitely packaged in a paper bag. Huo Jinyan took it, and as he opened it, asked, "What is this?" "Tea leaves," Huo Yao replied, moving to the refrigerator to store the fruit. Huo Jinyan recalled that just days ago his daughter had asked him if he wanted to hong pao, and his eyebrows shot up in delight. The packaging was completely opened, and just as he was about to say, "Oh, my daughter is so filial, buy me tea," his voice suddenly halted, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Huo Jinyan, a tea enthusiast and collector, immediately recognized that the box he held contained rare tea. The special sealed outer box alone was quite valuable, and the yellowing ancient seal on the box indicated the tea inside must be extraordinarily precious. Huo Jinyan swallowed hard, suddenly hesitant to open the box. When Huo Yao exited the kitchen and saw her father holding the tea box with a peculiar expression, she couldn't help but ask, "Dad, what is wrong?" Huo Jinyan raised his gaze towards his daughter, pointing at the tea box. "What seems to be the issue with this tea?" Huo Yao approached, her eyes falling upon the tea in his hand, noticing her indifferent expression, as if the tea were merely an ordinary brew. Huo Jinyan touched his nose and lowered his voice to inquire, "Where did you purchase this tea?" "It was not purchased, it was a gift from a friend." Huo Jinyan immediately recalled the owner of the unique license plate that had dropped his daughter off that evening. "Is it from your tutoring teacher?" "Yes." Huo Yao did not conceal the truth and nodded. After a brief pause, she added, "The last Longjing tea was also given by him." Upon hearing this, Huo Jinyan was taken aback. "But my dear, wasn't he your previous tutor? Why would he gift you such an exquisite tea?" It was understandable for a student to present tea to a teacher, but the reverse was quite astonishing. Huo Yao paused momentarily, as she had little knowledge about tea and was unaware of its value. When Mingyu had inquired, she had simply requested it, knowing her father cherished tea. Regaining her composure, Huo Yao replied nonchalantly, "I once gifted him a box of handmade sandalwood. Perhaps he found it quite useful." After all, her possessions were indeed valuable yet rare. Huo Jingyan's lips twitched at his daughter's response. Even the finest sandalwood would likely pale in comparison to the worth of this tea. He couldn't shake the feeling that his daughter's tutor harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 174, Delivery. Review materials. Huo Yao deliberately disregarded her father's complex gaze as she recalled the package that had sat in the cabinet for several days. She walked over, opened the cabinet, and retrieved it. Upon unboxing, she had anticipated it to contain medicinal herbs, only to discover a book of review materials instead. She had only provided her address to one person. Huo Yao flipped through the review materials, her expression one of disdain. Such rudimentary review materials, what was that fellow thinking? Does he believe I am the sort to benefit from this? Shaking her head in disbelief, she stuffed the review materials back into the package, intending to throw it in the trash. However, just before discarding it, she noticed the address label affixed to the package, causing her to pause. Although there was no sender's address, a note from the courier indicated it was a local delivery. Huo Yao's gaze sharpened. Could it be from that individual? After contemplating for a moment, she ultimately decided not to discard the review materials. Instead, she tore off the shipping label and ascended the stairs. Once in her room, Huo Yao powered on her computer and swiftly typed on the keyboard. In no time, she pinpointed the sender's location using the tracking number. Lu family? Lu Ziming? Huo Yao reclined lazily in her chair, the screen's glow casting shifting shadows across her face. She had only glanced at the review materials, but they appeared to share similarities with the competition questions. What did that foolish boy intend by sending her such materials? Was he trying to stir up trouble? With her arms crossed and a hint of amusement at the corners of her lips, she soon shut down her computer and casually placed the review materials into the shoulder bag she typically carried. The next day, at the Lu residence, Lu Xia stood at the entrance, preparing to leave for school. She casually opened the drawer of the nearby hall cabinet to retrieve her keys, inadvertently pulling out a piece of paper that fell to the floor. Pausing, Lu Xia bent down to pick up the paper, intending to return it to the drawer. But upon noticing it was a delivery slip, she held it up for inspection. As she read the sender's address, she froze. The address was all too familiar, and the recipient's name left her astonished. Huo Yao. Clutching the delivery slip tightly, Lu Xia recalled her brother Lu Ziming's arrogant demeanor from days prior and couldn't help but let out a sarcastic chuckle. So he truly is my dear brother, sending my review materials to the person I detest the most. Taking a deep breath to suppress her rising anger, she tucked the delivery slip away and stepped outside. When Huo Yao arrived at school, she fortuitously encountered Lu Xia, who regarded her with a piercing gaze, as if she had stolen something from her. Though intrigued, Huo Yao remained unfazed. The rocket class and experimental class shared the same building, though they occupied different floors. They crossed paths at the school gate, only to quickly part ways, treating each other like air. Having secured the top score in the monthly exam, Huo Yao stood out as the brightest presence in her class, attracting the attention of many classmates who wished to engage with her, only to be deterred by her frosty demeanor. A few persistent classmates approached her with a mathematics test paper, seeking guidance on a problem, but ultimately left defeated by her exceptional problem-solving logic. The solution was straightforward, yet they felt as if their intellects were worlds apart. Today, Mengying was absent from school, which struck Huo Yao as odd. During lunch, she attempted to call her. Chapter 175. Injury. Not a major issue, however. Perhaps Mengying was preoccupied or had left her phone behind, as no one answered. Huo Yao refrained from calling again, simply sending a text. By the afternoon's second period, Mengying finally replied. Sorry, I just saw your message. My father was in a car accident, and I've been taking care of him. After reading the message, Huo Yao quickly left the classroom during recess and called Mengying again, this time successfully connecting. On the line, Mengying's voice was choked with emotion. Yaoyao, the doctor said my father's injuries are severe. He might become a vegetable. Huo Yao listened intently as Mengying poured out her heart over the phone. Once she had shared most of her distress, Huo Yao asked, which hospital is your father in? Mengying, on the brink of emotional collapse, answered every question Huo Yao posed. Upon obtaining the hospital's address, the school bell rang, signaling the end of the period. Huo Huo Yao felt no need for further conversation and simply said, "Don't be too upset. Your uncle will be fine. I'll visit you after school. I need to go to class now." Hanging up, Huo Yao's expression turned pensive as she returned to the classroom. Meng Ying tucked her phone away, bitterly smiling at her mother, who stood outside, rooted in place. She too wished for her father to be all right. But the doctor's words were merciless, shattering all hope for both her and her mother. After school that afternoon, Huo Yao took a taxi straight to the hospital. When she found Meng Ying, she resembled a soulless doll, seated outside the ward, pale and with swollen eyes. It seemed her gaze only regained focus upon spotting Huo Yao. "Yaoyao, you're here." "Yes." Huo Yao observed Meng Ying's pitiful state and instinctively reached out to pat her head. Then, in a calm manner, she inquired, "Tell me about your father's current condition." Meng Ying looked at Huo Yao, whose bright and clear eyes seemed to possess a calming magic. She didn't consider that sharing her father's condition with someone other than the doctor was futile. Grasping Huo Yao's hand, she began to relay the details of her father's injuries, as informed by the doctor. Listening intently, Huo Yao's expression gradually relaxed. The injuries are not a major issue. At that moment, Meng Ying's mother approached. Seeing her daughter conversing with a tall, slender girl about her husband's injuries, she suppressed her own discomfort and interrupted, "Xiao Ying, say less. Don't make your classmate worry." Turning to Meng Mama, she then glanced towards Huo Yao. Upon seeing Huo Yao's appearance, she was momentarily taken aback. Memories of her daughter frequently mentioning a remarkably handsome classmate, a top student whom she referred to as JG, flooded her mind. The admiration in her daughter's voice had piqued both her and her husband as curiosity. Her husband had even jokingly suggested that their daughter invite this classmate over to play. Reflecting on her husband brought a lump to Meng Mama's throat, and she forced a polite smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Meng Ying is simply too heartbroken," she remarked. After a brief pause, she added, "Meng Ying's father is still here, and it isn't convenient for visits, but I sincerely appreciate your special effort to come to the hospital to see him." Huo Yao nodded in understanding, saying, "Auntie, please don't mention it. I believe Uncle will recover." Meng Mama's eyes reddened once more, and in an effort to maintain her composure in front of the young girl, she simply stated, "You two should chat." With that, she walked away. Chapter 176, Believe Me, and miracles will occur. Huo Yao withdrew her gaze and seated herself beside Meng Ying. Typically reserved, she found it difficult to concoct elaborate words of comfort and simply stated, "Your father will wake up." A bitter smile graced Meng Ying's lips as she replied, "I can only hope for a miracle." Huo Yao gently patted her shoulder and earnestly declared, "Trust me, a miracle will surely happen." Meng Ying looked at Huo Yao, and after a moment, she responded, "I don't know why, but even though you're not a doctor, your words somehow bring me a sense of reassurance." Huo Yao raised an eyebrow and smiled, "Child, your intuition is indeed correct." Clearing her throat, she continued, "Your father's current condition is akin to a state of self-induced hibernation following a severe trauma. Once his internal and external injuries have sufficiently healed, we can employ specialized methods to stimulate his nerves, and awakening will merely be a matter of time." Hearing this, Meng Ying was momentarily stunned. Although she didn't fully grasp Huo Yao's concept of self-induced hibernation, the phrase "will wake up" shone like a solitary beacon of hope in the darkness. However, her expression soon dimmed again, as even the director had mentioned that the chances of awakening were exceedingly slim. After all, JG was not a doctor. Perhaps those words were merely intended to console her. "Thank you," was all Meng Ying could muster, feeling at a loss for further words. Observing her demeanor, Huo Yao refrained from elaborating further. After spending some time with her at the hospital, she stood to take her leave. Before departing, she made a point to say, "After your father is transferred from the intensive care unit to a regular ward in a few days, come visit him again." Meng Ying did not dwell on this, interpreting Huo Yao's words as a polite gesture of concern from a classmate. She nodded absent-mindedly and personally escorted her downstairs. Upon exiting the hospital, Huo Yao hailed a taxi to return home. Bored during the ride, she thought of Huo Tingrui and took out her phone to send him a message. "Ergo, have you finished your work? When will you return from your business trip?" At this moment, Huo Tingrui had just boarded the plane, and just as he was about to turn off his phone, he received a message from his younger sister. He hurriedly replied, "Second brother is currently transiting in the city and is expected to arrive at the airport around 9 o'clock in the evening. Will my little darling be there to pick up second brother?" Huo Yao gazed at the adorable little creature, her eyes narrowing momentarily before she coldly declined. No, I need to review my lessons tonight. Huo Tingrui glanced at the reply on his phone, feeling a sense of injustice. How could he, her dear cousin, possibly be deemed less significant than her studies? With a sigh, Huo Tingrui reluctantly replied, Very well, you may wait for us at home. Huo Yao glanced at the word we, a hint of confusion crossing her face, before inquiring, Aren't you alone? Huo Tingrui, Indeed, and your fourth brother as well. Upon seeing this, Huo Yao pondered for a mere 2 seconds before swiftly replying, Is the flight at 9 o'clock then? I await your arrival at the arrival gate. Upon reading this response, which exhibited a complete turnaround in attitude, Huo Tingrui was momentarily taken aback. He then turned his gaze towards the individual seated beside him, the one whose half-hidden face was obscured by a mask and adorned with a cap, known as Lao Si. His eyes brimmed with resentment. The sudden change of heart for my sister must surely be attributed to the knowledge that Lao Si is also present. A perplexing aura of hostility enveloped Huo Xiang, leaving him bewildered as he gazed at his second brother. Huo Tingrui scoffed softly, turning his head away in an air of arrogance. Huo Xiang. Chapter 177. The undermined second brother. At a little past 9, the airplane finally descended at the city airport. After returning from Guofei and transferring within the city, Huo Tingrui felt utterly exhausted after enduring over 10 hours of continuous flight with scarcely any respite. However, the anticipation of reuniting with his sister propelled him forward. As soon as he disembarked, he swiftly grasped his suitcase and hurried ahead, leaving Huo Xiang and Tong Yu far behind. Tong Yu gazed at the seemingly invigorated figure of his second brother, silently marveling at his remarkable stamina. He then urged his own artist to quicken their pace and chased after Huo Tingrui, calling out, Second brother, wait for us. Yet, upon hearing Tong Yu's voice, Huo Tingrui not only did not slow down, but quickened his pace even more. Tong Yu, taken aback by this, turned to his artist and quietly inquired, Do you find our second brother a bit peculiar? Huo Xiang lifted his head to glance at his elder brother in front of him, his expression a tapestry of emotions. It was not merely a sense of peculiarity. Throughout this journey, he felt as though he were not aboard an aircraft, but rather on a roller coaster. An inexplicable aura of menace seemed to hover around him. Perhaps it was the eagerness to return home that had stirred such feelings. After some time, Huo Xiang finally uttered a nonchalant remark. Tong Yu observed the brisk pace of Huo Tingrui, acknowledging that indeed, no one understood him better than his own brother. However, it was not long before the homeward-bound Huo Tingrui slowed his steps. Once the two had caught up, he inquired, By the way, Lao Si, you all should be exiting through the airport VIP passage, correct? He discreetly refrained from informing Lao Si that his sister would be arriving to pick him up. Huo Xiang cast a glance at him, intending to mention that no fans were aware of the itinerary, and they could simply exit through the regular entrance. Just then, the swift voice of Ergu echoed back. In that case, let us convene directly at home to avoid the hassle of encountering your fans while we wait. Huo Tingrui adjusted his glasses perched on his nose, presenting an expression that suggested he was considering Huo Xiang's situation. Meanwhile, Tong Yu chimed in with a smile. Ergu, are you joining us through the VIP passage? Huo Tingrui was momentarily taken aback. So preoccupied with diverting Lao Si's attention, he had overlooked such a significant oversight. A miscalculation indeed. It is impossible to utilize the VIP passage, as my sister is still waiting at the arrival gate. However, it is also not entirely agreeable to have Lao Si accompany Huo Tingrui. Thus, I clear my throat and wave at Tong Yu, assuring him that it was unnecessary to go through such trouble. It is not troublesome at all. Using the VIP passage would reduce the time by half compared to the regular passage, Tong Yu interjected. Huo Tingrui exclaimed, Are you a professional at undermining others? After a brief pause, Tingrui added, Moreover, the company car is already waiting in the parking lot. Upon hearing this, Huo Tingrui's eyes, concealed behind his glasses, glimmered with palpable resentment. Why did he not simply shake them off? Why must he lift a stone only to strike his own foot? Huo Tingrui took a deep breath, and despite the complete dismantling of the stage, he resolutely stated, No, my driver is waiting for me outside. At the arrival hall, his driver stood by. Upon hearing this, Tong Yu's face momentarily reflected a sense of realization, and he no longer pressed the issue. After pondering for a few moments, Tingrui turned his gaze back to his artist and suggested, If that's the case, Xinge, you might as well take our G's car back. After all, the fans are unaware of your itinerary, and in this attire, you should easily pass through the regular passage without being recognized. Huo exclaimed in disbelief. Is that really permissible? Chapter 178. The most humiliating incident following his suggestion, T-Ingwai immediately sensed a palpable tension in the air. Instinctively, he glanced up at Huo, who wore an innocent smile, seemingly harmless. Confused, he averted his gaze, attributing the strange feeling to the effects of his prolonged flight. Frustrated by his failed attempt to be discreet, Huo sighed silently, opting to remain silent as he walked towards the exit of the arrivals hall, appearing rather dejected. Soon enough, the trio exited the arrivals area. With a significant number of people at the pickup point, T-Ingwai instinctively positioned himself protectively beside Huo Yao to shield his artist from being recognized. Although Huo had briefly considered revealing the identity of the fourth brother, upon seeing the crowd, he unconsciously moved to the outer edge to obscure any prying eyes. Huo Yao lingered at the back of the crowd, her face concealed by a black mask. Upon spotting Huo and Huo Yao, she raised her hand and waved. Since Huo Yao had hardly interacted with her for even 5 minutes, he did not immediately recognize her, especially since she was masked. It was only when he saw his second brother approach and stand before Huo Yao that he finally registered her identity. Have you been waiting long? Huo asked Huo Yao, his tone unexpectedly gentle, contrasting sharply with how he spoke to his younger brother. Not really, Huo Yao replied, pursing her lips before directing her attention to Huo Yao, calling out, "Sigo." The surprise in Huo Yao's bright eyes, still tinged with confusion, softened as he responded with a slight nod, instinctively glancing at his second brother. Anticipating this awkward situation, Huo had already feigned calmness and turned his gaze away when Huo Yao looked his way. "Do you remember me, little sister from the Huo family?" T-Ingwai chimed in, breaking the tension with a friendly smile. Huo Yao nodded slightly. "Hello, Mr. T-Ingwai." T-Ingwai was pleasantly surprised. "Your memory is impressive. You still remember my name." He recalled that when he had delivered items to the Huo household, he had hardly interacted with her for more than 5 minutes. Huo Yao smiled in response. Huo shot a glance at T-Ingwai, thinking it was an exaggerated reaction. His sister was an academic achiever. Remembering a name was hardly a challenge. Clearing his throat, he interjected, "Let us move. The airport is crowded. We can discuss things at home." With that, he led the way. However, as they arrived at the entrance, Huo noticed the stream of departing vehicles and suddenly realized that there was no driver waiting for him. Huo exclaimed in shock. Turning back, he found Huo Yao and T-Ingwai staring at him, as if asking, "Where's the car?" The atmosphere became quite awkward. Eventually, T-Ingwai regained his composure and said while pulling out his phone, "I'll have my assistant drive the car over." Huo pressed his forehead, feeling that this was perhaps the most embarrassing incident he had ever encountered. After T-Ingwai made the call, he glanced at Huo, then at Huo Yao, and recalled Huo's previous refusals to take the VIP passage, a clear desire to distance himself from his artist, leading him to suddenly smirk, as if he had unraveled a significant truth. Chapter 179. You don't look well. Are you ill? Before long, Huo Yao's chauffeur-driven vehicle arrived. The spacious van could easily accommodate all of them. Huo Yao boarded first, while Huo and T-Ingwai were at the rear, handling the luggage. Huo Yao hesitated for a moment before joining them, taking a seat next to Huo Yao. Upon returning with the luggage, Huo noticed that the spot beside his sister had already been claimed by his fourth brother, and he shot Huo Yao a sideways glance, thinking, "Cunning fellow." Confused by this unexpected glare, Huo Yao could only look on in bewilderment. T-Ingwai observed Huo's expression and then glanced at his artist, who appeared rather oblivious, shaking his head before taking a seat in the passenger seat. Best of luck to them. Soon, the vehicle departed the airport, heading towards the residential area of the Huo family. After boarding, Huo Yao removed his mask, typically aloof and reserved. He had only spent a brief dinner with his younger sister, yet he held a decent first impression of her. With his hand resting on his knee, he absent-mindedly traced his fingers, occasionally stealing glances at Huo Yao, wishing to initiate conversation but momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Huo was preoccupied with matters from the company that had piled up during his time abroad, busily messaging his assistant. Huo Yao sensed Huo Yao's covert glances. Lowering her eyelids, She casually turned to look at him and noticed that his complexion was not quite well. He seemed somewhat unwell. Furrowing her brows slightly, she inadvertently glanced at his knee, where faint scars from previous injections were still visible. After contemplating for a few moments, she casually inquired, "Sigu, have you been filming abroad recently?" Huo Xing looked at Huo Yao. Although he was unsure how she knew he was overseas, he presumed that his second brother must have mentioned it. Quickly regaining his composure, he suppressed a smile, which softened his typically stern expression, making him appear slightly more approachable. "Yes," he replied. Huo Yao noted his words, but expressed no further emotion, simply stating, "You don't seem well. Are you sick?" Upon hearing this, Huo Xiang's fingers instinctively curled up, and his expression momentarily stiffened. At that moment, Huo Tingru, seated behind them, interjected, "He just endured a 10-plus hour flight. He is simply exhausted." Huo Xiang relaxed his grip. He preferred that his family remain oblivious to his health issues. "Oh, be sure to rest while at home. Your health is paramount," Huo Yao said, lowering her gaze and refraining from further questioning, seemingly accepting his explanation. "Yes, Sigu understands," Huo Xiang replied, his throat feeling slightly dry, before turning to gaze out of the window, watching the streetlights flicker by. After approximately 50 minutes, they finally arrived at the residential complex. T-Ing-Y retrieved the luggage, departing with his assistant. As Huo Xiang reached for his suitcase, Huo Yao inadvertently grasped his wrist, saying, "Sigu, let me handle it." Huo Xiang was momentarily taken aback. Huo Yao quickly released her grip, her fingers shifting to the suitcase handle, determinedly taking the luggage from him. The entire exchange lasted only a few seconds. Chapter 180. The unconscionable younger siblings. Huo Xiang returned to his senses and observed his sister, now pulling the suitcase ahead, a smile creeping onto his face as he shook his head, following her and saying, "Thank you, little sister. I could manage it myself." Huo Yao remained silent, resolutely continuing to pull the suitcase forward. Seeing her insistence, Huo Xiang eventually relented, while Huo Urge, who had been overlooked until now, stood with his hands on his hips, gazing at the retreating figures of the two. He glanced down at the suitcase by his feet, feeling a wave of discontent wash over him. Wasn't he a brother too? He had a suitcase as well. After standing there for a considerable time, the shadows of the two had nearly vanished from sight, without one of them turning back to acknowledge that their second brother had been left behind. Ultimately, Huo Tingru had no choice but to pull his suitcase and walk alone, feeling quite dejected towards the community. What ungrateful younger siblings. Song Ning and Huo Jinyan, having learned through their daughter that the fourth and second siblings were returning today, had been waiting at home. Upon their arrival, Song Ning helped carry the luggage while inquiring, "Fourth, are you exhausted?" Huo Xiang shook his head and nodded in greeting. "Dad, Mom, have you eaten? I saved some food for you and your sister." Song Ning asked with concern. Just as Huo Urge, who had only just reached the doorway, overheard, he exclaimed, "You and my sister? Was he not human?" After enduring a series of emotional blows that night, Huo Tingru began to doubt whether he still held any significance in this family. Fortunately, he was not entirely ignored. As Obaba spoke up, "Urge, why are you dawdling at the door?" After saying this, he gave Huo Urge a puzzled glance, clearly implying that he thought he was too young to be experiencing such forgetfulness. Huo Urge thought to himself, "It seems I can no longer stay in this family." Song Ning, engrossed in her concern for Huo Xiang's increasingly gaunt face, pulled him into the living room for a closer look and said, "Your complexion is so poor. You must not have rested well recently." She had sensed something was off during his last visit, and although she had called Tong Yu to inquire, who assured her that nothing was wrong, she had refrained from probing further. Huo Xiang's gaze dropped slightly as he replied, "I'm just tired from the flight. I'll be fine tomorrow." Huo Yao, standing nearby, shot him a brief glance, recalling the pulse-taking she had done downstairs, her expression growing somewhat serious. It was one thing for her fourth brother to be physically exhausted, but there was evidently something more in his pulse. After contemplating, Huo Yao addressed the others. "I'll head back to my room. I still have a few exam papers to finish." "Ah, all right." Song Ning nodded but quickly added, "Have you eaten dinner, dear?" Huo Yao confirmed with a nod that she had eaten. After a slight bow, she ascended the stairs. Song Ning withdrew her gaze and turned to Huo Xiang, expressing with a hint of melancholy, "Sigh, your sister loves studying the most. When she returns home, she either reads books or does exercises. Like a little bookworm with no leisure activities whatsoever." Huo Xiang gazed toward the second floor, somewhat lost in thought, not expecting his sister to be such a studious person. However, on second thought, perhaps it was due to her upbringing in a small county that fueled her relentless thirst for knowledge. In an instant, Huo Xiang's fondness for his younger sister soared. After being labeled as diligent and hardworking, Huo Yao returned to her room and approached her desk, opening her computer. Chapter 181. Never seen such a potent poison. Huo Yao's desktop was meticulously organized, with very few applications installed. She clicked on an icon resembling a drop of water, prompting a login box to appear. After inputting a series of credentials and pressing the confirmation button, a user interface similar to common chat applications materialized. As soon as she logged in, a leaf icon at the corner of the page began to flicker rapidly, indicating someone was trying to reach her. Huo Yao cast a glance at it, then accessed the settings to switch to Do Not Disturb mode. After filtering through the messages, most were inquiries about her prolonged absence from the group. She chose not to respond individually and instead opened a group chat with a modest number of participants, around 20, and noted that half were currently active in conversation. Huo Yao refrained from scrolling through previous messages and typed swiftly. Yaowan, has anyone sold Wu Yuan recently? The members of this group hailed from around the globe, their identities shrouded in mystery, engaged in transactions involving items seldom encountered by ordinary people. The lively chatter abruptly ceased upon the sudden appearance of Yaowan, as if everyone had been struck dumb, leaving an extended silence. Huo Yao watched her computer screen, which seemed to be frozen. Puzzled by the notion that after over a year of absence, the group members no longer recognized her. After a brief pause, she tapped the keyboard again. Yaowan. As soon as this question mark was sent, the stunned members snapped back to reality. I want to fly. Holy moly, Yao Xiong, you, the long-time lurker, have finally resurfaced. Only wealthy. I thought I was seeing things. It turns out it's real. Don't steal my Lingji. How can a giant like you be compared to us mere mortals? Entrance fee 1 billion. Thankfully, I didn't go to bed just now. Otherwise, I would have regretted it for a lifetime. Huo Yao observed the group's conversation spiraling off topic and pressed her fingers to her forehead. Yaowan. So, can anyone answer my earlier question? Don't steal my Lingji. I don't have any Wu Yuan. I've only heard of this poison, but have never seen it. Only wealthy. I just sell rat poison. I wouldn't even dare to think about something as potent as Wu Yuan. I want to fly. There are very few pharmacists who can concoct Wu Yuan these days, let alone sell it. Upon realizing that no one in the group had dealt with Wu Yuan, Huo Yao decided not to pursue the topic further and quickly exited the group. Shortly after, a new message notification popped up. It was from Don't Steal My Lingji. This person was someone she had known for quite some time and maintained a decent relationship with. Don't steal my Lingji, big shot. What is the situation with Wu Yuan that you just inquired about? Yaowan, I accidentally discovered that a friend of mine shows signs of being poisoned by Wu Yuan. Don't steal my Lingji. Very few people can concoct Wu Yuan. Let me check with a friend from the Pharmacist Association for you. Yaowan. Thank you. Don't steal my Lingji. No need to be polite. Can you share a contact number? Huo Yao pondered for a moment and sent her WeChat ID. Soon, her WeChat pinged, and she accepted the verification, after which everyone seemed to tacitly agree not to engage in further small talk. Closing her computer, Huo Yao stood up and walked to the wardrobe, retrieving the suitcase she had brought back to the Huo family. Chapter 182. The judgment was not wrong upon opening the suitcase. Huo Yao sifted through the various bottles and jars, her usually impassive face now exhibiting a hint of solemnity. Wu Yuan was a neurotoxic substance, not aggressively toxic, but capable of gradually damaging every nerve in the body from the root. Typically, if a person experiences no significant physical trauma, the poison remains dormant. However, once the nerves are affected by an injury, the toxin begins to invade the body's neural pathways like creeping vines, ultimately rendering the individual incapacitated without their awareness. Clinical manifestations of poisoning include intermittent mania, a purplish hue around the temples, rapid weight loss in the later stages, and the appearance of somewhat subtle red blotches on the skin. The reason why Wu Yu is classified as a neurotoxin lies in its tendency to adhere to every nerve in the human body, rendering ordinary blood tests incapable of detecting its toxicity. Huo Yao was taken aback by the realization that her fourth brother had been afflicted by Wu Yu. Observing his current condition, it was evident that the poison had already spread and reached a mid-stage. If not controlled, the consequences would be dire. The medicines she currently possessed were only capable of managing symptoms, lacking an antidote for Wu Yu. Furthermore, the process of concocting an antidote is exceedingly intricate, and without the necessary alchemical apparatus, it posed quite the dilemma. Pressing her temples, Huo Yao ultimately selected a vial of medicine that could temporarily suppress the symptoms and exited the room. Downstairs, Huo Baba, who was preparing to retreat to his room for rest, halted upon seeing his daughter descend the staircase. Yaoyao, haven't you rested yet? He inquired. Huo Yao raised her gaze, scanning the living room, and asked, has fourth brother returned his room? Huo Baba nodded. After enduring a long flight of over 10 hours, he was surely fatigued and had likely gone to rest. Upon hearing this, Huo Yao replied, then you should also rest early, Dad. After this exchange, she turned and ascended the stairs once more. The entire trip up and down did not take more than a minute. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Huo Baba suddenly felt a pang of discomfort while stroking his chin. Having one troublesome second son was already enough, and now with the return of the fourth. Was it truly so difficult to lead a cozy life as a family of 3? The following morning, as Huo Yao reached the second-floor staircase, she spotted Huo Xiang seated in the living room below. She paused momentarily before retreating to her room. Shortly after, she emerged again. Holding the vial of medicine she had uncovered the previous night. Descending the stairs, Huo Yao approached him, greeting him sweetly. Good morning, fourth brother. Good morning, little sister. Huo Xiang replied with a slight nod. After a night of rest, Huo Xiang's complexion appeared somewhat improved compared to yesterday, though the shadows at his temples still lingered. Huo Yao discreetly retracted her assessing gaze, concluding that her judgment from the night prior had not been mistaken. After a brief pause, she extended the porcelain vial towards him, saying, this is for you. Huo Xiang's gaze fell upon the vial, momentarily stunned before reaching out to accept it. What is this? He inquired. Before Huo Yao could respond, Huo Baba emerged from the bathroom, already accustomed to such interactions, and explained, it's the Shi Quan de Buwan. Huo Xiang was momentarily speechless, while Huo Yao remained silent. It's a customary gift for when my sister returns. Its effects are remarkable. I felt noticeably more robust during this period. Huo Baba remarked, punctuating his statement with a vigorous punch in the air, inadvertently knocking over a wooden ornament beside him, which caused his expression to change dramatically. Huo Yao's lips twitched as she averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight. After some time, Huo Baba, wearing a smile, bent down to retrieve the wooden ornament and placed it back on the table, then casually hid his slightly trembling hand behind his back, concluding with, in any case, my sister's medicine is truly effective. Huo Xiang, astonished, had never witnessed such a foolish display from his father. But soon his attention returned to the porcelain vial in his hand. What was this Shi Quan de Buwan? Was it the kind of kidney supplement he was thinking of? Although he had injured his spine, the mention of his kidneys made Huo Xiang feel somewhat embarrassed. Sensing his thoughts, Huo Yao pressed her temples and assured him, this vial is different from Dad's. Upon hearing it was not a kidney supplement, Huo Xiang's expression shifted slightly. Huo Yao cleared her throat, adopting a serious tone, and explained, this is Yuqing Wan, specifically designed to target accumulated toxins within the body and repair functional damage. It will be beneficial for your current physical condition. She refrained from elaborating further on the detailed benefits, knowing he might not comprehend the technical jargon. Meanwhile, Huo Baba squinted suspiciously, sensing that his daughter often spoke in peculiar terms he had never encountered before. It reminded him of the kind of quackery often reported in the news, tricking people into buying dubious medicines. Huo Xiang, however, did not dwell on his father's inner musings. Upon hearing his sister's final words regarding the potential benefits for his current state, he felt a ripple of surprise within. He gazed at Huo Yao, and in that moment of shared eye contact, her clear, discerning eyes seemed to convey a profound understanding. Did she know about his injury? Huo Xiang hesitated, wanting to speak, but Huo Yao winked at him with unprecedented seriousness, saying, fourth brother, you must take this. 1 pill every 3 days, and do not forget. After a moment of contemplation, Huo Xiang finally responded, okay, I understand. Huo Yao, unsure whether he truly absorbed her words, said nothing further and turned towards the dining room. Holding the porcelain vial, Huo Xiang felt a bitter taste at the corners of his mouth. His sister meant well, but unfortunately, his condition rendered any remedy futile in restoring his dreams of dancing. He casually placed the vial into his pocket. Before long, after finishing breakfast, Huo Yao prepared to head to school. Huo Xiang intended to drive her, but was thwarted by their father, who insisted that he should not trouble his sister. Ultimately, it was Huo Baba who drove Huo Yao to school. Thus, The old man's worries from the previous night about his daughter being taken away were alleviated, and as they walked towards the parking garage, he hummed a cheerful tune. Huo Yao followed behind him, perplexed, completely unaware of the source of his joy. Upon reaching the parking spot, her father, wearing a mysterious expression, pointed at a car covered with a cloth and said, "Daughter, you unveil it." Huo Yao glanced briefly, tilting her head to ask, "Did you get a new car?" "Yes. The old one was too worn out. The company just issued the quarterly bonuses, so I decided to get a new one," Huo Baba affirmed with a nod, deliberately omitting the fact that the previous purchase had been prompted by an unpleasant incident with the Liu family. "Come on, unveil it and see how the new car looks," he urged with a grin. Huo Yao rubbed her nose, then reached out to pull the cloth away. As it slowly fell away, the ostentatious symbol of the flying lady on the hood of the vehicle appeared before her eyes, causing her to halt momentarily, her expression shifting. This was a Rolls-Royce. Huo Yao raised her head, bewildered, and asked Dad, "Did you receive such a high quarterly bonus?" "It's all right," Huo Jinyan replied nonchalantly, noticing his daughter's stunned expression. Clearing his throat, he added, "Actually, this car isn't expensive, just around 1 million. He recalled the last time the company's accountant visited, mistaking him for a debt collector, and decided against mentioning that the car had cost 10 million, fearing it would further shock her. After all, his daughter was a bookworm, preoccupied with studying, and he doubted she had any knowledge of cars. Huo Yao's lips twitched again, and with a slight exertion, she removed the cloth entirely. Instantly, a sleek, elegantly designed Rolls-Royce Phantom, radiating an air of nobility, was unveiled before her. A 1 million Rolls-Royce Phantom? Who is this old man trying to fool? Huo Yao articulated each word distinctly, especially emphasizing the word just. The words have already been spoken, and it is certainly futile to deny them now. Huo Jinyan cleared his throat, striving to maintain his composure, and with an unprecedented earnestness, he declared, "Indeed, my dear daughter, do not be deceived by the ostentatious appearance of this car. It is truly worth very little." Huo Yao replied, "I truly believe in your nonsense." Huo Jinyan, unable to meet his daughter's gaze, lowered his head to check the time and said, "We are running out of time. Let's get in the car. I will drive you to school." With that, he hurriedly retrieved the keys, unlocked the vehicle, and settled into the driver's seat, feeling quite guilty. Huo Yao let out a soft, half-amused sigh and, choosing not to press him further, entered the car. 20 minutes later, Huo Jinyan dropped his daughter off at school. Due to the car's conspicuousness, Huo Yao opted not to be seen at the school gate and alighted from the vehicle a distance away. Around the same time, the Liu family car arrived at the school. When the driver noticed the Rolls-Royce turning around ahead, he remarked with surprise, "An imported Rolls-Royce. A family that can afford such a vehicle must possess an extraordinary status." Lu Xia, engrossed in her phone, only lifted her gaze after a moment, but by then, the car had already turned and driven away, leaving her with nothing to see. However, she did catch sight of Huo Yao, who was strolling leisurely towards the school. Soon, the car passed Huo Yao. Reflecting on Lu Ziming sending her information to Huo Yao, Lu Xia's expression darkened, and she instructed the driver to pull over. When Huo Yao approached, Lu Xia rolled down the window and called out Huo Yao. Huo Yao paused momentarily at the sound, casually turned her head, and with a hint of icy aloofness in her exquisite features, her deep-set eyes shimmering with a hint of starlit glimmer, she raised an eyebrow upon recognizing Lu Xia. A flicker of intense jealousy crossed Lu Xia's eyes as she clenched and relaxed her hands resting on her knees, quickly regaining her composure. "Here's a piece of advice. Before the competition results are announced, you should consider withdrawing from this contest," Lu Xia said coolly. Chapter 185. Who do you think you are? The results of the citywide competition finals would only be released 2 days later. Huo Yao regarded Lu Xia with a smirk, a gentle breeze tousling a few strands of hair that drifted towards her mouth, which she languidly blew away before responding. "Who do you think you are?" Her voice had a slight rasp, imbued with an innate arrogance. Even when delivering a coarse remark, it did not sound crude. Instead, it exuded a certain charming swagger. Lu Xia's previously indifferent expression grew rigid, yet she quickly managed a sarcastic smile. "Do you think that having placed first a few times makes you impressive?" Huo Yao's brows arched playfully, internally pondering why this true daughter of the Liu family was so fixated on establishing her presence before her. Was it simply a display of superiority after returning to a wealthy family and basking in parental affection, indulging in trivial games of pretentiousness? finding it rather tiresome. Huo Yao shook her head and turned away, continuing towards the school in trance without further words. Lucia glowered at Huo Yao's retreating figure. She despised Huo Yao's air of superiority, especially since she had grown up in the countryside and was now pretending to possess a lofty demeanor. Was she truly under the impression that she was someone significant? How laughable! Lucia pressed the window up and instructed the driver to proceed. Upon entering the classroom, Huo Yao noticed Meng Ying had come to class today. After taking her seat, she gently tapped her shoulder. Meng Ying had been in a daze since arriving at school, and it was only when Huo Yao touched her that she snapped back to reality. "Sister, you're here," she replied in a feeble voice. Observing Meng Ying's haggard appearance, particularly her eyes resembling those of a panda, Huo Yao inquired, "Did you not sleep last night?" Meng Ying rested her head on the desk, her eyes half closed, and replied hoarsely, "I couldn't sleep. I feel distressed just thinking about my dad. Do take care of yourself. Otherwise, when your dad wakes up and you fall ill, it will only cause everyone more distress. Besides, your mother needs you to care for her as well," Huo Yao said slowly. It wasn't that she was unwilling to lend a hand. Rather, it was still too early, considering that the person had just undergone major surgery and was in the recovery phase. If she intervened too soon, the body might not withstand it, leading to adverse effects. Meng Ying sniffled, attempting to muster some energy. "Yes, I understand." Huo Yao smiled at this, and then pulled out a notebook from her desk. Placing the math notes she had organized yesterday onto Meng Ying's desk. Meng Ying gazed at the elegant script filled with simple and comprehensible equations and exam highlights, feeling immensely touched. "Thank you." Huo Yao raised an eyebrow playfully, jesting, "I can't afford to have a subpar deskmate. Otherwise, what would happen to my reputation as the top student?" Meng Ying murmured her agreement, clutching the notebook without further comment. The third period of the morning was English class. After the English teacher entered and distributed a test paper, instructing everyone to work on it independently, she called Huo Yao to the office. Huo Yao had grown accustomed to being summoned to the office by the Chinese teacher, but this time it was the English teacher, which left her feeling somewhat bewildered. Chapter 186. Principal. Do you want a reward of 100,000? The English teacher was a young woman, not yet 30, a graduate of Qing University's foreign language department, with an impressive command of grammar, holding the highest rating in the entire English department. She looked at Huo Yao, her usual sharp demeanor softened. "Huo Yao, you need not be overly anxious. I called you to the office to discuss something important." Huo Yao blinked, earnestly defending herself. "Teacher, I am not anxious." The English teacher chuckled at her words, cleared her throat, and continued, "The Education Bureau is organizing an English-speaking competition, and each school can recommend 5 candidates. Your English performance in our class is outstanding. So you should." Upon hearing competition, Huo Yao instinctively felt exasperated and interrupted before the English teacher could finish. "Teacher, although I excel in English, my speaking skills are lacking." Having barely recovered from the principal's previous insistence that she participate in a national knowledge competition, she found no motivation for yet another speaking competition without any prize. The English teacher, surprised, replied, "Really? I thought your speaking skills were commendable. Otherwise, during the morning meeting, the principal Wu and Ti have specifically asked me to include your name. I just thought it prudent to consult you first." Huo Yao felt a pang of frustration. Had she nearly been tricked by the principal again? Taking a deep breath, she smiled gently. "Teacher, the principal may have some misunderstandings regarding English speaking skills. Excelling in written English does not equate to proficiency in speaking. You, as a specialist, should understand that these two aspects cannot be conflated." The English teacher nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of her point. "Thus, it would be wiser to offer this opportunity to other students. I fear that if I fail, the principal might expel me," Huo Yao said with earnest seriousness. Upon arriving at the office door, the principal, poised to step inside, remarked, "This is quite excessive. Is he truly the kind of person who cannot discern right from wrong?" The English teacher, noticing the principal at the entrance, adopted a markedly more respectful demeanor. "Greeting, principal. You have arrived." Huo Yao, with her back to the door, quickly straightened up upon hearing this, turned around, nodded, and replied in a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant, "Good day, principal." She showed no sign of embarrassment despite being caught in a jest moments earlier. The principal scrutinized Huo Yao intently before entering, asking, "Why do you not wish to participate in this competition?" He had not overheard the initial part of the conversation between Huo Yao and the English teacher. Huo Yao scratched her head nonchalantly and replied, My spoken English is quite poor. Would you refuse a scholarship of 100,000? The principal raised an eyebrow. Huo Yao responded, that is a fatal temptation. Clearing her throat, she turned her gaze to the English teacher, saying, actually, I believe my spoken English is not too shabby. Let us go ahead and register. The English teacher retorted, you did not say that just now. The principal, disregarding the astonished English teacher, addressed Huo Yao again, come with me to my office. With that, he strode out. Huo Yao nodded to the English teacher and followed the principal. After a considerable pause, the English teacher finally regained her composure and exhaled heavily. She had never witnessed such a genial principal nor a student so unperturbed in the face of his authority. This was impressive. Chapter 187. Should I change classes? In the principal's office, he invited Huo Yao to sit on the sofa and poured her a glass of water before taking a seat across from her, saying, the main purpose of calling you here is to inquire whether you would like to change classes. Huo Yao raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the suggestion. I believe you're more suited for science class. Your talents are somewhat overshadowed in a liberal arts class, the principal stated earnestly. He had originally intended to place her in a science class at the beginning of the term, but was delayed by matters in the capital. And by the time he returned, she had already been assigned to a liberal arts class. Huo Yao, however, shook her head with a smile, saying, there is no need. Studying in either class makes little difference to me. I have already self-studied all 9 subjects for my senior year. Observing Huo Yao's confidence, the principal rubbed his nose and cautiously asked, is it because of Wei Mingzhi that you are reluctant to change classes? Class 1 of the rocket class is a science class, and the homeroom teacher is Wei Mingzhi, who had initially refused to accept Huo Yao. Him? No. Huo Yao replied nonchalantly, nearly forgetting about him until the principal mentioned it. After a pause, she added playfully, if you keep persuading me to switch classes, Teacher Chun, you will surely come after you. The principal chuckled, recognizing that Huo Yao was genuinely indifferent. Sighing, he conceded, all right, if you are unwilling, I shall not force you. However, do you remember Professor Zhao Lian from the General Education Association who visited previously? Huo Yao nodded, recalling vividly, especially since the principal had specifically introduced him at the time. He is an honorary member of the association. To be frank, Professor Zhao is a professor in the biology department at Qing University, and he holds you in high regard. He even reviewed your recent test papers and remarked on your impressive acumen in biological research. The principal recalled receiving a call from Zhao Lian the previous day inquiring about Huo Yao. Chuckling, it is regrettable that you were arranged into a liberal arts class. Thus, the principal's sudden desire to transfer her to a science class became clear. Huo Yao understood instantly. However, considering your study habits, there is indeed little difference between the liberal arts and science classes, the principal mused. He did not dwell on it further, adding, Professor Zhao has been seeking a prodigy. He is quite optimistic about you. Seize this opportunity, for you are destined for greater things beyond our confines. In the capital, one must have connections, as lacking them is not advantageous. Exceptional talents are rare. If they cannot be recruited, why not ruin them so that none may monopolize? Once the balance of power is disrupted, the consequences are not merely tumultuous. Huo Yao listened intently, comprehending the principal's deeper intentions. After a moment of silence, she looked at him with a calm demeanor and replied, thank you for your kindness and support. It was clear that the professor from Qing University had no reason to regard her favorably without the principal's mediation. Otherwise, her few competition exams would not have genuinely touched upon the field of research. Although she did not require it, she acknowledged the principal's goodwill. The principal waved his hand, saying, if you truly wish to repay me, simply secure a position in this year's international competition. He spoke of securing a position, not necessarily first, second, or third. Huo Yao raised an eyebrow, realizing that the principal still underestimated her capabilities, yet she remained modest, responding humbly, it is a trivial matter. Chapter 188. The one who has misplaced the script. The principal observed Huo Yao's modest demeanor, feeling her tone lacked humility. He shook his head and took a sip of water. Remembering something, he remarked, although the results of the city-level finals will be announced in a few days, I am confident you will surpass the threshold. The next round is the national competition, which may take place next weekend. The event is jointly organized by Qing University and the Education Association, and thus, the national competition will also be held in the capital. The preliminary and final rounds are consecutive, spanning 2 days, with results announced on site. Prepare accordingly. Upon hearing the location was in the capital, Huo Yao's eyes brightened. and she promptly stood up, stating, "I understand. I will return to the classroom now." "Very well. Go ahead and study diligently." The principal waved her off. After a moment's thought, he added, "And do not forget about the English-speaking competition. I know your speaking skills are commendable." Huo Yao paused, turning her head to glance at the principal, who bore a knowing smile, her expression complex as she pondered how he knew this. Ultimately, she decided against asking. After all, there was the scholarship of 100,000 yuan. Her family's extravagant patriarch had just purchased a luxury car worth millions. Surely she should present a gift to celebrate his new acquisition. Reflecting on the new car brought Huo Yao to the realization of her shattered dreams of experiencing poverty. Alas, it turned out she was the one who had misplaced the script. Huo had initially planned to recuperate at home for a while, but for reasons unknown. News of his injury had reached the higher-ups, prompting them to summon him to the company today. Meanwhile, in Tong Yu's office, Tong Yu wore a grim expression, exclaiming, "Who the hell leaked the news of your injury? I had taken every precaution. An injured artist, even with a flawless voice, could no longer deliver the explosive stage performances of your, signaling the end of their career. No agency would continue to support an artist unable to yield higher profits." Even if Huo had reached the pinnacle of stardom, Huo sat in a chair, appearing somewhat pallid. Upon closer inspection, one could see traces of illness. His cold gaze fell upon the desk, and after a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. "Just tell them the truth. There's no need to hide it. Are you out of your mind? If you admit to being injured, how can you continue singing?" Tong Yu whispered urgently. The higher-ups had already approached him, but he had firmly insisted that Huo was fine, merely exhausted and temporarily abstaining from commercial activities. Huo lifted his head, meeting Tong Yu's gaze with a self-deprecating smirk. "Do you really think I can still sing? Why not? Your current physical condition is satisfactory, aside from your inability to dance. Your vocal cords are intact, and your talent for songwriting and music production is unparalleled." Huo began the conversation. Tong Yu, witnessing this, felt a pang of frustration and pounded the table lightly. "At such a critical moment, could you not set aside your pride? Do you genuinely wish for other artists in the company to take your place?" Just then, a knock resounded at the office door. Tong Yu intended to voice his thoughts, but upon hearing the knocking, he restrained himself, composed his demeanor, and approached the door. However, just before opening it, he turned back. "Huo, I hope you refrain from speaking once the door opens. I will handle matters on behalf of the company." With that, he opened the door. Chapter 189. A bright future on the brink of ruin. Tong Yu had initially expected a high-ranking executive at the door, but to his surprise, it was a colleague from the same agency, one with whom he did not share a cordial relationship. Tong Yu narrowed his eyes, his voice distant and indifferent. "Do you need something?" Jin Shiyuan cast a glance at Tong Yu, wearing an arrogant demeanor as he bypassed him and entered the office. After a brief pause, he added, "Oh, by the way, let us close the door while we talk." His nonchalant tone drifted back to Tong Yu, who frowned slightly, but soon shut the door and returned to the office. Jin Shiyuan reclined on the office sofa, exuding an air of ownership. His eyebrows arched as he scrutinized Huo, shaking his head in feigned disappointment. What a pity. When Tong Yu opened the door, Huo had already masked his earlier despair, adopting his usual cold demeanor that deterred strangers. Now, under Jin Shiyuan's gaze, he instinctively darkened his expression. "Your promising future is about to be ruined, yet you all seem utterly unperturbed." Jin Shiyuan crossed his legs, speaking boldly as if he feared no repercussions. Tong Yu approached, his expression impassive. "Speak plainly. There is no need for circumlocution. Everyone in the company is aware of the injury and the inability to perform on stage. I simply came to express my concern. So why are you so agitated?" Jin Shiyuan smiled dismissively. Is the stage name that Huo has used since entering the industry. As a fellow top agent, Jin Shiyuan had always been overshadowed by Tong Yu, whose ace was none other than Huo. Now that Huo was incapacitated, he was eager to see what Tong Yu could boast about. Tong Yu was well aware that Jin Shiyuan had come to take advantage of the situation, so he remained unperturbed by his words, lightly flicking his fingers in the air and casually remarking, "It can only be said that my brother Xiang is too popular. Jealousy can distort one's perception and give rise to all sorts of rumors." Suddenly, Jin Shiyuan rose to his feet, the sarcasm evaporating from his face. "Tong Yu, you need not feign innocence in front of me. Everyone knows whether Huo is injured or not. Considering our professional relationship, if you wish to conceal your artist's injury, I can offer you assistance this once. Tong Yu pursed his lips, remaining silent as he regarded him with a detached gaze, aware that the forthcoming words were the true reason for Jin Shiyuan's visit. If Huo Xiang relinquishes the position of team leader in Fei Fan Lo, I will quell all the rumors within the company. Jin Shiyuan spoke slowly, as if presenting a simple transaction. Tong Yu's eyes narrowed, his expression darkening at once. Are you out of your mind? Jin Shiyuan shrugged. Given your artist's current predicament, rather than waiting to be ousted from the leadership role, it would be wiser to step down gracefully. At least you could retain some dignity, could you not? He paused, urging them to consider it. And when you've made up your mind, give me a call. Opportunities do not linger. With that, Jin Shiyuan left without waiting for Tong Yu to respond, even kindly shutting the door behind him. After a considerable pause, Tong Yu, seething with anger, could no longer contain his temper. How dare that despicable scoundrel suggest taking over the position of team leader in Fei Fan Lo? Chapter 190. A gift for my sister. What is Fei Fan Lo? It is currently the most popular and trending rock idol band in the country, having even garnered international acclaim as one of the most influential groups. Its unique rock style has captured the hearts of countless young fans, with each album released over the past 2 years receiving rave reviews, often selling out before hitting the shelves. Its influence within the domestic music scene has reached staggering heights. Huo Xiang, as the band's leader, is not only renowned for his innate leadership, but also for his songwriting talent and impeccable stage presence, making him the core of the group with nearly 100 million fans. Now, someone shamelessly dares to take advantage of Huo Xiang's misfortune. It is no wonder Tong Yu is incensed. Even if his brother Xiang can no longer perform on stage, he will not allow such repulsive individuals to tarnish his legacy. He wants me to give the team leader position to Xiang Nan. Huo Xiang looked at Tong Yu, his eyes sharp. Xiang Nan is an artist mentored by Jin Shiyuan, also a member of Fei Fan Lo, though not the lead vocalist. In the past 2 years, their interactions have been relatively calm, but as Huo Xiang's fanbase and commercial endorsements grew, the disparity bred jealousy in Xiang Nan. Now, with Huo Xiang injured, he begins to entertain ulterior motives. Although Xiang Nan possesses some talent, he is far too arrogant and self-absorbed. Whatever he creates is merely superficial, lacking in substance. Tong Yu regarded him with disdain. Initially, Xiang Nan was meant to be under his guidance, but he had declined. Huo Xiang pressed his lips together, choosing not to respond further. Tong Yu glanced at Huo Xiang, sighing inwardly, then recalled something. By the way, a friend of mine mentioned that you might want to consider traditional Chinese medicine for your condition. Huo Xiang remained unperturbed. Even his brilliant third brother advised against performing again. He shook his head lightly and replied, "Let us discuss it later." Tong Yu patted Huo Xiang's shoulder, saying, "As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will not give up. You should return home and rest well. I will take care of everything at the company." Huo Xiang's agency, Chang Yu, may not be the industry leader, but it is certainly a formidable force capable of making waves. With abundant resources, it has launched numerous stars, making it a coveted agency for many aspiring artists, despite its high entry barriers. Having worked at Chang Yu for nearly a decade, Tong Yu rose from a mere assistant to the company's top agent, proving his prowess. If he claims he can resolve the issues, it is certain he can. Huo Xiang regarded Tong Yu earnestly. "Thank you, Tong Gu." Tong Yu waved him off, saying there is no need for thanks. Just focus on recovering your health. After a brief pause, Tong Yu added, "You should refrain from returning to your private villa for now. Jin Shiyuan is not to be underestimated, so exercise caution." Huo Xiang nodded lightly, then stood up, pulling out a mask from his pocket, inadvertently revealing the bottle of medicine that Huo Yao had given him that morning. He paused, realizing he had forgotten to leave the medicine at home when he was distracted. Tong Yu, with keen eyes, noticed it and curiously asked, "What is that? The bottle looks quite exquisite." Huo Xiang held the porcelain bottle, a hint of warmth in his eyes as he replied, "A gift from my sister." Chapter 191. Inquiring about the medicine's use, Tong Yu touched his nose, smiling awkwardly. "This is quite a unique gift from your sister. What's inside? Sand or some trinkets?" Little girls seem to have a particular fondness for crafting creatively unique items, such as gifts of this nature, though it is uncertain how many she has gathered for someone. Huo Xiang cast a glance at him, remarking that his sister could never give something akin to what others offer. "What is it?" Tong Yu inquired with increasing curiosity. Recalling the earnest expression on his sister's face when she handed him the medicine that morning, Huo Xiang did not conceal the truth. "It's medicine." "Medicine?" Tong Yu's demeanor shifted slightly. "What kind?" "It's called you something pill, said to detoxify and repair bodily damage, probably akin to health supplements, Huo explained. Upon hearing this, Tong Yu found the name intriguing. It sounded like traditional Chinese medicine. May I see it? Huo handed him the bottle. Tong Yu opened it. Inhaling the aroma, which indeed bore the fragrance of herbal medicine, rich yet refreshing, unlike the nauseatingly potent pills often found on the market. This medicine smells rather pleasant, Tong Yu remarked, and he poured a single pill into his palm, about the size of a mung bean. Have you taken it? Huo shook his head with a rueful smile, confessing, in my current state, what difference does it make whether I take it or not? My physical condition has already been determined. He hesitated before continuing. How about this? I'll take this pill and consult a traditional Chinese doctor my friend recommended later, to see if it is suitable for me. Tong Yu capped the bottle and returned it to Huo, then walked to the desk, wrapping the spilled pill in 2 tissues and placing it in the drawer. Raising his head, Tong Yu teased, Indeed, your sister is unlike other little girls. Who would dare to give someone medicine? Isn't that akin to wishing them ill? Huo thought of his sister's sweet demeanor, a smile tugging at his lips. My sister is certainly one of a kind. Hearing him refer to my sister repeatedly, Tong Yu could not help but roll his eyes. When your sister first returned, you seemed indifferent. How has your attitude changed now? Nevertheless, he mused that Huoxiang's sister was genuinely beautiful. If she were to enter the entertainment industry, she would surely become the envy of female celebrities online. This thought stirred excitement within him, prompting Tong Yu to add cheerfully, Perhaps I should ask your sister if she has any interest in the entertainment industry, with a face like hers. My sister has no interest, Huo coldly interrupted, donning his mask and striding toward the office exit. As the sound of a heavy door slamming echoed from the entrance, Tong Yu blinked in confusion. If she had no interest, why the sudden outburst? After leaving the company, Huo returned to his private villa to gather a few personal items before driving back to the Heiress residence. Upon attempting to unlock the door, he was surprised to find that the key would not turn. After a moment of contemplation, he rang the doorbell, but after a lengthy wait with no response, he resorted to calling Songning. With her phone absent, he could not reach her, leading him to call his father instead. This time, the call connected promptly. Huoxiang's gaze fell upon the security door as he initiated the conversation. Dad, why won't the old key open the door? Has the lock been changed? Chapter 192. The helplessly abandoned fourth brother on the other end of the line. Huo Jinyan was enjoying tea with an old friend and had stepped outside to take the call. Oh, we changed the lock a while ago. Why? What brings you home again? Again? Isn't it still my home? Huo raised an eyebrow in suspicion, though he was not one to ponder deeply. He merely stated, I plan to move back for a while. Upon hearing this, Huo Jinyan's mood instantly soured. Don't you have your own place? The house is too small to accommodate so many. Huo stood there, phone in hand, his expression one of confusion. While their home was not a grand villa, a duplex of over 400 square meters was hardly small. Was it? All right, I won't discuss this further. I have matters to attend to. Huo Jinyan concluded abruptly, cutting off any chance for Huo to respond. Each of them had once insisted on having the boys stay at home, yet now they sought to return. He was not inclined to entertain that notion. With a huff, Huo Jinyan resumed his cheerful fade as he returned to the private room, left standing in silence. Huo struggled to comprehend his father's reluctance for him to come home. Rubbing his head, he glanced at the luggage bag beside him, feeling for the first time as though he had been cast aside by the family. Thus, when Huo Yao returned from school and spotted her fourth brother squatting at the door, wrapped in an air of pitiable abandonment, she nearly questioned if she had entered the wrong building. Fourth brother, why aren't you coming inside? Yao shook herself from her reverie and asked. Hearing his sister's voice, Huo lifted his head and adjusted his cap, attempting to rise but finding his legs numb from squatting for too long. Observing this, Huo Yao stepped over to gently assist him, noting the stiffness of his muscles, evidence of having squatted for at least 2 hours. I don't have the key, Huo admitted sheepishly, inadvertently kicking the luggage bag at his feet, causing his ears to flush with embarrassment. Isn't the aunt at home? Huo Yao asked, puzzled as normally. She would have arrived to prepare dinner by now. Huo hesitated before shaking his head. I rang the doorbell, but no one answered. Huo Yao pondered for a moment before suggesting, perhaps the aunt took the day off. With that, she retrieved a key from her bag and swiftly unlocked the door, her gaze falling on Huoxiang's luggage, which she effortlessly picked up as she headed inside. Huo watched his sister carry the luggage with such ease, feeling a sense of something amiss. Following her inside, He closed the door behind him, empty-handed. Your room is on the left side of the second floor, right? Huo Yao called back as she ascended the stairs with his belongings. Huo met her gaze and nodded instinctively. Huo Yao gestured in the air. Realizing her intention, Huo opened his mouth, ready to insist he could carry his own luggage. But the words never left his lips as he watched his sister swiftly ascend the stairs with the items. Huo stood frozen, feeling awkward for allowing his slender sister to assist him with his luggage. Chapter 193. Urging your fourth brother to leave this home prompted by the sight of Huo still standing in place when Huo Yao returned downstairs after depositing the luggage. She noted the adorably bewildered expression on his otherwise cold and stoic face, which appeared considerably more endearing than her cultured second brother. Huo noticed his sister's assessing gaze. When he looked her way, she had already averted her eyes, yet he caught a glimpse of her seemingly satisfied expression. Satisfied? Huo blinked, sensing that peculiar feeling arise once more. Huo Yao, oblivious to his expression, proceeded to the kitchen, opening the refrigerator. Since the aunt had not come, and Huo did not seem capable of cooking, the burden of preparing a meal fell to her. At that moment, her phone rang from her pocket. As she removed ingredients from the refrigerator, she fished her phone from her coat pocket, seeing it was a call from the old man. She tapped to answer, placing on speaker. Dad, my daughter, have you reached home yet? Huo Yan's cheerful voice came through the line. Yes, I just got home. Answered truthfully, casually closing the refrigerator door, and then inquired, Are you and Mom coming back for dinner tonight? No. Your father and mother have a gathering this evening and won't be home early. Also, I've given the aunt a day off today, so you need not worry about dinner. Your father has already ordered for you, and it should be arriving soon. Just be sure to keep an eye out for it. Came the response. Hearing his father's words through the speaker, who had just poured himself a glass of water, paused in his tracks. His mind was consumed by the phrase, I've given the aunt a day off today. Held her phone, initially responding with a soft ah, before saying, I understand. She then proceeded to return the ingredients she had taken out back into the refrigerator. Once the call ended, her father cautioned, be careful at home alone. If someone rings the doorbell, do not open the door, understand? It's not safe at night. A peculiar expression crossed face. Her father seemed unusually protective today, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. She turned to, who stood outside the kitchen, and said sweetly, You needn't worry, fourth brother is also at home. Hearing this, who was about to hang up, suddenly turned pale, his voice dripping with disdain. Why is he still there? If he had thought earlier that he was merely being overly sensitive about the disdain, it was now confirmed without a doubt. Holding his water cup, felt increasingly withdrawn. Observing her dazed brother, pondered for a moment and finally spoke. Dad, I was on speakerphone. Who had wanted to urge to leave, found himself speechless. After a prolonged silence on the line, he hurriedly exclaimed, I must go. Your mother and I are heading out to eat. With that, he swiftly ended the call, raised an eyebrow, feeling no shame for the mischief, and tucked her phone back into her pocket. She exited the kitchen, cheerfully announcing, Dad ordered takeout for us, so we don't have to cook tonight. Gazed at his sister, his expression blank, until after a while, he managed a stiff smile. That's great. Chuckled, thinking how delightful it was to have such an adorable brother. The awkward atmosphere was shattered when the doorbell rang. It must be the takeout Dad ordered. I'll go get it, said, heading towards the door. Upon opening it, she was surprised to find not the delivery person, but a middle-aged man dressed in a sharp suit, holding two exquisite boxes. Pressing her hand against the doorframe, she asked curiously, Who are you? The man smiled respectfully and handed her the boxes. This is the takeout you ordered. Enjoy your meal. The boss instructed to be discreet and not to startle the young lady. It took a moment for her to accept the boxes. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she asked, Are you really a delivery person? The man's expression faltered for a brief moment before he nodded. Yes. Delivery personnel are this refined nowadays? She mused but chose not to inquire further. She thanked him and closed the door. Returning to the dining room, she placed the elegant boxes on the table, each containing 3 layers for dishes, and 2 boxes of rice, ample for 2 people. During dinner, suddenly looked up at who was quietly eating across from her, and asked, by the way, fourth brother, Are you an actor? Paused, shaking his head. No, I sing. Sing? She considered if his lack of an album was why he was hard to find online. Not wanting to delve deeper into his personal matters, she joked, With your looks, I bet many people in the company are envious of you. Hearing this, S. lips twitched, his expression a mix of emotions as he glanced at his sister, feeling the need to clarify. Actually, fourth brother earns his keep through talent. Nodded, Not taking it to heart, well, the entertainment industry is quite treacherous, so be careful not to get caught up in it. After that, she lowered her head and resumed eating, felt a twinge of melancholy, realizing for the first time that being good-looking might not be entirely advantageous. After finishing dinner, volunteered to wash the dishes, but firmly stopped her. A girl's hands should be well cared for. Put that down, I'll handle it, he insisted, taking the bowl from her hands and heading into the kitchen. Seeing this, did not insist, intending to slice some fruit in the living room. After taking a few steps, she heard a clatter from the kitchen. Rubbing her forehead, she already knew what was happening. Ultimately, what should have taken a few minutes turned into a 20-minute ordeal for her. And he emerged from the kitchen looking defeated, proving the saying, nothing goes right and chaos reigns. Sighing, sat down on the sofa in the living room just as she finished cutting the fruit. She placed the neatly cut pieces on the coffee table. Taking a bite of an apple, she glanced at its face, studying him for a few moments before asking, "Fourth brother, did you not take the medicine I gave you this morning?" Though her tone was inquisitive, it carried an air of certainty. Met her gaze, feeling her expression grow serious and cold as she spoke, causing him to instinctively straighten his posture. "I wanted to, but when I saw your eyes, it was as if I couldn't get the words out." He finally admitted, "I forgot." Finishing the last piece of apple, stood up without saying a word. As watched her abruptly stand and walk away, an unfamiliar feeling of trepidation washed over him, reminiscent of being caught by a teacher for not doing homework. It was strange that he felt this way. Soon, returned with a glass of water, expressionless, and handed it to. Sitting upright, he accepted the glass almost instinctively, and without needing her to say anything, he quickly retrieved the medicine from his pocket. "I'll take it now." Without pondering whether the medication was suitable or harmful, he hastily swallowed a pill. Seeing him take the medicine, S' expression softened, though her tone remained stern. "If you want to recover, you must take the medicine I provide on time." Nodded reflexively, as his usual aloof demeanor seemed to dissolve in her presence, creating an illusion where she was the elder sibling and he the younger. This is quite puzzling, he thought. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly began, "Do you know about my health?" Just then, S' phone rang, and, as she pulled it out, she casually replied. Huo Yang's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing that sound of affirmation. The matters concerning his health were known only to his second and third brothers. Even his eldest brother was unaware. How did his younger sister come to know? Furthermore, it was certain that the second and third brothers would not divulge such information. Huo Yao paid no heed to the surprise evident in Huo Yang's eyes, nonchalantly settling onto the sofa to respond to messages, remaining silent. Huo Yang had a myriad of questions he wished to pose, yet seeing her with her head bent, focused on her texting, he ultimately sealed his lips and sat there absent-mindedly. The message came from a new WeChat friend added just yesterday. "Don't steal my Lingji. Don't steal my Lingji." The Pharmacy Association did indeed have a pharmacist prepare a batch of Wuyu recently, but it is said that this medicine is not available for public sale and remains within the Pharmacy Association. Huo Yao curled her legs on the sofa, lazily reclining against the backrest. As she read the message, her gaze narrowed slightly, and her fingertips danced over the screen, initiating a reply. "Pill, are you certain? Don't steal my Lingji." "Absolutely. The Pharmacy Association houses numerous rare medicinal materials, and therefore, any advanced medicines prepared by pharmacists within the association must be recorded and cannot be sold or removed privately." Huo Yao absently traced the edge of her phone with her fingers, contemplating for a few seconds before replying. "Do you happen to know the name of the pharmacist who prepared the Wuyu?" "Don't steal my Lingji. I'm not too sure about that, but I can inquire further for you." Seeing this, Huo Yao quickly responded, "No need, it's not important. Don't steal my Lingji. By the way, are you still practicing alchemy?" "Pill, no, I don't have the time. Don't steal my Lingji, all right? Let me know when you resume alchemy." "Pill, it seems unlikely for the time being. I'm in my 3rd year of high school, and time is quite tight." Don't Steal My Lingji, Chapter 196. This perfect score is simply unscientific. Huo Yao swiftly concluded her conversation with "Don't steal my Lingji." Glancing at the time and realizing it was getting late, remembering the assignments assigned by school that she had yet to complete, she rose from the sofa, addressing Huo Yang. "I'm heading upstairs to do my homework. You should rest early too." With that, she ascended to the 2nd floor. Huo Yang gazed at his sister's departing figure, the haze of the entire evening dissipating with her mention of homework. Despite being merely a 3rd-year student, her seriousness exuded a commanding presence, surpassing his own, making her seem more like an adult. Particularly, recalling her earlier insistence on him taking medicine. He found it hard to believe that he was the one who had just been so meek. Time soon arrived on the day when the results of the National Knowledge Competition City Finals were to be announced. Originally, the next round following the city finals would be the provincial competition. However, as the city was an independent municipality, this round's competition questions were of a higher difficulty than those in other provinces. Advancing would lead directly to the national competition, naturally, to ensure fairness in the event. Even though this round's questions were more challenging, the cutoff score remained significantly higher than in other provinces, indicating that many participants would be eliminated. At 10 o'clock, the official website posted the names and scores of the students who qualified. There was no need to input any exam numbers. Simply viewing the official ranking would reveal whether one advanced or was eliminated. At this moment, in the accelerated class, Lucia retrieved her phone, opening the competition's official website, feeling a wave of nervousness that made her hesitant to look. The difficulty of this round's questions was daunting. And on top of that, the materials she had borrowed from the Literature Association had been taken by Lu Ziming before she could even review them, which left her feeling anxious during the exam, unsure about her ability to answer several of the major questions correctly. Xia, how did you do? What score did you get? Chang Yingying had just taken out her phone, still yet to check. Lucia's expression tightened slightly as her voice remained calm and gentle. I am in the process of checking. As she spoke, her fingers tapped the pin banner on the homepage displaying the qualifying results. Her heart tightened in that instant. First place, Huo Yao, 150 points. Second place, Ilian Fan, 148 points. Third place, Cheng Jia, 140 points. 15th place, Ding Qing, Yu Yihan, Lucia, 120 points. With a perfect score of 150, the cutoff was set at 120. As Lucia beheld this ranking, her hands trembled. She had secured the last position. Had she answered even one question incorrectly, she would not have advanced to the national competition. And there was Huo Yao, achieving a perfect score and taking first place. Lucia's expression darkened. Even Ilian Fan had not scored perfectly. How could someone like Huo Yao, who had previously relied on money to secure grades in high school back in the county, surpass Ilian Fan? This was simply unscientific. Xia, congratulations on making it to the national competition. At that moment, Chang Yingying's congratulatory words came through, though her voice lacked the usual excitement and joy. After all, having been overshadowed by Huo Yao's first-place achievements in recent competitions, this result, which she initially thought would be poor but suddenly turned around, made Lucia's entry into the national competition seem rather ordinary. Lucia naturally noticed Chang Yingying's shift in attitude, which only added to her growing agitation. Just as she was about to speak, her phone vibrated several times in quick succession. Lowering her gaze to the screen, she saw messages from her manager and the sisters in her girl group chat. Chapter 197. Find a way to have your brother take you to the show. Soon, Lucia opened WeChat. Tianye, congratulations, Sia. You've made it to the national competition. Truly remarkable for a student from the first high school's advanced class. Training team Yaoyao. Congratulations to my fairy Xia for successfully advancing. Training team Rojin. The champagne is ready. Let us celebrate together tonight. Training team Ling. I'm coming to pick you up. As she read these congratulatory messages, had it been in the past, she would have felt elated. However, now, Lucia tightened her grip, took a deep breath, and began to respond to each of their messages. Regardless of the situation, she needed to maintain her persona with the company. After replying to her training team sisters, she finally sent a response to her manager, Tiange. Lucia's manager had always placed great importance on her, and the moment the competition results were released, he arranged for marketing accounts to create a buzz online. Tiange, by the way, later on, post a Weibo with a screenshot of a national competition ranking. I've already arranged for the marketing accounts to give you a push. Lucia understood her manager's intentions and quickly replied with a simple acknowledgement. Tiange, I've been in contact with a variety show director called Country Life with Family. This show is broadcast live, and if you're fortunate enough to be selected, your popularity will soar. Upon reading this, Lucia's expression shifted slightly as she recalled something and hurriedly asked, is it the one produced by director Chui? Tiange, how did you know? This show is still in the preparatory stage. I only learned about it through a friend who knows director Chu. Holding her phone, Lucia suppressed her bubbling excitement and quickly typed, a brother of mine informed me. Tiange, is it that brother who sings? Lucia, yes. The manager on the other end of the line stroked his chin, pondering. If it was that person, it made sense. After a moment of thought, He replied, "Since that's the case, if I cannot secure this opportunity for you, then find a way to have your brother take you to participate in this program." Speaking of Chu Yi, he is undoubtedly one of the industry's top variety show producers. He has produced 3 shows that have outperformed expectations and launched numerous artists to fame. Undoubtedly, individuals at the pinnacle of production and direction possess peculiar temperaments and discerning eyes that are not easily swayed by mere connections. Although the agent is aware that QDO is preparing for this variety show, he lacks any confidence in securing Elshi's selection. Consequently, in an effort to enhance her chances of being chosen, he contemplates leveraging the competition to solidify her persona, thereby increasing her popularity and appeal. Meanwhile, thoughts of Hu Xiying bring a complex expression to Elshi's face. Primarily, her previous interactions with this elder brother were marked by his aloof and indifferent demeanor, treating everyone with a dispassionate air, an attitude that extended even to their childhood companions, resulting in a rather tepid relationship. Moreover, she had once inadvertently offended him. However, the show HGR into TNYU in SHNGO is bound to become a sensational hit. Thus, regardless of the obstacles, she is determined to participate in this variety program. Shortly, Elshi responds to her agent with, "I understand." After concluding their conversation, her mood has significantly improved, and her gaze returns to the competition results displayed on her phone, where she suddenly smirks in self-deprecation. It is merely a small competition, yet it has caused her to lose her composure. Such a reaction is unwarranted. Taking a deep breath, Elshi feels a refreshing clarity wash over her, dispelling the gloom from her visage. She takes a screenshot of the competition results and edits a Weibo post to share. After posting, she places her phone in the box on the table and, after a moment of contemplation, turns to glance at Ying, who is engrossed in her phone. Although it is just a minor competition, she does not wish to witness the haughty expressions of certain individuals that affect her mood. Huo Yao has once again secured first place in the competition with a perfect score, a result that has become commonplace among her peers, who regard her as a paragon of excellence, an existence so divine that they, mere mortals, are not even worthy of envy. After the final class of the afternoon, Huo Yao prepares to visit the hospital with Ying to check on Ba's condition. As they exit the classroom, Huo Yao's gaze is drawn to a boy lazily leaning against the railing in the distance, his profile strikingly familiar. After a moment of reflection, she recalls the mysterious youth who had challenged her after the city competition. Indeed, it is the same individual. He is Li NFN from the elite class. Instinctively, this former top student's sudden appearance outside the experimental class likely indicates a challenge directed at her formidable sister. The encounter of titans evokes an electrifying tension. Ying's eyes sparkle with excitement. Huo Yao raises an eyebrow and glances at Ying, teasingly noting, "So your ominous prediction has come to pass?" Ying, who merely wished to spectate yet finds herself embroiled in this drama, exclaims internally, "I only suggested he might be a formidable rival." Huo Yao casually adjusts the strap of her backpack and, with an air of nonchalance, continues her stride forward, as if oblivious to the looming confrontation. Ying discreetly gives her a thumbs up behind her back, admiring her sister's poise even in the face of potential rivals. No, as if the opponent were mere air. Yaoyao Prouchis, who had been lounging against the railing, suddenly shifts and stands in the middle of the corridor, blocking her path. The 18-year-old boy, embodying the youthful arrogance of his age, especially as a prominent figure within the school, radiates an unmistakable air of superiority. Huo Yao halts, crossing her arms and leisurely raising her chin to meet Li NFN's gaze, her expression unruffled. Other students emerge from the classroom, pausing in their tracks upon witnessing the standoff between the two titans. "Oh my, is a fight about to break out?" It certainly looks that way, especially since UDLO has claimed multiple firsts since transferring to YZHing. If I were in their shoes, I would harbor resentment against anyone who stole my accolades and seek various forms of retribution. The atmosphere between these two is so charged, it's exhilarating to watch. I wonder who would prevail. Foolishness. When titans clash, mere mortals suffer. We should distance ourselves. Thus, the onlookers, including Ying, cautiously retreat several steps, resembling frightened mice seeking safety from potential collateral damage. The air grows unnaturally still, with the spectators holding their breath, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama between the two deities. Huo Yao raises an eyebrow, regarding wily NFN with a hint of arrogance as she provocatively inquires, "Are you looking for a fight?" Wily NFN furrows his brow. Huo Yao casually flexes her wrist, remarking, "But isn't fighting prohibited on campus? Did you not know?" While her words appear innocuous at first, upon closer examination, they convey a bold arrogance. Fighting may be banned on school grounds, but disputes can be taken off campus. Wily NFN, discerning the underlying meaning in Huo Yao's statement, notices her hands gesture and frowns deeper, questioning, "Who wants to fight you? Are you even a girl? Starting with a challenge?" The onlooking students murmur amongst themselves, sensing an unexpected shift in the atmosphere. Suddenly, wily NFN retrieves a folded piece of paper from his backpack and forcefully thrusts it into Huo Yao's hand. His tone firm. "I expect your answer by tomorrow." Without granting her an opportunity to refuse, he turns and departs. The rapid transition leaves the spectators, who anticipated a physical confrontation, utterly bewildered. What? They brought out a bench just for this? A love letter? Regaining her composure, Huo Yao ignores the curious gazes of her peers and glances at the paper she was handed. Although it is folded, she could discern some content through her line of sight, causing her lips to twitch. As wily NFN walks away, Ying approaches, her gaze fixed on Huo Yao's hand, suppressing the urge to snatch it for a better look. "What did wily NFN give you?" At her inquiry, the surrounding students instinctively lean in, eager for details. Huo Yao nonchalantly tucks the paper in her coat pocket and replies, "It's something you wouldn't understand." Ying touches her nose, retorting, "If you don't show me, how do you know I wouldn't understand?" Huo Yao turns her head, a teasing smile gracing her lips as she replies, "Trust me, little darling, you would question everything upon reading it." With that, she affectionately ruffles Ying's hair. Ying is taken aback, feeling somewhat offended. Huo Yao chuckles, shaking her head as she resumes her forward march. After approximately 20 minutes, Huo Yao and Ying arrive at the hospital. This time of day is designated for Ying's visits, and with her mother absent, she helps Huo Yao don sterile attire before entering the ward. Upon seeing her father lying quietly on the bed, Ying's eyes well up with tears. She sits beside him, her voice thick with emotion as she speaks. "Although my father has escaped immediate danger, if he remains unresponsive like this, his chances of waking up in the future are exceedingly slim." Huo Yao's purpose for visiting today is to assess Ying's health condition. While Ying is caught up in her thoughts, Huo Yao discreetly checks Ying's pulse. Though faint, the pulse indicates that the situation is not dire. Withdrawing her hand, Huo Yao pondered for a few moments before gently patting Ying's shoulder, assuring her that everything would be fine and that her uncle would awaken in a couple of days. Ying, however, could only manage a bitter smile and shook her head, dismissing Huo Yao's words. Huo Yao refrained from saying more, remaining for a few minutes before exiting the hospital room to allow Ying to stay with her father. After taking the elevator down from the inpatient building, Huo Yao made her way out of the hospital, unexpectedly encountering an acquaintance in the outpatient hall. Chapter 200. "May I ask if this medication has any side effects?" "Little sister, what brings you to the hospital?" Yu, who had come to inquire about medication for a friend, was surprised to see Huo Yao. Unlike a shopping mall, the hospital's atmosphere compelled him to scan her from head to toe, leading him to ask with genuine concern, "Are you unwell?" Huo Yao politely nodded, "No, I am merely visiting a classmate whose family member is hospitalized." "Ah, I see." Yu smiled. "Are you heading home now?" "Yes." "Then how fortuitous. I'm also leaving." "Allow me to escort you," Yu offered enthusiastically. Such a lovely young lady should not return home alone. "No need for trouble. I could take a taxi myself." Huo Yao firmly declined, her expression icy, as if to convey an unspoken message of their unfamiliarity. Noticing her demeanor, Yu brushed his nose, recognizing the familial resemblance in their expressions. As he was about to speak again, he suddenly noticed his doctor friend hastily approaching, an urgent expression on his face. "Yu, wait a moment about that medication." However, upon seeing Huo Yao standing beside him, the doctor instinctively halted and altered his words. "Ah, my apologies for interrupting your conversation." Regaining his composure, Yu replied, "No, not at all. However, my friend mentioned that the medication has some issues." Recalling that the medication had been given by his sister, Yu cleared his throat and suggested, "Perhaps we should discuss this in your office." The doctor nodded in agreement. Turning back to Huo Yao, Tong Yu had not yet spoken when she preemptively said, "You may carry on with your work." With that, she departed. Once she was out of sight, Tong Yu redirected his attention to follow his doctor friend back to the office. However, the doctor did not lead him to his office, but rather to the director's office. Though puzzled, Tong Yu did not press for explanations. Inside the director's office, there was not just the director, but also an elderly gentleman with graying hair. Upon seeing Tong Yu enter, the elder rose from the sofa, his piercing gaze fixed upon him, holding a pill in his hand. "May I inquire where this medication was obtained?" The elder was none other than the esteemed Pei Lao, who had previously provided assistance to Minyu Jianxiang. He was an old friend of the director and had coincidentally come to discuss matters when he encountered Tong Yu inquiring about the medication. Tong Yu's gaze fell on the pill in Pei Lao's hand, momentarily stunned before replying, "It was given to me by a friend." Pei Lao's expression grew even more animated. "Is your friend knowledgeable in pharmacology? Could you introduce me?" The director, taken aback, looked at Pei Lao with surprise after many years of acquaintance. He had never witnessed such enthusiasm from him. His gaze shifted to the small pill in Pei Lao's hand. "What exactly is this medication?" Tong Yu, perplexed by the elder's excitement, could discern that he seemed quite knowledgeable about the medication given to his sister. "My friend is not versed in pharmacology. However, could you please enlighten me on this medication's purpose? Is it safe for someone with spinal nerve damage to consume? Are there any side effects?" Tong Yu bombarded him with questions, focusing solely on these concerns. Upon hearing the phrase side effects, Pei Lao's expression shifted dramatically. Had his apprentice uttered such words, he likely would have struck him with a stick for such ignorance. How could such a precious medication fall into the hands of someone so oblivious to its value? Chapter 201. A rare medication. Pei Lao took a deep breath, internally reminding himself not to quibble with the uninformed. "Let me ask you, is the individual requiring this medication recently afflicted with some form of poisoning?" "Poisoning? What do you mean?" Tong Yu's face displayed confusion as he shook his head. "No. My friend merely has nerve damage." Pei Lao furrowed his brow. "That cannot be. The Yuqing one is specifically designed to inhibit the spread of bodily toxins and temporarily safeguard the nerves from toxic invasion. If there were no poisoning, why would one require this medication?" Tong Yu scratched his head, struggling to understand how the topic had shifted to poisoning. This is in ancient times. The conversation is becoming increasingly fantastical. Moreover, modern medicine is so advanced that if my family member were truly poisoned, it would have been detected during the numerous examinations conducted at the hospital. At that moment, Tong Yu's doctor friend interjected, "Ahem, Tong Yu, this is Pei Lao, the esteemed figure I previously mentioned. His expertise in traditional Chinese medicine is unparalleled in the city." Tong Yu was genuinely surprised by this revelation. Instinctively adopting a respectful demeanor as he nodded towards Pei Lao, "I apologize for my earlier rudeness, Pei Lao." After a brief pause, he reiterated his earlier explanation. "The medication was given to me by my friend's sister. I am unsure if it is safe for consumption, which is why I sought your guidance. My friend has undergone multiple examinations at the hospital and, aside from spinal nerve damage, has no other health concerns." Turning to the director, Tong Yu added, "I recall you reviewed my friend's test results." The director, remembering Tong Yu, nodded. "Indeed, the patient has only the issue with the spinal nerve." Pei Lao, after a moment of contemplation, stated, "To put it plainly, this medication falls under the category of rare drugs within the Pharmacists Association. The number of pharmacists capable of producing it is exceedingly limited, and describing it as having a price yet being unavailable would not be an exaggeration." Tong Yu, being an outsider to this field, could not grasp the rarity of such drugs, but the director was well aware of Pei Lao's implication. Shock coursed through him upon hearing Pei Lao's words. The Pharmacists Association categorizes drugs into 4 tiers, with the first tier being the most precious, followed by the second, and the third tier comprising ordinary medications. While the latter is classified as common, it still represents a level of sophistication inaccessible to the average person. The first tier drugs belong to a special category of ancient formulations, with only a handful of pharmacists possessing the skills to create them, individuals who command great respect wherever they go. If the first tier is extraordinary, the second tier is incomprehensible. No wonder Pei Lao's reaction had been so fervent upon receiving the medication. Tong Yu was momentarily bewildered, his mind swirling with Pei Lao's words about the rarity of the medication. Though unfamiliar with the Pharmacists Association, he understood the concept of something being priceless yet unavailable. It was akin to how his family members' albums would sell out immediately upon release, leaving no opportunity for those with money to purchase them. Thus, Tong Yu, touching his nose, mused, "Is this medication truly so valuable?" Pei Lao shot him a disdainful glance, clearly expressing his feelings. "1,000 of you would not equate to the worth of this single pill." Tong Yu responded, "Now that seems a bit excessive." Chapter 202. Not for public sale. You mentioned your friend has suffered spinal nerve damage, which is indeed fortunate. The Yuqing one not only inhibits toxins but also repairs nerve damage, making it effective for his condition, Pei Lao quickly added. Upon hearing this, Tong Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, I still suggest that your friend undergo a thorough blood examination, as some chronic toxins may not be detectable in the early stages, Elder Pei remarked lightly. Such a precious and targeted medicine, devoid of other risks. Who would casually offer it to ordinary patients? Some issues are easily surmised. Tong Yu's expression grew solemn as he pondered. Then he bowed to Elder Pei, asking if it would be possible for him to examine his friend on another day. You need not worry. We can afford any consultation fee. Although Huo Xiang's third brother is an expert in neurology and failed to uncover any other issues, Elder Pei's words commanded attention. After all, traditional Chinese medicine differs from Western medicine. What if Elder Pei could completely cure Huo Xiang? Elder Pei glanced at Tong Yu. Then his gaze fell upon the pill contained within a transparent plastic bag in his hand. After a moment's contemplation, he replied that an examination would not pose a problem, but he had a humble request. Upon hearing this, Tong Yu immediately grasped the implication and expressed his gratitude, stating he would inquire about the origin of the medicine from his friend's sister. Elder Pei politely nodded, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. Lacking Huo Yao's contact information, Tong Yu had no choice but to call Huo Xiang. The call connected swiftly, and Tong Yu briefly explained the situation. I will ask my sister. Huo Xiang replied over the phone. After hanging up, Tong Yu reflected on their earlier encounter at the hospital with Huo Yao and sighed inwardly, wishing he had brought her along. Meanwhile, Huo Xiang was already seated in a taxi when he called Huo Yao. Donning headphones, she pressed the answer button and said, "Fourth brother." He inquired about the source of the medicine she received, expressing that it seemed quite effective. Huo Xiang refrained from mentioning Tong Yu's call, fearing that if his sister learned he consulted a doctor about the medicine, it might distress her. Huo Yao gazed thoughtfully out the window, concluding that her brother's inquiry was not mere coincidence, particularly considering their recent encounter with her agent. She swiftly replied, "The medicine was given to me by a friend, but he usually does not sell it publicly." Huo Xiang, taken aback momentarily, chose not to press further, responding, "Oh, understood. When will you be home?" "In about 10 minutes. Huo Yao answered. "Be safe," Huo Xiang said before ending the call and returning to Tong Yu, relaying his sister's exact words without omission. Upon hearing this, Elder Pei fell silent, a sense of regret washing over him. Yet he understood. After a while, he returned the medicine to Tong Yu, his reluctance evident, accompanied by a twinge of heartache. Tong Yu hesitated to extend his hand, but considering the medicine was a rare gem in Elder Pei's eyes, he found himself unable to voice his desire to offer it. Thus, after a moment of internal conflict, he resolved to pocket the medicine without guilt, concluding that a distinguished master of traditional Chinese medicine would not be lacking in such a pill. Chapter 203. A Genius, a Divine Doctor? As Tong Yu departed, Elder Pei proactively requested a contact number from him. Once Tong Yu had left, the director regarded Elder Pei with a serious expression, asking, "Old Pei, do you suspect that the medicine did not originate from the Apothecary Association?" Elder Pei settled back onto the sofa, took a sip of tea, and replied, "Indeed. Even Yi Shu would struggle to concoct such a high-grade medicine. I only happened upon it from a young acquaintance, and regrettably, the source was an auction site. Such items have not surfaced in the past 1 or 2 years." Elder Pei's gaze drifted into the distance. Ancient remedies are not easily produced, and even if they are, few achieve the requisite quality. The director's face registered shock once more. Yi Shu, a senior pharmacist from the Apothecary Association, is a genius among geniuses. And if even he cannot craft it, one can only wonder about the extraordinary talent of the mysterious creator of this medicine. No wonder he had sought Tong Yu's contact information, initially believing the Apothecary Association to be a repository of exceptional talent. He now realized that true masters reside among the populace. After a moment's reflection, the director sighed. Elder Pei stroked his long white beard with an enigmatic expression, stating, "There are always those beyond our grasp, and when compared to certain reclusive families, the Apothecary Association is hardly significant." The director fell silent, grappling with concepts utterly unfathomable to him, realms beyond his reach. Upon returning home, Huo Yao had dinner and then retreated to her room. After showering, she took out her phone and initiated a video call with her grandmother. It was not long before the call connected, revealing her grandmother's familiar face on the screen. As Huo Yao towel-dried her hair, she remarked, "You seem to be in much better spirits." Her grandmother, holding the phone like a child seeking praise, smiled and said, "I've been taking your medicine regularly." Huo Yao casually inquired, "By the way, has the Liu family stopped insisting on bringing you back?" "No, I'm quite well at home." "You need not worry," her grandmother reassured her. After a brief pause, she added, "Oh, by the way, I heard from the neighbors that someone is inquiring about a divine doctor around here." Huo Yao paused, her expression contemplative. She recalled her grandmother mentioning a master who practiced traditional Chinese medicine and wondered if it might be him. "It probably isn't," Huo Yao replied, her demeanor unflinching. "Oh, that's good to hear. Also, I've tidied up the things in the small room while I had some free time at home." Huo Yao, upon hearing this, pursed her lips and responded with a soft mm. After over 20 minutes, Huo Yao concluded her video call with her grandmother, her mind deep in thought. She then stood up and retrieved the paper Ilian Fan had given her from the pocket of her coat, draped over a chair. Unfolding the paper, she gazed at the physics problems inscribed upon it, feeling a wave of melancholy. Ultimately, she picked up a pen and began to solve the problems. Meanwhile, Liu Xia and several sisters from her girl group had just returned to the Liu residence after a gathering. In the living room, Liu's parents and Liu Ziming were present, but the couple's expressions were decidedly grim, and the atmosphere was laden with tension. Liu Xia furrowed her brow, glancing at Liu Ziming, who wore a smug expression, and quickly deduced the source of the family's discontent. She composed herself and approached them, greeting as usual, "Dad, Mom." Xiaoman turned her gaze towards her, unable to suppress her inquiry. "How did your competition results turn out so poorly this time?" Chapter 204. "You can't even compare to Huo Yao?" Just as expected, Liu Xia forced a smile and patiently replied, "I think it's quite fortunate that my results qualified for the national competition." Hearing this, Liu's father furrowed his brow even deeper. "Did you not receive review materials from the Literary Association? And what else with Huo Yao scoring full marks and coming in first? You can't even compare to her?" Liu Xia anticipated her father's reaction, letting out a light laugh as she explained, "Yes, I had review materials, but my dear brother secretly gave them to her." Liu Ziming immediately leaped up in denial. "You're just trying to deflect blame for your poor performance. I didn't steal your materials for her out of boredom." Liu Xia chose not to argue, pulling out the express delivery receipt from her bag and calmly stating, "Isn't this the one you sent? What is this?" Xiaoman rose to her feet and took the courier slip, noticing that the sender was her son's name and the recipient was Huo Yao. Immediately, she turned to look at Liu Ziming. Liu Ziming glanced at the courier slip, a flicker of guilt crossing his face, yet he stubbornly denied it, proclaiming, "I haven't sent anything." Liu Xia, disappointment etched on her face, shook her head and said, "Liu Ziming, I understand that you may not wish to acknowledge me as your sister, but you need not go so far as to send my information to Huo Yao. What does that leave our parents' dignity and the reputation of the Liu family?" The mention of dignity darkened Liu Fu's countenance even further. He snatched the courier slip from Xiaoman's hands, examined it, and turned to Liu Ziming, exclaiming, "You reckless fool! How could someone with the academic record of a foster daughter, who couldn't even secure a place in the county's top high school, possibly achieve full marks in this competition?" So this is how it is. Although Liu Ziming was usually audacious and unruly, he felt a twinge of fear at the sight of his father's wrathful expression, rendering him speechless. Pressing his forehead, Liu Fu thundered, "Do you have any idea how many connections I leveraged to secure opportunities for your sister? How could you act in such a manner? Is your brain made of mush?" Xiaoman, concerned that her husband might lash out at their child in his anger, quickly positioned herself in front of Liu Ziming, stating that the child was merely confused for a moment. Originally, Old Shui had mentioned bringing Xia to Beijing during the national competition to meet a mentor. Now, with this last place finish, how could they even consider seeking a mentor? Liu Fu was left speechless in his fury. Any influential family in Beijing far surpassed the Liu family, and by establishing connections, their family standing in the city could elevate significantly. Thus, Lu Fu had expended tremendous effort to pave the way for Lu Xia. He Xiaoman's expression faltered, her mind buzzing, utterly a loss for words. Lu Xia, observing her parents' self-serving obsession with their own interests and dignity, said in a calm voice, "If there is nothing else, I shall return to my room." Lu Fu glanced at her, ultimately choosing silence. The following day, shortly after Huo Yao entered the classroom, Fan appeared at the back door of the experimental class. Coincidentally, Huo Yao was seated in the last row. Disregarding the fact that he did not belong to the class, he walked in through the back door. "Have you solved the problem?" Huo Yao glanced at him with an expressionless face, retrieving a book from her backpack as she replied, "Next time, do not bring me science questions. I am a liberal arts student now." With that, she impatiently pulled out a piece of paper containing the solution from her book. Chapter 205. Did she solve the problem in just one night? Fan's lips twitched as his gaze fell upon the paper he had received. Initially appearing nonchalant, his expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the solution steps written on it. The physics problem he had provided was from last year's International Physics Olympiad, where only one student had managed to solve it, and its difficulty was nearly off the charts. The steps on this paper were remarkably more concise than those of the student hailed as a genius last year, showcasing an entirely different approach to the problem. If he had not studied this problem himself, Fan could hardly believe it was possible to arrive at such a solution. Should this answer be published online, it would surely leave countless high-achieving students feeling despondent. Some classmates, witnessing the former academic powerhouse seeking out the current academic powerhouse, gathered around, eager to discover what was written on the paper that had altered Fan's demeanor. However, when they saw that the entire paper was filled with incomprehensible equations, the liberal arts students in the experimental class were left utterly stunned. A love letter could not possibly be misconstrued. The realm of academic prodigies was one that the academically challenged would never grasp. Fan looked at Huo Yao with a complex expression, only to find her entirely oblivious to him, casually taking out an English book to read. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. "Your science grades are so impressive. Why are you still in a liberal arts class?" Huo Yao did not lift her head, lightly responding, "There is no difference between classes." Fan thought to himself that he had only ever heard such arrogance from him. Now, to hear it from another's lips was both infuriating and enticing. Before long, Fan left the experimental class. Once he departed, the classmates began to grasp the implications of Yi's earlier words. Had he just implied that Huo Yao's science grade surpassed his own? There was no need for interpretation. This was the undeniable truth. Yet another day of intellectual awakening. After leaving the experimental class, Fan walked part of the way toward the rocket class's classroom, but soon halted and turned back, heading towards the physics teacher's office. The physics teacher was preparing lessons and appeared somewhat surprised when he saw Fan. Fan placed the paper with the equations directly on the physics teacher's desk and said, "Teacher, please take a look at this." The physics teacher set down his pen, picked up the paper, and as soon as he saw the problem, he instinctively remarked, "Isn't this the problem that stumped countless students during last year's Olympiad?" Indeed, the physics teacher continued scrutinizing the solution steps, and soon, astonishment replaced his initial expression. After finishing, he lifted his head, his voice tinged with excitement. "Did you solve this?" Fan shook his head. "Not me. It was the student from the experimental class, Huo Yao." The physics teacher, upon hearing this, trembled slightly. "The one who ranked first in this month's examination?" "Yes," Fan admitted, admiration creeping onto his face. "I struggled with this problem for a week, and she solved it in just one night." The physics teacher's eyes widened in disbelief. "In one night? The difficulty of this problem is such that even I, a veteran in physics, would require at least a day or two to solve it." One night. The physics teacher felt his mind buzzing, utterly at a loss for words. Chapter 206. Reporting competition violations if it were merely an ordinary physics problem solved by a student from a liberal arts class. It might not have been particularly shocking. However, this problem was jointly crafted by professors from several prestigious Ivy League universities. Its profound insights transcending the existing physics knowledge found in textbooks. Thus, the sole student who solved it last year had already attracted offers from those elite institutions before graduating high school. Now, Huo Yao's method of solving this problem was not only simpler than that of last year's student, but could only be described as the work of a physics prodigy. Yet, one could not help but wonder why such a genius was placed in a liberal arts class. The physics teacher, feeling a surge of frustration, stood up with the paper in hand and walked towards the door while waving his hand at Ilianfan. You may return to class. Ilianfan was momentarily taken aback, watching as the physics teacher swiftly exited the office. He wanted to ask if the teacher could return the paper before leaving. The physics teacher hurriedly made his way to the principal's office. Principal, I need to discuss something important with you. Oh, Lao Wei, you are here too? Wei Mingzhi had been conversing with the principal, and upon seeing the physics teacher enter, he ceased his discussion and turned to him. Yes, I came to bring some matters to the principal's attention. Oh, then you go ahead first. I'll wait outside until you finish. Only then did the physics teacher notice that Wei Mingzhi's expression seemed somewhat off. He instinctively hid the paper behind him, intending to retreat from the office. However, Wei Mingzhi called out to him, "It's fine. It's not a private matter. No need to avoid it." Upon hearing the words, the physics teacher glanced at the principal, who gestured toward the chair beside him. Consequently, he opted to remain and pulled the chair over to sit down. After settling in, he resumed examining the problem-solving paper. Wei Mingzhi withdrew his gaze and redirected his attention to the principal. Principal, I believe we should conduct a thorough investigation regarding the report of student Huo Yao's alleged competition misconduct. After all, such competitions differ significantly from routine examinations within the school, and any negative publicity could tarnish the reputation of our esteemed Yizhong. The physics teacher, upon hearing Huo Yao's name mentioned by Wei Mingzhi, instinctively lifted his head to look in his direction. Competition misconduct? What is the situation? The principal scrutinized Wei Mingzhi, noticing that from the moment he entered the office and spoke of Huo Yao, there was a distinct lack of warmth in his eyes. The previous incident involving the backdoor admissions stemmed from Wei Mingzhi and almost resulted in the expulsion of a student he had painstakingly recruited. Now, with the issue of competition misconduct resurfacing, the principal found himself utterly perplexed by Wei Mingzhi's stance. Huo Yao's academic performance and capabilities were evident. She had consistently ranked first in competitions and monthly assessments. Why was there such persistent skepticism? What was he thinking? The principal took a deep breath. Old Wei, let me ask you directly. Are you convinced that Huo Yao possesses character flaws or academic deficiencies? Wei Mingzhi pressed his lips together. That is not my intention. It is merely that someone has reported this issue to me, and as a teacher, I feel obligated to bring it to your attention. The principal scoffed lightly. A responsible attitude? If you lack even a modicum of trust in your own students, how can you claim to be responsible? This matter cannot be conflated. I understand that Huo Yao is your student, but you cannot show bias on her behalf, can you? Wei Mingzhi insisted stubbornly. Chapter 207. Anyone can accept Huo Yao? The principal felt that Wei Mingzhi was beyond redemption and retorted with a cold smile. Very well. If you claim that a student has reported this, present the evidence. Wei Mingzhi seemed to have anticipated this question from the principal, simply stating, as it concerns a student's privacy. I can only say that Huo Yao must have obtained the competition questions in advance. Upon hearing him mention the competition questions, the principal's gaze shifted towards Wei Mingzhi with heightened scrutiny. He opened his mouth to speak, but Wei Mingzhi's voice interrupted. I do not deny that I have doubts about Huo Yao, as she is a liberal arts student. How could she possibly surpass our top student, Lianfan, in the sciences? Furthermore, having reviewed the current competition questions, which were predominantly mathematical and scientific in nature with intricate formats, I cannot believe that a liberal arts student could answer them all correctly. Wei Mingzhi asserted with conviction. Having taught for over a decade, he had encountered a myriad of students, including those proficient in both arts and sciences. If he could not discern such subtleties, he would have wasted those years. The physics teacher, who had been quietly listening, suddenly displayed a peculiar expression. He glanced at the paper in his hand, pondered for a couple of seconds, and ultimately decided that he needed to interject. Rising from his seat, he approached Wei Mingzhi and handed him the paper. Old Wei, take a look at this. Although Wei Mingzhi was in the midst of a crucial discussion with the principal, the interruption left him slightly perturbed. Nevertheless, he patiently accepted the paper from the physics teacher. As soon as he laid eyes on it, his expression froze. Wei Mingzhi taught mathematics, yet he was also proficient in physics, having taught lower-grade physics as well. Upon seeing the physics problem and the corresponding solution on the paper, he was profoundly astonished. After a moment, he looked up at the physics teacher. Who solved this problem? This was just given to me by Ilianfan, the physics teacher replied nonchalantly. The principal leaned in to examine the paper, observing the symbols and equations written on it. Although he recognized it as a physics problem, he could not comprehend the content. While uncertain of the physics teacher's intentions in bringing this up, he chose not to interject at that moment. Upon hearing Lianfan's name, Wei Mingzhi's eyes lit up with surprise. Could it be that this problem was solved by Lianfan? Last year, he was sought after by numerous Ivy League schools. Surely, this problem was not within his grasp. A wave of tumultuous thoughts surged within Wei Mingzhi. After a pause, he continued, such an extraordinary solution could only have been devised by Lianfan himself. Before he could finish, the physics teacher interrupted. This problem was not solved by him. Wei Mingzhi was momentarily taken aback, looking at the physics teacher. It took him a while to regain his voice, not him. Then who? The physics teacher retrieved the paper from Wei Mingzhi's hands, treating it with a sense of reverence as he gently smoothed out the creases. After a moment, he finally uttered 2 words, Huo Yao. Wei Mingzhi's eyes widened in disbelief. His immediate reaction was to shake his head. Impossible. This is a problem from last year's physics Olympiad. How could she possibly solve it? Are you joking? He would believe anyone but Huo Yao. Chapter 208. Is this the material you referenced? The physics teacher regarded Wei Mingzhi with an increasingly peculiar expression and simply asked, why do you believe Huo Yao cannot solve it? Old Wei, do you harbor too many biases? Wei Mingzhi was momentarily taken aback by the question. After a few seconds, he replied, you specialize in physics. You know the difficulty of this problem. She is a liberal arts student. Although the principal could not comprehend the physics problem, he understood that Olympiad questions were notoriously challenging. Thus, hearing Wei Mingzhi repeatedly emphasize Huo Yao's status as a liberal arts student, he could no longer contain himself. Old Wei, you seem to have forgotten something. Initially, I intended to place her in your rocket class. The implication was clear. She was originally a science student, and it was Wei Mingzhi's own decision that had led to her placement in the liberal arts class. Upon hearing the principal's words, Wei Mingzhi felt as if he had been struck down. He nearly stumbled in disbelief. This was a truth he had long avoided acknowledging. And every time he saw that transfer student dominating the rankings with her impressive scores, he had chosen to ignore it, to not listen, and to not see, in order to evade regret. Yet now, the principal's reminder struck him like thunder, shattering his self-deception. Unaware of the backstory, the physics teacher, upon hearing the principal mention this, instinctively revealed his hurried purpose for coming here. So Huo Yao is a science student? No wonder she excels in physics. I was just thinking that such a promising student should not be placed in the liberal arts class. I had intended to discuss transferring her to the science class with you, principal. Seeing that the physics teacher was astute, the principal cast a sidelong glance at Wei Mingzhi, a smirk playing on his lips. You do have an eye for talent. Wei Mingzhi's complexion paled further. Just as this revelation was about to dissipate, the principal suddenly approached his desk, pulled open a drawer, and retrieved a book, tossing it onto the table. Take a look. Is this the material you mentioned? Wei Mingzhi's gaze fell upon the book on the desk. After a few seconds of silence, he hesitantly picked it up and began to flip through its pages. The principal leaned against the desk, his gaze indifferent. This material was given to me by Huo Yao a few days ago. She mentioned that someone had sent it to her home, and since she had no use for it, she provided it to me. I was planning to make a few copies for the students to review. Wei Mingzhi flipped through several pages, finding a variety of question types and their corresponding answers, including those that had appeared in previous competitions, all available in this material. He raised his head, recalling that classmate Huo Yao had previously mentioned her belief that some of the problem-solving methods in this material were overly complicated and outdated, expressing concern that some individuals might exploit this information. Therefore, her approach to answering questions might differ slightly. After a brief pause, the principal pondered for a few seconds before softly stating, since we need to investigate, I will visit the Municipal Literary Association at noon to retrieve Huo Yao's exam paper. I will make a copy for all the teachers to compare. Upon hearing this, Wei Mingzhi's complexion turned pale, and he felt as though all his strength had been drained in that instant. The physics teacher glanced at Wei Mingzhi, shaking his head in disappointment as he casually picked up the material and flipped through it, expressing his dissatisfaction with a click of his tongue. According to Huo Yao's problem-solving approach, the answers presented were indeed rather convoluted, and considering the nature of these questions, they likely posed little challenge for her. After making this remark, the physics teacher set the material aside, acknowledging that this was a student capable of effortlessly solving questions from the International Olympiad. The principal turned to Wei Mingzhi, his gaze neutral. Old Wei, Do you still wish to insist that I investigate whether Huo Yao has committed any violations? Wei Mingzhi stood frozen, never before feeling so cornered. He tugged at the corners of his lips, acutely aware that all the moral integrity he had accumulated over the years was crumbling in this moment. The air was momentarily still. The physics teacher shifted his gaze between the two, eventually clearing his throat to break the silence. By the way, Principal, please seriously consider my suggestion. Placing Huo Yao in the liberal arts class is indeed a waste of her talents. If it's not feasible, perhaps allow her to audit my physics class. The principal chose not to press Wei Mingzhi further, not out of disregard, but because, rather than admitting fault, a subtle acknowledgement could evoke greater shame, one that would linger as a lifetime of disgrace. Regaining his composure, he addressed the physics teacher. You will likely need to ask her yourself. I had previously suggested transferring her, but she declined. Wei Mingzhi's hands trembled slightly. All right, I will ask her later. Such a remarkable talent must not be squandered, the physics teacher remarked casually. The principal smiled faintly and chose to remain silent. Not long after lunch, Huo Yao returned to the classroom, lazily resting her head on the desk with a book covering her face. At that moment, an anonymous post appeared on the school forum, alleging that Huo Yao had violated competition rules by obtaining answers through other means, alongside her previously poor academic performance at the county school. Upon seeing her nearly failing grades in every subject, the forum erupted with comments. Is this score even real? What is happening this semester? Rumors about Huo Yao keep surfacing every few days. Does she not feel humiliated? By the way, ISNT Huo Yao an art student? I heard this competition has a lot of mathematical questions. Let's examine it closely. I just became a fan of Huo Yao, and now I can't distinguish between truth and reality. Who can clarify? Please help. Within moments of the post publication, hundreds of comments flooded in. Meng Ying, rushing back to the classroom with her phone, found Huo Yao still napping and, disregarding everything else, approached to remove the book from her head. Sister, something big has happened. Huo Yao turned her head in the opposite direction, still lazily resting on the desk, her eyes half closed and still tinged with sleepiness as she looked at Meng Ying. Her expression clearly one of annoyance at the disturbance. Meng Ying, touching her nose, presented her phone to Huo Yao. Someone is accusing you of violating competition rules, claiming you knew the answers in advance, which is why you always score first. Huo Yao merely glanced at Meng Ying's phone, then closed her eyes, dismissively bored. She casually retrieved another book and placed it over her head again. Meng Ying's lips twitched, feeling like a worried minister. Not daring to lift her book again, she said, although I also find this tedious, it's the school forum, allowing them to slander you unchecked. What will other students think? The poster clearly wants to ensure you can no longer stay at Yaoyao. Huo Yao lifted the book from her head, suddenly standing up with an expression of irritation, and walked out.